Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Hanging Shira Road. How is this possible? Seeing that Kazama not only absorbed the fire arrows from the Asura Taoist monsters. Even the five-fingered missile of Shira Road was used. In shock, Nagato hurriedly controlled the Shira Road again and used his head laser cannon. I wanted to use this to defend against the five-fingered missiles that Kazami fired. Because Nagato is very aware of the power of these five-finger missiles. If Shira Road is hit, he will lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. And the Hell Road was destroyed by the wind, and the Asura Road could not be resurrected. Therefore, Nagato must protect Luo Dao to maintain Pain's combat effectiveness. But what Nagato didn't expect was that Shira Road's head laser cannon resisted the five-fingered missiles that came in the face. But at this time, Kazama also came and entered the attack range of the laser cannon on the head. Ding! Successfully absorbed the head laser cannon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mechanical armor. Asura Road, it's over. With a loud shout from Kazama, various weapons immediately appeared on his body, and they were perfectly integrated into Kazejian's taijutsu. At this time, Kazama's taijutsu has surpassed the limit of human taijutsu. At the same time, Kazama summoned missiles and cannons unheard of in the ninja world. Bombed and bombed, beaten and weakened, in a few moments, Asura Road was blasted into scum. Damn it, is this kid in the wind still human? What kind of moves are he using? Jiraiya on the side was immediately stunned by Kazama's performance. God, take me away, I'm not fucking worthy of being a ninja compared to the wind. Jiraiya was about to cry without tears at this moment, and Nagato was also about to cry without tears. Because of his invincible and invincible pain 6 paths in the past. Now there are only Heavenly Path, Animal Realm and Demon Realm. The Asura Road, the Human Road, and the Hell Road have been destroyed by the wind in an instant before they have made meritorious deeds. Nagato, who has always been calm and composed, was also in a panic at this time. Because Kazama is definitely the most powerful and mysterious enemy he has ever encountered. At this time, Kazami's powerful and mysterious strength already made Nagato feel an aura of death. Nagato, stop it, we don't need to make a living. You. Nagato, who was hiding in the dark, heard Kazama call out his name, which surprised him. Because Nagato has not been seen in public for many years. There are only a few people who know his true identity, but Kazama is definitely not among them. This is something Nagato can be sure of. But now his identity has been seen through by Kazama, which naturally makes Nagato unbelievable. Kazuma, what did you just say? Pain is Nagato. When Jiraiya heard Kazama's words, she was also surprised. So he hurriedly observed Pain carefully. Only then did Pain Heavenly Path and his apprentice Yahiko look exactly the same. What's going on here? Yahiko didn't have a Rinnegan before, but Nagato, who has a Rinnegan, never showed up. What happened to the three of you, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato? Hearing Jiraiya's questioning, Konan in the air did not answer. And Nagato, who had been controlling Pain, fell silent at this moment. Because of Jiraiya's questioning, they fell back into the grief of the death of their friend Yahiko. I'll explain it to you. Kazama said and came to Jiraiya's side. Yahiko is already dead, and today's Yahiko is just a corpse controlled by Nagato. Not only Yahiko, but all of the Pain 6 paths are corpses, and Nagato was ambushed by Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of a Megakure village, which led to 2 deaths. My legs are disabled and I can't move so far, am I right? Nagato. What? Is this true? Hearing what happened to his 3 apprentices, Jiraiya was heartbroken. You're quite right. At this time, Pain Heavenly Path under Nagato's control spoke again. Although it's not clear how you know our past, but since you understand our experience, you should understand the pain we endured and our obsession. I understand. You just understand, not understand. This world has never had any empathy, So I want this world to suffer the same pain as me. Be careful in the wind. With Jiraiya's exclamation, the hungry ghost with the ability to swallow chakra has appeared behind Kazama. You are very strong, but if you don't have chakra, you are useless. You're right. At this time, Kazama, who was tightly grasped by hungry ghost Dao, did not show any panic. But what if I was infinite chakra? Hearing Kazama's words, Pain, Conan, and Jiraiya who were present were instantly stunned. Chapter 142 Punch the hungry ghost kicked the beast. Just when everyone was shocked. The hungry ghost who was frantically devouring the chakra of the wind. It has turned into a huge sphere at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is. Seeing the hungry ghost Dao with the ability to devour chakra, he was almost forced to explode by the chakra in Kazama's body. Nagato finally believed what Kazama said was true. It turns out that there are people in this world who have unlimited chakra. With Nagato's exclamation, Hungry Ghost Road immediately stopped devouring and quickly retreated. Late. Only a loud bang was heard. At this time, the Hungry Ghost Road has been directly burst by the endless chakra of the wind. In just a few rounds of Kung Fu, Kazama has conquered the human realm, the Hell realm, the Asura realm, and the Hungry Ghost realm. Today's Pain 6 paths, only Heavenly Path and Animal Road are left. This kind of battle was something Nagato had never expected before. Although he has long known that the wind is not easy to deal with. But he never thought that Fengjian could defeat his 4 paths so easily. Nagato, what should I do? Conan was also panicked when he saw it, so he immediately looked at Heavenly Path beside him. I will never admit defeat, I am a god. How can I be defeated by an ant like you, psychic? With the hand seal of the Animal Road, there are 8 psychic beasts, including hell crabs, chameleons, split dogs, 8 tatar crows, rhinos, bulls, pandas, and centipedes. Fengjian, I'm here to help you. Seeing that Nagato had summoned so many psychic beasts, Jiraiya worried that Kazama would be outnumbered. Therefore, he also used the psychic technique and summoned Toad Bunta to help Kazama. But Jiraiya didn't know that those summoned by Nagato were augmented psychic beasts. That is to say, after being attacked, not only will they not die, but they will split and regenerate, becoming more and more. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Seeing that Toad Wentai's attack was fruitless, it also caused the enemy's psychic beasts to become more and more numerous. Jiraiya suddenly felt that he was doing a disservice, and was embarrassed for a while. Lord Jiraiya, just watch the battle, I will deal with all these psychic beasts. As the wind spoke, he rushed towards the hell 3-headed dog. Humph, it's up to you, okay. I'll see how you deal with these psychic beasts like me. At this time, Nagato was already in a state of rage. He couldn't accept that with the power of Rinnegan 6 paths, he would be defeated by this teenage kid Kazama. Therefore, he kept urging these psychic beasts to attack Fengjian, wishing he could smash his corpse into tens of thousands of pieces. Ding! Absorbing the amplifying spiritual beast's attack successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the amplifying spiritualism, which can apply the boosting effect to the summoned psychic beast. Okay, I'm waiting for this moment. Nagato, your psychic beast is really awesome, but compared to mine, you're still far behind. Mokuden wood-style clone technique. With a loud shout from the wind, 4 Mokuden wood-style clones immediately appeared beside him. Little devil, just rely on these clones, how can you fight me? Nagato burst into laughter when he saw it. He thought Kazama would definitely lose this time. Kase, using your clone at this time will only damage your strength. You won't be really frightened by the enemy, will you? Jiraiya below also couldn't understand Kazama's actions at this time. It's not that I was scared stupid by the enemy, but the enemy is going to be scared stupid by me next. Sit down everyone. Come out Aikyo Shukaku. 2-tailed cat again. Isofu Mio. 4-tailed Sun Wukong. Turtle Spirit Fire. Akichi. Kazama's 4 Mokudan wood-style clones immediately changed from 1 to 4. Then he summoned the giant mountain tortoise formed by the fire of the tortoise spirit. And the Orochi, which was transformed from the main body of Kazama. Chapter 143 Hanging the Nagato Get Rinnegan. Nagato, what you are channeling are just ordinary monsters, but I summon tailed beasts and legendary beasts, and they have all been amplified by me. Tell me, how can you fight me? See the tailed beast transformed by Kazama's clone, as well as the tortoise spirit fire that Kazama's main body casts, and the legendary 8-headed snake. Nagato felt that the wind in front of him was the real god. Facing such a shocking scene below, his little heart could no longer bear it, and immediately fell to the ground with a plop. Impossible. How can you have such power? You are just a mortal, why do you fight with me? Although he had already seen the unusualness of Kazama, Nagato was still reluctant to give in. So he once again commanded his 8 psychic beasts, whistling towards the wind. Courage is commendable, but courage alone cannot defeat me. In the face of the crazy attacks of these psychic beasts, Shukaku Ichi, Cat's 2 tails, Isofun 3 tails, and Sun Wukong 4 tails immediately cast their tailed beast bombs. The tortoise spirit fire was spewing out a monstrous flame. The 8-headed snake that Kazama's body transformed into has simultaneously performed 8 different attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, haze, ice, and melting. In an instant, the sky fell apart, and the ghosts and wolves howled. The 8 psychic beasts of Nagato, including Heavenly Path and Animal Tao, were all blasted into nothingness. It's still Kazama's mercy, otherwise the entire Omegakure village will be razed to the ground in an instant. PFF. At this time, Nagato spat out several mouthfuls of blood because of the chakra overdraft. If Conan hadn't rushed forward to help him, Nagato would have fainted. Nagato, let's get out of this place quickly. The strength of the incoming person is too terrifying. If you drag it down, I'm afraid he will find your body. Late. Nagato smiled wryly and shook his head. He's already coming towards us. What? How is this possible? Even Mangekyo Sharingan can't see through my god's paperman's art, why can he find where we are? Because of Nagato's black stick. Just as Conan was shocked, Kazama had come here with the black stick on Pain's body. Your black rod can send chakra to Pain, and it also allows me to perceive where your chakra is. Great insight. Facing the sudden arrival of Kazama, Nagato did not show any panic. It's a pity that you thought that you could kill me if you found my body, but have you ever thought that I took the initiative to lead you here? You only saw the ability of 6 paths before, and now I will let you feel what is the highest pupil technique that controls life and death, Rinnegan. As Nagato said, as an ontology, he is far more powerful than Pain's 6 paths. Even if he is inconvenient now, in front of his Rinnegan, he is still unbeatable. But he is facing Sanada Kazama, who has the ability to absorb everything. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of the Wheel Eye. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rinnegan, the first of the 3 major pupil techniques. He also possesses all the abilities of Heavenly Path, Human Realm, Hell Realm, Animal Realm, Shira Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm and Outer Tao. As this Rinnegan, it's amazing. The pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind turned into a purple Rinnegan immediately under the rapid rotation. Chapter 144 Ready to take Nagato and Obito. You actually own a Rinnegan. Was originally going to use the Rinnegan Hitomi technique to intimidate Kazama. At this moment, I suddenly found that the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind has turned into a Rinnegan exactly like myself. Nagato wanted to use his Rinnegan technique to suppress Kazama. Now I see that Kazama has turned on Rinnegan just like myself. Nagato knew that he no longer had any chance of winning. Nagato, as I said at the beginning, we don't need to fight to the death, because I'm here to rescue you. It's up to you. Hearing Kazama's words, Nagato was about to scold him angrily, but the next moment he was pulled into Kazama's demonic illusion. This demonic illusion is neither Tsukuyomi nor Kotoamatsukami. It was Kazama who put Black Zetsu's conspiracy and the future situation of the Fourth Ninja World War into Nagato's mind in the form of images. This is another ability of Rinnegan. What the hell did you do to Nagato? Seeing Nagato's strange expression at this time, Conan immediately launched an attack on Kazama. Then he was shocked by the pair of Rinnegan pupils in the wind. Conan took a few steps back in fright, then slumped on the ground. At this time, Conan suddenly understood that he was simply as weak as an ant in the eyes of the wind. As long as the wind is willing, he will be beheaded at any time. Conan, I have no ill will towards you and Nagato, otherwise I would have been able to deal with you when you first appeared. Hearing Kazama's words, Conan was unable to refute for a while. Because Kazami was right, he did have the ability to solve himself in an instant. Nagato just got caught up in my demonic illusion, because I needed to tell him some facts. This demonic illusion would not pose any danger to him. On the contrary, it would make him recognize himself and say goodbye. Kazama said and led the unconscious Jiraiya out of a Megakure village. Conan, who was sluggish, and Nagato, who was caught in the demonic illusion, were left. The main purpose of Kazama coming to a Megakure village is to absorb the power of Rinnegan of Nagato, and then obtain Rinnegan's pupil technique. But Kazama also hopes that Nagato can get rid of Black Zetsu's use and unite with himself. So instead of attacking Nagato, he used Rinnegan's unique demonic illusion to let Nagato see the truth. Kazama then uses the Mokuden wood-style clone to send Jiraiya back to Konoha while he prepares to go to Otogakure village. Because Kazama is going to let Orochimaru inject Hashirama's cells into himself. Now Kazama has Rinnegan, plus Senju Hashirama's cells. His Koto Amatsukami ability will be greatly enhanced. Although it is still impossible to control Black Zetsu, it can control people who have Black Zetsu cells in the body, such as Obito. Kazama thought as long as he controlled Obito silently, that Akatsuki is more than half of his own people. At that time, it will be easier to absorb the remaining tailed beasts by yourself. Fuck, your Otogakure village is within the scope of our water country and must be under the jurisdiction of our water country. Now you'd better hand over these 10 pagodas to our water country for management, otherwise I will let you this rubbish Otogakure village is gone. At this moment, a group of ninjas from the Land of Water have surrounded Otogakure village. It turned out that they knew about the 10 pagodas in the wind that could improve their combat power, so they wanted to take them for themselves. Chapter 145 Ninja in the Land of Water. Stands to reason that the strength of Orochimaru and others is completely unafraid of these ninjas from the Land of Water. But now Otogakure village is not only them, but also many people who come here. These people are all defenseless. As long as the war starts, the people in Otogakure village will be the first to die. Therefore, Orochimaru and others did not dare to act rashly. Damn, how dare you disobey the orders of the name of our country of water? Well, this is your own death. One of the people who looked like a leader waved his hand, and immediately let the surrounding ninja army attack Otogakure village. Damn. Orochimaru and others never expected that these ninjas in the Land of Water were so arrogant. Launched an attack on his Otogakure village. Watching the overwhelming attack around the village, Orochimaru was furious. Although he is powerful, he does not have the ninjutsu that can withstand such a large-scale attack. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky immediately appeared in the attack center. Then a powerful force of repulsion appeared instantly. Not only did the sky-filled ninjutsu be defeated, but even the ninjas of the Land of Water who besieged Otogakure village were smashed to the ground. You, who are you? Seeing Kazama in the sky like a god, he instantly defeated his army of ninjas. The leader of the country of water was already shaking with fright. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Just when the leader of this country of water was terrified, Kazama raised one hand, and the body of the leader of the country of water was involuntarily sucked over by Kazama. Big brother. Oh no, Grandpa, please spare my life. I really didn't mean to deal with your Otogakure village. this is the order of our water country daimyo. The leader of the land of water, who was still aggressive just now, has now fallen out of cold sweat from the fright of the wind, and almost pulled out a Jinchuriki column in the air. I have the old and the lower. Shut up. Fengjian didn't have time to listen to this person's long-winded words. Go back and tell you the name of the country of water. Our Otogakur village is not easy to mess with. I want these 10 pagodas of mine. No problem. When I'm done with the things at hand, I will personally go to see your name of the country of water. Let me he has a good experience of the power of these 10 pagodas. Get out. Follow the order. Follow the order. After being put down by Kazama, the leader immediately rolled and crawled out of Otogakur village. Leave all of your heavy weapons to me as an apology for harassing our Otogakur village. No problem, no problem. The leader hurriedly ordered his men to give up these heavy weapons for siege. Then the ninjas of the land of water escaped without a trace. Lord Fengjian, I am afraid to let the tiger return to the mountain. Just as Orochimaru was talking to the wind, he suddenly saw the pair of Rinnegan's in the wind. This made him dumbfounded and almost slumped on the ground. To know the former Mangekyo Sharingan Kazama was enough to shock him. Now the wind has turned on Rinnegan again. Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had been with Kazama for so long and still couldn't see Kazama's true strength. These ninjas are nothing to be afraid of. You should send people to use the heavy weapons they left behind to defend the village, and then order people to distribute them around the village, so that if there are outsiders approaching, we will be able to detect it at the first time. As for the famous name of the country of water, I will find him when I am done with this time. As ordered. Orochimaru hurriedly conveyed Kazama's order. Lord Kazama, these eyes of yours. What's the matter? What's wrong with these eyes? Seeing Orochimaru's surprised expression, Kazama immediately smiled knowingly. Chapter 146 Koto Amatsukami raises 999,999 levels. Lord Kazama, you really don't know whether it's fake or not. Your eyes now are Rinnegan, who can control life and death. Those are the eyes of the 6 paths immortal, and they are the first of the 3 major pupil techniques. Quote. Really? I don't know, do I have Rinnegan? What is Rinnegan, can I eat it? Seeing Kazama like this, Orochimaru was speechless. Kazama was in a good mood because he got Rinnegan, so he deliberately played with Orochimaru. Okay Orochimaru, the reason why I got Rinnegan, I will tell you when I have time, but now I have an important thing to ask you. Please speak. Seeing Kazama's expression turning serious, Orochimaru immediately became nervous. I gave you the white Zetsu corpse and asked you to bring it back for research. How is your research? Kazuma-sama, what am I going to tell you? My research this time has been very successful. I can extract Hashirama cells from white Zetsu's body and inject them into other people's bodies to enhance the target's vitality, and there won't be any repelling, and it won't be all white like Danzo's arm. Okay, if that's the case, then you'll immediately move into Hashirama's cells for me. Kazama was overjoyed at this time, because as long as he had Hashirama cells, he could control Obito with Koto Amatsukami. No problem, but because Hashirama's cells are too powerful, after you transplant, you can't move for a short time. You have to go through 3 days and 3 nights of slow fusion before you can use your body freely. Okay, I got it. After hearing Kazama's confirmation, Orochimaru immediately started the transplant. And the moment when Orochimaru was successfully transplanted for Kazama, the system in Kazama's body also immediately gave Kazama the corresponding reward. Ding! Has successfully absorbed Hashirama cells. Congratulations to the host for raising the strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami to level 999,999. Great! In this case, no one in the ninja world can escape my Koto Amatsukami except Black Zetsu, haha. Kazama said that, according to Orochimaru's suggestion, he prepared to rest for 3 days and 3 nights. But when he used his body subconsciously, he found that his body could move freely without being affected at all. This immediately shocked Orochimaru beside him. Because he had done many experiments before, whoever transplanted Hashirama's cells would be unable to act within 3 days. But who knew that the wind was not affected by this? Kazuma-sama, you really impress me. To be honest, I have studied many people before, and someone like you who has injected Hashirama cells into it and can use it right away as the first one, can you? It's awesome. Really? Kazama looked at his current body and laughed immediately. He was not surprised by this result. Because there is a volcanic stone flame in his body, and a different fire like the 3000 flames that can enhance the strength and healing of the body. So even if Hashirama cells were injected, he could adapt instantly. It's no good, Kazama-sama. Konoha village was attacked suddenly, and now it's been razed to the ground. What? How is this possible? Hearing the report from his subordinates, Kazami was taken aback. Because when his clone sent Jiraiya back, Konoha village was fine. Why was it attacked in just a short while? And it was razed to the ground in an instant. Who the hell has such terrifying strength? Chapter 147 Split Chibaku Tensai with a sword, heavenly body bursting from the earth. At this time, the village of Konoha was already a mess, and it no longer had the glory of the past. And Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas were also defeated by the invading enemies. As for the people in the village, there are countless casualties. Come on, where the hell is Sanada Kazama? At this time, standing in front of Tsunade and the others was the Pain Six Paths that Kazama had defeated before. It was also because of the sudden attack of Pain Six Paths that Konoha village was caught off guard. Kazama is our Konoha's hero and our Konoha's hope, you can never kill him. Ha ha. Hearing Tsunade's words, Pain Heavenly Path immediately grabbed Tsunade by the neck and weighed her up. The mouth is still hard. Well, let's start with you. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Where Pain Heavenly Path raised his hand, a black ball immediately flew into the air. This technique is the technique used by the Six Paths Immortals to seal the 10 tails. Next, I will see if you are stubborn or my Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is stubborn. As soon as Pain's voice fell, Tsunade and the others felt a strong suction. The many gravel blocks below were instantly sucked into the air. Tsunade and the others knew that if they were caught by this black ball, they would definitely die, so they hurried to avoid it. It's a pity that they are too seriously injured now. Facing this Super S-rank ninjutsu Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, there is no way to avoid it. No resistance, no one can resist my Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Seeing Tsunade and the others in a state of embarrassment, Pain burst into laughter again. Susanoo. At this moment, a golden giant with 3 heads and 6 arms instantly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Then the 2 huge Susanoo swords were cast. He directly chopped the Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, which had become the size of a meteorite, into pieces. The Wind Room. Seeing Kazama's arrival, Tsunade and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Good come. Pain Six Paths laughed instead of anger when they saw Kazami's appearance. Nagato. Seeing that it was Nagato's Pain Six Paths attacking his Konoha village, Kazama couldn't believe it. Demonic illusion has been imposed on Nagato between him, allowing him to see Black Zetsu's conspiracy. Even if Nagato didn't want to cooperate with him afterwards, there was no need to raise his Konoha village to the ground. Humph. It's not your lackey Nagato who controls the Pain Six Paths, but you, Grandpa Black Zetsu, me. Black Zetsu, you really are a bastard. Kazama realized that it was Black Zetsu who controlled Nagato through spiritual fusion. This forced Nagato to send Pain Six Paths to bring Konoha village to life. Kazuma, the enemy not only launched a surprise attack on us Konoha, but also took the form of our own people, causing us to kill each other. Hearing Tsunade's words behind him, Kazama realized that all around were the corpses of White Zetsu and his own Konoha ninja. No wonder Konoha's combat power collapsed in an instant. It turns out that not only Pain's invasion, but also White Zetsu turned into Konoha's ninja to make trouble. Just when Kazama was thinking of a countermeasure, Pain controlled by Black Zetsu scolded him again. You little bastard. Not only did you fucking kill our Akatsuki members, but now you've bewitched Nagato to turn him against me. Damn it, I'm going to kill you today. It seems that Nagato must have understood Black Zetsu's conspiracy in my demonic illusion, so he wanted to deal with Black Zetsu, but Black Zetsu controlled his body instead. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately decided to rescue Nagato and prevent Black Zetsu from continuing to do evil. Chapter 148 One Trick to Kill Pain 6 Paths. Black Zetsu, do you really think you can kill me by controlling Pain 6 Paths? Have you forgotten how I abused you before? Hearing Kazama's mockery, Black Zetsu was instantly furious. Xiaozamao, don't think that you can ride on my neck and shit because of your great strength. Now I'll give you two ways. One is I will kill Tsunade and others and raze Konoha to the ground. The other is you immediately suicide, then I can spare the lives of the people of Konoha, Tsunade and others. Also, don't think that you can protect Konoha by killing Pain 6 Paths. As long as you dare to attack Pain 6 Paths, I will first let Heavenly Path cast it. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push. Even if you can live by that time, the people of Konoha and Tsunade will be killed by you, haha. Quote. It seems that Black Zetsu has long thought of a plan, intending to use the lives of everyone in Konoha village to force Kazama to commit suicide. Black Zetsu, your strategy is indeed very clever. If it was mine before, I might be helpless, but now I can not only kill the Pain 6 Paths you control, but also protect everyone in Konoha village. Haha, you little bastard is quite a big talker. Well, since you don't eat or punish you for toasting, then I'll kill everyone in Konoha to vent their anger. Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Waiting for the Pain 6 Paths controlled by Black Zetsu to attack, Kazama took the lead in unleashing the more powerful Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Except for Tsunade et al., who were protected by Susanoo. Pain 6 Paths and the people of Konoha village and many ninjas were all killed in an instant. Wind Room, you. Tsunade couldn't help being surprised when he saw that Kazama had killed everyone in his Konoha village. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I'll come back and revive everyone when Black Zetsu is defeated. The reason why Kazama dared to use the Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push to kill everyone in Pain and Konoha villages. It is because Kazama has already mastered Rinnegan. Since he has Rinnegan, he can perform the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life. In addition, he has infinite chakra, so resurrecting everyone can be said to be a breeze. Damn, this little bastard in the wind is quite ruthless. Black Zetsu, who lost Pain 6 Paths, immediately cursed viciously. At this time, he not only controls Nagato, but also controls Conan. Because he is going to use Conan's god papercraft to hide himself and Nagato's body in order to prevent Kazami from finding their traces. What's wrong? Obito, who was on the side, heard Black Zetsu's words and felt that something was wrong. I originally wanted to use the lives of everyone in Konoha village to force Kazama to commit suicide, but who would have thought that this kid would take the lead in launching the Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push campaign, destroying not only the Pain 6 Paths I controlled, but even Konoha village. Destroyed by him. Impossible. This kid Kazama is Konoha's ninja. He has protected Konoha many times before. How could Pain and everyone in Konoha village die together? And how Kazama learned the Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Levy? This technique is Rinnegan's unique ability. Could it be that he also activated Rinnegan? No way. Black Zetsu interrupted Obito's question immediately. What kind of thing is this little bastard in the wind? What qualifications does he have to open Rinnegan? Who told you I couldn't turn on Rinnegan's? Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, Kazama had already appeared in front of him. What? Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why, no matter where he fled, the wind could come in a blink of an eye. Chapter 149 Crazy Killing Black Zetsu. Small bastard, you actually own a Rinnegan. Seeing Kazama's eyes, Black Zetsu and Obito were both shocked. And just as they were surprised, Black Zetsu was already entangled by the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire in the wind. Boy, now I'm possessed by Nagato, and you attack me as you attack Nagato. I saw that I was surrounded by the 9 Thunder and Fire Dragons in the wind. Although Black Zetsu was shocked, he relied on himself to possess Nagato's body, thinking that Kazama would not dare to do anything to him. But he did not expect that the current Kazama has already mastered the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life. Kazama can kill Nagato first, take the opportunity to force Black Zetsu away, and then resurrect Nagato. What about Nagato? I'll take care of you. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, the 9 Dragons of Thunder and Fire immediately attacked Black Zetsu. With Black Zetsu's heart-wrenching screams, he could only leave in embarrassment while possessing Nagato and Konan. Little devil, you are quite ruthless. Not only did you kill everyone in Konoha village, but you also killed your companion Nagato. It's reversible that although you have defeated me now, you have to betray you all, haha. Black Zetsu said and disappeared along with Obito. Confirming that Black Zetsu had completely left, Kazama immediately cast 3,000 flames of flame to repair Nagato's broken body. And cast Yang Fire to wake up the dying Konan. Nagato. After waking up, Konan saw that Nagato was no longer alive, and was instantly devastated. Don't worry, I will use the Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to bring Nagato back to life. The art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life. Hearing Kazama's words, Konan was both surprised and delighted. Because the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, can indeed bring Nagato back to life. But those who cast Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, will also die because of it. I am very moved by Kazama's willingness to revive Nagato, but if you use the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, you will die. Don't worry, I won't die, help me protect the law. As Kazama said that, he summoned Hell Hades and began to resurrect Nagato and the people of Konoha village. Hearing Kazama say that he will not die even if he casts Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, Konan is greatly disbelieving. Because she has been with Nagato day and night, but she knows very well what kind of consequences the technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, will bring to the caster. At this time, with the Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique of Kazama, Nagato next to Konan was the first to wake up. Since he had been under the control of Black Zetsu all the time, he had no idea what happened during this period. When Konan saw Nagato wake up, he immediately explained the situation to him happily. And when Nagato heard that Kazama used Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, to save him, he was very moved. I originally thought that with Kazama's strength, I would definitely be able to destroy Black Zetsu's conspiracy, but now that he has performed Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, after surgery, wouldn't he? Having said that, Nagato sighed helplessly. I also persuaded him, but he said that he would not die, and I see that the time he casts Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life now, it seems that it is not just to resurrect you. What? Hearing Konan's words, Nagato immediately used Rinnegan's pupil technique to look outside. Konoha village who had died because of this war have been resurrected by the Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique of Kazama. How is this possible? Seeing that Kazama had resurrected so many people all at once, even Nagato felt a little weird. Chapter 150 Capture Nagato and Konan. Kazama is not of the Uzumaki clan, how can he have such a strong vitality to maintain the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life? But no matter how strong his vitality is, after performing the Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life operation, he cannot escape death after all. Alas! Hearing Konan's sigh, Nagato was also saddened. Why do you want to curse me to death? Just as Nagato and Konan sighed, they suddenly heard the sound of Kazama. Immediately, the two of them were dumbfounded. Fangjan, you are not dead. Of course, otherwise how could I stand in front of you? Seeing the surprised expressions of Nagato and Conan, Kazama immediately laughed. But those who cast the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, should die from exhaustion. Yeah, and you didn't just resurrect me, you also resurrected everyone in Konoha village. Even if you have infinite chakra, you can't persevere unscathed. Nagato and Conan were happy that Kazama was still alive, but at the same time, they were also extremely frightened. You must know that Kazama does not only have infinite chakra, and it also has the falling heart flame that can continuously provide energy. And the 3,000 flames of flames that frantically repair physical damage. So no matter how much damage this Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, technique does to Kazama, Kazama will be safe in the end. Nagato, instead of being surprised by me, you might as well see what has changed in your own body. Kazama wouldn't reveal his secrets easily, so he immediately changed the subject. At this time, after Nagato heard Kazama's words, he immediately looked at his body. There's nothing special about it. Just as Nagato was talking, he suddenly found that his long disabled legs had regained the ability to move. My God, is this true? Conan also saw the change in Nagato's legs at this time, and immediately shouted happily. What the hell is going on here? My legs should have been lost. Why can I regain my mobility now? Nagato immediately looked over towards Kazama happily. There is nothing impossible in front of me, this is your reward for abandoning the dark and turning to the light. Seeing Kazama not only resurrected himself, but even helped him regain his mobility. Nagato's gratitude to Kazama is beyond words. So Nagato immediately rushed to Kazama and said solemnly, Brother Kazama, the demonic illusion you cast on me before has already made me see Black Zetsu's conspiracy, and I won't help Black Zetsu in the future. If you don't dislike it, I hope you can treat me as a companion, and we will work together for the peace of the ninja world in the future. Quote. Of course I don't dislike it anymore, I'm just waiting for your words. Seeing Nagato finally abandoning the darkness, Kazama immediately patted his shoulder happily. By the way, if Black Zetsu knew that you were not dead, he would definitely deal with you, so don't go to a Megakure village, otherwise Black Zetsu will not only attack you, but also the people of a Megakure village. Where am I going? Come to my ninja village. Konoha. I was previously controlled by Black Zetsu and caused so much damage to Konoha, will the people of Konoha accept me? It's not Konoha, it's Otogakure village. Otogakure village. Hearing Kazama's words, Nagato was puzzled because he had never heard the name of Otogakure village. Chapter 151 Scared to P. Orochimaru. Yes, although Konoha is where I was born and raised, I have also established Otogakure village, which is my real place, so you and Conan can live in Otogakure village, and where are your old acquaintances? When the wind said that, he laughed. Old acquaintance. Who? Nagato and Conan asked in unison immediately. Orochimaru. Long time no see. Led by Kazama, Nagato and Conan immediately came to the village of Otogakure. You are. The big snake immediately rushed to Nagato and looked up and down. He is the outsider Nagato who controls the Pain Six Paths and the leader of your Akatsuki. What? Hearing Kazama's words and seeing Nagato's pair of Rinnegans, Orochimaru was so frightened that he immediately ran away. As a former Akatsuki member, he knows all too well the consequences of betraying Akatsuki. Now I know that Nagato is Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Orochimaru was naturally terrified. That's not right. Orochimaru, who had run halfway, suddenly remembered that he was Kazama's subordinate. Why did Kazama bring Chief Akatsuki against him? Just when Orochimaru was puzzled, Kazama, Nagato, Conan and others behind him laughed out loud. I said, Lord Kazama, I am your most loyal subordinate, why are you always playing with me? I'm not kidding you, but you're too timid. Now Nagato has left Akatsuki. You can find a place for Nagato and Conan now, they will live in our Otogakure village for a while. Really? Great. Hearing that Nagato and Konan were also coming to Otogakure village, Orochimaru was naturally overjoyed. Because of Nagato and Konan's strength, Orochimaru has long heard of it. Now if these two people join, wouldn't his Otogakure village be even more powerful? By the way, the wind room. At this time, Nagato asked Kazama again. Although you saved everyone in Konoha village and destroyed Black Zetsu's conspiracy, but now there is a stronger Obito beside Black Zetsu, what are we going to do next? Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with Obito. Well, if there is anything that needs me and Konan, you must tell us. After all, you are our savior. Don't worry, we will definitely fight side by side in the future, and now you can rest well in Otogakure village. Kazama said and returned to Konoha. In fact, Nagato didn't know, Kazama didn't need to deal with Obito now. Because when Kazama rescued Nagato before, he was already unknowingly, and rushed Obito to cast the strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami. Today, Obito has become Kazama's subordinate. Kaz, this time is really thanks to you. Returning to Konoha, Tsunade and the others immediately rushed to the wind room to thank them. I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could resurrect all the people who died in our Konoha. Yeah, even though our Konoha village was destroyed, our personnel had 0 casualties, which is unbelievable in any battle. In the face of everyone's thanks, Kazama is also extremely embarrassed. Although it is true that he resurrected everyone, but now that Konoha is destroyed like this, Kazama does have some responsibility. After all, Pain 6 paths just caused the destruction of the Konoha house. And Kazama's Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign, but the entire Konoha was razed to the ground. But if the wind can destroy Konoha, it can also rebuild Konoha. But just when Kazama was about to use the Mokuten, wood style, and Jinchuriki column house techniques to help everyone rebuild. Suddenly, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado, Konoha's high-level advisors, came over aggressively. Chapter 152 Another slap in the face of Konoha executives. I said you kid, what the hell did you do out there to let the enemy destroy our entire Konoha? We at Konoha have never been destroyed like this before, and you have to take full responsibility for what happened this time. Seeing Konoha's senior advisor, Yuhi blamed himself indiscriminately. Fengjian was suddenly a little angry, but just when he was about to refute, suddenly he saw Tsunade standing in front of him. It's all nonsense. Kazama is the hero who saved us all in Konoha. If there was no Kazama, how could we have 0 casualties? Not bad. At this time, Kakashi also spoke immediately. It was Akatsuki who attacked our Konoha this time, and the reason why Kazama had a grudge against Akatsuki was because Akatsuki had seriously injured Asuma and others at the Fire Temple. To save Asuma, Kazama killed Akatsuki, Hidan and Kakuzu. According to Ni's meaning, should we allow them to bully us because of the strength of our enemies? Should we just let our companions die? Hear Tsunade, Kakashi and others roaring at him. Kaharu and Homura Mitokado were speechless for a while. Seeing these two Konoha executives slumped, Kazama was secretly overjoyed, and was too lazy to get to know them in general. Although Konoha was attacked is not the reason for me, but don't worry, as a part of Konoha, I will naturally rebuild Konoha. Just you. Hearing Kazama's words, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado once again seized the opportunity and laughed at Kazama. Do you know how much effort it will take to rebuild Konoha? Yes, this is not something that can be done by fighting and killing. We need to spend a lot of time, as well as human, material and financial resources. Do you know It doesn't take much time for me to rebuild, and it doesn't require much financial and material resources. I can rebuild Konoha in just a stick of incense. Okay, boy, you're pretty bragging. If you can rebuild Konoha in just a stick of incense, we'll have you both of us as consultants. Okay, you said it yourself. Seeing that Kaharu and Homura Mitokado dared to bet against him, Kazama immediately laughed inwardly. Because as long as he uses the Mokuden wood style and Jinchuriki column family tricks, rebuilding Konoha is a matter of moments. But what if you can't rebuild it? Then leave it to you. Good. Hearing Kazama's words, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado smiled at each other. They had already decided that Kazama would definitely lose. After all, the current Konoha has been razed to the ground, and it will not be able to be rebuilt in a year and a half. Kaze, you can't bet on this kind of thing. At this moment, Tsunade immediately persuaded the wind. Yeah, Kazama, Konoha has been destroyed very badly now. There is no rush to rebuild Konoha, and it is not something that can be done in a short time. Kakashi also whispered into the wind. Don't worry, since I dare to bet with them, I have the magic weapon to win. Fengjian said and immediately walked to a clearing. Ni, watch it. Don't worry, we'll keep our eyes open to see how you make a fool of yourself. Mokuden wood style with Jinchuriki column home art. What? Just when Kaharu and Homura Mitokado were about to watch the joke between the winds. Chapter 153. Let the top of Konoha see the gate. Suddenly, I saw houses appearing in the open space in the distance. Before even a single stick of incense had arrived, Konoha, which had been in ruins, was now filled with houses that had been transformed again. Pleasing to the eye than the Konoha before the rebuild. How about Ni, is my rebuilding okay? Hearing Kazama's words, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado felt a burning pain in their faces, and they could not wait to find a hole to burrow into. Fantastic Kazama, you are the lucky star of our Konoha. Tsunade hugged Kazama in his arms. A milky smell. Kazama immediately fell into Tsunade's embrace. But the next moment, the wind suddenly felt that his nosebleed was about to spurt. So he quickly broke free from Tsunade's embrace. Lord Hokage is serious, this is what I should do. Well, not bad. Tsunade immediately smiled and nodded at Kazama, and then looked at Kaharu and Homura Mitokado again. You have lost the bet now, shouldn't you automatically give way to Kazama? This. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado immediately looked at Kazama in embarrassment. I said little brother Fengjian, this time we have eyes but don't know Mount High, can you please spare us with your hands? Yeah, we are very old. If we don't have the position of consultant, we will have no source of life. Then we must not drink the northwest wind. Don't worry, I will arrange a new position for you. Yeah, that's great. Hearing Kazama's words, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado were overjoyed. They thought Kazama would keep them in high positions. Let me think about it. When I was rebuilding just now, I left a house at the gate of Konoha. Ni, you can move there in the future. By the way, let's take a look at the door and so on. The salary will still be paid to you, how about it? Hearing what the wind said, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Kaharu and Homura Mitokado, even if they didn't want to, could only do the job of watching the gates. Then Kazama said goodbye to everyone and came to the periphery of Konoha. Because the time he had agreed with Obito was about to come. As soon as the wind time arrived, a spatial fluctuation appeared here. Obito also walked out of the Uzumaki. See Kazama-sama. Well, not bad. Seeing that Obito finally surrendered to him, Kazama was naturally very happy. Because in this case, Akatsuki will appear in Akatsuki, but Black Zetsu will be the only one left. Kazama doesn't plan on letting Obito take on Black Zetsu just yet, though. Instead, let Obito continue in Akatsuki to monitor Black Zetsu's every move and the trail of the tailed beast for himself. Is there any news from the Four Tails now? Yes, we have sent Itachi and Ghost Sharks to go. That's great. Tell me the location of the Four Tails right away. This time, I will not only absorb the Four Tails, but also control the Ghost Shark. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. Big brother Itachi, just rest by the side, I'm enough to deal with the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force myself. At this time, the ghost shark has already started a duel with the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column Li Laozi. Yoden, lava style, of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force is restrained by the Suiten, water style, of the ghost shark. However, because the big sword shark muscle of the ghost shark was taken away by Kazama, and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force Laozi can also display the power of the four-tailed. Therefore, the ghost shark did not gain the upper hand for a while. I said, ghost shark, if you can't do it, let me go. What? Just as the ghost shark and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column were inextricably fighting, a playful laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. Chapter 154, Hanging the Four-Tailed Man Jinchuriki, column force. The ghost shark immediately guessed that the master who knew the voice was Kazama. Although the ghost shark has only met Fengjian once, the ghost shark still has lingering fears towards Fengjian until now. After all, he was tortured by the wind in the beginning. Even his specialty weapon, the shark muscle, was taken away by Kazama. Therefore, seeing the sudden appearance of the wind now, the ghost shark is naturally shocked. And at this moment, the four-tailed man Jinchuriki, column Li Laozi immediately caught the flaw of the ghost shark. Immediately manipulate the molten slurry to kill it head-on, and when the ghost shark discovers it, it is inevitable. At this critical moment, a strange fire suddenly appeared in front of the ghost shark. In an instant, the Yoden, lava style, of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force was frozen into ice, which enabled the ghost shark to escape successfully. And this strange fire is naturally the cold fire of the bone spirit in the wind. Humph. Kid, don't think that you saved me, I will thank you, I still remember the great revenge that you took away from me back then. Very well, then after I defeat the four tails, you are coming to settle accounts with me. Seeing that Kazama not only robbed his shark muscle, but now he came to snatch the four tails from himself. The ghost shark was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to follow the wind recklessly. After all, the strength of the wind, he has already experienced it. So the ghost shark could only come to Itachi, who was watching the battle. I said, big brother Itachi, now this kid from Kazama is here to ruin Akatsuki's good deeds again. If he really takes the power of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column away, then we won't be able to complete the mission. I think why don't we take advantage of Kazama and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force to secretly attack Kazama. The ghost shark doesn't know that Itachi has already joined forces with Kazama, so he is still here stupidly and wants to shoot at Kazama. Kazama is not the opponent of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, and it will be beheaded by the four-tailed in a short time, we don't have to bother. The ghost shark is obedient to Itachi, so after hearing Itachi's decision, he could only continue to stand on the sidelines and watch Kazama and the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force fight. After borrowing the four-tailed chakra, Jinchuriki, column Li Laozi has fallen into a state of madness, and it is a blast of bombardment at the wind room. This is exactly what the wind wants. Because Kazama wants Laozi to keep borrowing the four-tailed chakra until he finally transforms into the four-tailed body. At that time, Kazama can take advantage of the situation to absorb the four-tailed chakra. Then get the power of the five tails and the new strange fire. Yoden, lava style, scorching river rock art. At this moment, the tailed beast turned Laozi immediately spewed out hundreds of magma balls. The magma is hot enough to vaporize in situ. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for the wind room. Because there is a different fire in the body of the wind that is higher than the temperature of the four-tailed magma. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Yoden, lava style technique of burning river rocks. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of Yoden, lava style granite. Old Z, your Yoden, lava style, is great, but it's far worse than my Yoden, lava style. Kazama said that he used Yoden, lava style, granite technique to block the continuous flow of magma. You must know that this Yoden, lava style, granite art is the ultimate defense art of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force. At this time, Laozi was surprised when he saw that Kazama actually used his own defensive technique. But at the same time he was surprised, Kazama, who had performed the Yoden, lava-style, granite technique, had already attacked him and knocked him to the ground. This Yoden, lava-style, granite technique can be used not only for defense, but also as a physical attack. Seeing that the other party used his own technique to knock himself down, the four-tailed Jinchuriki calmly lousy can be said to be angry, and immediately turned on the tailed beast state 2. Chapter 155 Absorb 4 tails gain the power of the 5 tails. The art of Yoden, lava-style, mountain of flowers and fruits. Quote. With Laozi's hands on the ground, a huge sea of magma had already formed, and the wind room was submerged in it in an instant. Big brother Itachi, you are right, this kid Kazama is really no match for the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force. The ghost shark watching the battle from a distance couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the operation of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Secretly, if he encounters this technique, he will probably die. But now it is Fengjian who is submerged by this magma sea, and the ghost shark is naturally overjoyed. The wind room. Seeing that Kazama was really submerged by the lava of the four tails, Itachi was naturally a little worried. Although he knew that Kazama was strong, the four-tailed Jinchuriki column were not weak either. Ding! I succeeded in absorbing Yoden's lava-style Wagwoshin technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of burning the fire. And just when Itachi was worried about Kazama, suddenly I saw the huge magma sea, and all of it was absorbed into the body by the wind. In the face of this sudden change, let alone Itachi and Ghost Shark were taken aback. Even the caster Jinchuriki calmly lousy had a face full of disbelief. He had never seen anyone who could survive under his operation. But now Kazama not only survived, but even absorbed his skills. At this time, even Laozi, who was a Jinchuriki column force, felt that Kazama was a monster. Old Z, I advise you to turn into four tails as soon as possible. In this case, you may still have a chance to defeat me. Hearing Fengyan's joking words, Laozi suddenly burst into anger. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of turning me into four tails. I tell you, no one in this world can force me to turn into four tails. Okay, then I'll be the first one, the fire-breathing technique of the burning river. Kazama's hands immediately turned into huge lava, and instantly slammed into Laozi's head. Not to mention Laozi at this time, even the vast surrounding forest was burned into nothingness by the fire-breathing technique of the searing river. Damn it, this kid in Kazama is really not human, he can actually produce Yoden, lava style, that is even more powerful than four tails. Oni Shark and Itachi hurriedly retreated back, avoiding the mighty Yoden, lava style, of Kazama in front of them. Previously, the ghost shark thought that Kazama would be killed by the force of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column. Now he finally knew that the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force not only couldn't kill Kazama, but he might even be killed by Kazama. Ow! At this moment, a huge Yuhi-colored orangutan immediately appeared in the magma. Laozi was finally forced out of the four-tailed body by the wind. How about Laozi? I swore just now that I'm not worthy of letting you use the four-tailed body, so what are you doing now? After transforming into four tails, Laozi has completely lost his mind, and he simply ignored Kazama's ridicule. Instead, he directly manipulated the power of the lava to kill the wind. With the impact of the four tails, this area can be described as shaking. The further back the tailed beast is, the more terrifying its strength is. With the current four tails alone, they already have the power to overturn the river and the sea. It's a pity that he is facing Kazama, who is even more terrifying. Let you see the power of my four tails, come out, four tails Monkey King. With a loud shout from the wind, another four-tailed Monkey King immediately appeared here. Damn it, I read it right, I'm not dreaming, right? How can there be two four tails in this world? Seeing the two four tails suddenly appearing in front of him, the ghost shark was stunned. Chapter 156 Hang Four Tails Conquer the Ghost Shark. Accompanied by the shock of the ghost shark, the four-tailed change in the wind has already started a showdown with the four-tailed change of the Old Purple. It's a pity that this matchup is not evenly matched, but a one-sided situation. Because the four tails changed by the wind, but contains the power of different fire, has already surpassed the four tails body. Therefore, in a few rounds, Laozi's four tails were beaten and retreated. Tailed Beast Bomb. Facing the crazy attack of Kazami, Laozi's four-tailed body finally used his trump card. And this is exactly what the wind dreamed of. He just wants to force the four tails to cast Tailed Beast Bomb, because the Tailed Beast Bomb contains the purest chakra of the four tails. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Tailed Beast Bomb of the four tails. Congratulations to the host who has obtained the power of the five tails and can become the king of the five tails. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 17th kind of strange fire, the 9 Nether Golden Ancestral Fire. This fire is the fire of the 9 Nether clan, which can be transformed into 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals, and there are no bones left wherever they go. Okay. Next, I'll let you taste the power of my five tails. Kazama said that he changed his body again, directly from the four-tailed Monkey King into a huge beast with a whole body of white. This is Five-Tailed King Mew. Seeing that the Wind Room, which was four-tailed before, has now become the Five-Tailed King Mew. Don't say it was a ghost shark who couldn't believe it. Even Itachi, who had always been calm, was stunned. Although Itachi has long known that Kazama has the power of a tailed beast. But at that time Kazama only had the power of 1, 2, and 3 tails. Now, in just a few months, Kazama has the power of 4 and 5 tails again. Itachi felt that compared to Hefeng, the genius of the Uchiha family, he was totally worthless. Horn Combo. After the change in the wind, the five-tailed King Mew immediately attacked the four-tailed with the 5 giant horns on his head. Although the four tails have tried their best, in the face of the natural suppression of the 5 tails, the 4 tails are still defeated in an instant. After that, he returned to the appearance of Jinchuriki, Li Laozi again, and fell unconscious on the ground. Ghost Shark. It's your turn next. Just when the ghost shark was shocked by Kazami's terrifying strength, the wind has come to him. Seeing the sudden arrival of the wind, even the murderous ghost shark was frightened and incoherent at the moment. Koto Amatsukami. Facing the demon shark who was powerless to resist, Kazama immediately cast the strongest demonic illusion on him. Now in Akatsuki, except for Black Zetsu, the rest have all obeyed Kazama. If Black Zetsu knew about this, he would have vomited blood and died. What was the technique you did just now? Seeing that the ghost shark beside him instantly surrendered to Kazama, Itachi was greatly surprised. This art is Koto Amatsukami. There is no need to hide it from Itachi anymore. The strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami. Is that Shisui's art? Knowing that Kazama still uses Shisui's strongest demonic illusion, Itachi immediately shook his head with a wry smile. Because he found that he was really incomprehensible. At this moment, he immediately had a feeling that there was no magic that Fengjian would not use in the world. And Itachi's feeling is also correct, because the art that Kazama knows now is all-encompassing. The Koto Amatsukami was hit by a shark. Deidara and Sasori have already surrendered to you. Nagato and Konan also chose to stand on the same front as you, so it seems that in Akatsuki with a lot of talents, only Black Zetsu and Afe are left. Now, Itachi still doesn't know that Afe is Obito, and he doesn't even know that Obito has also been hit by Koto Amatsukami of Kazama. Chapter 157 Subduing the Four-Tailed Jinchuriki, Column Force. And Kazama doesn't plan to tell others about Obito's surrender for the time being. Because Obito is his strongest hole card. Only Obito can know all the plans of Black Zetsu next. Therefore, in order to be safe, Obito's submission to himself must be kept secret. Akatsuki's members are so powerful that it would be a shame to kill them, so I might as well use them for my use. Hearing Kazami's words, Itachi was noncommittal. Because the ninja world is a world where the strong eat the weak. Kazama can make Akatsuki's members surrender to him, and Kazama himself has the ability. By the way, I have already investigated Sasuke's current situation. Not only is he not life-threatening, but with the help of Black Zetsu, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds, so he may seek revenge on you in the near future. You must be careful. I see. Hearing that his brother was fine, Itachi let out a sigh of relief. As for Sasuke's revenge, Itachi didn't care at all. If you kill me, Sasuke can go back to Konoha, and that's worth it. Sure enough, he is a brokon, thinking about Sasuke all the time. Hearing Itachi's emotion at the moment, Kazami immediately shook his head helplessly. But Kazama won't let Sasuke really kill Itachi. After all, Itachi's strength is very important to him. What's next? Are we still going to take a fake Jinchuriki column back to work? Not bad. Hearing Itachi's question, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. Until all the 9-tailed beasts are collected, you can't turn your back on Black Zetsu for a while. Kazama said that he cast a Mokuden wood-style clone and changed it into the appearance of 4-tailed Old Purple. That's right. At this time, the wind suddenly remembered something. Since Nagato has already left Akatsuki, how do you seal the power of the tailed beast? Black Zetsu shouldn't be able to summon Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Kazama worried that Black Zetsu would use other methods to absorb the tail beast. If that's the case, it's very likely that his own transformation technique will be seen through. When Black Zetsu took control of Nagato, he permanently summoned Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and is still in our secret base today. I see, so Black Zetsu won't be able to detect my actions to snatch the tailed beast in a short period of time. Itachi and Oni left with Kazama's Mokuden wood-style clone. Kazama once again came to the unconscious 4-tailed man Jinchuriki column force. Kazama originally wanted to convince Laozi to join his Otogakur village. But what Kazama didn't expect was that this 4-tailed man, Jinchuriki column Lee Laozi, has always been a very stubborn person. As soon as he woke up at this time, he was ready to attack the wind again. No matter how Kazami persuaded, it didn't work. Desperation, Kazama could only cast Kotoamatsukami on him and control it into his own hands. Old Z, I'm doing this for your own good too. The power of the coveted tailed beast is not limited to Akatsuki. If you let you run around, sooner or later, someone will catch the tailed beast. Since this is the case, then you might as well follow. I will return to Otogakur village and live in peace and security. Quote. But just when Kazama and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force returned to Otogakur village, those ninjas from the land of water who were scared away by Kazama actually made a comeback. And this time it was not a team of people, but an army of hundreds of thousands of ninjas. At this time, they had already surrounded the village of Otogakur. Chapter 158 One-shot is 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals. Even though the strength of Otogakur village is not what it used to be, there are not only Orochimaru and the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force Yukimaru, but also Nagato, Konan and other powerful ninjas. But there were indeed too many ninjas sent by the land of water. Moreover, Orochimaru, Nagato, and the others had a hard time exerting their full strength in order to protect the people in the village. Therefore, the army of ninjas in the land of water is getting better and better. And Orochimaru, Nagato and others can only stick to the inside of Otogakur village to protect the people. I'll say it again, our water country daimyo is bound to win these 10 pagodas in your Otogakur village. If you are wise, you should give up your resistance immediately, and combine these 10 pagodas with the little one who injured our water country ninjas earlier. Get the strays out, or I'll send you people of Otogakur to hell with you. That's right. Although you are strong and strong enough to resist our attack, can the people in your village be able to stop it? If you want to protect the lives of your people, you should quickly hand over the wind and the 10 pagodas, otherwise what can you do? Just when these ninjas from the land of water were clamoring wildly, the wind had arrived in an instant. Leader. It's this little bastard. The little leader of the land of water, who was let go by Kazama, sneered as soon as he saw Kazama appear. He kept saying to the leader of the ninja army next to him, "This little scumbag is called Kazama. You don't care about his age, but this kid is very powerful, not only humiliating the ninjas of our country of water before, took our siege weapons, and insulted you as a bastard." Under the cheers of this little leader, the commander of the army of the land of water immediately became angry. "Little miscellaneous hair in the wind, now you not only resisted the orders of the great name of our country of water, but also dared to injure our army of the country of water, and now you are insulting me, the commander. I tell you, today you are the one who knelt down and gave me 100 kowtows. I can't spare you. It's just you who are worthy of saying that you can't spare me." Hearing the threat from the commander of the water country to him, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. Because in the eyes of the wind, these so-called army of the water country are simply ants. "Xiao Mao, you dare to laugh even when you are about to die. Open your dog's eyes and see. We have hundreds of thousands of horses, and then I will cramp and peel you, smash your bones and ashes, and attack me." The voice of the commander of the country of water fell. The surrounding ninja army did not attack as he expected, but all stayed in place. This immediately embarrassed the commander, so he immediately lashed out at everyone. But the moment he turned around, he stayed where he was. Because at this time, a group of Yin soldiers and generals had appeared around these ninja army, and there were a total of 100,000 people. When these ninjas from the land of water saw the appearance of these Yin soldiers and Yin generals, they were immediately frightened. And these hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers and Yin generals are naturally the result of Feng Jianxin's acquisition of Juyu Jin ancestral fire. After a few breaths of effort, these army of ninjas from the land of water, who were still aggressive just now, have been slaughtered by these 100,000 Yin soldiers. Banshou Tenon, universal pull. Then Fengjian raised his hand and grabbed the little boss who had scolded him earlier. "Didn't you just scold me for being very aggressive? Come on, go on." At this time, the little leader was completely frightened, and he apologized to Fengjian and kowtowed for mercy. Chapter 159 The Great Name of the Land of Hanging Water. Grandpa, it was the commander who forced me to scold you just now. I really didn't mean it, Before the little leader could finish speaking, Fengjian burned him into nothingness. "The daimyo of the country of water is really too deceiving, Lord Kazama. As long as you give an order, I will lead someone to assassinate the daimyo of the country of water now." Orochimaru was so angry that he was surrounded by the kingdom of water these 2 times, and he wanted to eat the name of the kingdom of water alive. "If you kill this water country daimyo, there will be another water country daimyo. This will not solve the fundamental problem." "What do you mean?" Hearing Kazama's words, Orochimaru immediately asked suspiciously. "It's very simple. It's better to control him than to kill the name of the country of water." Kazama already had an idea at this time, that is to use Koto Amatsukami to control the daimyo of the land of water. At that time, the wind will be able to control the entire country of water. Just when Kazama was about to leave for the land of water, he suddenly received a message from Obito. It turns out that the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Column Lihun, has recently been in the land of water. This is really God helping me. If this is the case, then I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately ordered Zaibuzan and Bai to follow him and head to the land of water together. Because the 2 of them were ninjas in the country of water before, they also knew the situation in the country of water very well. However, because Zaibuzan and Shiro are missing Nin in the village of Kurigakure, the land of water, they are both wanted. Therefore, Kazama let them both dress up in disguise, so as not to cause some unnecessary trouble. "Lord Kazama, the palace in front is the palace of the land of water, where the daimyo lives." It didn't take long for Kazama and others to come to the periphery of the Palace of Water Kingdom. The famous name of the water country is cruel by nature, so he has made many enemies, so the defense inside and outside the palace is very strict. If we want to sneak in secretly, it may be a little troublesome. "Isn't it just sneaking into a palace? If there is any trouble, come with me." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Jian swaggered towards the gate of the palace. Lord Kazama. Seeing that Feng Jian was going to enter through the main entrance of the palace, Zabuchu was shocked. Isn't it obvious that someone was discovered? What kind of infiltration is this? But no matter how uncut and Shiro didn't dare to disobey Kazama's orders, they could only bite the bullet and follow. Stop. Look at how sneaky you guys are. What are you doing at the Palace of the Kingdom of Water? Mangekyo Sharingan. Just when Zai Bujin and Bai thought that there would be a conflict with the palace guards next. However, he suddenly discovered that the guards who had spoken ill of them just now had become respectful towards Kazama at this moment. This is. Seeing this scene, I was very puzzled if I didn't cut it again. When he saw the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind. Only then did I understand that the guard was the demonic illusion who was hit by the wind. Take us to Daimyo's bedroom. If anyone asks you along the way, you can say that Daimyo invited us here. As ordered. Seeing that he and the others entered the palace so easily, the one who didn't admire Feng Jian was the one who fell to the ground. Master Kazama's Mangekyo Sharingan is so convenient, it's easy to go anywhere. Just when Zaibujin and Bai sighed, the guard had led them to the palace of Daimyo in the Land of Water. Report your name, the person you summoned is here. Damn it, when did I summon people? Could it be that some minister sent me beautiful women again? Let them in. After Kazama and others entered, the famous name of the Land of Water didn't even look at them. Because now there are dozens of women from good families tied up in his bedroom, and the daimyo of the Land of Water is bullying them one by one. Chapter 160 Control the daimyo of the Land of Water with Koto Amatsukami. It's cool. It's really cool. Keep screaming. The louder you scream, the more excited I get, haha. Seeing that the daimyo of the Land of Water actually did such a nasty thing, Kazama couldn't help but feel furious in his heart. If you don't cut it, go and turn this big name into a eunuch. As ordered. If he doesn't cut his hands and start a knife, then the name of the Land of Water, who is insulting the women of a good family, has been completely separated from his younger brother. The sword daimyo of the Land of Water slumped directly on the ground, clutching his broken part while screaming like a slaughtering pig. You bastards, how dare you attack my dignified name of the Land of Water? After seeing the three Kazama attacking him, daimyo of the Land of Water immediately called for the guards. It's a pity that Kazama has already ordered not to set up a barrier outside this palace. The name of the Land of Water broke his throat, and the guards outside could not hear it. Shout, keep screaming, don't you particularly like to hear screams? Seeing that he had shouted for a long time and no guards came in, daimyo of the Land of Water was terrified. Who the hell are you bastards? I'm talking about your name. Your memory is really bad. You don't even know me. Didn't you send someone to snatch my 10 pagodas? 10 pagodas. Hearing Kazama's words, the name of the Land of Water finally understood the identities of Kazama and others. Humph. I thought who was so daring and dared to attack me, it turned out to be your rubbish from Otogakure village. But the name of the Land of Water was not only not afraid, but sneered at Feng Jian and others. I'm telling you these little bastards, don't think that you are very good after sneaking into the palace. If you dare to kill me, your Otogakure village will not be able to keep it. If you are sensible, you will immediately let me go, and take the initiative to hand over the 10 pagodas. Send it, or I'll level your village of Otogakure. You bastard, how dare you speak hard when you are about to die? Saw the daimyo of the Land of Water kept insulting Kazama and Otogakure village. Immediately, he was furious and immediately killed him. At this time, the wind stopped them with a smile. Didn't I say before I came, that instead of killing him, it's better to take him for our use? What, you're the one who wants to subdue me? Dream about you. Hearing the words of the wind, the famous name of the country of water started laughing wildly again. Let me tell you Xiao Za Mao, although I am not the opponent of you ninjas, but I am the dignified name of the Land of Water, the existence above 10,000 people, as long as I notify Kurigakure village, what do you think of your small Otogakure village? Is it an opponent? Control me, eat shit. Koto Amatsukami. Just when the name of the country of water was clamoring wildly, Kazama immediately cast the strongest demonic illusion on him, keeping him under his command forever. Little one has offended a lot before, please forgive me, Lord Kazama. The famous name of the land of water, who had been arrogant and domineering a second ago, immediately knelt down and bowed to the wind at this moment. If this is to let outsiders see a dignified name of the country of water, he actually kowtows to a teenage ninja. Kiba will be shocked immediately. Immediately send those women from good families who have been persecuted by you back to their respective homes, and compensate them with 10,000 taels of gold, and kowtow to their families to admit their mistakes. As ordered. At this time, the famous name of the land of water has become Kazama's puppet, and he obeys Kazama's words. Hokage get burning art at the start, Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161 Hanging Kurigakure Village. Afterwards, Kazama asked the daimyo of the land of water to upgrade his Otogakure village from the previous vassal relationship to a relationship that kept pace with the land of water. Kurigakure in the land of water and the village of Konoha in the land of fire. And every year to give himself a lot of financial resources Otogakure village. Originally, this incident had nothing to do with Kurigakure village. But Kurigakure village is the boss of the ninja village in the land of water. Heard that a little-known Otogakure village has the same status as his own village. And they also receive offerings from the land of water every day. This naturally caused them all kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred, so they immediately asked him to revoke the decision. It's a pity that daimyo of the land of water has been controlled by Kazama, so he ignored the request of Kurigakure village. This also directly caused the anger of Kurigakure village. If they had to fight Otogakure village in a ring battle, whoever lost would automatically withdraw from the land of water. And Kazama, who was searching for the five-tailed Jinchuriki, column power, readily agreed when he heard the news. And to personally go to Kurigakure village to fight with them in the ring. This suddenly made Zaibushin and Bai greatly puzzled. Lord Kazama, although the village of Kurigakure is very powerful, since the death of the fourth generation of Mizukage, their village doesn't even have a Mizukage. In my opinion, it is better that we take advantage of the situation to raise the village of Kurigakure to the ground. Yakazama-sama, with your strength, it's easy to eliminate a Kurigakure village, why do you want to fight them in the ring? Hearing Zaibushin and Bai's persuasion, Kazama immediately smiled and shook his head. First of all, I am not a murderer, and they are just dissatisfied, so I will destroy their entire village, which is too outrageous, and secondly, since we have searched the entire water country, we have not found the five-tailed Jinchuriki. The whereabouts of the column force, it is better to take the opportunity of the ring battle to enter the village of Kurigakure in a grand manner, and see if there is any trace of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Hearing Kazama's words, Zaozen and Shiro felt very reasonable, so they immediately followed Kazama to the village of Kurigakure. And when the people in Kurigakure village learned of Kazama's intention, they immediately sneered at him. Did your Otogakure village chief get kicked by the donkey in his head, and only sent you this little bastard to fight? That's right, I think your Otogakure village is arrogant. You don't even know how much you have. How dare you challenge our Kurigakure village? Snapped. Kurigakure village could finish speaking. Zaibushin, who was on the side, knocked these people to the ground immediately. Bastard, this is the territory of our Kurigakure village, how dare you attack us? I'm just going to do something to you, aren't you convinced? Although Zaibushin used to be a ninja in Kurigakure village, but now that he has surrendered to Kazama, he will not be used to the people of Kurigakure village. Everyone. And Kazami immediately stopped Zaibu at this time, and said to everyone with a smile. First of all, our Otogakure village does not intend to challenge your Kurigakure village. After all, to improve our Otogakure village's status and enshrine our Otogakure village, this is the meaning of the name of the country of water. Besides, although your village of Kurigakure belongs to the country of water, it is also an independent existence, and the daimyo of the Land of Water did not take money to subsidize us from your village of Kurigakure, so why are you so angry? Quote. Bullshit. We have never heard of the name of your Otogakure village, and now you dare to have the same status as our Kurigakure village. It is an insult to our Kurigakure village. That's right, I told you to send ninjas from Otogakure village to fight with us, but who knows, the three of you will come, especially you, a little bastard, who looks like you are only a teenager, and you dare to come to us before you even grow up. Pretend to force, kill you first and then talk about it. Due to the cruel rule before the 4 generations of Mizukage, the ninjas in this blood fog land are all bloodthirsty. Without a word, he attacked Kazama. Chapter 162 One man hangs Kurigakure village. It's a pity that although these people are menacing, in Funyun's eyes, they are simply as weak as ants. Therefore, Kazama didn't bother with them, just let Zaibuxian and Bai deal with those who attacked him. With Zaibuxian and Bai Na's high strength, after a few rounds of effort, they defeated everyone in a row. Stop. At this moment, the elders of Kurigakure village led Terumi Mei and others behind them, and they came here immediately, and stopped everyone from fighting. At this time, Terumi Mei has not yet become the 5th generation Mizukage. The power of Kurigakure village is still in the hands of the elders. Seeing Zaibuxian and Bai in front of Fengjian, Yuanxi suddenly felt that their moves were a little familiar. But because the two of them had dressed up before, and made some changes to their weapons. Therefore, Yuanxi did not recognize Zaibuxian and Bai's identities. The leader of your Otogakure village is really arrogant, and only sent the 3 of you to fight in the arena with our Kurigakure village. Master Yuan didn't know that Kazama was the real leader of Otogakure village, so he didn't take him seriously at all. It's not 3 people, I'm the only one fighting against you this time. What did you say? Hearing Kazama's words, Master Yuan, Terumi Mei and the others were shocked. I said that I was the only one participating in this ring fight, and they just escorted me here and left when they were done. Kazama said, and then rushed towards Zaibuxian and Bai with a wink. Let them take the opportunity to get out of everyone's sight and go to Kurigakure village to look for the traces of the 5-tailed Jinchuiki column force. So if they don't cut it, Bai immediately retreats. Humph. It's ridiculous. Even when you come to our village of Kurigakure, you have to be escorted. What skills do you have to participate in the ring battle? At this moment, everyone laughed in the wind again. Because Kazama has never revealed his strength, everyone thinks Kazama is a waste. Since you came here on behalf of Otogakure village, then we won't let you run in vain. The rules of the arena are very simple, 2 wins in 3 rounds, you are alone against me, the 3 ninjas in Kurigakure village, as long as you can win if you win 2 of them, even if you win, don't think our Kurigakure village bullied you, who asked Otogakure village to send you here alone. Okay, no problem, I just like wheel fights. Humph. Boy, you're not too old, and your tone is not too young. There will be a time for you to cry. Terumi Mei who was beside him. You arrange the ninja to fight this kid, just knock him out of the ring, don't hurt his life, lest people say that we are bullying the small. Don't worry, elder. Terumi Mei also thinks that his Kurigakure village will win the ring battle this time. She didn't know that their village of Kurigakure would feel hopeless next. Chanjiro, come on. What? Can I? Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Chojiro immediately became a little timid. Of course you can, don't forget that you are one of the 7 members of our Kurigakure village with ninja swords. Next, use the double knife flounder in your hand to let this kid from Otogakure village see the strength of our Kurigakure village. Good. Hearing Terumi Mei's encouragement, Chojiro summoned the courage to step into the ring. A future 6th generation Mizukage. Seeing that his first opponent was Chojiro, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded at him. Chapter 163 Hanging and Fighting Ninja Swordsman. In fact, Kazama has no grudge against the village of Kurigakure. He just wanted to use the opportunity of the ring battle to let Zaibuxian and Shiro search for the traces of the 5-tailed Jinchuiki column force. of Kurigakure village regarded Kazama as an injustice enemy. When they saw Kazama-chan Chojuro smiling and nodding, he actually thought that Kazama looked down on Chojuro, so he immediately yelled at Kazama. Xiaozamao, just wait to die, don't look at Chojuro's shyness and lack of confidence, but his strength is very powerful. That's right. Next time you'll be slashed to pieces by Chojuro's double knife flounder. Ha ha. Snapped. Just as everyone was yelling at the wind, they were suddenly knocked to the ground by an invisible attack. This is the invisible power of the 9 secluded winds in the wind. What the hell is going on here? Where did the evil wind come from? At this moment, everyone thought that they were blown down by the strong wind, and they didn't know that it was Funyun's trick to teach them a lesson. At this time, Chojuro, who was in the ring, immediately attacked Kazama. Offended, flounder free. Seeing that Chojuro made such a powerful move as soon as he came up, everyone in Kurigakure village immediately became interested. At this time, the shape of the ninja flounder became bigger and bigger, and then it sent out countless light cannons to attack Kazama. HMPH. Chojuro is great. This way, the battle can be resolved in an instant. That's right, Chojuro is the genius of our Kurigakure village, and it's easy to deal with the little strays of Otogakure village. But just when everyone thought that Fengjan would be defeated, an unexpected scene happened. It turned out that Chojuro's full-strength blow hit Kazama. As if the mud cow entered the sea, it didn't play any role at all. Ding! Absorbed flounder and liberated successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining flounder and flounder blood fog knife method. How is this possible? After seeing this, everyone exclaimed in unison. As the youngest generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kurigakure village, the strength of Chojuro is obvious to all. But now, Chojuro's full-strength blow failed to hurt Kazama even a little bit, and everyone couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. And Terumi Mei, who was below the ring, knew how powerful Chojuro's blow was. Even you can't stop it so easily. But Fengjan was blocked by his body alone. This kid in Otogakure village is not easy. Just when Terumi Mei was surprised by Kazama's strength, something even more shocking happened to her. It turned out that Kazama, who had blocked Chojuro's attack, did not stop there. Instead, he immediately used the teleportation technique, snatched Chojuro's flounder, and chopped it off at the top of Chojuro's head. Blood mist knife bone pulling. Oops. Nagajiro, get out of the way. Terumi Mei in the audience hurriedly shouted at Chojuro. As the strongest in the village of Kurigakure, she is very clear about the power of this blood fog sword. Moreover, this sword technique is also called a taboo technique due to its excessive cruelty. Now an outsider in Kazama has actually mastered the forbidden swordsmanship in his own village of Kurigakure. How this does not shock Terumi Mei. While Terumi Mei shouted, the flounder in Kazama's hand had already been chopped off. With a rumbling sound, the entire arena was blown to the ground by the wind. And Chojuro was shocked and flew out. What, you didn't hit Chojuro at all? It looks amazing, but it's a pity that his eyes are not good, and he can't even fight. Everyone in the audience saw that Chojuro was only blown away by Yue, so they laughed again in the wind. But Terumi Mei saw it clearly just now. It's not that Kazama's eyes are not good and he didn't hit Chojuro. But Kazama avoided Chojuro's body at the last critical moment, otherwise Chojuro would have been torn apart long ago. Chojuro, are you alright? At this time, Nakojiro was so stunned that he didn't even hear Terumi Mei's question. There is no doubt that Kazama won this match. Okay, boy from Otogakure, you're pretty good. At this moment, a female ninja with long brown yui hair and a bandage around her neck came to the opposite side of Kazama. The 7 ninja swordsman, is it Ringo Amayuri, the second user of the Thunder Sword Kiba. He is also very familiar with this person. Chapter 164 Hanging Ninja Sword 7 People Ringo Amayuri. Boy, you will definitely lose this time. At this time, the onlookers laughed at the wind again. Ringo Amayuri is the Raiden Thunder style genius of our Kurigakure village. Yes, especially Ringo Amayuri's Thunder Sword Kiba, but it is born with the power of thunder and lightning. You can beat Chojuro, but you can't beat Ringo Amayuri. Facing everyone's ridicule, Kazama didn't care at all. Because the more people looked down on him, the more he could slap everyone in the face. They're right. At this time, Ringo Amayuri in the ring did not attack immediately. Instead, he generally looked at the two blades in his hand and said coldly to the wind. My two thunder knives, Kiba, have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can create and attract lightning to release more powerful power. If you reveal the secrets and abilities of your weapons to me, aren't you afraid that I will find the flaws? Hearing Kazama's words, Ringo Amayuri immediately started laughing wildly. It stands to reason that I should not reveal the secret of my weapon to you, but in my eyes, you are no different from a dead person, so even if I tell you, it does not matter. Take it, Raiden Thunder Style Rai Kiba. Ringo Amayuri's dual blades immediately sent out a powerful lightning force. Its scope is so wide that it almost covers the entire arena, obviously blocking the retreat route of Fengjian. As expected of the genius of our Kurigakure village Raiden Thunder Style, it really is amazing. Of course, this time the kid in Audiobookseries village has to peel off his skin even if he doesn't die. Just when everyone agreed that Kazama would be defeated by Ringo Amayuri's Raiden Thunder Style. But he found that Kazama raised his hand slightly and sucked Ringo Amayuri's powerful Raiden Thunder Style into his body. Damn it, where the hell is this kid? He can even absorb Ringo Amayuri's Raiden Thunder Style. Is this kid a monster? Don't say that everyone couldn't believe it at this time. Even Ringo Amayuri, the caster, was stunned. It was the first time she had seen someone who could absorb her Raiden Thunder Style. Ding! Absorbed Raiden Thunder Style Thunder Kiba successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Sword Technique Thunder Gate. Ringo Amayuri, your Raiden Thunder Style is too rubbish. Let's try my Raiden Thunder Style Thunder Sword Art. Before Ringo Amayuri could react, Kazama had already used the more powerful Raiden Thunder Style technique. This Thunder Sword technique, Thunder Gate, is my technique. How can you use it? Seeing Kazama's move, Ringo Amayuri stepped back in shock. This kind of technique has long been rotten, so it's not surprising that I can use it. You bastard, I'm angry too. Hearing Kazama saying that his technique had rotted on the street, Ringo Amayuri immediately became angry and immediately counterattacked. Thunder Sword Technique Falls Thunder. Ding! Absorbing the Thunderbolt technique successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Raiden Thunder Style Natural Lightning. The result is still the same. Ringo Amayuri's attack is still absorbed by Kazama. Raiden Thunder Style Natural Lightning. What? Seeing that Kazama is now using his own ninjutsu skills, Ringo Amayuri suddenly became confused. What's going on here? Why is this kid from Audiobookseries village not only able to absorb Ringo Amayuri's attack, but even perform Ringo Amayuri's ninjutsu? At this time, the village elder of Kurigakure, who was watching the battle, was also very puzzled. Chapter 165 Getting Ready to Slap Terumi Mei. This kid in Audiobookseries village is really not easy. No wonder he dares to come to our Kurigakure village to challenge himself. Terumi Mei said in a deep voice, looking at the wind room where Kamui was showing off in the ring. I think this kid should only be able to absorb ordinary ninjutsu. If Ringo Amayuri loses next, you will play immediately and use your Kekkei Genkei Yoden, Lava Style, and Foot and Vapor Style, to defeat the incoming people. Never let us shame on the village of Kurigakure. Quote. This. Terumi Mei looked a little embarrassed after hearing the words of the elder of the village of Kurigakure. But elder, didn't you say that you won 2 games in 3 games before? If Kazama wins this time, it will be 2 games in a row. Pedant. This is the territory of our Kurigakure village, and our Kurigakure village has the final say. If I let him play a few games, he has to play a few games. Do you really want our Kurigakure village to be squeezed out by Otogakure village? Raiden, Thunder Style, Razor. Just as the village elders of Kurigakure and Terumi Mei were discussing countermeasures, Ringo Amayuri in the ring has unleashed her ultimate nirvana, Raiden, Thunder Style. I can't believe that Ringo Amayuri was forced to this point. Terumi Mei is well aware of the power of Raiden, Thunder Style, and suddenly felt a little worried about Kazama in the ring. Okay, since Ringo Amayuri has used his trump card, then this kid in Otogakure village will definitely lose, haha. But the elders of Kurigakure village didn't care about Kazama's life or death. In his eyes, only the interests of his village are the most important. At this time, Ringo Amayuri in the ring had merged with the thunder knife in her hand, and turned into countless giant pythons transformed into thunder and lightning. Then it rushed towards the wind room at a very fast speed. A few face-to-face efforts have caused hundreds of attacks on Kazama. It's hard for anyone who is hit by this trick to die. Everyone in Kurigakure village burst into laughter when they saw Kazama being submerged by Ringo Amayuri's Raiden, Thunder Style. Of course, I heard that Ringo Amayuri can turn into hundreds of thin swords of thunder after killing the enemy with this technique, and stab the enemy from different angles again, just to avoid the enemy's chance to escape. You're so lively, if I didn't die, would it embarrass you all? Just when everyone in the village of Kurigakure was bragging about how awesome and powerful Ringo Amayuri was, suddenly, I heard a voice from among the thousands of Raiden, Thunder Style, above the ring. I rely on. My God, how is this possible? With the exclamations of everyone, the figure of the wind immediately reappeared. At this time, the wind room not only absorbed the Raiden, Thunder Style, of Ringo Amayuri. He even used the 9 dragons thunder fire, allowing 9 dragons of thunder and fire to surround his body. Today's wind room is like a god descending from the earth, standing in the center of the ring. Monster. Seeing that Kazama is not only still alive, but even shows a stronger strength than Ringo Amayuri, some of the timid people in the crowd fainted from fright on the spot. Because Kazama's performance today has far exceeded their tolerance. Impossible. It's impossible. At this time, Ringo Amayuri, who was in the ring, slumped on the ground with a plop. There is no arrogance at all when he first entered the ring. Is there a killer? If there is, let's use it together, I can still hold on. Hearing Funyun's joking words, if it followed Ringo Amayuri's previous temper, I'm afraid he would have been following Fengjan for a long time. But today's Ringo Amayuri has been completely convinced by Kazami's fearful strength. At this moment, she has completely lost her temper in front of the wind. I admit defeat. What? Ringo Amayuri, who has always been stubborn, actually conceded defeat. Kurigakure village, including Yuenchi and Terumi Mei, was shocked. You know they know Ringo Amayuri very well. Ringo Amayuri wouldn't say admit defeat if he didn't really run into a tough opponent. Damn, this kid from Otogakure village is really a monster. Even Ringo Amayuri is afraid of him. It's up to you, Terumi Mei. This time, we must not lose face in our Kurigakure village. Terumi Mei felt that it was unfair to Kazama after hearing the words of the elder Yuenchi. But for the benefit of her own village, she must defeat Kazama. Chapter 166 Hanging Terumi Mei. Kurigakure village is really shameless. We agreed to win 2 of 3 games. Now I have won twice in a row, and I have to find someone to fight with me. Seeing Terumi Mei stepping into the ring, Kazama immediately sighed helplessly. However, he did not refuse the next battle. Because Kazama is now using the ring battle to delay time, so that Zaibushin and Shiro can thoroughly search the whereabouts of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force in Omegakure village. Therefore, not to mention playing 3 games, even if he played 300 games, Kazama is willing to accompany him. Although you have already won 2 games, but for the dignity of our village of Kurigakure, we must not be squeezed out of the land of water by your village of Otogakure, so this time I will play against you. With the appearance of Terumi Mei, everyone below the ring was all excited. All of them cast indescribable glances at Terumi Mei. After all, Terumi Mei is the first beauty of Kurigakure village. No problem, I just want to meet your Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style too. But Kazama is more interested in Terumi Mei's Keke Genkai. Terumi Mei couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that the other party actually knew her trump card. Because she has never dealt with Audiobookseries village and Kazama. But the other party actually knew so clearly about his own details. Although you can absorb ninjutsu, you definitely can't absorb my Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, because this is the power of Keke Genkai. Yoden, lava style, dissolving monsters. Fuden, vapor style, art of mist. As Terumi Mei said, she used 2 Keke Genkai techniques in a row to attack Kazama. Good job. Kurigakure, who was under the ring, was overjoyed at this moment. Because of Terumi Mei's strength, he is very confident. Moreover, Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, both have extremely powerful corrosion ability. Elder Kurigakure is confident that Kazama will never be able to resist. At this time, with Terumi Mei's Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style display. The ring, which had been turned into ruins, was melted in an instant, causing everyone in the Kurigakure village to retreat. Because even they have only heard of Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, but have never seen them. Now that I can finally see it with my own eyes, I am naturally shocked by the power of these 2 techniques. If you can't beat this kid from Audiobookseries village this time, then it's no good. The people of Kurigakure village no longer dared to brag. They only hope that Terumi Mei's Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, can successfully defeat Kazama. So that their Kurigakure village can pull back a game and regain some face. At this time, Kazama in the ring immediately laughed secretly. It stands to reason that you should give some face to your Kurigakure village, but I also like Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, very much, so I accept it bluntly. With Kazama's one-handed exploration, the powerful Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, were still easily absorbed into the body by Kazama. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Yoden, lava style, monster dissolving technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yoden, lava style, super monster dissolving technique. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Fuden, vapor style, mist technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fuden, vapor style, mist technique. My God! Earth! Mom! With the success of Yoden, lava style, and Fuden, vapor style, absorbed by Kazama, the exclamations of people in Kurigakure village can be described as one after another. Alas! Is our Kurigakure village really exhausted, and we are about to be kicked out of the water country? The elder of Kurigakure was no longer surprised at this time, but instead showed an indescribable loneliness. And Terumi Mei in the ring finally realized the helplessness of Ringo Amayuri at this moment. Fuden, vapor style, is unparalleled. At this moment, a more powerful Fuden, vapor style, rushed towards Kazama and Terumi Mei in the ring. Five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Although the person who performed the spell has not yet appeared, Kazama knew that this Fuden, vapor style, uncanny power is the best technique of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column, so he was surprised and delighted. Chapter 167 Hanging Five-Tailed Man Jinchuriki column force. Because the main purpose of his coming to Kurigakure village is to find the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Now that the Jinchuriki column power of the five-tailed man has appeared, Kazama will naturally be able to absorb the five tails and gain the power of the six tails. Terumi Mei was also shocked by the sudden attack of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. But she was more frightened, because the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force attacked too fast. Terumi Mei didn't even have time to dodge at the moment. Susanoo. At this critical moment, Kazama immediately blocked the attack of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force with Susanoo, and directly saved Terumi Mei's life. Thank you. Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief when she saw Kazama's shot. And when she saw Susanoo in Kazama at this time, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, she was surprised again. Only then did she know that she had not used all her strength in the previous arena battles. Otherwise, you may not even have the chance to make a move. Okay, Terumi-Mei, you even found a helper to deal with me. Seeing that Susanoo in the Kazama blocked his attack, the five-tailed Jinchuriki column laughed instead of being angry. Little brother, this matter has nothing to do with you, you hurry up and leave. Terumi-Mei ignored the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, and immediately said into the wind. It turns out that the five-tailed Jinchuriki column wanted to seize the power of Kurigakure village after seeing the death of the fourth generation of Mizukage in Kurigakure village. However, they were repelled by Terumi-Mei and the Kurigakure village. Now he's making a comeback again, originally trying to kill Terumi-Mei. As long as Terumi-Mei is dead, there will be no one to match him in the village of Kurigakure. But who knew that Kazama saved Terumi-Mei's life? Little bastard, just because you want to stop my Futon vapor style. Hearing the words of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column, Kazama realized that the armor of Susanoo's appearance had been burned by Futon vapor style. My Futon vapor style has a powerful corrosive ability, just wait for you to die, haha. Merely Futon vapor style wants to kill me too, dreaming. Kazama said that. He summoned the volcanic stone flame with absolute defense power and covered it on Susanoo's surface. Boy, Futon vapor style is specialized in defeating Kaden fire style, but you still use Kaden fire style to attack. I said, did you let the donkey kick your brain? Just when the five-tailed Jinchuriki column kept laughing at Kazama. However, he found that with the appearance of volcanic stone flames, his original offensive Futon vapor style was instantly burned into nothingness. How is this possible? Seeing that his Futon vapor style was actually restrained by Kaden fire style of Kazama really surprised the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. At this time, the five-tailed man Jinchuriki column force saw that Kazama was not easy to deal with, so he immediately began to transform into a tailed beast. Oops. The five-tailed Jinchuriki column is going to run wild. This little brother has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly, and don't go into this muddy water. You two don't play double reads for me. Before Terumi-Mei could finish speaking, the five-tailed Jinchuriki column forced through the dying Zabujan and Shiro in front of Kazama. It's okay. It's okay to find someone to search for me. Seeing that his two subordinates were actually bloodied by the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, Kazama immediately became furious. It didn't matter just now, but it matters now. Shut your mother, the steam is coming in. With the whistling like a train, the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force instantly knocked Susanoo out of Kazama. As soon as Terumi-Mei found out that he had been knocked out of Kurigakure village between Hefeng, he had a bad secret. Oops. The five-tailed Jinchuriki column force is deliberately keeping us away from Kurigakure village, so that he can avoid the siege of our Kurigakure village. He did it on purpose, and so did I. What? Terumi-Mei was puzzled when she heard Kazami's words beside her. Just as he was about to ask, he found that the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind had turned into Rinnegan again. Chapter 168 Hanging and Beating King Mew with Five Tails. Is this the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Fairy? Seeing that Kazama actually owns Rinnegan, Terumi-Mei suddenly felt how stupid it was to defeat Kazama before. If I don't leave the village of Kurigakure, how can I go on a killing spree? Kazama said while flying into the sky with the force of repulsion. Xiaozao Mao, it's me who wants to kill a lot. In front of my five-tailed Jinchuriki column power, you humans only have to wait to die. Next, I will show you what the power of tailed beasts is. I rely on Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Five-tailed Jinchuriki column force could finish his clamor, the wind blasted him hundreds of meters away. Even the large number of trees around it collapsed layer by layer, and its power was no less than the full blow of the tailed beast. It was only at this time that Terumi-Mei knew why Kazama was deliberately rammed away from Kurigakure village by the force of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column. Because if Kazama used the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign in Kurigakure village, his village would be razed to the ground. Bansho Tenon Universal Pull. The five-tailed Jinchuriki column force was knocked off by Shinra Tensei Almighty Push of Kazama. He still didn't know what happened. Was sucked by Bansho Tenon Universal Pull of Kazama again. Boy, you are courting death yourself. Didn't have the chance to attack Kazama's five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, and he was overjoyed when he saw Kazama actually sucking him in. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. But at this moment he was not close to the wind room, and he was blasted out again. This suction combined with a repulsive force is about to break the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have been beaten to pieces long ago. Bansho Tenon Universal Pull. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. And Kazama has no intention of stopping at this moment, and has been using Bansho Tenon Universal Pull and Shinra Tensei Almighty Push signs all the time. A few face-to-face efforts, the five-tailed Jinchuriki column was beaten with all kinds of meat and 8 elements. Is this the power of Rinnegan? Seeing that Kazama was able to defeat the five-tailed Jinchuriki column with such ease, Terumi-mei immediately fell into the ground in admiration. Bastard! How dare you use me as a ball? The five-tailed Jinchuriki column force was so embarrassed by Kazama's beating. With its roar, it immediately changed into the body of King Mew of the Five Tails. Suffer it to death, kid, horns are folded. Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Even in the face of Wu-Wei King Emu's body attack, Kazami still knocked him to the ground. Even the five-tailed body is no match for Kazama. At this moment, Terumi-mei doesn't know what language to use to describe Kazama's awesomeness. I'm not afraid of anything but Tailed Beast Bomb. Kazama said to him deliberately in order to make King Wu-Wei perform Tailed Beast Bomb on him. And the five-tailed King Emu's brain is indeed not very bright. I heard that the wind was afraid of Tailed Beast Bomb. I used Tailed Beast Bomb to kill the wind. Good come. Seeing that King Mew of Wu-Wei really cast Tailed Beast Bomb, Kazama was overjoyed. Ding! Successfully absorbed the five-tailed Tailed Beast Bomb. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of six-tailed and turning into a six-tailed rhinoceros. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 18th eccentric fire and 8 wastes to destroy the flames. This strange fire can be transformed into wings of flames as large as 100 feet, helping the host to soar above the 9 heavens. Can even absorb Tailed Beast Bomb. Terumi-mei below had a clear view of the battle between Kazama and King Wu-Wei Mew. At this time, Terumi-mei suddenly had a feeling that, compared with the Five Tails, perhaps Kazama is the real monster. Chapter 169 Gain the Power of the Six-Tailed Rhinoceros. I'm mad at me too. At this time, the five-tailed King Mew couldn't help the wind when he saw his Tailed Beast Bomb. He whimpered in anger, as if going crazy. The next step is not to be angry with you, but to scare you. Come out, six-tailed rhinoceros. What? Seeing the change in the wind, he turned into a six-tailed rhinoceros. The five-tailed King Mew was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and then collapsed directly to the ground. After all, the six tails were born to suppress the five tails. Koto Amatsukami. Seeing that King Mew of Wu-Wei had lost his fighting spirit, Kazama immediately cast the strongest demonic illusion on him. Make him a five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, and completely control him. You have conquered so many people. Jinchuriki column power, you are the most arrogant one. At this time, Kazama immediately fell from the air in front of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. From now on you will go to my Otogakure village as a guard. As ordered. For the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force who got hit with Koto Amatsukami, Kazama's orders are everything. Even if Kazama asked him to commit suicide now, he would do it without hesitation. That's the scary thing about the strongest demonic illusion Koto Amatsukami. As long as you are hit by this technique, you will become the puppet of the caster for the rest of your life. At this time, Terumi-mei, who was not far away, did not know that the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force had been controlled by Kazama. She also thought that Kazama had tried all her strengths and failed to kill the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. So he immediately prepared to help Kazama and attack the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force again. But it was stopped by the wind at random. Thank you for your kindness, but now the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force has been controlled by me. Without my order, he will not attack your Kurigakure village, so you don't have to worry. What? Are you under your control? Hearing Kazama's words, Terumi-mei was startled again. She never expected that the arrogant and domineering five-tailed man Jinchuriki column force would be controlled by the wind. When she remembered the pair of Rinagans that Kazama owned, it was not surprising. After all, this Rinnegan is the eyes of the Six Paths Fairy. There is nothing that these eyes can't do. I've been offended before, so please bear with me. After knowing Kazama's true strength, Terumi-mei's attitude immediately became respectful. Don't worry, I'm not someone who cares about everything. Besides, I just had a ring battle with your Kurigakure village just so that my subordinates can successfully find the whereabouts of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force. So it is. Hearing Kazama's words, Terumi-mei finally understood why Kazama's subordinates suddenly disappeared, and then they were beaten to death by the force of the five-tailed Jinchuriki column. Although I don't know what kind of grievance you have with the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, you actually helped our Kurigakure village. I don't know how we should repay you. There's no need to repay, but if you really feel bad about it, I hope you can promise me one thing. Kazama immediately thought of Zabuzan and Shiro, who are still missing Nin in Kurigakure village. Until now, he is still wanted and hunted down by the village of Kurigakure. So Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to get Terumi-mei to release the wanted for Zabuza and Shiro. No matter what your request, as long as I can do it, I will promise you. Release the wanted for Zaibuzan and Shiro. No more cuts. White. Terumi-mei was a little puzzled when she heard Kazama's words. We haven't heard from the two of them in our village of Kurigakure for many years, how could you suddenly mention them both? To tell the truth, my two subordinates are Zaibujian and Bai. What? Seeing that the two people who had been wanted for many years in his Kurigakure village, now under his nose, Terumi-mei was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 170 Hardly bowed by Terumi-mei Overlord. Now that Kazama has proposed it, he wants to let his Kurigakure village release the wanted for these two. Terumi-mei can only agree with reason. After all, Kazama just helped his Kurigakure village and solved the threat of the Jinchuriki column force of the Five Tails. And with Kazama's strength, even if his Kurigakure village doesn't lift the wanted for Zabuzan and Shiro, he can't help Zabuzan and Shiro. No problem. Terumi-mei nodded immediately. Zaibuzan and Bai were originally wanted missing Nin during the fourth generation of Mizukage. Because of the cruelty of the fourth generation of Mizukage, many good people were framed as bad people. Now that the fourth generation of Mizukage is dead, Zaibuzan and Bai are wanted. Should also be lifted. Thank you. At this time, Kazama and Terumi-mei were talking as they returned to the village of Kurigakure. By the way, now little brother, you are the benefactor of our Kurigakure village, but I still don't know your name, little brother. I can't call you any honorable name, just call me Fengjan. Kazama, you are Sanada Kazama. Terumi-mei was taken aback when she heard Kazama's name. Why, have you heard of my name? Seeing Terumi-mei's surprise, Kazama was very curious. Although Kazama knew that he was powerful, it was the first time he had come to the land of water. And the water country is a completely isolated existence from other countries. So Kazama thought that Terumi-mei could not know her name. Of course I know, the fact that you rescued Konoha with your own power has long spread throughout the 5 countries, and when you were in Kumogakure village in the Land of Thunder, you subdued Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force Killer Bee, our 5-country ninja village, but no one knows, no one does not know Akatsuki. Really? Knowing that his name had spread throughout the 5 major countries, Kazama was naturally a little disappointed. Because he still wants to continue to act as a pig and eat a tiger, but in this way, he will not be able to keep a low profile in the future. Brother Kazama, you also know that the 4th generation of Mizukage in our Kurigakure village has just passed away, and now the village is very restless inside and outside the village. If we are really expelled from the land of water, then we will no longer have a place to live. So see if you can. Terumi-Mei said, and cast a pitiful look at Kazama, and then deliberately moved closer to Kazama. Although Kazama is not a hungry ghost, but a peerless beauty like Terumi-Mei in the face, it must be a lie to say that she is not interested. But Kazama has more important things now, and that is to return to Kurigakure village as soon as possible, and save Zai and Shiro. Besides, he never intended to force the village of Kurigakure to leave the land of water. So Kazama hurriedly pushed Terumi-Mei's arms away. In the beginning, it was your Kurigakure village. You had to fight in the ring with our Otogakure village. I never asked you to leave the land of water. Since you said that you have no place to live, then continue to stay here. Really, thank you so much. By the way, can you be the master of your Otogakure village? Terumi-Mei only knew that Kazama was powerful, but she didn't know that Kazama was the leader of Otogakure village. What do you say? The wind immediately replied in annoyance. Oh, I understand, so you are the real leader of Otogakure village, but you pretended to be an ordinary ninja before. I said, little brother Kazama, you can turn around everyone in our Kurigakure village. Terumi-Mei said, while throwing a wink in the wind. It's said that women are like wolves and tigers in their 30s, and that's true. Kazama thought of this and hurriedly quickened his pace. Because the place he passed by was a field of corn, and if one was accidentally caught by Terumi-Mei, Terumi-Mei had a chance. That own small body can't bear it. Chapter 171 Slap Kurigakure Village Elder. Elder, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force has been defeated by us, and he will not dare to harass our Kurigakure village in the future. After returning to the village, Terumi-Mei immediately explained the situation to the elders. At Kazama's request, she didn't say anything about the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force being controlled. Because Kazama wants Akatsuki to bring back the fake 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force next. Naturally, he couldn't spread the news that he controlled the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column power. By the way, what about my 2 men? At this time, Feng Shi looked around and couldn't find Zaibujan and Bai, who were seriously injured. Oh, I've sent someone to bury them. What? You buried them? Hearing Master Yuan's words, Feng Jian was speechless. What's the matter? The 2 of them have already been killed by the force of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column, why don't they bury them? Seeing the fuss in the wind, the village elder of Kurigakure said immediately, angrily. Elder, he is. Feeling that Master Yuan had a bad attitude towards Kazama, Terumi-Mei immediately wanted to explain Kazama's true identity. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yuan Shi's words. Little brother, people cannot be resurrected from the dead. Although they are your subordinates, you must recognize the facts. Master Yuan didn't know the true strength of Kazejian, and naturally he didn't know that Kazejian had a strange fire that could bring the dead back to life. Elder, I appreciate your kindness, but my 2 subordinates still have room for rescue, so please take me to the place of burial quickly. What? Both of them were beaten to the point where their flesh and blood were blurred, and even their limbs were incomplete. How could they be rescued? Hearing Feng Yan's request, Master Yuan felt that Fengjian was really crazy. Elder, maybe he really has a solution, let's take him there quickly. Although Terumi-Mei doesn't know what method Kazama will use to save Zabuza and Shiro. But she felt that as long as Fengjian said it, he would definitely be able to do it. It seems that you don't cry when you don't see the coffin, that's fine. The elder Yuanshi said and led Fengjian to the place where Zaibujan and Bai were buried. And sent someone to exhume the bodies of the 2 of them. At this time, Zaibujan and Bai's corpse was already mutilated and completely devoid of any vitality. Little brother, you have seen the situation of these 2 people, even Da Luo Jingxian can't be saved. 3,000 flames. Just when Yuanxi persuaded Feng Jian to give up. Suddenly, I saw Fengjian inject a strange colored flame into the bodies of Zaibuxian and Bai. What? Are you going to cremate them again? Master Yuan didn't know that these 3,000 flames could regenerate a person's broken body, so he immediately laughed in the wind. What? Just when Yuanxi secretly laughed at Fengyan's stupidity. Suddenly, I saw Zaibuxian and Bai's crippled body, which actually grew again. And even the wounds on his body healed in an instant. This bizarre sight immediately surprised the elders and everyone in the Kurigakure village who were present. Little brother, this flame of yours is indeed quite magical, but the two of them have only become complete corpses, but they still have no vitality. In order to save some face, the elder Yuanxi said contemptuously to Fengjian again. The art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life. Before the Master Yuan finished speaking, a huge head of King Yama appeared here. With its big mouth, two souls flew out of it immediately and entered Zaibuxian and Bai's body. Just when everyone was surprised, Zaibuxian and Bai had successfully woken up and regained their consciousness. You can really come back to life. Seeing the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, performed by Kazama, Yuanxi was dumbfounded. And when he saw the Rinnegan opened by the wind the next moment, even more shocked, he stepped back and sat directly on the ground. This is Rinnegan. At this moment, even the well-informed Kurigakure village elder, Yuanxi. They were all overwhelmed by Kazami's current ability. Chapter 172 Hope of the Whole Village. Elder, he is the Sanada Kazama who rescued Konoha by himself and tamed Yao in Kurigakure village. What? Little brother, you are actually the famous Sanada Kazama. It's really disrespectful. Hearing Terumi Mei's introduction, Master Yuan hurriedly stood up and saluted Kazama constantly. Don't look at Master Yuan's age, but now in front of Fengjian, he seems to be a junior. This is a symbol of strength. They won the prize, those are old things, not worth mentioning. Hearing that Kazama actually turned the glorious deeds into a past that is not worth mentioning. Master Yuan and the people of Kurigakure village suddenly felt that the wind would indeed be pretending to be forceful. However, he also sighed that the wind is indeed the capital of pretense. Elder, these two subordinates of the little brother Kazama are now missing Nin and Shiro from our Kurigakure village. The little brother Kazama hopes that our Kurigakure village can release their wanted. What do you think? Although Terumi Mei's true strength is the first in Kurigakure village. But in the final analysis, Yuanxi is the one who controls the whole of Kurigakure village. Therefore, this wanted order cannot be lifted, and it is still necessary for Yuanxi to finally nod. Of course it will be lifted. As soon as Terumi Mei finished speaking, Master Yuan immediately agreed. Zaibuxian and the White Envoy are missing Nin during the reign of the fourth generation of Mizukage. They were also under the cruel rule of the fourth generation of Mizukage, so they resisted, so it should have been released long ago. Brother Kazama, don't worry, we the village of Kurigakure will never send someone to deal with Fuzuo and Bai in the future. Hearing Master Yuan's words, Feng Jian immediately smiled and nodded. And Zaibuxian and Bai saw that they had been fleeing for many years, and now they can finally regain their freedom. My heart is also extremely happy, and I am even more grateful to Kazama. There is another piece of good news. Terumi Mei said at the moment, who was once again happy with Master Changyuan. Brother Kazama also said that although we lost the ring battle in Kurigakure village this time, we can still stay in the land of water. Really? That's great. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Master Yuan cried with joy. After all, they have lived in the land of water for many years. If he really let them leave, he would be reluctant to let them go. Brother Kazama, I really thank you so much. You not only helped us defeat the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, but now we have a place to live in our Kurigakure village. Your great kindness and great virtue, we Kurigakure the village will never forget. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? As long as you speak, I will be satisfied. Quote. Hearing that Yuanshi and Terumi Mei had the same lines before, Kazama immediately laughed. Okay, if you really want to help me, then let Terumi Mei be the 5th generation Mizukage of your Kurigakure village. What? Hearing Kazama's words, both Yuanshi and Terumi Mei were taken aback. Okay, no problem. Terumi Mei could react. Yuanshi immediately nodded and agreed. Elder, Seeing that Master Yuan was so refreshing, he let himself take over the position of the 5th generation Mizukage. Terumi Mei felt uneasy and excited at the same time. After all, the position of Mizukage was her dream. But she didn't expect that Master Yuan actually agreed to Kazama's request and made herself a 5th generation Mizukage. In fact, Yuanshi has long been willing to let Terumi Mei serve as the 5th generation Mizukage. Since Fengjian just opened his mouth, of course he has to be a good friend. Master Yuan is an old fox, and everything he does now is to have a good relationship with the wind. He knew that as long as he could win over the Wind Room, they would be able to flourish in the future of Kurigakure village. Moreover, Master Yuan thought that since Kazama proposed to let Terumi Mei be the 5th generation Mizukage, then Kazama is probably interested in Terumi Mei. So Master Yuan immediately came to strike while the iron was hot, and strongly invited Kazama to stay in Kurigakure village for a few more days. He even secretly told Kazama Terumi Mei's residence, and gave Kazama a small blue pill. Chapter 173 Start Catching Six Tails. Hurriedly found an excuse to leave the village of Kurigakure. After all, Kazama has more important things to do now, and that is to find the remaining 6 and 7 tails. Kazama then immediately returned to Otogakure village using the Hiraishin technique. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force of his Koto Amatsukami demonic illusion in Otogakure village. At this time, the Otogakure village of Kazama already has the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column power, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column power, and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column power. A village has the power of 3 people, Jinchuriki column, which is a strength that none of the 5 major ninja villages have. Coupled with Orochimaru, Nagato and others, the overall strength of Otogakure village surpassed that of the 5 major countries by dozens of times. Just when Kazama was about to summon Obito to see if Akatsuki had news of the 6 tails, a space fluctuation immediately appeared in front of Kazama. See Kazama-sama. Seeing Obito's initiative to appear, Kazama knew that he must have brought news of the 6 tails. Now the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force feather is high, in the village of the Earth Spider clan, and Black Zetsu has also sent Sasuke to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Sasuke, has he become so strong now? He can actually take on the task of capturing the 6 tails. Hearing Obito's information, Kazama couldn't help being surprised. Yes, because Black Zetsu taught him a lot of forbidden technique and let him take forbidden drugs that can quickly improve his strength. Sasuke's current Teishu, demonic illusion, and escape have all reached the top level. Black Zetsu is really capable. Hearing Obito's narration, Kazama immediately laughed. Because Kazama wants Black Zetsu to help him train Sasuke. When the time comes, Kazama will be able to use Koto Amatsukami to control Sasuke for his own use. Therefore, the more powerful Sasuke becomes, the happier Kazama will naturally be. At this time, as Obito left, Orochimaru also came here immediately. Kazuma-sama, there's the latest news from Konoha. Kazama was worried that Black Zetsu would attack Konoha again, so when he went to the Land of Water, he asked Orochimaru to pay attention to Konoha's movements. The Soil Spider clan in the alliance with Konoha has been invaded by foreign enemies. I heard that it is to snatch the forbidden technique that the Soil Spider clan guards from generation to generation, and this forbidden technique is now on the body of the dead leader of the Soil Spider clan, the granddaughter Ying of the Servant, so Tsunade they dispatched the 7th squad to go to the Soil Spider clan to support. It's the Earth Spider clan again. Hearing Orochimaru's report, Kazama said inwardly. Now the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force is also in the Earth Spider clan, and Konoha has sent people to guard the Earth Spider clan's forbidden technique. If Naruto and the others run into the blackened Sasuke, they may not be able to stop it. In this case, then I must go to the Soil Spider clan as soon as possible to support. Quote. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately set off and rushed towards the Earth Spider clan. And when Naruto, Sakura and others came to the Soil Spider clan, carrying the forbidden technique, has long since disappeared, and only Firefly's master, Dunbei, was injured and collapsed to the ground. No matter how Sakura healed, it still failed to revive her. Damn it. Now only this uncle knows Yingying's whereabouts, but he was poisoned by the enemy. If we can't save him, how should we rescue Yingying? Naruto said immediately angrily. It's all my fault for my poor medical skills. If Kazama-kun is here, Uncle Dunbei will definitely be saved. But Kazama hasn't appeared in Konoha for a long time, and even Tsunade-sama doesn't know about Kazama. I'm here. Just when Naruto and Sakura were at a loss, a figure immediately appeared in front of them. Chapter 174 Ready to hang the evil foursome. Kazama-kun. Fanjan, you guys really like to get stuck. Sakura and Naruto were very happy when they saw Kazama's appearance. Of course, if you don't get stuck, how will you realize my importance? Kazama said, and injected the power of yang fire from the yin and yang flames into the dying Dunbei body. Is this the revitalizing flame? At this time, Yamato and Sai, who were on the side, also came over. Let me introduce you to Kazama. This is the new member of our 7th class, Captain Yamato, and Sakai. Yamato with Kekkei Genkei Mokuden, wood style, and Sakai who can use Super Beast pseudo art. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Kazama said in his heart, and smiled and nodded at them. You're Sanada Kazama who saved Konoha twice. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yamato was quite enthusiastic, but Sakai could only stand awkwardly because he was not good at dealing with people. Kazama, it's all your fault for leaving Konoha so often. Tsunade-sama has sent 2 more members to my 7th class. What? Don't you want to go on a mission with me? Hearing Naruto's complaints, Yamato immediately came quietly behind Naruto. No, I made a slip of the tongue, it was a slip of the tongue. Seeing Yamato turning gloomy, Naruto waved his hands in fright. And just when everyone was joking, Dunbei had successfully woken up. Fanjan, you really are amazing. Yamato was quite surprised to see that the flames injected into the wind were so magical. And Naruto and Sakura are used to it. After all, they had already seen all kinds of sky-defying abilities in the wind. Uncle, we are Konoha's ninjas, do you know the whereabouts of Hotaru now? Hearing Naruto and Sakura's question, Dunbei immediately pointed them in the direction. Hung has been brought to a Matsuri altar in our village by the enemy. You must rescue her as soon as possible, otherwise if she is pulled out of the forbidden technique by the enemy, not only will our village be razed to the ground, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will suffer because of this. Ah. Okay, let's go right away. Did you go? Just when the wind was waiting for the others to leave, 4 strangely dressed ninjas came here immediately and surrounded them. Be careful, they are the subordinates of Beilong, the planner of this operation. The evil 4 are best at formation attacks. Old guy, your life is really big, you still haven't died after being hit by our joint ninjutsu. Just as Dunbei was talking, the 4 of them immediately sneered at him. You bastards, hurry up and let Yingying go, or I will never spare you. Naruto immediately cast Shadow Clone, ready to attack the evil quartet. But at this time, the evil quartet took the lead in casting a formation, trapping Kazama and others inside. Haha, I'm telling you boy, our formation can absorb chakra, and it won't take long for you to be collapsed to the ground by our exhaustion, and then we will slowly torture you. Oops. Naruto's shadow clone disappeared immediately after the evil 4-person formation. And Yamato and Sai's ninjutsu could not be successfully performed. Humph. Konoha's ninjas are just like that, they're so famous, it's better to meet them. Seeing the helplessness of Yamato and others, the evil 4 laughed wildly again. At this moment, Kazama in the formation immediately hand seal with both hands and began to gather chakra. Boy, I said that you have a sick mind. I said that our formation can absorb chakra. You are still gathering chakra. Do you want to be killed by me earlier? Seeing Kazama's actions, the evil quartet laughed and leaned forward and back together. Chapter 175 Crazy Hanging Evil Foursome. Because I want to see how much chakra your formation can absorb. What? Hearing what the wind said, and seeing that their formation had begun to crumble, the four of them were immediately shocked. Can you also smoke unlimited chakra? Give me a blast. With a loud shout in the wind. The evil quartet, who were still complacent just now, was instantly thrown upside down by the infinite chakra that erupted from Kazama's body. Little Misty, it seems that we really underestimate you. The evil quartet that was blown away by the shock did not stop there. With their hand seal again, the people of the soil spider family instantly appeared around. And all moved towards Kazama and others to kill. Haha, if you want to rescue Yingying, you can only kill these people, otherwise you will be trapped here forever. The evil four knew that Kazama would not harm people's lives. That's why he deliberately manipulated everyone to hinder Kazama and them, trying to delay time. Mokuden, wood style. The art of the wall. Yamato immediately cast Mokuden, wood style, after meeting, preparing to trap everyone inside. But who knew that Yamato's Mokuden, wood style, was chopped into pieces by the evil and evil foursome as soon as he cast it. I want to stop everyone's attacks, I want to be beautiful. Mokuden, wood style. The art of the wall. At this moment, Kazama also immediately cast the Mokuden, wood style technique. Small bastard, see what you can do. Your companion's Mokuden, wood style, has been chopped into pieces by us, and you still use the exact same technique. Will your Mokuden, wood style, be any different? The evil quartet said and attacked Mokuden, wood style, of Kazama again. Unfortunately, this time they didn't succeed. And not only did he fail, even the weapon in his hand was shaken into several pieces because he attacked Kazama's Mokuden, wood style. How is this possible? Seeing that Mokuden, wood style, in Kazama is so hard, let alone the evil quartet, even Yamato was deeply shocked. Because Kazama's technique is obviously the same as his own. Its power and hardness are hundreds of times stronger than their own Mokuden, wood style. At this time, Yamato finally understood why Kazama was called Konoha's demon-like genius. Because the various abilities of the wind have reached an admirable level. Damn, go away. Seeing that Kazama's strength is so strong, the evil foursome realized that they were not opponents at all, so they immediately ran away. It's a pity that no one can escape in front of the wind. Mokuden, wood style. Buried by roots. Quote. At this time, another thick branch appeared on the wall of Mokuden, wood style, entwining the evil four to each other, and then detonated in an instant. The evil four who were arrogant just now turned to ashes in an instant. Kazama immediately rushed over to the Matsuri altar. Although his action this time is to find the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force. But he will not let the enemy kill Firefly, who is carrying the forbidden technique. Captain Yamato, what are you still doing? Hurry up. Hearing Naruto's urging, Yamato recovered from the shock to Kazuma. As expected of a ninja from Konoha, he moved quickly. At this time, Beilong in the Matsuri altar saw the appearance of Kazama and others, and immediately smiled coldly. And there are two people lying next to him, one is Hotaru, and the other is Jinchuriki column Liu Gao. It's a pity that you came a step late. I have already obtained the forbidden technique of the Earth Spider family, and I will let you experience the power of this technique. Everyone, stop him now, maybe it's too late. Dunbei, who came with him, immediately shouted loudly. Although this technique is powerful, it requires energy storage. He cannot use this technique in a short period of time. Okay, then let me stop it. After hearing the words of Dunbei, Naruto took the lead and charged directly towards the white waves. Chapter 176 Hang Sasuke. Yes, I do need to store chi, but even then you are not my opponent, Fu Dun. Sure. With Beilong's spell, all Naruto except Kazama were stung in place. Ding. Successfully absorbed Fu Dun condition. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fu Dun super condition, which can extend the immobilization time 10 times. With this technique, it will be more convenient to fight the enemy in the future. Fengjian continued to walk towards Beilong as he spoke. What? How could you resist my immobilization? Seeing that Fengjian was still moving freely, Beilong was taken aback. Your art is indeed very powerful, but it doesn't work for me. Fuck you, I won't believe I can't kill you. Fu Dunchi, Fu Dun Bang, Fu Dun Bombing. Beilong said, and launched an attack one after another in the rushing wind. Ding. Successfully absorbing Fu Dun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fu Dun's great bombing. I said you, this guy, used the immobilization technique on others, but bombed me. How much hatred do I have with you? Hearing Feng Yin's stern shout, he saw that all of his talismans were actually absorbed into his body by Fengjian. Beilong was so frightened that he took a few steps back and fell out in cold sweat. Next, I'll let you taste my talisman, big bombing. Fengjian punched Beilong into the sky, and then Beilong's body was torn apart like a firecracker. A bunch of rubbish. Just after Naruto, Sakura and others were released from the control of the wind, I suddenly heard another sneer coming from here. Sasuke. Sakura were shocked when they saw the figure of the person who came. It was even more surprising than seeing Kazama before. After all, they haven't seen Sasuke in years. At this time, Sasuke has indeed grown a lot than before. The aura that is now exuding is enough to crush Naruto and Sakura. Kazama was not surprised by Sasuke's sudden appearance. Because the moment he came to the Matsuri altar, he had already discovered Sasuke, who was hiding in the dark. Sasuke, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? We've been looking for you for a long time and haven't found your whereabouts. Facing Naruto and Sakura's concern, Sasuke laughed coldly again. A bunch of trash. Instead of worrying about where I went, it's better to improve your own strength, otherwise when I become your enemy, you will die ugly. Bastard. What did you say? Hearing Sasuke's sarcasm, Naruto immediately became furious. Just as he was about to attack Sasuke, he was dodged behind by Sasuke the next moment. Naruto, you are still so stupid, never leave your back to the enemy, have you forgotten what Kakashi taught you? Sasuke laughed wildly as he spoke, but then stopped abruptly. Because he found that the wind had come quietly behind him. Since you know you can't leave your back to the enemy, why don't you take precautions? Humph. Because I'm going to lure you in. Following Sasuke's sneer, his body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked the wind. A Raiden Thunder-style clone. Seeing Sasuke's move, Kazama's bang turned into smoke. What a coincidence. Mine is also a clone. Asshole. Seeing that he failed to pretend to force, Sasuke immediately cursed secretly in his heart. Although my mission this time is just to capture the 6 tails, since you are here, I will never spare you, Kazama. At the time you were stronger than me, but now I have the ability to kill you. The ability to kill. Kirin. With Sasuke's hand seal, a Kirin behemoth formed by Raiden Thunder-style immediately appeared in the sky. Today I'm going to kill you, Just when Sasuke was screaming wildly, he suddenly found that his Raiden Thunder-style Kirin was actually swallowed by 9 dragons of thunder and fire. I'm sorry, my 9 thunder and fire dragons just happened to be hungry. Hearing Kazuma's words, Sasuke's face turned pale. Chapter 177 Crazy Hanging Sasuke. Bastard. I can't believe I can't kill you. Sasuke seemed to be crazy at this time, and kept attacking Kazama. Chidori Senbon. Quote. Chidori Sharp Spear. Chidori Current. It's a pity that the result is still the same, that is, it was completely swallowed by the 9 thunder and fire dragons in the wind. I said Sasuke, Do you have any more powerful moves? If so, use them quickly. I'm almost falling asleep. Why is this happening? Hearing Kazama's sarcasm, he saw that the moves he had been practicing for years could not harm Kazama. Sasuke suddenly felt that he had returned to the fear of being dominated by Kazama before. Impossible. I'm a genius of the Uchiha clan. I can't believe I can't kill you, bastard. Sasuke was completely mad at this time, although none of his possessive attacks could hurt Kazama. But he still kept attacking the wind. Kazama, while easily defusing Sasuke's attack, kept taunting Sasuke. Kazama now wants to let Sasuke know that he is not his opponent at all. At that time, Sasuke will definitely ask Black Zetsu to continue to improve his strength. In order to continue to use Sasuke, Black Zetsu will definitely use all of his forbidden techniques on Sasuke. After all, Black Zetsu is the product of Otsutsuki Keidaya. He must have collected a lot of forbidden technique from the Six Paths Immortal period until now. As long as Black Zetsu raises Sasuke's power to the top in the future, that Kazama can take the opportunity to use Koto Amatsukami to control Sasuke to leave Black Zetsu. And Black Zetsu will also steal chickens without losing money, and lose his wife and lose his army. At this point, Sasuke was already in a state of madness. Kazama was about to beat him to death and let him go back to Black Zetsu to retrain. Suddenly I found that Sasuke actually used Sharingan to control the Jinchuriki column force of the six-tailed man below. At this time, the six-tailed man Jinchuriki column Li Yugao, who was in a coma, ran wild in an instant, and then started the tail beast transformation. Then a face-to-face kung fu came to the wind. Sasuke, are you crazy? Do you really ignore our former friendship? We are all members of the 7th class. When Naruto and Sakura saw that Sasuke was killing Kazama over and over again, they felt sad and painful in their hearts. Don't give me nonsense. I tell you, I have no friends in my eyes, only enemies. Whoever is stronger than me is my enemy, so I'm sure to kill in the wind. Sasuke burst into laughter. Fangjan, aren't you very good at fighting? Come on, continue, this is the power of the tailed beast, just wait for you to die. Six-tailed Jinchuriki column force, many bubbles appeared in this place. Although these bubbles look very cute, as long as you touch them a little, they will explode in an instant. It's a pity that it is of no use to the wind room. Ding! Absorb the sweetened water-style foam technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sweetened water-style super foam technique. Just when Sasuke thought Kazama would definitely lose. The six-tailed Jinchuriki column force he controlled was surrounded by a bigger bubble and then exploded. The six-tailed Jinchuriki column force that was bombed collapsed directly to the ground. You can even use the six-tailed Jinchuriki column power art. Sasuke was taken aback when he saw Kazama's surgery. A little bit, but if you want the six-tailed body to use tailed beast bomb on me, then I can't hold it, but I don't think you have that great ability. Fart. Nothing is impossible under my Sharingan's control. Hearing that Kazama was afraid of the tailed beast bomb of the six-tailed, Sasuke immediately made the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force completely run away, turning it into the six-tailed rhinoceros itself. Chapter 178 Gain the power of the seven tails in a new variant. And let it cast the strongest blow of tailed beast bomb on Kazama, tailed beast bomb. But Sasuke doesn't know that what Kazama needs now is the tailed beast bomb of six tails. He has now been hit by the wind's tactic. Suffer to death, haha. Sasuke burst into laughter when he saw Kazama being completely hit by the six-tailed beast bomb. He thought Kazama would love tailed beast bomb to the death this time. After all, no one in this world has ever been able to resist tailed beast bomb's attack. But when Sasuke thought about it, suddenly, I found that the figure of Kazama was still standing in the place where the tailed beast bomb exploded. Ding! Successfully absorbed the tailed beast bomb of the six tails. Congratulations to the host who has obtained the power of the seven tails and can transform into Shigeki of the seven tails. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 19th kind of strange fire, the flame of life. This fire is the fire of life, which can make all objects gain vitality and be used by the host. That is to say, even dead objects such as stones, river water, and iron blocks can gain vitality after being injected into the flame of life. Not bad. Damn it, this is too bad. Kazama was quite happy after learning about the magic of the soul of life. Then, can't I use the flame of life to make a steady stream of helpers in the future? Kazama shouted excitedly, and immediately used the power of Naneo Shigeki that he had just acquired. The future, the six-tailed rhinoceros, successive defeats forced it to return to its human Jinchuriki column force form. At this time, Sasuke was stunned to the ground by Kazami's performance. He couldn't believe that someone who had been hit by the tailed beast bomb was still alive. Moreover, it can defeat all the six tails, which are completely tailed beasts, with a more powerful attack. The strength that Kazama is showing now has completely subverted Sasuke's imagination. After feeling the terror of Kazama, Sasuke knew that he could no longer fight Kazama no matter what. Because he is not the opponent of the wind at all. So Sasuke immediately took the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force and left quickly. It's a pity that Kazama won't let Sasuke take the six-tailed people away. At this time, Sasuke had barely escaped a few steps when he noticed Kazama appearing behind him. Oops, this seal is... And when he saw the hand seal in the wind behind him, he immediately secretly said that it was not good. It's a pity that everything was too late. Sasuke, I see that your face is not good, it should be a stool, I will help you to clear your bowels, and kill for 1,000 years. Ah tilde. Following Sasuke's scream, his body immediately drew a beautiful arc in the sky. And Kazama took advantage of the situation and used the power of the six-tailed Jinchuriki column to exchange the fake for the real. Then he came to Sasuke's back once. It's not over yet. Just when Sasuke wanted to keep running away. However, he found that there were thousands of clones lined up behind him. This technique is my nirvana, called Millennium Kill Continuous Shot. By the time Sasuke returned to Black Zetsu's secret base, he had collapsed. This bastard in the wind. I must kill him, I must smash his bones to ashes, cramp his skin. Hearing Sasuke's roar, Black Zetsu immediately smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I will arrange for you to kill Itachi. As long as you kill your brother, you can start Mangekyo Sharingan. With Mangekyo Sharingan, you can also have the most powerful technique of the Uchiha family, Susanoo. Shifengjan is a fart, you can kill him in minutes. Just when Black Zetsu gave Sasuke a crazy pie. Obito had already told Kazama about Sasuke's actions to kill Itachi. Chapter 179 Subduing the Six-Tailed Jinchuriki column force. And Kazama naturally won't let Sasuke really kill Itachi, but he won't stop it either. A good opportunity for Sasuke to open Mangekyo Sharingan and improve his strength. Kazama knew that as long as Sasuke defeated Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on. That Black Zetsu will surely help its fusion of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Black Zetsu collected countless Sharingan in the demise of the Uchiha clan. And as long as Sasuke has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kazama will take the opportunity to control it with Koto Amatsukami. This is to use Black Zetsu's hand to enhance Sasuke's strength. Then use Sasuke to deal with Black Zetsu. At that time, Black Zetsu is afraid that he will vomit blood and die on the spot. And when the task of the Soil Spider family is completed, Kazama asked Naruto and the others to return to Konoha first, while he himself made an excuse to stay. Because Kazama has absorbed the power of the six tails now. But what he valued most was the strength of the six-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Yugao. After all, his Otogakur village now has 3, 4, and 5 tails. Jinchuriki column force of the six-tailed people, it would seem somewhat inconsistent. Yugao, now the village of the Earth Spider clan has been destroyed into ruins. If you don't dislike it, you can take the people of the territorial spider clan to live in my Audiobook village, where you will never be invaded again. This. Hearing Kazama's invitation, Yugao was also very tempted to tell the truth. Because when he was controlled by Sasuke before, he personally felt the sky-defying strength of Kazami. Therefore, the village where Kazama is located must be particularly safe. When he saw the firefly beside him who died because he was drawn out of forbidden technique, Yugao still sighed and shook his head. Yingying is my apprentice, I can't leave her alone. What if I can save Yingying? How is this possible? Hearing what Kazama said, Yugao immediately shook his head with a wry smile. I know your strength is very strong, but there is no such thing as resurrection in this world. Just as Yugao was talking, Kazama had injected a green flame into Yingying's body. This is the fire of life, which can bring people back to life. This flame of living beings is similar to that of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life. Even stronger than the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life. Because the Yan of life can not only revive human beings, but also give life to objects. With the injection of the flame of life, the dead firefly was resurrected. Afterwards, Fengjian used 3,000 flames of flame to repair Yingying's injuries. After waking up, Ying also learned from Yugao's mouth that Kazama saved her. Therefore, Yingjian is naturally grateful for the kindness of the wind. So both Yugao and Hotaru are willing to join Audiobook village and owe their allegiance to Kazama forever. Lord Kazama, the people of our Earth Spider family, can we follow you to live in Audiobook village? Of course you can. Hearing Yingying's question, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. Because he wants to make his Audiobook village a ninja village like Konoha. So these people are naturally essential. But when Kazama and the others left the Matsuri altar and came outside, the people of the Earth Spider family are still shouting and killing them because they were previously hit by the demonic illusion of the Evil Four. Damn, how can this be done? Master, can you solve demonic illusion? I really don't know this, and there are hundreds of people here. It's very difficult to unlock their demonic illusion. Yugao scratched his head in embarrassment. Chapter 188, Sleep, hit Sasuke. Afterwards, the two of them, master and apprentice, could only pin their hopes on Kazama. Lord Kazama, you. Demonic illusion, solution. Before they could finish speaking, Kazama used his powerful chakra to unlock everyone's demonic illusion. Damn it, this is too powerful. Seeing that the problem that he was helpless was solved easily in Fengjian, Yugao felt that he was following the right person. Kazuma-sama, where is your Audiobook village? The land of water. But we are in the country of fire now, and there are so many people here, it is estimated that dozens of carriages can be hired to get there. Hearing Yingying's concerns, Kazami immediately laughed. In front of Kazama, who possesses the technique of Hiraishin and infinite chakra, no matter how far he is, he can come in an instant. What kind of carriage are you hiring? Let everyone join hands, and I can deliver you in no time. What? Yingshi had just spoken, but the words had not yet been spoken. A swoosh, Yugao and everyone had arrived at the bustling Audiobook village. The startled Ying and Yugao were all dumbfounded, shouting that the gods descended into the world. Then Kazama asked Orochimaru to arrange accommodation for Hotaru and Yugao. And he himself is going to go home and take a good rest. After all, he has not even slept peacefully during this period of continuous collection of tailed beasts. Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of him. I said, Obito, can't you give me a good rest? Obito coming out of the different dimension, Kazama looked rather helpless. I'm sorry Kazama-sama, I don't want to disturb your rest, but as far as I know, Sasuke has already started the action to kill Itachi. What? Hearing Obito's words, Kazama was taken aback. This guy Sasuke just got hit with my millennium killing shot. He shouldn't even be able to get out of bed, why is he going to start his action so soon? Because Sasuke wants to kill Itachi as soon as possible, so as to get Mangekyo Sharingan, and then find you a shame. Hearing Obito's words, Kazama had to admire Sasuke's perseverance. Sasuke is the first one who can continue to fight after being hit with a 1,000-year kill streak. Well, since this guy Sasuke wants to avenge me so much, then I will satisfy him. Kazama said and followed Obito to the place where Sasuke and Itachi fought. At this time, the battle between Sasuke and Itachi has come to an end. Due to the serious water release of Itachi, coupled with the terminal illness, Susanoo opened the 3 artifacts. He was still knocked down by Sasuke melee combat. And Sasuke is still stupid and thinks that he is very powerful. That's why he defeated his brother and avenged his deep hatred for the Uchiha family. As Itachi fell to the ground exhausted, Sasuke did not show a trace of pity, but wanted to continue whipping the corpse on Itachi. And at this critical moment, Kazama, who arrived in time, immediately blocked Sasuke's attack. Your brother is dead and you still want to whip the corpse. Sasuke, your heart is too cruel. Seeing Kazama's sudden arrival, Sasuke laughed instead of anger. Black Zetsu is right, you and Itachi have been complicit in private for a long time, so as long as I attack Itachi, you will definitely show up, but you came a little late, your companion Itachi has already been killed by me, what? Just when Sasuke was laughing wildly, an unexpected scene happened. Hokage get burning art at the start, Chapter 181 to 200. Chapter 181 Slap Black Zetsu and Sasuke. It turns out that Kazama has used the flame of life to bring the dead Itachi back to life. How is this possible? Itachi, who saw that he had worked so hard to finally kill it. At this moment, he was so easily rescued by the wind. Sasuke was so angry that he bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. Itachi, leave first, I'll finish this place. After hearing Kazami's words, Itachi nodded helplessly. For his younger brother, Itachi is really powerless. Want to escape? You two have to die here today. At this time, Black Zetsu also appeared next to Sasuke. Xiaozao Mao in the wind, I already knew that you would come to rescue Itachi, so I have set up a barrier around you. Unless you are dead, you will not be able to get out, haha. Black Zetsu, who was laughing wildly, suddenly stopped laughing at the next moment. Because he found that Kazama had cast Kamui, pulling Itachi into the different space. Damn, I forgot that this little brat in the wind can also use space techniques. At this time, Black Zetsu was quite embarrassed. He originally wanted to take Kazama and Itachi in one fell swoop. Let both of them die within their enchantment. But now that he was about to pretend, Itachi had already fled first. It doesn't feel good to be slapped in the face at the speed of light, right? Seeing Black Zetsu's frantic expression, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. I said Black Zetsu, you know that you and Sasuke combined are not my opponents, but you still want to trap me and you in this barrier together, don't I say you are courting death? Stop giving me nonsense. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, Black Zetsu immediately performed spiritual fusion to control Sasuke. Xiaozao Mao, do you think I really have no trump card to deal with you? I tell you, Sasuke has experienced the pain of death of his relatives, so with my help, he has the ability to open Mangekyo Sharingan. With the intervention of Black Zetsu, Sasuke Nasantomo Sharingan turned into Mangekyo Sharingan under the rapid rotation. Next, I'll show you the legendary Amaterasu Black Flame that can burn everything. Under Black Zetsu's control, Sasuke immediately releases Amaterasu against Kazama. But what Black Zetsu didn't know was that Kazama had already seen Amaterasu before. And not only have I seen it, but Kazama also uses the more powerful Amaterasu. Fuck to death, kid. Just when Black Zetsu thought that Amaterasu Black Flame could completely kill Kazama. However, it was found that Amaterasu Black Flame had no effect on Kazama, and it was also sucked into the body by Kazama. Black Zetsu, your news is too late. This Amaterasu is the rest of the game. If you don't say it today, I'll almost forget that I can also Amaterasu. With the opening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind, a more powerful Amaterasu has taken shape, and it has also formed the appearance of a tornado, whistling towards Black Zetsu and Sasuke. How is this possible? Amaterasu in Kazama was actually stronger than Sasuke Amaterasu. Black Zetsu hurriedly controlled Sasuke to retreat. This is still Kazama showing mercy to Sasuke, otherwise Sasuke will be burned to ashes in one face-to-face effort. Xiaozamao, I really underestimate you. Well, since this is the case, then I will not hide it, and then I will show you the ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha family, Susanoo. Turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, and a purple skeleton immediately appeared around the body. Chapter 182 Pissing Black Zetsu and Sasuke. Immediately, the skeleton was covered with meridians again, and then the outer meridians were covered with a thick layer of armor. Xiaozao, I know you will also use Susanoo, but you are not the Uchiha family. You can only display the first form, and now Sasuke's this is the third form. Equipped with Yutengu armor on the original basis, not only the defense power has been greatly improved, and the weapons that can be used are also more abundant, but it is not comparable to a little Susanoo like you. I rely on it. Just when Black Zetsu was bragging about how awesome and powerful Susanoo in Sasuke's third form was, suddenly, I saw a golden giant who was bigger than the mountains and swallowed up the mountains and rivers in front of me. This giant has 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 6 huge weapons in his hands are even more dazzling. Although I don't know what these 6 weapons do, I can tell that they are extremely powerful just by looking at their styles. Did you just say that my Susanoo is rubbish? Please say it again, I didn't catch it. The wind above the golden giant's head immediately said with a smile. Seeing this Susanoo in Kazama, Black Zetsu was already incoherent with fright. What's the matter, Black Zetsu? Stuttering. Don't you know the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family very well? If so, let's evaluate my Susanoo. See this 3-headed 6-armed Susanoo in the wind. The third form, Susanoo, controlled by Black Zetsu, just retreated blindly, and didn't have the courage to follow the trend. Looking at your cowardice, since you don't say it, let me tell you, this is the complete Susanoo. It has 6 artifacts, and it already has the power of ghosts and gods. The first artifact, shark muscle. Voice fell, he completely bodied the huge shark muscle in Susanoo's hand. An instant, he slashed towards the third form, Susanoo. Humph. My Wutiangu armor is indestructible, you can't cut it at all, what? Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, he saw that his black Tengu armor had been eaten up by Kazama's shark muscles. My shark muscle is not for cutting, but for slashing, and at the same time, it can suck the opponent's chakra. Asshole. Black Zetsu, who was suppressed by Kazama, was instantly furious. Although he knew that he was no match for Kazami, he still controlled Susanoo in the third form and killed him. It's a pity that the Yushu Ice Mirror in Fengjian bounced back all his attacks before he made a contribution. Black Zetsu, Sasuke, and Susanoo in the third form were all bounced back to the surrounding barrier. This is the Jade Void Ice Realm, which can rebound all attacks in the world. The next step is. As the sound of Kazama fell, the seemingly hard barrier around it was instantly slashed into nothingness by Susanoo's sword. Sword of Susanoo. It can cut through some evil spirits in the world. Mass. This little stray hair in the wind is not human at all, it's obviously a monster. After feeling the terrifying strength of Kazama, Black Zetsu immediately controlled Sasuke and fled. I haven't started yet, are you running away? Kazama let out a sneer. The grass pheasant sword, which could be extended indefinitely, had penetrated Sasuke's Susanoo and smashed it to pieces. Black Zetsu, who lost the protection of Susanoo, hurriedly used the escape technique to take Sasuke to escape again. Having seen my true strength, it won't be long before Black Zetsu will let Sasuke merge into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, I will be able to take Sasuke back. Lord Kazama. With the reappearance of Obito, the Nantai Jinchuiki column force has also fallen. Chapter 183 Ninja Martial Arts Tournament. Jinchuriki column force from Nanao is a female ninja in Takian village named Kaide. She will come to the Land of Fire in the near future. Land of Fire, why? Hearing Obito's words, Kazama was puzzled. Because the human Jinchuriki column force is the most important strategic force in a village, generally speaking, it is not easy to leave. Because the Ninja World Martial Arts Conference is about to start, and this Kaide from Takian village happens to be a contestant. The so-called Ninja World Martial Arts Conference was jointly organized by the 5 great powers of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. In addition to the ninjas of the 5 major countries, other small ninja villages in the surrounding small countries will also participate. The winner will not only be famous in the entire ninja world, but also be rewarded by the 5 great nations. Therefore, the number of contestants in each martial arts competition is endless. That's right, I will use this martial arts conference to absorb the power of the 7 tails. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately decided to participate in the Budo tournament, and asked his Otogakur village to also participate. Because today's Otogakur village already has the strength of the 5-nation ninja village. Moreover, this martial arts conference is an indiscriminate melee that all ninjas participate in. At that time, I will rely on my own Jinchuriki column powers such as Nozao, Shiro, Kimimaro, and 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. Kazama believes that his Otogakur village will come out on top and become famous in the entire ninja world. Kazuma-sama, do you want to represent our Otogakur village or Konoha in this martial arts tournament? Konoha. Kazama doesn't intend to let the 5 kingdoms know that he is the leader of Otogakur village. After all, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is Funyun's creed. I said Kazama-sama, if you represent Konoha, then we are no match for you. Yeah, isn't our Otogakur village sure to lose? Zaibi Yuzan and others are all frowning. You can rest assured that although I represent Konoha, I will help you secretly, and with your current strength, even the 5 major countries have few rivals. Really? Then we can rest assured. Hearing that Fengjian would help him, he would naturally be very happy if he did not cut and wait for others. The main purpose of Kazama's participation in the martial arts conference this time was actually to absorb the power of the Nanao. As for the illusory reputation of being number 1 in the martial arts conference, Kazami doesn't care at all. But although he doesn't care, he has to fight for his Otogakur village. As for Konoha, Fengjian can only be in Kaoyang and in Han. Konoha village, the land of fire. Lord Tsunade, the martial arts conference is about to start, but because we Konoha have received too many missions recently, all Jonin from the village have gone out to perform missions. If only Chunin and Genin are allowed to participate, I am afraid that it will be difficult for us Konoha. Win. Seeing Shizune's sad face, Tsunade immediately smiled and shook his head. Did you forget that we at Konoha have a Super Genin? Super Genin. You mean Kazama. Not bad. As long as this kid Kazama participates, isn't it easy for us Konoha to win the first place in the martial arts competition? But Shizune immediately smiled awkwardly. What's wrong? Seeing Shizune like this, Tsunade was puzzled. Kazuma hasn't returned to Konoha since the last mission. What? Why can't I find this kid's person every time I have a mission? I guess he doesn't even know about the martial arts conference. Very likely. How could I not know such a big thing? Just as Tsunade and Shizune were talking, Kazama appeared in front of them. You kid, you always like to show your face at critical moments. Seeing Kazama's appearance, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Kazama, because Jonin has a mission and can't participate in this martial arts conference, you have to come out on top for our Konoha. I said Tsunade-sama, you look down on me too much, don't you? Seeing Tsunade pinning all his hopes on himself, Kazama was speechless. After all, Kazama intends to help his Audiobook village to win the first place in this martial arts competition. You kid, others don't know your strength, I don't know. You are the hope of our Konoha village, you are our future 6th generation Hokage. If you lose, not only will our Konoha lose face, you the future Hokage will also lose face, don't you think? Seeing Tsunade draw a pie for himself, Kazama immediately nodded helplessly. Well, I'll try my best. Because Kazama really wants to be the 6th generation Hokage. If that's the case, wouldn't it be beautiful to be the dual leader of Audiobook village and Konoha village? I'll just have to try to get Audiobook and Konoha tied for first place. Thinking of this, the wind immediately said secretly. Kazama, with you in this martial arts tournament, we Konoha can be sure of winning the first place. Of course, there is wind, and everything will be worry-free. Sakura, Shikamaru and others were overjoyed when they learned that Kazama also came back to participate in the martial arts tournament. After all, the strength of the wind, they have long been obvious to all. Humph. A bunch of rubbish genins dare to covet the title of number 1 in the martial arts conference. Just then, a group of alien ninjas immediately walked up to them. Chapter 184. A slap in the face of the land of the lake ninja. Is Konoha crazy to send you bastards to the martial arts tournament? Bastard, who are you calling trash? Hearing the rude remarks of these people, Naruto immediately became furious. Nonsense, of course you are talking about genins, why are you dissatisfied, hit me, you idiot. Ha ha. While these people were talking, they started laughing wildly again. HMPH, it seems that every village has to have some ignorant guys. Just when Fengjan was about to teach these people a lesson, Naruto on the side was the first to burst into flames, directly waving his fists and killing several people. But before Naruto approached, one of them knocked Naruto to the ground. You're really competent to say you're a waste, and you actually asked me to abuse you. Seeing that Naruto was knocked to the ground, these people laughed again. Just rely on you genins, let alone fight against us Jonin, if you meet us, you will win. Clap clap clap. Before these people could finish speaking, they saw a black shadow flashing in front of their eyes. Before they could react to what was going on, they were each slapped in the face. They were dizzy and staring at them. Damn, that bastard attacked us. Just when these people looked around, looking for the attacker, Feng Jian immediately rubbed his hands. I said you guys are so thick-skinned that my hands hurt. Ha ha. Hearing Kazama's words, Naruto and other Konoha's genins all burst into laughter. At this time, even a fool would know that it was Kazama who attacked them. Well, you little bastard, you dare to attack us. If we don't cut you into 8 pieces today, we will crawl away in the future. As these people said that, they joined forces to kill Chao Fengjan. They thought Kazama was just an ordinary genin. But they don't know that Kazama is a genin who is more powerful than a cage-level master. Then I think you will really crawl away in the future. Before these people approached, they were knocked to the ground by the wind again. Don't look at Kazami's current attack, which is mediocre, but it does add strange fire damage. This is still only 1/10,000th of the power used by the wind. Otherwise, these people would have been burned into nothingness by the strange fire. Little Zamao, wait for me, dare to bully our lake country ninja, our king of the lake will definitely not spare you. Prince of the Lake. I heard that these ninjas are from the land of the lake, and they also moved out of the Prince of the Lake to threaten themselves. The wind immediately burst out laughing. Because when he protected the princess in the land of fire, he did not miss the prince of the land of lakes. Prince, save us. At this moment, a young man in gorgeous clothes came over immediately. Damn, that bastard who doesn't know how to live or die dares to bully me. After the prince of the land of lakes came, he just pretended to be aggressive in front of everyone, so he didn't see the wind here. Long time no see, Prince of Color. Just when the prince of the lake was cursing wildly, he suddenly saw someone walking in front of him. The Prince of the Lake took a closer look, and only then did he see that the man was the one who hanged himself in the palace of the Kingdom of Fire. Immediately, he was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and he fell out of cold sweat, shaking like a sieve. Because of the shadow that the wind created for him at the beginning, he can't forget it until now. His Royal Highness, it's this little brat who bullied us, he. Shut up. Before these people could finish speaking, the King of the Lake turned around and gave them a few slaps. Chapter 185 Actively looking for dead Mizuki. Because if they keep talking, then the next person who suffers will be themselves. Kazejian is my good friend, and also a good friend of our country of lakes. How can you allow you bastards to insult little brother Kazejian? Don't know them in the same way. You have a lot of adults, and the Prime Minister can punt a boat. I saw the King of the Lake who was still aggressive just now. Now a face-to-face kung fu, to be so servile to this Konoha ninja who beat him. These subordinates are all you look at me, I look at you, very puzzled. What are you still doing? Hurry up and apologize to the little brother Kazama. Hearing their prince's order, these people naturally did not dare to disobey, so they could only kowtow to the wind and beg for mercy. We were wrong, we all look down on others, please forgive us. Okay, Your Royal Highness, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you have grown a lot. Kazama originally wanted to wink at the Prince of the Lake. But now that he is so advanced, it is natural that he does not have the same knowledge as him. Thanks to your original teaching, I can have today's growth. At this time, the King of the Lake looked like a eunuch in front of Fengjian, nodding and bowing constantly. That, little brother Kazama, I won't bother you if I have something else to do. The Prince of the Lake said, and immediately winked at his subordinates. Then these people fled from here. The onlookers burst into laughter. While everyone laughed, they all remembered the appearance of the wind. All secretly said that in the next indiscriminate melee, they had to go around the wind. Because they saw with their own eyes that Kazama, who is genin, knocked the Jonin of the lake countries to the ground. Such strength naturally made them feel fear in their hearts. Next, you will have an indiscriminate melee at the location we designated, because we only need to leave 10 people in the end, so you must fight with all your strength within the specified time, and the 10 winners in the first round will have another arena battle. The winner in the end is the first place in our martial arts club. The first place will not only get the secret skills of the ninja villages of the 5 countries, but also get the 10,000 taels of gold and thousands of acres of fertile land from the great names of the 5 countries. Damn it, the reward is so generous, no wonder so many people participate. At this time, even the wind began to be a little moved. Lord Hokage, it's not good. Just as the Budo tournament began, Anbu Ninja immediately brought bad news. Mizuki, who was detained in Konoha prison, led the 2 brothers Function and Thor to cause a riot in the prison, and now they all sneaked into the venue of the martial arts conference. What? Hearing this news, Tsunade was furious. Immediately send more people to arrest the culprit, Mizuki, and the escaped prisoners. As ordered. After Anbu Ninja left, Tsunade ordered Shizune to let her into the Budo tournament. Shueimyu sneaked into the martial arts conference now, most likely to seek revenge for Fengjian. After all, he was injured by Fengjian, so he was arrested. Therefore, you must inform Fengjian in advance and let him prepare early. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama. At this time, Shizune, who entered the martial arts conference, was the first to discover Mizuki, Function, and Thor. Humph. As expected of Tsunade's lackey, his nose is really sensitive. Seeing Shizune's arrival, Mizuki laughed without fear. How dare you insult our Lord Hokage, courting death. Function, Thor, give her some color. Following Mizuki's order, the gods of wind and thunder, who were full of strange power, knocked Shizune to the ground in an instant. It actually possesses a strange power that is not weaker than Tsunade-sama. Shizune, who was knocked to the ground at this moment, was shocked. The next step is to find Fengjian as soon as possible, otherwise if this little brat knows that I want to seek revenge from him, he will definitely be scared and flee. Really, to be honest, I've never really tasted the taste of running away. At this moment, the wind has come to the front of Mizuki. Chapter 186 Hang the Two Brothers, the God of Wind and the God of Thunder. At first, Kazami didn't know that Shuimu escaped from prison and sought revenge for himself. He also happened to meet Mizuki at the martial arts conference venue. At this time, when he saw the prison uniform on Shui Emu's body, and heard Shui Emu's clamor just now, he understood everything. Little Misty, you finally showed up. After seeing the appearance of the wind, Mizuki immediately laughed out loud. After waiting for so many years, I can finally take revenge. Shui Emu, I didn't expect you to remember me. If you came out a few years later, I might have really forgotten you. Boy, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Mizuki pointed to the two brothers, Function and Thor, beside him. The two of them have strange powers comparable to Tsunade, and even Shizune was easily knocked to the ground by the two of them, so the next fate of your little bastard is to be cut into pieces by them. After hearing Mizuki's words, Kazama immediately looked at the God of Wind and God of Thunder on the opposite side. Kazama has long heard of the strength of these two. The two brothers are actually imbeciles, and they are called stupid brothers. However, although their brains are not very bright, they are powerful and bloodthirsty. When he was on the mission, he had killed his comrade. If other ninjas run into each other, it would be really tricky. But what they encountered now was the wind. Let's not talk about Kazami's ability to absorb attacks, let's just talk about the volcanic stone flames that have absolute defensive power on the surface of Kazami's body. It is enough to easily resist the strange attacks of Function and Thor. Therefore, no matter how strong they are, in the end they only have the fate of being defeated. But the three gods of Shuimu Hefeng and Thor did not pay attention to Kazama at all. I said boss, you asked us to deal with this teenage brat. Isn't that a slap in the face? That's right, what's the difference between squeezing an ant and killing an ant? You'd better find some powerful ninjas for us to deal with. Hearing Function and Thor, Mizuki immediately laughed out loud. This little bastard in the wind is really not worthy of your hands, but he has called you bastards before, and he also called you imbecile. Are you willing to let him go? What? How dare we be idiots? The most taboo word for Function and Thor brothers is imbecile. Therefore, when I heard Mizuki's bewitchment, I was immediately furious. Little stray hair, die. Today we have to cut you into 8 pieces, and skin you with cramps. Sure enough, it has the same power as Tsunade. Although Function and Thor have not yet hit Kazama. But the wind has already felt the power of their fist style. Haha, die, kid. Seeing that Fengjian didn't dodge, Mizuki couldn't help laughing. Because in his eyes, as long as Kazami is hit by the two brothers, the God of Wind and Thunder, it is certain to die. I rely on. But just when Mizuki was about to watch a good show. But suddenly I saw the two brothers, Function and Lei Sheng, who attacked Fengjian, were actually shocked and flew out. Ding! Absorbed strange power successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super strange power. How is this possible? After seeing the attack, Kazama was not only intact, but even remained untouched. The Function and Thor, who attacked, were shocked and flew out. Mizuki felt unbelievable for a while. I can't take it any longer when I use a little force, come on, baby. Kill him for me. Hearing Fengjian actually started laughing at himself in English, Shuimu's blood spurted. And the two brothers Function and Thor, who were shaken and flew out, were naturally angry. Immediately, he shouted angrily, and immediately got up and continued to attack the wind. But at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Chapter 187 Let Mizuki go to the prison to pick up soap. It turned out that the two brothers, Function and Thor, were not waiting for the attack at this time. The wind actually came to them first. Then he punched the two brothers, who were thick-skinned and thick-skinned. How is this possible? Seeing that the helper I finally found was actually smashed into meat-chan by the wind. Mizuki was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He couldn't believe that the seemingly thin Kazama was stronger than the god of Thor Hefeng. And Kazama has never been soft-hearted towards people like Function and Thor who have murdered their companions. How about Mizuki? It's your turn next. Seeing the wind approaching him step by step. Shui Emu's expression of fear before, but immediately sneered at the next moment. Boy, do you really think I'm still the same Shuimu back then? Do you really think I'll come to you for revenge if I don't have the ability? Curse Seal Wa. With a roar of Mizuki. Its originally thin body has actually become very strong. And the pattern of the tiger gradually appeared on the body. At this moment, Shuimu, who has completed the curse seal, has become a human-shaped tiger. Tremble, little stray hairs in the wind, this is the power of the curse mark, this is the divine power that Orochimaru-sama has bestowed on me. Orochimaru. Hearing Mizuki's clamor, Fungjien suddenly felt that Mizuki was ridiculous and pitiful. Because Mizuki didn't know that Kazama had already become the master of Orochimaru. He didn't even know that as long as Fengjian was willing, he could be smashed into flesh at any time. Xiaozha Mao, you dare to sneer when you are about to die, today I have to peel your cramps, I rely on you. Before Mizuki could finish speaking, Kazama used the super strange power he had just acquired to knock Mizuki to the ground with one punch. You. At this time, Shuimu had already been beaten by Fengyan's punch. He originally thought that after using the power of the curse mark, he could completely hang himself in the wind room. But I never thought that now I am not hanging in the wind room by myself, but by the wind room. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible, how could you little bastard, defeat me in the form of the curse mark? The second form of the curse mark. Mizuki said and started the evolution of the curse mark again. You give me a break. Fengjian then punched again, directly beating Shuimu into a maim. Kazama knew that Shuimu was going to be taken back for interrogation, so he showed mercy and did not take his life. Otherwise, Shuimu would have been smashed into flesh by the wind, just like the brothers Thor and Function. Returning the curse mark state 2, I think you are enough, Shuimu, you can pick up soap in the prison for the rest of your life, this is your best destination. Kazama said and came to Shizune who was dying. HMPH, little babe, your strength is indeed beyond my imagination, but I'm not at a loss, because Shizune has to die with me too, haha. Shizune, who had been hit by the god of wind and the god of thunder, has now become bloody. Coupled with the lack of timely medical treatment, Shizune has no breath of life. Kazama ignored Mizuki's ridicule, and immediately injected 3,000 flames into Shizune's body. Start repairing that broken limb for Shizune. Xiaozha Mao, even if you don't know how to heal, you have to act like you injected flames into Shizune, are you going to burn her directly? Or are you going to laugh at me to death so that I can inherit my legacy? Shuimu didn't know the divine power of the 3,000 flames in the wind. Therefore, he burst into laughter in the wind again, but he stopped abruptly halfway through his laughter. Chapter 188 Crazy Pretense and Face Slap. Because at this time Shizune's broken body had begun to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shizune, who was originally scarred, has now become intact. How is this possible? Seeing the divine power of the 3,000 flames in the wind, everyone would exclaim in the same way, and Shuimu was no exception. Little Misty, I can't believe that you can repair Shizune's broken limb in 2 strokes, but even if you repair her, Shizune still has no vital signs. You are doing this in vain. Just as Mizuki kept laughing, Kazama injected the green flame of life into Shizune's body. Because the flames of life can bring the dead back to life. A green flame. HMPH, it seems that you were given green by the old king next door, so you have a green flame, right? Even though Shuimu's strength is not good, it is quite a bit of a fight in the mouth. It's a pity that no matter how powerful his mouth is, he will still be slapped in the face by the wind. Shizune, who is pale and breathless next, has become Yuhirin, and regained his vitality. I rely on. Only at this time did Mizuki truly realize the powerful strength of Kazama. Thank you, Wind Room. The resurrected Shizune hurriedly thanked Kazama. But this is Mizuki, but he scolded the wind again. Although Mizuki knew that he was not Kazama's opponent. Although he also knew that Fengjian could kill himself with a single finger, he just refused to accept Fengjian. And he also knew that as the mastermind of the escape, he was going to be taken back for interrogation. Therefore, no matter how much he insulted Kazama, Kazama did not dare to kill him. Shizune, please avoid it first, I have some private affairs with Mizuki. Oh, good. Shizune left here temporarily after hearing this. When Mizuki heard that Shizune was opened by the wind, he secretly said that it was not good. Because this shows that Kazama is ready to attack him. This suddenly scared Shuimu into a cold sweat. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, don't forget to follow the laws of Konoha, I'm going to be taken back for trial, if you kill me, you will also face punishment. I know, so I won't kill you. Really, that's fine. Hearing that Fengjian would not kill himself, Shuimu let out a sigh of relief. Hand seal in Kazama's hands, he was shocked. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in the wind. Because this mark in the wind is the 1,000-year-old killer who made Shuimu no longer constipated. Brother Fengjian, oh no, big brother Fengjian, please forgive me, I know I'm wrong, I won't dare next time. Shuimu, who is not afraid of the sky and earth, is now afraid of the millennium killing in the wind. Shuimu, I saw that you didn't eat well in the prison, and I was worried that you would have constipation, so I'm doing this for your own good, killing 3,000 bullets in 1,000 years. Just as Kazama was talking, his 3,000 Mokuden wood-style clones immediately started killing Mizuki for 1,000 years. At this time, Mizuki can be described as refreshing and painful and refreshing, and then even his mouth began to spurt. At this moment, Shizune received another bad news. That is Mizuki, the culprit who escaped the prison, although he was caught. But the rest of the prisoners are still at large in the venue of the martial arts conference. Since these prisoners are looking for Konoha ninjas to take revenge, Naruto, the Konoha strongman, have been beaten with scars by these prisoners. Chapter 189. Prepare to absorb the power of the Seven Tails. How should this be? Shizune immediately told the news to Kazama. Originally, Tsunade-sama also hoped that the ninjas from various countries participating in the martial arts tournament would be able to catch all these prisoners, but now these prisoners are specifically attacking our Chunin and Genin in Konoha, so it seems that ninjas from other countries will definitely not help. After all, our Konoha, if the ninjas are defeated, they will have fewer opponents in the martial arts tournament. Don't worry, isn't it just manpower? I'll help you. Brother Kazama, I know you are powerful, but now there are so many prisoners, how can you be alone? Mokuden, wood-style, multiple avatars. Before Shizune finished speaking, she saw that Kazama had split 50,000 Mokuden, wood-style clones all at once, so frightened that she almost collapsed on the ground. Shizune suddenly felt that the wind was indeed a genius like a monster. Sister Shizune, how many of these escaped prisoners are there? There are about 5,000 people. Good. Hearing Shizune's words, Kazama immediately sent himself tens of thousands of Mokuden, wood-style clones to search for these prisoners and bring them back to the prison. 50,000 to 5,000, this is an overwhelming advantage. With the actions of the 50,000 Mokuden, wood-style clones of Kazama. Prisoners that would have taken days to capture. Now, in just a few breaths, they were all taken back to prison. Shizune immediately fell to the ground in admiration for Kazama's body. Then Kazama made his own Mokuden, wood-style clone and sent the injured Naruto, Sakura and others to the Konoha hospital. Although Fengjian can heal them, there are so many experts in this martial arts conference now. Even if Kazama healed Naruto and the others, they would still lose the game. After all, in the end, 10 people must be selected from among these thousands of contestants. Therefore, if there is no real strength, there is no way to go to the end. With the end of the first indiscriminate brawl, Konoha was left with Kazama alone. After all, among the current Konoha contestants, only Kazama has the strength to go to the end. The 3-tailed Jinchuriki column power, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column power, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column power, and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column power of Otogakur village all won. This suddenly made Kazama's heart overjoyed. Of course, this was also what Kazama had expected before. After all, these 4 people are Jinchuriki column forces, and they are fighting together, so how can ordinary ninjas be able to resist? The remaining 5 are ninjas from other countries. Among them are Jinchuriki column force, Kaide, a Nantai from Takian village. As long as the power of the 7 tails is obtained, the next 8 tails and Kyubi, 9 tails, will be easier. When the 9-tailed beasts are collected and the power of the 10 tails is obtained, I don't know how powerful it will be. It should be even the Sharingan of 9 Tomo's reincarnation can be opened, right? While thinking about it, Kazama went to the second arena with the other 9 winning ninjas. Because the final competition is about to begin, the ring battle. And when Kazama and others came to the second arena, it caused quite a stir. This sensation is not because of Kazama, but because of the village of Otogakur in Kazama. After all, the village of Otogakur was unknown before. But now in the martial arts tournament, 4 players can win at the same time. And what's even more surprising is that these 4 players are still human Jinchuriki column power. This kind of strength is beyond the reach of the ninja villages of the 5 major countries. This immediately shocked the leaders of the ninja villages from all over the world. Tsunade, although your Konoha's Sanada Kazama is powerful, Otogakur village is more powerful than you, but there are 4 Jinchuriki column forces on the list at the same time, and even your genius Kazama will be hard to beat. Tsuchikage immediately sneered at Tsunade because the ninja from his village were not shortlisted. If he knew that Kazama was the leader of Otogakur village, he would probably have shocked Kiba on the spot. Chapter 190 Absorb Naneo-tailed Beast Bomb. Tsunade still doesn't know that Otogakur village is Kazama's village. So hearing Tsuchikage's words made Kazama feel a little worried. On the side, Mizukage Terumi-Mei smiled secretly. Because she knew that Kazama was the leader of Otogakur village. As long as Kazama can defeat the Jinchuriki column force of the Naneo from Takian village, he will be the first place in this martial arts competition. Just when Mizukage Terumi-Mei thought so, the referee below has announced the list of players for a competition. Konoha's Sanada Kazama vs. Takigakura's Kaide. I actually ran into Jinchuriki column force of the Nantai people in the first game. Terumi-Mei was the first to be surprised when she heard this from the referee below. Although she had seen the battle where Kazama conquered the force of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column. But the strengths of the 5 tails and the 7 tails are very different, Terumi-Mei couldn't help pinching a cold sweat on Kazama. Alas, it's no joke, the strength of the Jinchuriki column force is no joke. When Tsuchikage started gloating again. Kase, you must win. Even though he knew that Kazama's strength was good, Tsunade was still worried about Kazama. After all, the Nantai Jinchuriki column force was stronger. But everyone didn't know that at this time, Funyun's heart was already blooming. Because he has long wanted to fight with the Jinchuriki column force of the Nantai people, so that he can absorb the force of the Naneo. With Kazama and Naneo Jinchuriki column Li Feng came to power. Several ninjas below immediately arranged 4 purple flame formations around the ring. Because at the martial arts conference, those who can hold out to the final arena are all powerful people. If you don't set up a barrier around the arena, everyone watching will be affected by the battle on the arena. Humph, this time the wind is sure to die. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in a hidden place on the periphery of the venue. One is Black Zetsu, and the other is Sasuke, who was tortured by Kazama. Are you really sure that the wind will die in the ring? Hearing Sasuke's question, Black Zetsu sneered again. Of course, I have secretly banned the force of the seven-tailed Jinchuriki column. As long as the seven-tailed Jinchuriki column uses chakra, the seven tails in her body will go berserk in an instant. No matter how powerful this little girl in the wind is, how can it be the opponent of the tailed beast? Okay. As long as Nanwei kills Kazama, we can take advantage of the chaos to take Nanao away. At that time, it will kill two birds with one stone and kill two birds with one stone, haha. Black Zetsu and Sasuke burst into laughter as they spoke. But Black Zetsu didn't know that Kazama had already possessed the ability to compete with tailed beasts. And Kazama was still worried about how to make Nanao go wild, but now Black Zetsu has helped him a lot. Oops. Nanao went wild. At this time, the martial arts conference has fallen into chaos. As expected by Black Zetsu, the battle between Nantai Jinchuriki, column force Hefeng has just begun. Person Jinchuriki, column Li Feng immediately lost control and released Shigeki Nanao. Hurry up and remove the barrier and join forces to control the Nanao. Tsunade immediately flew towards the ring below after seeing it. Kazekage, Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage are also close behind. Although they have long known that the Nantai Jinchuriki, column force will borrow the power of the tailed beast. But now that Nanao's body is released, that's a different matter. Because if Nanao's main body appears, it will prove that Jinchuriki, column force has lost control. At that time, everyone present will be in danger. However, although Tsunade and others acted fast, Nanao's speed was not slow either. Tailed Beast Bomb on Kazama. Chapter 191 Becoming an Eight-Tailed Bull Ghost. Don't remove the barrier, or we will all die. Seeing that Nanao had released the Tailed Beast Bomb, Tsuchikage immediately stopped the removal of the enchantment. And cast Doden, Earth style, again to build a wall around the enchantment. Because as Tsuchikage, he knows the terrifying power of Tailed Beast Bomb. If the enchantment is lifted, not to mention the surrounding people watching the battle, even their 5 shadows will be smashed into flesh. At this time, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The enchantment of the arena and the outer walls were instantly blown into ruins. Seeing that Kazama was no longer present in the ring, Tsunade thought Kazama had been killed by Tailed Beast Bomb, and was immediately distraught. Tsuchikage, you clearly wanted Kazama to die inside on purpose. Tsunade, don't be ignorant. Hearing Tsunade's anger, Tsuchikage was also full of anger. Don't you know how powerful the Tailed Beast Bomb is? If the barrier is really lifted, let's not talk about our 5 shadows closest to it, and everyone watching the battle will be affected by Tailed Beast Bomb, don't you think? For the sake of a Kazama, shall we all be buried with you? Besides, even if the barrier is lifted, Kazama won't be able to get Tailed Beast Bomb. No, I believe Kazama will survive. Looking at the ring that had turned into ruins, Terumi Mei sighed. What? Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Tsuchikage felt ridiculous. I said Mizukage, you're crazy, no one in this world can survive being hit by a Tailed Beast Bomb. If you say that, will I be embarrassed if I'm still alive? Just when Tsuchikage swore that Kazama would die, a voice suddenly came from above the arena. And this voice, your master is naturally Kazama who absorbed the power of the 7 tails. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Tailed Beast Bomb of the 7 tails. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the 8-tailed bull ghost and transforming it into the original 8-tailed bull ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 20th type of different fire, the Golden Emperor Burning Heavenly Flame. This fire can be transformed into a flame giant, and wherever it goes, it becomes nothingness, and even space can be burned to pieces. Seeing that Kazama is still alive with Tailed Beast Bomb in his body, Hokage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Reikage, Kazekage were all taken aback. Even though Mizukage Terumi Mei has long known that Kazama has the ability to counteract the Tailed Beast, she is still extremely shocked now. Tsuchikage, who had always thought that Kazama was sure to die, was already shocked and speechless at this time. Because of the fact that Kazama is still alive, the fact that the store has been withdrawn has subverted his worldview. As for Hokage, Reikage, and Kazekage at the moment, they were all dumbfounded, just like everyone who participated in the martial arts conference. But speaking of more surprising, it is the Black Zetsu who started it. He really didn't expect the wind to not even be afraid of Tailed Beast Bomb. Black Zetsu originally hoped that the rampant Nanao would be able to kill Kazama, so that he could vent his anger in his heart. But now it seems that the bad anger in his heart may not come out in a short time. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the Tailed Beast Bomb just now was absorbed by the Kazama? Sasuke knew that Kazama had the ability to absorb the opponent's attack, so he immediately asked Black Zetsu. Humph, you look at the wind too much. He can absorb Tailed Beast Bomb. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Black Zetsu immediately shook his head into a rattle. Even though he knew that what Sasuke said was probably true, he still didn't want to believe it. This little brat of Kazama knows space ninjutsu. He must have used this technique to avoid Tailed Beast Bomb's attack, but he can dodge once, but he can't dodge the second time. Just as Black Zetsu was talking, Kazama in the ring had successfully absorbed Nanao's second wave of Tailed Beast Bomb. Then he turned into a yacht-tailed bull demon, and threw Nanao Shigeki's huge body towards Black Zetsu. Chapter 192 Obtain the Golden Emperor. Burning Sky Flame. Subdue Nanao. Come on. Black Zetsu immediately ran away with Sasuke, who was stunned. But even so, the two of them were shocked and flew out. Black Zetsu, isn't my meeting present a good one? Seeing Black Zetsu and Sasuke in a state of embarrassment, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. It turns out that from the moment Black Zetsu and Sasuke appeared, Kazama had already sensed their existence. After all, Kazama has super perception. Black Zetsu in order to absorb the power of the Seven Tails. But then I thought that since Black Zetsu appeared here, it is probably related to Black Zetsu. That's why Kazama took this opportunity and abused Black Zetsu again. At this time, looking at Kazama, who had turned into an eight-tailed bull ghost, Black Zetsu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew that he was the product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, he couldn't die easily. But the taste of being abused by the wind is not good either. So Black Zetsu performed spiritual fusion again and controlled Sasuke. Let me tell you Kazama, if you do something to me now, you do it to Sasuke. No matter how you say it, Sasuke is still your Konoha ninja. Do you have the heart to kill him? Hearing Black Zetsu's threat, Kazama didn't care. Because as long as Kazami is willing, he can rescue Sasuke in 100 ways. Just that Kazama now sees that Sasuke has not yet merged into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then he can only let Sasuke stay with Black Zetsu. Because only with the power of Black Zetsu, can Sasuke have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But Black Zetsu didn't know that Kazuki could take back Sasuke at any time. He thought that as long as he controlled Sasuke, Kazama couldn't help himself. So immediately rushed into the wind and laughed. How is it, little bastard, can't you help me? Are you not convinced? Come beat me and beat the idiot, haha. At this moment, Fengjian immediately cast his newly acquired Golden Emperor Fantianyan. Kazama thought that since this Golden Emperor Fantianyan can burn even space, it must be able to play a role in Black Zetsu as well. At this time, Black Zetsu, who was complacent, suddenly felt a piercing pain from his left arm. Then he turned his head and saw that his left arm was surrounded by a golden flame. Although the number is very small, the power is terrifying. Black Zetsu had never seen a fire that could hurt him, so he turned around and ran away in fright. When Kazama saw that his Golden Emperor, Fantianyan, had indeed played a role in Black Zetsu, he was naturally overjoyed. Okay, as long as Sasuke integrates the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then I will kill Black Zetsu while controlling Sasuke. Kazama said. He put away the power of the eight-tailed bull and ghost, and restored his original appearance. Then use Mangekyo Sharingan to control the comatose Nanao Shigeki, making it back into the body of the human Jinchuriki column Lifeng. At this time, with the return of Nanao, Feng also woke up immediately. When she learned that it was Kazama who controlled the runaway Nanao in her body, and saved her life. Naturally, I was grateful, and thanked the wind constantly. No need to thank you. Would you like to join our Otogakur village? Otogakur village. Are you not a ninja from Konoha? Hearing Kazama's remarks, Jinchuriki column, the Nantai people, was greatly puzzled. To be honest, although I am a ninja from Konoha, I also founded Otogakur village. As you can see, our Otogakur village already has 3, 4, 5, and 6 tails Jinchuriki column power, so I hope you will join our Otogakur family as well. Quote. Although Kazama has absorbed the power of Nanao, he also needs the power of Jinchuiki column from Nanao. This way, your own Otogakur village will become stronger. You're actually the leader of Otogakur village. That's great, I'm willing to join. Although Feng is a ninja in Takian village, the leader of Takian village only uses her as a weapon, and she is not happy living in Takian village. And after losing this time, she knew that Takian village would punish her more. So when she heard Kazama's invitation, she was very willing to join. At this time Kazama and Nantai Jinchuriki column Rigang returned to the martial arts conference. However, he found out that Tsuchikage actually attacked the Jinchuiki column force of 4 people in his Otogakur village. Chapter 193 Let You Pretend. This can suddenly make Fengjan furious. You must know that Fengjan is the most loyal. Now that Tsuchikage is so good at attacking his companion in Otogakur village, how can Kazama spare him? Kaden, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. With the appearance of the mighty Kaden, Fire Style, of Kazami, it not only blocked the attacks of Tsuchikage and his minions. It also made the 4 people in his Otogakur village, Jinchuriki column, successfully get out of trouble. Bastard! You little genin, how dare you fight with my dignified Tsuchikage? Humph! You, a dignified Tsuchikage, actually attacked the ninjas of Otogakur village. I think you are a bastard. I'm mad at me too. Tsuchikage never expected that Kazama dared to contradict him, and immediately became angry. Therefore, he immediately moved towards the wind to kill. But who knew that Kazama punched in the past, and Tsuchikage was beaten back and forth again and again. This suddenly surprised everyone around him. This kid Kazama actually has the same power as Tsunade. Tsuchikage, who was sent flying by the wind, was also taken aback. Although he has long heard that Kazama is powerful, he is a genius that Konoha has never met in a century. But he never thought that Kazama would be his opponent. The Wind Room. Tsunade sees the battle between Kazama and Tsuchikage on the verge of breaking out, and worries that he is causing a conflict between his Konoha and Iwagakure villages. So he immediately came to the 2 of them and stopped their next fight. Tsunade, is this the genius of your Konoha? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Iwagakure village without knowing the rules? What about the village of Iwagakure? Hearing Tsuchikage's words, Kazama remembered that his 4-tailed man, Jinchuriki column, was a ninja from Iwagakure village before. But later, because of Tsuchikage's incompatibility, Laozi left the village. Listening to Tsuchikage's words now, 9 times out of 10, it is because the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column Lee Laozi joined the Otogakur village, which made him dissatisfied. Sure enough, just as Kazama thought so, Tsunade whispered to him immediately. Kazama, I heard from Tsuchikage that this 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force from Otogakur village was originally a ninja from their Iwagakure village, but now Tsuchikage wants to take away the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force, while the others are Jinchuriki column force. Disagree, that's why there was a conflict with Tsuchikage, and it is true that they are the affairs of Iwagakure village, you better not interfere. Sir Tsunade's words, please forgive me. Kazama immediately shook his head and refused. After all, he was the real leader of Otogakur village. How could he allow Tsuchikage to take away the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force that he finally received under his command? I heard what our Hokage-sama said just now, and I also understand the reason for your conflict with the Otogakur village Jinchuriki column force, but the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force left your Iwagakure village before joining the Otogakur village, so he not even missing Nin. You have no right to take the four-tailed Jinchuriki column power away. Stop talking nonsense. You little Konoha genin, is it your turn to talk here? Before Kazama could finish speaking, Lois, the son of Tsuchikage, stood up. Boy, I have long heard that you are a genius of Konoha. You have saved Konoha twice with your own strength. Since this is the case, then I will come to see what you are capable of today. Everyone could react. Lois immediately rushed into the wind and launched an attack. Doden, Earth-style, fist rock. I saw that Lois' right hand instantly turned into a hard rock fist, smashing directly towards Kazami. This trick is Lois' secret to fame. Yeah, he has defeated countless enemies with this rock fist, and Kazami will definitely not be able to stop this move. Deserving it, who let him, a little Konoha genin, meddle in our Iwagakure village affairs? Everyone in Iwagakure village whispered and cursed at Kazama, while preparing to sit and watch how Kazama was beaten, their noses bruised and their faces swollen. Chapter 194 One punch hits Tsuchikage father and son. Humph. Boy, it's up to you now. Tsuchikage was inconvenient to attack Kazama because of his face. So now seeing his son Lois do it, he naturally sneered in his heart. And he is very clear about the power of this Doden, Earth-style, fist rock. Whoever is hit is either killed or injured. But he forgot that Kazama could resist Naneo tailed beast bomb. Compared with the power of the tailed beast, what is a mere rock fist? Then there was only a click, and Lois' right fist that hit the wind was instantly fractured. The pained Lois collapsed to the ground. And the wind has moved a step from beginning to end. With just his body, he resisted Lois' full blow. Surprised everyone present, including Tsuchikage. One of the more shocking is Lois, because he has defeated countless enemies with this move before. He originally thought that no matter how powerful Kazami was, he would still be injured by his own rock fist. But now Fengjian was not injured, but he himself was shaken into a broken bone. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Doden, Earth-style, fist of the rock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Doden, Earth-style, super heavy fist of the rock. Come and don't be indecent, I've heard of your name Lois for a long time. It is rumored that your Doden, Earth-style, can tear the earth and shake the mountain. Then I will also cast a Doden, Earth-style, please give me more advice. Just when everyone was shocked by Kazami's terrifying defense. Kazama's right fist has also turned into a rock. And it looks bigger than Lois' rock fist just now. Doden, Earth-style, overweight rock fist. What? Hearing Kazama's words, both Tsuchikage and Lois were taken aback. Because this super heavy rock technique is the secret technique of their Iwagakure village. And at the same time Tsuchikage and Lois were shocked. I saw that the place where the wind stood, was immediately pressed out of a deep pit. How is this possible? After seeing Kazama now displaying the super heavy rock, his own weight has actually increased to such a degree. Even Tsuchikage was secretly amazed. Go ahead. Kazama's huge fist smashed towards Lois in an instant. Tsuchikage knew that if the wind really hit him, his son Lois would die. So hurriedly flew to block in front of Lois. Doden, Earth-style, ultralight rock art. Even Tsuchikage lightened Kazama's fist. However, the impact of Kazami's own strange power still sent Tsuchikage and Lois flying dozens of meters away. This is still Kazama's mercy, not killing Lois and Tsuchikage. Otherwise Tsuchikage couldn't stop the blow at all. Good boy, you really amaze me. At this time, Tsuchikage was knocked out again by Kazama. However, with his strength, he will not be injured. But now, although his body is not injured, his face has been completely torn down by the wind. Everyone present felt Tsuchikage's anger. Even Tsunade didn't know how to end it now. Boy, you're a Konoha ninja, you have to stand up for Otogakur village. Could it be that you secretly communicated with Otogakur village? Hearing Tsuchikage's words, Kazama immediately sneered. He knew that Tsuchikage's words were to let everyone investigate his relationship with Otogakur village. If Kazama admits at this time that he is the real leader of Otogakur village, Tsuchikage would definitely say that he broke the rules of the Budo tournament and cancel both his and Otogakur's places. By that time, the first place in the martial arts conference that he had already won would be gone. Kazama naturally wouldn't fall for Tsuchikage's trick. I and the four-tailed Jinchuriki column are good friends, can't friends help each other? Okay, since you want to stand out for your friends, then I will fulfill you. As long as you want you to pick up Jinten particle style from me, and live under my Jinten particle style, I will give up on four-tailed people. Jinchuriki column force capture, how about it? Quote. What? I said Tsuchikage, are you crazy? Tsuchikage, you are clearly bullying the small. Kazuma, don't agree to Tsuchikage's request. At this time, Hokage Tsunade, Kazekage Gaara, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Reikage I, these four cage level masters all scolded Tsuchikage. Chapter 195 Hard Jinten Particle Style. Because all four of them have been helped by Kazama. Besides, they all know the horror of Jinten particle style. You must know that Jinten particle style surpasses Kekkei Genkei, and it is a technique of blood succession elimination. However, it can separate the opponent into an atomic state and destroy it in ashes. In some ways, Jinten particle style is better than Tailed Beast Bomb. Even if they searched the entire ninja world, no one dared to take Jinten particle style out of hand. And Tsuchikage's current purpose is to make Kazama retreat. At that time, he will not only be able to regain face, but also take advantage of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column power. No problem, I accept your challenge. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade, Gaara, Terumi Mei, and I were all taken aback. Kazama, haven't you heard the power of Jinten particle style? No one in this world of ninja can stop Jinten particle style. Yes, you must not take the initiative to digest for a moment of anger. Everyone, please stop persuading me. Kazama immediately smiled and waved at Tsunade and the others. If I'm really killed by Jinten particle style, it's because I'm incompetent, and no one can complain. Good. Well said. Seeing that Kazama agreed to bet against his Jinten particle style, Tsuchikage immediately burst out laughing. He knew that Kazama was not weak, but even so he didn't believe Kazama could survive under his Jinten particle style. At this moment, Kazama said to Tsuchikage again, since I accepted your bet, then I hope we can increase our chips. Okay, how to add it? Seeing that Kazama was dying, and still thinking of adding chips to himself, Tsuchikage laughed again. It's very simple, if I die under your Jinten particle style, not only will the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force follow you, but the 3, 5, and 6 tails of Otogakur village will surrender to you. Will they listen to you? We are willing to obey the winds. 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails Jinchuriki column force immediately said in unison. Good. Tsuchikage was overjoyed when he heard the words of these people, Jinchuriki column. As if these few people Jinchuriki column force has become his bag. Quote. But if I survive your Jinten particle style, then you will give all of your Iwagakure village's financial funds, strategic facilities, as well as all ninja tools and ninjutsu to Otogakur village for free. I said you're crazy kid. When Lois heard it, he immediately refused, but was stopped by Tsuchikage. No problem, I promise you. What, father, you? Seeing that his father really used the lifeline of Iwagakure village to bet against the wind, Lois was puzzled. Idiot, whoever hits my Jinten particle style will surely die. You don't care what he asks, he can't win anyway. Yeah, it's still father, you are smart. How could I forget about this? Their father and son thought they had decided to eat Fengjian, but they didn't know that they had already been decided by Fengjian. Okay, then I'm going to cast Jinten particle style next. No problem, come on. Seeing that Tsuchikage was about to cast Jinten particle style, the onlookers immediately retreated several hundred meters away. They all know the horror of Jinten particle style, and they will be labeled as nothingness if they touch it a little. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. As the mysterious cube in Tsuchikage's hand appeared, the surrounding dust was all floating and empty. Immediately afterwards, the cube turned into a light Jinchuriki column, and rushed towards the wind in an instant. Chapter 196 Get Jinten particle style to beat Tsuchikage. This kid in the wind is dead. Of course, Jinten particle style is a blood-based elimination technique that no one can stop. Konoha probably needs to cry next time, he lost a genius in vain, haha. Just when everyone was gloating, Jinten particle style had hit Kazama and completely surrounded him. Tsunade, don't hate me, it's Kazama who wants to bet against me, and I can't help it. Seeing that his Jinten particle style had hit Kazama, Tsuchikage immediately burst out laughing. I advise you all to stay farther away. Jinten particle style has a wide range of explosions, so as not to implicate you again. Just when Tsuchikage was so proud of his Jinten particle style power that he thought Kazama would surely die. Suddenly I saw that my Jinten particle style did not explode as expected, but became smaller and smaller. What's going on here? Tsuchikage knows this trump card of his own very well. He had never seen such a strange thing before. I was just short of chakra, so I absorbed your Jinten particle style. What? Hearing this sound from his Jinten particle style, Tsuchikage, who was floating in the air, fell to the ground with a plop. Although he has not seen the owner of this voice. But at this moment, even a fool knows that it must be Kazama who said this. Impossible, it's impossible, how could you block my Jinten particle style? Just when Tsuchikage left the sentence impossible and the right sentence impossible. Jinten particle style that hit the wind room has become smaller and smaller. After a few breaths, it was all absorbed into the body by the wind. Ding! Successfully absorbed Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jinten particle style, mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. This technique can create a Jinten on the opposite side of the attack direction. Particle style to block the enemy's retreat. Hey, this technique is not bad, then I just took this opportunity to test it. Just when Tsuchikage and Tsunade et al. Were shocked that Kazama survived in Jinten particle style. Suddenly, he saw that the wind was also floating in the air. And there was a cube that was exactly the same as Tsuchikage just now. You. Seeing Kazama's posture, Tsuchikage, who had just stood up, slumped to the ground again in shock. Because as a Jinten particle style user, he is all too familiar with Kazama's current move. This is clearly his own Jinten particle style. Impossible. Jinten particle style is our Iwagakure village secret art. How can you use Jinten particle style? You. Tsuchikage, you might as well run for your life instead of being surprised. Jinten particle style mirrors split detachment of the primitive world technique. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, a light Jinchuriki column appeared right in front of Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage was so frightened that he immediately retreated, but at this time he found that a light Jinchuriki column appeared behind him. The face of Jinten particle style attacking at the same time, Tsuchikage is already unavoidable. Father. As soon as Lois saw it, he rushed to the rescue, but he knew it was too late. Kase, hurry up and stop. Tsunade hurriedly shouted into the wind, because if Tsuchikage was really killed, then Iwagakure village and Konoha will definitely fight again. But when Tsunade said this, he suddenly felt that what he said was nonsense. Because once a powerful ninjutsu like Jinten particle style is used, it can't be stopped. Alas, it seems that the battle with Iwagakure village is inevitable. Just when Tsunade and everyone thought Tsuchikage would die, the two Jinten's particle style that were about to hit Tsuchikage stopped. Chapter 197 Tsuchikage come to beg me. Don't worry everyone, I was just joking with Tsuchikage-sama. Kazama said with a big wave of his hand, and took back the two Jinten particle style lines that were only a few millimeters away from Tsuchikage's body. With the disappearance of these two Jinten particle style, the clothes before and after Tsuchikage's body instantly turned into powder. Shows how powerful the two Jinten's particle style in the wind are. Before they enter their bodies, the coercion comes first. At this time, Tsuchikage was so frightened that his legs became weak, and he couldn't stand up no matter how his subordinates helped him. Just now, he really felt the coming of death. And what Tsuchikage is more afraid of is not death, but the wind room where Jinten particle style is mastered and can be sent and received. Because Tsuchikage has experienced many battles, he has long regarded life and death as commonplace. But Funyun's performance at the moment has subverted all his cognitions in his life. You must know that as the only successor of Jinten particle style, Tsuchikage himself cannot take back the Jinten particle style that he sent. But Kazama did it, and Kazama not only did it, but even controlled Jinten particle style exactly. This alone, Tsuchikage has already succumbed to the 5 bodies that Kazama admires, and is willing to bow down. At this time, the people present and the other 4 shadows had the same thoughts as Tsuchikage. You must know that before Kazama accepted Tsuchikage's challenge, they all thought they would die, but Kazama survived. And not only did he survive, but Kazama also instantly mastered Jinten particle style, which was more powerful than Tsuchikage, and forced Tsuchikage into the Jedi. But just when they thought Tsuchikage would definitely die this time, Tsuchikage survived. Of course, this is not because Tsuchikage has the ability, but because the wind is too defying. Jinten particle style that was sent out was actually taken back. In the face of Funyun's successive performances against the sky, everyone in the 5 shadows were all convinced by him. I lost. Tsuchikage, who had always been stubborn, immediately lowered his head helplessly. Since you admit defeat, Tsuchikage-sama, should you honor our promise next? Agreement. Because Tsuchikage was so shocked that he completely forgot his previous bet between Hefeng. Father, didn't you promise Kazama that if you lost, you would give the funds, ninjutsu, ninja tools and strategic weapons of our Iwagakure village to Otogakure village unconditionally? Hearing Lois's words, Tsuchikage remembered his previous bet with the wind, and immediately made him fall into a cold sweat. Tsuchikage thought he would win before, so he didn't take this gamble seriously. Now that he lost, Tsuchikage realized how terrible the bet was. If he really gave everything in his Iwagakure village to Otogakure village, then my village may be in danger. Little brother Kazama, see if you can be accommodating, I'm really. Tsuchikage immediately begged for mercy with a smile on his face. Little brother Wind. At this time, Lois also hurriedly nodded and bowed at the wind. It's not easy for our Iwagakure village to get to where we are today. If we give everything to Otogakure village, then our village will cease to exist. Could you please raise your hand? What do you say? Seeing the grinning face in the wind, the Tsuchikage father and son also knew that Kazama would probably not agree. So he began to plead with Tsunade. After all, Tsunade was Kazama's immediate boss. Chapter 198 Receive the 5-Nation Alliance Reward. Master Tsunade, we have always had a good relationship with the ninja villages of the 5 kingdoms. Can you persuade the little brother Kazama? Seeing the pitiful eyes of Tsuchikage's father and son, Tsunade's heart suddenly softened. Kazama, see if you can find a compromise. After all, Iwagakure village has a good relationship with our Konoha. At this time, Gaara, Terumi Mei, and I also rushed to reconcile. As the 5 shadows of the 5 countries, they still hope that their ninja villages can support and cooperate with each other. If Kazama really brings down Iwagakure village, everyone in Iwagakure village will be forced to jump over the wall, which will lead to endless wars. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. Because he didn't mean to bring down the village of Iwagakure, he just took the opportunity to teach Tsuchikage a lesson and let him have a longer memory. Since everyone persuaded me like this, then I'll give it a step. You Iwagakure village don't have to give all the funds, strategic weapons, etc. to Otogakure village all at once. You can change to the mode of annual donation, in your Iwagakure village. Supply Otogakure village with various ninja tools, funds, etc., within the range of the village. Yes, no problem. Seeing Kazama give in, Tsuchikage immediately agreed. Although doing so would still suffer from a loss to his own village, it would be better than hollowing out his own village all at once. And Kazama's strength is so strong, Tsuchikage has to agree even if he doesn't agree. Everyone, since our 5 shadows have all come together this time, why don't we form an alliance here? What? Hearing Tsuchikage's proposal, Tsunade and the others were shocked. Because the 4 of them had long wanted to form an alliance with Iwagakure village. Unfortunately, Tsuchikage was too stubborn and unwilling to unite with ninjas from other countries, so this matter has never been facilitated. And the reason why Tsuchikage's current attitude has changed 180 degrees is because he values Kazama's strength. And Kazama is Konoha's ninja, so an alliance with Konoha is equivalent to an alliance with K's. With Kazama as a powerful ally, then his Iwagakure village can rest easy in the future. Tsunade and the others are not fools either, they thought a little bit now. Understood that Tsuchikage was on the surface to form an alliance with his 4 shadows, but in fact it was to please the wind and to follow the wind. Thinking of this, Tsunade and others had to admire Kazama's strength. None of the 4 of them had formed an alliance, but here in the wind, Tsuchikage was rushing to find his own alliance. The future of Kazama is limitless. At this moment, Tsunade and the others all said in unison. With this thing coming to an end, the final winner of the martial arts conference is undoubtedly Kazama. Because the strength that Kazama has shown now is enough to hang everyone present. Tailed Beast Bomb, absorbed Jinten particle style and slapped Tsuchikage. If there is still someone who is dissatisfied with this kind of record, then this person is a fool and has no eyes. Although Otogakure village did not win the first place, it was also famous in the 5 kingdoms in this martial arts conference. Let the entire ninja world know the name of Otogakure village and the strength of Otogakure village. Afterwards, he became the first place in the martial arts conference, and he logically received various rewards from the 5 major countries. What kind of gold-silver jewelry, fertile fields can be said to have everything. There was even a daimyo who proposed to reward hundreds of beauties in Kazama. But this big name just proposed. Sakura, Hokage Tsunade, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Yugito of Kumogakure village, and the princess of the land of fire all cast angry glances at the daimyo. The big name was so frightened that he hurriedly cancelled the proposal, although he did not know why these people were so angry with him. And when Fengjian saw the eyes of these people, he was speechless. I can understand Sakura, Terumi Mei, Yugito to some extent, how about Tsunade? I rely on it, it looks too handsome, too strong, it's not a good thing. Just when the wind was crying and laughing, a ninja from Kumogakure village immediately ran to Raikage's side in a panic. No, Lord Raikage, Lord Killer Bee has been attacked. What? Everyone present, including Feng Jian, was shocked. Chapter 199. Prepare to absorb the power of the 8 tails. In the end, that bastard is so bold, he dares to take action on my righteous brother. Raikage was instantly furious. The identity of the attackers is unknown, only that they were wearing black cloaks with Yuhi blood clouds embroidered on them. Akatsuki. Hearing the guard's words, Kazama immediately said secretly. It shouldn't be Deidara, otherwise they will definitely inform me in advance, so it seems that only Black Zetsu and Sasuke are left. Since Black Zetsu dared to bring Sasuke to attack Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force, he must have helped Sasuke obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Quote. Thinking of this Kazama, he immediately decided to go to the spot where Killer Bee was attacked to subdue Sasuke, and take advantage of the situation to absorb the power of the Eight Tails. Otherwise, if it's too late, either Black Zetsu and Sasuke succeed in taking away Killer Bee, or Sasuke is killed by Killer Bee. Either of these two situations is not what Kazama wants to see. Starting the Sky Delivery formation, I will immediately rush to Yunlei Gorge to support Killer Bee. Lord Raikage, think twice. This day's sending array is used to transport items. If it is used to transport living people, it will be torn apart. Don't talk nonsense. With my Raiden Thunder-style armor, can't stand this mere sky. Get ready. Raikage knew that Yunlei Gorge was far away from here, and it had been more than a day since the news had been sent. Therefore, I must go to support immediately, and I will not delay for a moment. Since the sky is so dangerous, then use my method. Kazama said and walked to Raikage's side. Brother Fengjan, I know that you are very powerful, but Yunlei Gorge is far away from us, and there is no other way for us to reach it in an instant except for the sky. Just as Raikage was talking, Kazama had put his hand on him. Then the two disappeared with a swoosh, and the speed was astonishing. Tsunade and the others present didn't respond to what was going on. Yunlei Gorge. As Kazama expected, Sasuke, who fused with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, can already cast the full-body Susanoo. Although not as strong as Kazama's Susanoo, it is enough to deal with Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force Killer Bee. Coupled with the assistance of Black Zetsu, Killer Bee was already on the verge of being beaten. Seeing that Yao was about to capture successfully, Black Zetsu immediately burst into laughter. Yunlei Gorge is far away from the martial arts conference venue. It will take several days to go back and forth. When Raikage and the others come back, we will have already taken Yahweh away. HMPH, when the task of recovering the Eight Tails is completed, I will seek revenge from Kazama again. With my current Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and full-body Susanoo, I will definitely be able to smash Kazama's corpse into thousands of pieces and smash his bones into ashes. Sasuke said that, he strengthened his attack on Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force again. Don't worry Sasuke, this little brat in the wind will surely die in you. Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, he was kicked to the ground. I said you two were shameless. Always speak ill of me behind my back. The Wind Room. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kazama, both Black Zetsu and Sasuke were taken aback. Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why Kazama could always find his trail. But the current situation simply does not allow him to think too much. Because Raikage, who was brought here by Kazama's technique of Hiraishin, has already used the Thunder Plow Hot Knife to break Black Zetsu into two pieces. Pity that Raikage underestimated the strength of Black Zetsu. Chapter 200 Take Sasuke obtain the Pure Lotus Fire. You must know that Black Zetsu is not a human body, but a product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will. Therefore, ordinary ninjutsu cannot kill him at all. So at this time Black Zetsu not only did not die, but also took the opportunity to control Raikage by performing spiritual fusion. Damn! Raikage was shocked when he saw it, and immediately wanted to get rid of Black Zetsu's control. Pity that Black Zetsu's spiritual fusion is too powerful. Even the mighty Raikage could only stalemate with Black Zetsu, and could not get out of trouble smoothly. Sasuke, hurry up and use your Sharingan to control the Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force and make it go completely berserk and attack Kazama. You two really like to underestimate me. I saw that Black Zetsu and Sasuke were abused countless times by themselves. But the two of them still didn't have a long memory, and the wind suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Stop giving me nonsense. Seeing that Kazama didn't take himself seriously, Black Zetsu was immediately furious. Xiaozamao, now your helper, Raikage, the fourth generation, has been controlled by me, and Sasuke has opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, has a complete body Susanoo, and controlled the eight-tailed bull ghost. Next, I will take a good look at how you were abused by us. Damn, haha. Damn, what are you doing? Just when Black Zetsu kept screaming at the wind. Suddenly, Sasuke's full body, Susanoo, was caught in his hand. Sasuke, you're crazy. Our enemy is Kazama, why are you arresting me? I have surrendered to Kazama, so now you are my enemy. What? You. Black Zetsu never dreamed that Sasuke, whom he had worked so hard to cultivate, would turn his back. It turned out that when Black Zetsu kept yelling at the wind just now, demonic illusion Kotoamatsukami on Sasuke and controlled it. Black Zetsu, I really want to thank you for helping me make Sasuke so strong. Hearing Kazama's mockery, Black Zetsu bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. Don't be too happy in the wind, now the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force is about to run wild. When the eight-tailed bull ghost is released, you can't survive. The power of the eight-tailed is much more powerful than the seven-tailed that you surrendered before. To be honest, I really hope that the eight-tailed bull ghost will show up soon. Kazama said, and rushed towards the eight-tailed bull ghost that had revealed its body. At this time, the eight-tailed bull ghost, who was completely runaway, dared to kill Kazami when he saw Kazama. Tailed Beast Bomb was immediately cast into the wind. My luck is really good. I just absorbed the power of the seven tails, and I was able to absorb the power of the eight tails so quickly. Kazama said and greeted Tailed Beast Bomb. Haha, eight-tailed bull ghost, kill this little scumbag in the wind. Black Zetsu below sees Kazama being hit by the Tailed Beast Bomb and immediately burst out laughing. Small hairs in the wind, don't think that you have successfully absorbed the Tailed Beast Bomb of the seven tails before. You can now absorb the Tailed Beast Bomb of the eight tails by repeating the same trick. You must know that the power contained in the Tailed Beast Bomb of the eight tails is the number of the seven tails. 100 times as much. You dare to take the initiative to absorb it, and kill you bastard. Just when Black Zetsu kept yelling at Kazama, thinking that Kazama would be blown up by the Tailed Beast Bomb of Yahweh. But he never thought that the wind had successfully absorbed it. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Tailed Beast Bomb with 8 tails. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the QB, 9 tails, Demon Fox and transforming into a QB, 9 tails, Demon Fox body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 21st Strange Fire, the Net Lotus Demon Fire. At the moment when Fengjian obtained the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, the sun and the moon appeared in the sky, the 9 stars were one, and the mountains and the ground were torn apart. Hokage get burning art at the start, Chapter 201-220. Chapter 201 The Rebellion of Jinglian Demon Fire. Is this the Jinglian Demon Fire? It's really overbearing. Feeling the power of this Pure Lotus Demon Fire, Feng Jian was overjoyed immediately. But this side was only half happy when the Jinglian Demon Fire escaped from Feng Yan's body. Then he turned into a handsome white-robed man. Seeing that the Jinglian Demon Fire actually took shape, Kazama immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Although Yuhi Lotus Karma had previously transformed into a human form, Kazama did not feel any threat to her. But now this white-robed man transformed by the Pure Lotus Demon Fire made Fengjian feel a terrifying aura. Is it you who summoned the deity? The deity. Hearing the words of the white-robed man who was transformed into the Jinglian Demon Fire, Kazeji felt bad. Listening to Jinglian Yaohuo's words, do you mean to be my enemy? Just when Fengjian was thinking like this, the white-robed man transformed into the Jinglian Demon Fire raised one hand. In the wind, the whole body was burned by the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in an instant. Even with the strongest defensive volcanic stone flame body, Fengjian can still feel the burning sensation brought by the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. As expected of the Jinglian Demon Fire, it's really powerful. Kazama said and absorbed the flames from his body into his body. Ding! The Jinglian demon fire has already rebelled against the host, and the Jinglian demon fire must be subdued in order to gain all the abilities of the Jinglian demon fire. Hearing the system's words, Feng Jian was speechless. It seems that the more powerful the strange fire, the more difficult it is to conquer. Jinglian Yaohuo, you were summoned by me anyway, but you killed me as soon as you appeared. Are you still human? Don't give me nonsense. Although I am a strange fire, I have already cultivated spiritual wisdom and transformed into a human body. Now I am the pure lotus monster. How can you be subdued by such a small hair? Humph! How dare you call yourself the pure lotus demon venerable, so I'll beat you back to your original form today. Just as Kei's was about to start, Sasuke who was beside him took the lead in killing the Jinglian Yaozen in the air. Dare to speak rudely to Lord Kazama, I think you are tired of living. It's a pity that although Sasuke is aggressive, he is not the opponent of Jinglian Yaozen at all. An ant dares to do it with me. At this time, the pure lotus monster smiled coldly, and instantly burned Sasuke's complete body Susanoo into nothingness. If it wasn't for Kazama hurriedly blocking Sasuke with volcanic stone flames, I am afraid that even Sasuke will be burned to ashes in an instant. You ants have some strength. You actually have volcanic stone flames. No wonder you can block my attack. Sasuke, step back first and let me deal with him. Kazama said Kamui and absorbed Sasuke into another dimension. Otherwise, with the strength of Jinglian Yaozen, it is possible to kill Sasuke at any time. It's a pity that your strange fire has not changed shape and has no spiritual wisdom, so it is not my opponent at all. Who told you that my strange fire has no intelligence? Kazama said and summoned Yuhi Lotus Karma. And when Jinglian Yaozen saw the stunning beauty made by Yuhi's lotus cremation, he was immediately shocked. Not only amazed by Yuhi Lianyahuo's stunning appearance. It was even more shocking that Kazama could also have a different fire that transformed into a human form. Yuhi Lotus Karma, go and meet him. Hearing Kazama's order, Yuhi's lotus fire immediately turned into a monstrous flame, and killed it towards Jinglian Yaozen. But Jinglian Yaozen smiled instead of anger after seeing it. Chapter 202 Fancy hanging to clean the lotus fire. Humph. The 8th ranked trash dares to do it with me. Okay, then I'll make you a fire slave for me to drive. Looking for death. Although Yuhi Lotus Karma is not ranked as high as Jinglian Yaozen, her strength is not weak. Moreover, she is not even afraid of Fengjian, who has many kinds of strange fires, so how can she be afraid of a pure lotus demon? With the battle of Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire and pure lotus demon Zun, Yuhi, one white and 2 different fires. The dense forest here was instantly burnt to ashes. This destructive power was not only unexpected for Kazama, but even Black Zetsu couldn't help but wonder. Fengjian, you can be regarded as meeting an opponent now, burn you bastard to death. Black Zetsu took advantage of the fact that he was far away from the wind, so he kept scolding the wind, trying to let out a sigh of anger in his heart. But who knows that the wind has super perception? He knew all the bells and whistles in this area for hundreds of miles, not to mention Black Zetsu's scolding. Therefore, Black Zetsu's scolding just started, and the Golden Emperor Fantianyan in the wind surrounded Black Zetsu. The burning Black Zetsu was rolling on the ground, in a state of embarrassment. You bastard in the wind, don't forget that I am now possessed by Raikage. If you burn me to death, Raikage will not survive. Raikage, I have my own way to save you, but you will be slowly tortured to death by me. Kazama said, and looked at Yuhi Lotus Karma and Jinglian Yaozen who were fighting fiercely in the air again. At this time, the Jinglian Yaozen can be said to be more and more brave, but Yuhi's lotus fire is a little difficult to support. After all, she and Jinglian Yaozen do have a lot of gaps. But even so, Yuhi Lotus Karma didn't flinch in the slightest. I said Yuhi Lotus Karma, don't support it, you are not my opponent at all, that kid in the wind let you fight to kill you, why do you have to help him? It's better to surrender to me and be my bed-warming girl. Damn. Hearing Jingli and Yaozen's ridicule, Yuhi Lotus Karma became more and more angry. But she also knew that she was indeed far from Jingli and Yaozen. Now she has used all her strengths, but she is still defeated by Jingli and Yaozen. Okay, you bitch, since you don't know how to flatter yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just when Jingli and Yaozen was about to kill Yuhi Lotus Karma, a volcanic stone flame immediately appeared around Yuhi Lotus Karma, blocking the attack of Jingli and Yaozen. Afterwards, another Golden Emperor, Fen Tianyan, beat the Jingli and Yaozen back several steps in a row. You kid actually owns the Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan. Seeing this golden fire in the wind, Jingli and Yaozen was once again surprised. Although Emperor Jin Fen Tianyan was one level lower than him, his strength was almost the same as Emperor Jin Fen Tianyan. Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan might not be able to kill him, but at the same time he couldn't help Golden Emperor Fen Tianyan. But even so, Jingli and Yaozen didn't want to give in, and kept shouting at the wind. Boy, don't think that you can challenge me if you have 3 kinds of strange fires, you must know that these 3 kinds of strange fires are my defeats. You're wrong, I have more than 3 different fires. Kazama said, and then he summoned all the remaining 17 kinds of strange fires. With the Yan of Life, the 8 Desolations of Destruction, the Golden Ancestral Fire of Juyu, and the appearance of a total of 20 different fires such as the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, the Volcanic Stone Flame, and the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame that have been displayed in the wind. Chapter 203 Crazy Hanging Net Lotus Demon Fire. Even if it was as strong as the Jinglian Demon Venerable, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in fright, and fell out in cold sweat. And you said one thing wrong, I would never treat my companions as abandoned sons, Yuhi Lotus Karma. Hearing this call from Kazama, the fire spirit that Yuhi Lianye fire transformed into instantly understood Kazama's intention. Immediately afterward, the remaining 19 different fires were absorbed into the body. At the moment when Yuhi's Lotus Karmic Fire was absorbed, the world was in turmoil, and ghosts and wolves cried. The entire ninja world was stunned by the strangeness caused by the battle between Kazama and Jingli and Yaozen. At this time, the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire, which had fused 20 kinds of different fires, has been completely reborn. I saw that his whole body was shrouded in brilliance of 20 different colors. Yuhi Lotus Karma, who originally had a national look and a celestial appearance, now looks even better than before. It can be said that it is like a city of people, and a country of people. And the aura that it exudes now, even the wind is shocked. Because this momentum alone is enough to smash the entire ninja world. Monster! What a monster! Lotus Demon Fire on the side saw the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire at this time, and the wind rune that turned the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire into this. Suddenly, he exclaimed again and again, and then saw Yazi was about to run away. Yuhi's Lotus Fire, which is now a fusion of 20 kinds of different fires, how could he escape? Yuhi Lian Yahuo gently lifted it with one hand, and Jinglian Yaohuo was imprisoned in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. How about Jinglian Yaohuo, are you willing to surrender to me now? If it wasn't for Fengyan's order to completely subdue the pure lotus fire for his own use, he would have ordered Yuhi's Lotus Fire to burn it into nothingness. Humph, even if I surrender, I have to surrender to Yuhi Lotus Karma. What are you? You are not the one who defeated me. Good. Seeing that Jinglian Yaohuo still refused to surrender to himself, Fengjian immediately burst into laughter. The reason why I let Yuhi Lian Yahuo fight is because you are not worthy of me, but since you don't accept me, then I will let you see my true strength. Stop pretending to force me, let me go if you have the ability, and see how I abuse you. Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire. Hearing Kazama's order, Yuhi Lotus Karma immediately released the lock on Jinglian Yaohuo. But at this time, the Jinglian Demon Fire did not fight with the wind, but immediately fled away. Little miscellaneous hair, if you want to subdue me, just catch up with me first, haha. Jinglian Yaohuo disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. This can suddenly make the wind a bit dumbfounded. If you want to run, you want to be beautiful. Fengjian said and turned the 8 desolations into a pair of flaming wings. After a few breaths, he caught up with the Jinglian demon fire who escaped. How is this possible? Seeing that he had tried his best, Fengjian still easily caught up with him. The Jinglian demon fire immediately turned into anger, and immediately came towards the wind. Xiao Mao, do you think that if you catch up with me, I will obey you? Wrong. I just deliberately lure you away from Yuhi Lianyahuo, and then deal with you on the spot, haha. Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Sign. Demon fire hit Fengji, it was scattered by Rinnegan's pupil technique. How is this possible? Seeing that Fengjian still has this ability, Jinglian Yaozhen was suddenly surprised. In this world, your magic won't work for me at all, Banshou Tenon Universal Pull. Before waiting for Jinglian Yaozhen to react, Fengjian sucked him to his side again. Chapter 204 Conquer the Net Lotus Fire. Dare to let me get so close to you, you are courting death. Jinglian Yaozhen took advantage of the situation and launched an attack in the wind again. Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Sign. It's a pity that the next moment, it was knocked out by the wind. Banshou Tenon Universal Pull. Super Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Sign. After a few rounds like this, Jinglian Yaozhen has been shocked by all kinds of meat and 8 elements. You bastard, how dare you use me as a ball? Not bad. My technique is the technique of playing ball. I'm mad at me too. After saying that, Jinglian Yaozhen opened up a space on his own and pulled Fengjian into it. Little Misty, I am not your opponent in that world, but in my world, your magic won't work. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Sign is indeed useless in this alien space he created. Haha, little bastard, you will die. Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan. Just when Jinglian Yaozhen thought that this time Fengjian would surely die. But he never thought that Fengjian would actually burn his own space into nothingness. Then the two of them returned to the world of Hokage for 100 years. My Golden Emperor, Fan Tianyan, can burn even the space, your technique won't work for me. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that he was restrained by the wind one after another, the Jinglian demon was so angry that he bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth. At this moment, Fengjian probed with one hand, and Jinglian Yaozhen was sucked into the small black ball in the air. Then the stones, trees, etc. below all overwhelmed Jinglian Yaozhen. Humph, this kind of attack doesn't mean anything to me. Just when Jinglian Yaozhen continued to pretend. Suddenly seeing the Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan in the wind, he was also sucked by this Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth. At this moment, Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth has become a huge fireball, and it is also a fireball surrounded by different fires. The 6 Paths Immortals used Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth to create the moon, and today I will use Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth to create a sun. Be enlightened. Seeing that he has been sucked by Chibaku Tensai Heavenly Body bursting from the earth. And it was burned by the Golden Emperor Fan Tianyan whose power was no less than his own. Jinglian Yaozhen suddenly felt an aura of death. He also finally understood that what Kazami said before was true, that he did have the ability to hang himself. I have obeyed Master Fengjian, please spare my life, I will definitely follow your lead. Ding! Successfully subduing the Jinglian demonic fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nightmare sky mist that comes with the Jinglian demonic fire, which can make millions of people in demonic illusion at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Net Lotus puppet technique. This technique can turn people burned by the Net Lotus demon fire into fire slave puppets for the host to drive. Hearing the confirmation from the system, Kazama believed that Jinglian Yaozhen had truly surrendered to him. Otherwise, Fengjian really wouldn't dare to let Jinglian Yaozhen go so easily. After all, the strength and ambition of this guy should not be underestimated. Afterwards, Fengjian took Jinglian Yaozan and returned to the place of Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire. At this time, Yuhi Lotus Karma didn't know that Jinglian Yaozan had surrendered to Kazama, so he was going to take action on it. Fengjian quickly stopped her after seeing it, and explained the situation to her. At this time, the Pure Lotus Demon Venerable also changed his arrogant appearance before, nodding and bowing at Yuhi Lotus Karma's unstoppable forehead. Although his ranking on the different fire ranking is much higher than that of Yuhi Lotus Industry Fire. The current Yuhi Lotus Fire is a fusion of 20 different fires. Therefore, in terms of strength alone, the Yuhi Lotus Karmic Fire at this time can already completely abuse the Pure Lotus Demon Venerable. Sister-in-law, you have been offended before, please don't be angry. What? What did you call me? Hearing the words of Jinglian Yaozan, Fengjian and Yuhi Lotus Karma were both shocked. Chapter 205 How to Open the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Fengjian is my eldest brother now, so aren't you my eldest sister-in-law? Damn. Hearing the words of Jinglian Yaozan, Yuhi Lotus Karma turned a Yuhi on his face. Immediately, Jinglian Yaozan was beaten with a blue nose and a swollen face. Brother Kazama, can you help me? What did I say wrong? Jinglian Yaozan hurriedly hid behind Fengjian. You are flattering on the horse's hoof. I can't control such a peerless beauty like Yuhi Lotus Industry Fire. What did you say? At this moment, the Yuhi Lotus Karma glared at Kazama again, so frightened Kazama hurriedly waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. Okay Ni, since you've all become my companions now, let's forget about the unhappiness of the past. Humph, I still have to say it. Suinder, S forehead Yuhi, S Lotus Karma turned into a fire and returned to Kazama's body. Big brother Kazama, you must hurry up and cultivate, if you have anything to do, just call me again. Jinglian Yaozan also turned into flames and escaped into Fengyan's body. Seeing that he not only subdued the powerful Jinglian Demon Venerable, it merged into the more powerful Yuhi Lotus Karma, and Kazama was content. Then he looked at the Black Zetsu below who was being tortured by the Golden Emperor's Fantianyan. At this time, Black Zetsu had been burned to the point of unconsciousness, and he was dying. So Kazami wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill him, but just when Kazami was ready to do it, the system stopped him immediately, which immediately made Kazama puzzled. If the host wants to obtain the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan, it must use the power of Black Zetsu. What? Hearing the system's words, Kazama was taken aback again. He never thought that Black Zetsu could make himself open the Sharingan of 9-Tomo's reincarnation. If so, then Black Zetsu really can't kill. Because under the influence of the host, Black Zetsu has only absorbed half of the chakra of the seven-tailed beast so far. If there is no Black Zetsu's final spiritual fusion, the body of 10 tails cannot be summoned, that is, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the host has only by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya can the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan be fully opened. Otherwise, even if the host finally obtains the power of 10 tails, you can only open the 6-Tomo Samsara Sharingan. Quote. So it is. Only then did Kazama understand the true method of opening the Sharingan of 9-Tomo Samsara. Although the 6-Tomo Samsara Sharingan strength is not weak, but compared with 9-Tomo, there is still a world of difference. Since we want to open, we must open the most powerful reincarnation Sharingan. Well then. Thinking of this, Kazama could only re-release the half-dead Black Zetsu. That's right. At this time, Fengji suddenly thought that the Jinglian demon fire could turn the burning person into a puppet and let him drive it. Since Koto Amatsukami can't control Black Zetsu, use the pure lotus fire to control Black Zetsu's actions. However, when Kazama told the system about this idea, he was attacked by the system. Black Zetsu is not a human body, but a product of will, so the pure lotus demon fire can only kill it, but cannot control it. Well, since that's the case, then Black Zetsu can only be left alone before he resurrects Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately removed the Golden Emperor Fantianyan, who was constantly burning Black Zetsu, and cast the Flame of Life to resuscitate it. At this time, Black Zetsu didn't know that Kazama saved him. Even more do not know the real reason for the wind to keep his own life. So as soon as this side woke up, it immediately merged into the underground and escaped without a trace. Humph. Seeing Black Zetsu fleeing, Kazama immediately sneered. He also informed Obito to bring back half of the eight-tailed bull ghost's chakra for Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to absorb. Next is Naruto's Kyubi, 9 tails. As long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbs half of the 9-tailed beast's chakra, he can use the power of Black Zetsu to summon 10 tails. Ontology Otsutsuki Kagaya up. Quote. Kazama was extremely excited when he thought that he was about to get the legendary 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. If you want to absorb the power of Kyubi, 9 tails, in Naruto's body, you must let it release the Kyubi, 9 tails body, there. Kazama remembered that Naruto would learn how to control Kyubi, 9 tails, from Killer Bee in the future. And during the period Kyubi, 9 tails completely went through it once. So Kazama decided to let Naruto follow Killer Bee to learn how to control the tailed beast in advance. As long as Naruto rampages and releases Kyubi, 9 tails, Kazama will be able to absorb it. At that time, I will be able to obtain the power of 10 tails, open the 3-tomo Samsara Sharingan, and get even more powerful flames. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately woke up the 4th generation Raikage, who was in a coma, and explained his thoughts to Raikage. The 4th generation of Raikage naturally nodded in agreement after listening. After all, he was previously controlled by Black Zetsu, but Kazama saved himself. And Kazami's strength is so strong, he naturally dare not refuse Kazami's request. But what Kazama didn't expect was that when he returned to Konoha, Naruto actually disappeared. Chapter 206 Scare Tsunade. How did it suddenly disappear? Was it taken away by an enemy who coveted the power of Kyubi, 9 tails? Kazama, who came back, immediately asked Tsunade. It's very possible, because the previous martial arts tournament was held in the country of fire, so many ninjas from other countries would stop by to visit our Konoha, and Konoha's defenses were much laxer than usual. The enemy must take this opportunity to capture Naruto. Go. Have Anbu been sent to search? The wind can be said to be very anxious now. After all, Naruto is his own companion. And if Naruto was really drawn out of Kyubi, 9 tails power by the enemy, then he would not be able to absorb Kyubi, 9 tails, and obtain the power of 10 tails. Alas! Hearing Naruto's questioning, Tsunade shook his head helplessly. We have sent out several groups of ninjas one after another, but none of Naruto's whereabouts have been found. Damn! Kazama immediately exerted his super perception. After investigating the situation within a radius of hundreds of miles, Naruto's whereabouts were still not found. How should this be? Just when Kazama and Tsunade were at a loss, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, who participated in the search mission, also walked in. Reporting to Master Tsunade, if you want to find out Naruto's whereabouts, you may be able to use fragrant insect. Micro-scented bug. Is that the micro-fragrant bug that can rely on smell to find its target even if it is thousands of miles apart? Hearing Shino's words, Tsunade immediately asked in surprise. Not bad. But as far as I know, the fragrant worms have become extinct. Could it be that your Aburame clan still exists? No, but our Aburame clan discovered that the fragrant insects have recently appeared in the country of fire. As long as we search the kingdom of fire, we may be able to find the traces of the fragrant insects. Do you know how big the country of fire is? Looking for it bit by bit, it will take several months at the fastest. Tsunade smiled wryly as he spoke. It won't take so long, Kazama said, and walked up to Shino. Shino, you immediately draw the little fragrant worm. As long as it is still in the land of fire, I will be able to find his trace. How is this possible? Hearing Kazama's words, Shino Tsunade and others all expressed their disbelief. However, Shino still handed Kazama's picture book to Kazama. After learning about the appearance of micro-fragrant insect, Kazama once again used his super perception. And used Susano to increase super perception to the extreme. After a few breaths, the traces of the micro-fragrant insects were searched. Found it. It's in the Rocky Valley in the south of the Fire Nation. What? So fast. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade, Shino, and others were all taken aback. Tsunade thought that no matter how fast Kazama was, it would take days to find it. But now it has only been a few seconds, and the wind has found the trace of the micro-fragrant insect. Tsunade immediately admired this. And Shino and the others have long been stunned by Kazami's sky-defying perception. Okay, since that's the case, then, Shino, go back and pack up and help the wind to tame the worms. Don't pack up, let's go straight now. This. Seeing Kazama in such a hurry, Tsunade immediately laughed awkwardly. What do you know about the wind? The Rocky Valley in the southern part of the Country of Fire is far away from our Konoha, and it will take 3 days to arrive at the earliest. If you don't pack up, what will you eat and where will you sleep on the way? What? Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, let alone the Land of Fire, it is the entire ninja world, as long as I want to go, I can reach it instantly. As soon as Fungyun's voice fell, flame wings formed by the 8 desolate destruction flames appeared on his back. Tsunade and Shino took a few steps back in fright. They have never seen wings growing on the backs of people, but wings made of flames. Let's go, Shino. Just when Shino was shocked, he had been taken to the 9 heavens by the wind. After a few moments of effort, the two of them had arrived at the Rocky Rock Valley in the south of the Fire Country. Damn it. This. Shino, who has always liked to pretend to be deep, was slumped on the ground because of the shock. No wonder everyone says Fengjian is a monster-like genius, and now he is well-deserved when he sees it. Little devil, it seems that you are also here to find the micro-fragrant insects. Just when Shino was shocked by Kazami's sky-high speed, 3 ferocious ninjas immediately appeared here and surrounded them. Chapter 207 Be looked down upon. The Shengshui Lu family. Shino couldn't help being surprised when he saw the costumes the 3 were wearing. The so-called Shengshui Ryu clan is a clan in the village of Iwagakure that specializes in fighting against insects. Of the same nature as the Aburame clan that Shino belongs to. It turns out to be a kid from the Aburame clan. No wonder we know our name. Originally, our mission was to come here to destroy the little fragrant worm, so that you, Konoha, would not use it to find the whereabouts of the Kyubi, Nine-Tails kid, but I didn't expect you to move so fast that you found this place all at once. Since this is the case, then we can only kill the 2 little devils from Konoha and the micro-scented insects together, so as to avoid future troubles, especially the little devils of your Aburame clan. We must cut you into pieces to solve our problems. Hate in my heart. Aburame clan in the 3rd Ninja War. So they were exiled from the village of Iwagakure, which brought them to the brink of extinction. Therefore, they naturally hated the Aburame clan where Shino belonged. If I ran into you alone, I might really lose my life, but now that my companions are here, it's you who will die, right Kazama? Facing the siege of the 3, Shino didn't care, and calmly looked at Kazama next to him. Kazama, is that Sanada Kazama, who is known as a monster-like genius? Hearing Shino's words, the 3 of Shengshui Ryu immediately looked at Kazama in horror. Shino. Hearing Kazama calling himself, Shino nodded immediately. I heard Mr. Jiraiya say that as long as you call your partner's name, it means you are going to start pretending. I will stay away from you now. No, you retreat with me immediately. What? Seeing that Kazama had not fought yet, he started to retreat. Don't say it's Shino, but the 3 people on the opposite side of Shengshui Lu are all looking at each other. Originally, Shino also wanted to see how Kazama showed Kamui. But now that Kazama has already started to retreat first, Shino can only helplessly follow. Ha ha. Konoha, these two little devils really like to pretend. That's right, you said that your partner is Sanada Kazama. If it were that guy, we would have died a long time ago. The kid from the fake Kazama, and the kid from the Aburame family, you two are doomed, haha. Chased after Kazama and Shino in the distance. Fanfiction, your sudden retreat like this will make me very helpless. After all, this is my first time pretending to be coercive, but now I have not been slapped in the face by the enemy, but I have been slapped in the face by you as a companion. Sorry Shino. Seeing Shino's lifeless appearance, Kazama immediately laughed helplessly. Because our main move is to look for the micro-fragrant insects. The location we were just now is very close to the micro-fragrant insects. If I go to war with the enemy, I am afraid that even the micro-fragrant insects will be affected. At that time, our plan to find Naruto will be a total failure. But I heard you don't have Sharingan. Should you be able to control them directly with demonic illusion? It's really simple to use Sharingan's words, but the three of them are clones, and the main body is still unaffected. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Shino was shocked. Not only because the enemy is thoughtful, but also because the wind can see through the enemy's clone with a single face-to-face effort. That's why you pretend to be invincible and lure them away. That's right. Shino, go back to the place where we were just now to find the fragrant insects, and I will divert their clones and main bodies away. Good. Seeing the wind can not only temporarily change the plan, but also arrange the plan so carefully. Shino had to admire it. Little devil, just escaping is useless. It didn't take long for the three of Shang Shuilu to surround the wind room. Chapter 208 Hanging Ninja in Iwagakure Village. At this time, Shino had already followed Kazama's instructions, and secretly went to the place where the microfragrant insects were. And Shino next to Kazama is Mokuden, wood-style clone. Just to confuse the enemy, so that Shino can successfully find the microfragrant insect. How dare you impersonate Sanada Kazama to scare us, you brat. Don't say you're not Kazama Sanada. Even if you were, we wouldn't be afraid of the Shengshui Ryu family. Are you really not afraid? As soon as Fengyan's words fell, he threw dozens of lily swords at the three clones of the enemy. The speed of action is simply staggering. The enemy's clone did not react at all, and was easily eliminated by the wind. And Kazama chose to use the shuriken instead of other moves. It's because his main purpose is to draw the enemy's body. If you use too powerful moves, the enemy's body will be frightened and flee. If so, Kazama would have no way of knowing Naruto's whereabouts from their mouths. Although they still have scented bugs able to find Naruto. But Fanfiction has always been steady in his work, so he must take both the enemy and the micro-fragrant insect in his hands. Damn, this kid still has 2 hits, and he can beat the clones of the 3 of us at the same time. Humph, it's just that we're more skilled at using shuriken. As long as we are ourselves, we will be able to smash these 2 little devils of Konoha into 10,000 pieces. Just as Kazami expected. Once the enemy's clones were destroyed, their main body immediately slaughtered towards the wind. Little stray hair, die. As soon as the 3 of them arrived here, they immediately attacked Kazura and Shino, who had transformed into a clone. The art of insect escape from honey. Insect escape poison bee technique. Thousands of insect escape poison needles. Although the wind room was surrounded by honey at this time, the poisonous bee and the poisonous needle chinbin were all bounced off by it, and they couldn't be hurt at all. In front of Kazama, who has the absolute defense of volcanic stone flames. The attack of these few people is basically like a child playing a house, and it doesn't hurt or itches. You brat, you're not afraid of our attack. Seeing that their poisonous needles and poisonous bees were all bounced off, the 3 of Shang Shuilu were shocked. Your attack is like tickling, what's so scary? Damn. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, the 3 immediately became furious and stepped up their attacks again. Don't be complacent, Xiao Zamao, although you are fine, your companions are not so lucky. Shino, who is now scarred, the three of them immediately burst into laughter. Anyway, it can be regarded as a solution to a member of the Aburame clan, and it can be regarded as avenging for our Shengsilyu clan. Sorry, you probably won't be able to repay this hatred. What? Just as the three were laughing wildly, Shino slammed into a piece of wood. Clone, you bastard. Only now did the three of Sheng Shuilu realize that they had been tricked by the wind. Angered into anger, they all immediately killed them in the wind. Little devil, although your companion has escaped, you have been trapped here by us. If we don't cut you into pieces, we swear we will not be human. That's too bad, you may really not be adults in the future, Zan Wangyan. With a loud drink in the wind, the honey wrapped on his body was immediately burned into nothingness by the mysterious yellow flame of the different fire. It was still useful to keep these three people in the wind, so I used the one with the least power of my own. Chapter 209. Accept me, you're going to fail at pretending. Otherwise, the momentary effort of these three people will be turned into nothingness. It is also a headache for a person to be too strong, because with a little force, the opponent will be beaten and vanished. How is this possible? Seeing that at this moment Fengyan's whole body is surrounded by a wonderful flame. The three of Sheng Shuilu were so shocked that they took a few steps back and fell out in cold sweat. Even though they were still several meters away from the wind, they could still feel the high temperature emanating from Zanwangyan. They knew that if they got a little bit of it, they would be burned to ashes. You, who are you? How can a small Konoha genin have such a powerful force? Didn't I tell you my name from the beginning? Are you really that monstrous genius of Konoha, Kazama Sanada? Not bad. Hearing Kazama's answer, the three of them all slumped to the ground with a thud. If they run into other people, maybe they still have the courage to continue fighting. But if the opponent is Sanada Kazama, let alone let them fight, even escaping will be a problem. Because their legs at the moment have been frightened to the ground, like the mud. I can't lift it. Nightmare Sky Mist. Kazama said that he used the ability of the Net Lotus Demon Fire, which caused the three of them to be hit by demonic illusion at the same time. And try to know Naruto's whereabouts from their mouths. But what Ling Fengjian did not expect was that these three people just received the task to come here to solve the micro-fragrant insects. They were unaware of Naruto's whereabouts. Damn, in this case, we can only pin our hopes on Wei Xiangworm. Kazama said that he used the pure lotus demon fire to turn the three into fire slaves and put them into his Kamui different space. And immediately rushed to the place where Shino was looking for the tiny fragrant insects. How about Shino, have you found it? The fragrant insect was found, but... As Shino said that, he handed the corpse of the worm in his hand to Kazama. How could this be? Fengjian had clearly sensed that the microfragrant insect was still alive before, but who knew that it was actually dead at this moment? The lifespan of bugs is very short. It should be when we came here, which happened to be the end of its lifespan. As Shino said that, he was about to bury the fragrance bug, but Kazama stopped him immediately. Let me bring it back to life. Fengjian, I know you are powerful, but resurrecting the bug is nothing short of a fantasy. Hearing Kazama's decision, Shino immediately shook his head into a rattle. Even our Aburame family can't revive the bugs. How can you, as a foreigner, do it? What if I did it? Fengjian said, and injected a ray of life into the body of Wei Xiangworm. Although my pretense failed before, this time I must succeed in pretending. You can't do it. Shino said with a confident gesture. Sorry, Shino, your pretense failed again. As the sound of the wind fell, the already dead micro-scented worm was reborn again. And he kept flying back and forth in front of Shino, as if he was laughing at Shino. You actually have the ability to bring the dead back to life. At this moment, in Shino's eyes, Kazama has been shocked into a god. But why? Why does my pretense always fail? Shino bowed his head in pain. Chapter 210. Scary Urina hanging the master of Haifeng. Maybe it's because you're not suitable for pretending, let's let the micro-scented bug find Naruto. Kazama patted Shino's shoulder with a smile, and then put Naruto's clothes in front of Mixiong Bug. The country of the sea. At this time, Naruto has been wrapped by a huge sea creature, and is constantly sucking Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra from his body. Damn, what the hell is going on with you, monster? Why do you want to attack me? Naruto, with his super physique of the Uzumaki clan, just managed to hold on. He was transformed by a domestic resentment, and his name is Haifengju. At this moment, a strangely dressed ninja came over immediately. I saw a knot in the imprint of his hands, and this Haifeng master absorbed chakra even faster. You bastard! Who are you? I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to hurt me? Humph! You and I have no grudges. Can't I do anything to you? It's just that you have a powerful Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, fox in your body. As long as the master of Haifeng can absorb the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, fox's power, our country of the sea can dominate this ninja world, so you can do it, little brat, and complete our country of the sea, haha. Quote. This ninja of the land of the sea is a typical example of saying the most cowardly things, but doing the most hated things. He thought that if he caught Naruto, he could successfully absorb the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra in Naruto. But he far underestimated Naruto's strength. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. As Naruto shouted, he immediately used Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra to break free from the shackles of Kaifengju. Then, with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he hit the ninja of the land of the sea below with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Is this the power of the demon fox? It's really powerful. Seeing that Naruto's strength has greatly increased at this moment, the ninja of the land of the sea actually laughed instead of being angry. At this time, before Naruto could react to this, he immediately rushed to the master of Haifeng, and performed a secret technique to merge with him. At this time, the originally huge Haifeng master, his size increased several times in an instant. Even Naruto, who borrowed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, chakra, was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Haha, little devil, this is the secret technique of our country of the sea. Today's Haifeng master is more than 10 times stronger than before. Now I will see how you escape. Damn it. Necromancy. After Naruto saw it, he hurriedly summoned Toad Wentai, hoping to use its power to defeat Haifengju. But now the owner of Haifeng is in the ocean, and he has already occupied the land. At this moment, even Toad Bunta was beaten by the Suiden, water style, that he casted and retreated. Naruto, you brat, always summon me to this troublesome place. Don't complain, Boss Toad, hurry up and think of a way to defeat the enemy. Naruto was also in a mess at the moment. He never expected that even the powerful Toad Wentai would not be an enemy's opponent. The enemy is good at Suiden, water style, then we can only use Kaden, fire style, to deal with him. Then I attack with Toad Oil, and you cooperate with me to cast Kaden, fire style, get ready. Hey, wait a minute. What are you waiting for? It's too late. Toad Bunta said, and sprayed Toad Oil at the owner of Kaifeng in front. But I don't know Kaden, fire style. Naruto was scratching his head in a hurry at the moment. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. At this critical moment, a sea-like flame immediately fell from the sky. After merging with Wentai's Toad Oil below, it is like a tsunami of flames. Chapter 211, about to absorb the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. In an instant, the huge Haifeng master was submerged. After that, its power continued unabated, and even the surrounding sea water turned into a sea of fire. Needless to say, Master Haifeng has long since been burned into nothingness by this powerful Kaden, fire style. The wind room shouted happily to Kazama and Shino in the sky. Kazama, is that the Kaden, fire style, this kid casts? Seeing the appearance of Kazama, even the Toad boss Wentai was taken aback. This kid's Kaden, fire style, just now is so powerful, even without the cooperation of my Toad Oil, it should be enough to hang Haifeng master. Jiraiya is right, this kid is indeed a monster like a genius. Although Gao Wentai has seen countless masters, but such a master with sky-defying strength like Kazama, it is the first time in his life that he has seen him, so he is secretly amazed. Following the farewell of Bunta Kazama, Kazama also learned from Naruto that the Kingdom of the Sea was trying to meddle with the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. So after Kazama brought Naruto back to Konoha, he told Hokage Tsunade about it. Although Kazama also has the ability to deal with the country of the sea. But Kazama's top priority now is to let Naruto follow Killer Bee's practice, and then take the opportunity to absorb the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Therefore, the grievance between the country of the sea and the country of fire. Kazama felt that it would be more appropriate for the two countries to resolve the matter on their own. What? Kazama, are you going to practice with me? That's great. Because Naruto has always regarded Kazama as his idol. Being able to practice with your idol is something everyone dreams of. Wait a minute Tsunade-sama, let us go with you to the land of thunder. And just as Kazama and Naruto were about to set off, Might Guy and Yamato immediately caught up. It turned out that Tsunade was worried that Naruto would go wild while practicing. Therefore, Yamato, who has the ability to restrain the tailed beast from running wild, and Might Guy, who is very strong in physical skills, were sent to help Kazama. Tsunade is really attentive. Seeing the arrival of Guy and Yamato, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded. In fact, Kazama alone is enough to suppress the runaway Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. However, Tsunade was also well-intentioned, and Kazama naturally wouldn't refuse. And this time, the place where Hokage arranged for Killer Bee to train Naruto is not strictly speaking within the Land of Thunder. It is on an isolated island on the border of the Land of Thunder, known as the Paradise Island. The island is completely isolated from the sea, so it can only be reached by boat. Wow, what a big ship! After arriving at the Fire Country Pier, Kazama immediately exclaimed when he saw a large ship in front of him. Kazama, this is not our ship. At this moment, Yamato scratched his head embarrassedly, and pointed to a small boat next to the big boat. Seeing this tattered boat, Kazami was speechless. Tsunade really knows how to live. Mingming has done so many tasks recently and earned so much money, yet he is still so stingy. The wind could only sigh helplessly. But when they were ready to go to sea by boat, once the crew heard about the sea area they were going to pass through, they all backed away in fright, expressing that they did not dare to go there. Why? Seeing that everyone was so scared, Fengjian was greatly puzzled. Little brother, you don't know something. At this time, a sailor immediately explained to the wind. The sea area you are going to pass through is often haunted by pirates. Pirates? Yeah, and it's the kind of pirate who kills without blinking an eye. We don't dare to go all out with you. Seeing that they were just mere pirates, he frightened the sailors into such a state, and Feng Jian immediately shook his head with a smile. Don't be afraid, everyone, as long as there are us Konoha ninjas, no matter how powerful the pirates are, we will not be our opponents. Pull it down, who can't brag? That is, many people said that they were not afraid of pirates before, but didn't they get killed by pirates in the end? You better find someone else. But, seeing this group of sailors insisting on refusing to go to sea, Kazama and the others felt helpless. Because the route and direction of the sea is completely different from that of the land. If there are no experienced sailors to follow, Kazama and others will stay in the sea forever. If you Konoha ninjas can really defeat those pirates, I can help you go out to sea. Just then, a young man came over immediately. You are. Seeing someone take the initiative to ask Ying, Feng Jian was overjoyed. But just when he was about to ask the name of the person who came and wanted to thank him. But he never thought that this person would actually kill him. Chapter 212 Get Star Escape Hanging Star Ninja. If you can't even beat me, then don't even think about going out to sea, because those pirates will tear you to pieces. It turned out to be a test of our abilities. Hearing the young man's words, Feng Jian immediately smiled. Let me meet you. But Kazama didn't do anything yet, but Naruto behind him rushed towards the young man with a big laugh. Take this fight as the beginning of my practice, the art of shadow clone. Seeing Naruto making a move, Kazama immediately stepped aside with a smile. Since someone is willing to serve, the wind is also happy. The secret technique of peacock escape from the stars. But what Ling Jian didn't expect was that Naruto was knocked to the ground by the young man's chakra-transformed beast before he even got close. Dozens of shadow clones also dissipated immediately. Humph. If you dare to go out to sea like this, I think you should stay where it is cool, it's for your own good too. The young man turned and left immediately. Damn, you bastard. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was still full of dissatisfaction. Fangjan, it seems that you need to give him some color to see. Although Naruto was not convinced, he knew that his skills were inferior to others, so he could only pin his hopes on Kazama. Little brother, please stay. Do you want to try it too? Good. Before the wind was finished, the young man whistled towards the wind again. Do you think these ninjas from Konoha can beat the summer star? At this time, the sailors immediately gathered around to watch the excitement. I see Zan, Shazing's strength is very powerful. The yellow-haired boy was knocked to the ground by him just now. This black-haired one looks very thin, and it is estimated that he has no ability. There are two other ninjas, one wearing a green tights and one wearing a helmet. If you don't know, you think they are joking. I think Konoha ninjas are not as famous as meeting. When everyone said that, they laughed at Fangjan and others. The secret technique of peacock escape from the stars. At this moment, the young man known as the Summer Star once again used the move that defeated Naruto just now. This so-called peacock secret method of star escape seems to be similar to the attack method of my myriad beast Spirit Fire, but I don't know how powerful it is. Kazama thought that he would not dodge and meet him here, and let the opponent's attack hit him. It's over, this black-haired boy is not as good as the yellow-haired one. Yeah, that kid still knows how to dodge, but he doesn't even dodge. Just when everyone thought that Fangjan would definitely lose. Suddenly, Kazama, who was hit by the summer star, was actually intact. And many of the beasts created by the peacock's secret method disappeared immediately. This kid actually blocked Summer Star's attack. It's not blocking it, I think it seems to have absorbed the attack of the Summer Star. What? Absorbed? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded by the performance of the wind. And Kazama's opponent, Sha Xing, was even more shocked. Because he did see his attack just now, all of which were absorbed by Kazama. If this was put in the past, he wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Ding! I succeeded in absorbing the secret technique of the Star Escape Peacock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Escape Star Burning the Sky. Little brother, it's my turn next, the stars will burn the sky. Just when Sha Xing and everyone were still in shock, Kazama's attack came in an instant. Chapter 213 Slap Might Guy. I saw that all the stars all over the sky turned into meteors and roared towards the bottom, scaring everyone to flee. This is the secret technique of our Xingyan family. Why would he, an outsider, actually use it? The young man known as Summer Star immediately slumped to the ground with a thud, his face full of shock. And just when the meteor that filled the sky was about to come, it disappeared in the next moment. I'm sorry everyone, I was just joking with you. I don't know if I am qualified to invite you to help me go to sea. Seeing that Fangjan spared his life, everyone could see the true strength of Fangjan. I also knew that I had underestimated the wind before, so everyone came over and apologized to the wind. It's all because we have eyes and don't know Mount High. I hope you don't have the same knowledge as us, little brother. Seeing that everyone obeyed him, Kazama nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Sha Xing also hurried over and asked Feng Jian curiously, Little brother, where did you learn the star-burning sphere that you cast just now? Can you teach me? You must know that this star burning the sky is the secret technique of the family where Sha Xing belongs. No one will use them except their deceased patriarchs. Therefore, Sha Xingxing was of course extremely shocked when he saw that Kazama actually performed this technique. It's a long story, but if you're willing to follow us out to sea and help us point our way, maybe I can teach you. No problem, of course I am willing. To be honest, if you don't teach me little brother, I am willing to help you go to sea. Sha Xingxing told Kazama and others about the past of their Xingyan clan. It turns out that Sha Xing's family was all killed by pirates back then. Even the treasures in their clan were snatched by those pirates. Therefore, in order to avenge his own family, Sha Xing naturally wanted to follow Kazama and them out to sea, and killed these pirates by the way. Although Kazama's top priority now is to lead Naruto to Killer Bee to practice, and absorb the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails by the way. However, if you really encounter these pirates who do all kinds of evil on the road, Kazama doesn't mind killing them. Let's go. With a roar of Naruto. With the help of Sha Xingxing and several other sailors, Kazama and others set sail successfully. Everyone, because your boat is a hand-cranked boat, the speed of travel will be slower. How slow is it? Naruto is impatient, and immediately asked Sha Xing. Well, it takes about a month to reach the Paradise Island you mentioned. What? A month? Hearing Sha Xing's words, even Kazama, who has always been steady, felt that the speed was indeed too slow. If that's the case, then I'm here to give this ship a boost. Might Guy immediately took over the paddle and started a quick stroke. This is youth, so fly everyone. With Might Guy's rapid paddling, everyone's speed has indeed improved a lot. Pity that the resistance of the seawater is too great. Might Guy persisted for only 1 stick of incense, and then he was directly paralyzed. Let me try it. Kazama immediately cast Rasengan on the stern of the boat. At this time, the Rasengan was like the transmitter, and the ship was moving fast. Then Might Guy's original speed. That's great, we'll be able to resist the destination in 3 days. Sha Xing said happily after seeing her. Useless wind room, your chakra will run out in a while, you know, I can't last long even as a blue beast. Might Guy smiled and shook his head in the wind. But after half a day, the Rasengan in the wind not only did not disappear, but turned into a big ball Rasengan. The boat that everyone was riding in was like a rocket, moving forward rapidly. You really are a monster. At this moment, even Might Guy, who claims to have unlimited physical strength, had to admire Kazama. Everyone, we're getting close to where pirates often haunt. Before Sha Xing finished speaking, a large ship with a skull engraved blocked the route of Kazama and others. Chapter 214 Hanging Pirates. At this time, 3 tall pirate leaders immediately appeared on the huge ghost ship. Humph, even 3 people dare to be pirates, I can solve you in a second. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. But before he could act, he saw behind the 3 pirate leaders. There were actually thousands of pirates. And each of them is armed with swords, spears, swords, and halberds, shouting at the wind and the others. Although it's just a group of scumbags, this momentum is enough to make one's heart pounding. The leg that Naruto stepped out was so frightened that he quickly retracted it. We are the ninjas of Konoha, and we advise you not to resist needlessly, and to capture them immediately. Yamato immediately stood in front of Naruto and tried to use the name of Konoha to scare off the pirates. But Yamato obviously underestimated the ambitions of these pirates. At this time, when the pirates heard Yamato's reprimand, not only were they not afraid, but they became even more crazy. Just you rubbish ninjas, you dare to let us be captured, just a joke. We have killed all the ninjas in the 5 countries except you Konoha. Since you took the initiative to send them to your door today, then I will fulfill you and open fire. Following the order of the pirate leader, hundreds of heavy artillery immediately appeared on the edge of their ship. What about ninjas? They still have to die under our gunfire, haha. Seeing the sudden attack of the hundreds of heavy artillery, Yamato hurriedly cast Mokuden, wood style, to resist. But who knew that these shells seemed to have eyes, and they actually bypassed Yamato's Mokuden wood style. Then he continued to kill everyone on the boat. Haha, these cannonballs are all chakra leads by me, you can change the direction of the attack at will, you will die. Sweetened water style, water formation wall. At this critical moment, Fengjun immediately cast a wall of water to block the crowd. Useless kid, my chakra cannon will change direction at any time. Water formation wall in Kazama again. By coincidence, my water formation wall also changes direction. What? Just when the pirate leader thought he was about to succeed. However, he suddenly found that the water formation wall displayed by the wind actually formed a circle, which tightly wrapped everyone in it. At this time, the water formation wall has formed a 360-degree defense without dead ends. Even the chakra cannon, which can change the attack route at any time, cannot find its flaws. Therefore, within a few rounds, these chakra cannons were all shot into the sea by the water formation wall. The arrogant strength that Kazama is showing now, suddenly surprised these pirates. To actually use the 360-degree water formation wall that is unique to the second-generation Hokage, this kid in the wind is really amazing. At this moment, even Yamato could not help but secretly exclaimed. It was these three pirate leaders who killed our clan and robbed our Xingyan clan's treasure. Sha Xingqing immediately ran behind the wind and whispered to him. Kazama originally intended to kill these pirates instantly. But since these three pirate leaders robbed the treasure in Sha Xing clan, that Kazama can only change the strategy, that is, torture them to death, and then force them to hand over the treasure. You bunch of pirates, today I'll let Konoha's blue beasts deal with you. Might Guy said and charged towards the pirate leader on the skeleton ship. But what Guy didn't expect was that he had just arrived on this ship now. Chapter 215 Hanging One Piece. It was surrounded by the rubber technique performed by one of the leaders. No matter how hard Guy struggled, he just couldn't exert any strength. Mr. Guy, I'm here to save you. At this time, Naruto and Yamato also rushed over, ready to rescue Guy. But who knew that not only did the rescue fail, but even the two of them were trapped inside by the enemy. Humph, Konoha's ninjas are just like that. Oh, it looks like I have to do it. Seeing that Guy, Naruto, and Yamato were trapped one after another, Kazama immediately shook his head helplessly. Boy, I'm waiting for you. The pirate leader did the same trick again, preparing to trap Kazama too. Little stray hair, don't think you're awesome when you blocked my chakra cannon with a sweetened water style just now. Let me tell you, this rubber technique of mine is very sticky. As long as you stick a little on it, you're stuck here, haha. Just when the pirate leader laughed wildly, thinking that he could restrain Guy, Yamato, Naruto, and Kazama. But he never thought that his rubber technique would not play any role in Kazama now. Not only was it useless, it was even absorbed into the body by the wind. Ding! The technique of absorbing rubber is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of rubber monster. You can actually absorb my rubber art. The pirate leader had never seen such a strange thing before, and he was dumbfounded. Because your rubber technique is too rubbish, I'll show you my rubber technique next. What? You also perform rubber magic? Hearing the words of the wind, the pirate leader was even more shocked. Impossible. No one in the world can use rubber except me. Isn't it impossible if you say it's impossible? Take it, the rubber monster art. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, a monster with a rubber head appeared instantly. And directly swallowed the pirate leader into his stomach. Xiao Zha Mao, you are courting death. Seeing that his companion was defeated, the other pirate leader was immediately furious. Jident magnet style, fist of iron sand. I saw that the right fist of the pirate leader was immediately wrapped in magnetic sand. He directly smashed the rubber monster cast by Kazami into pieces. Boy, even if you stealthily learned rubber art, you are not my Jident magnet style opponent. Let's see how I will cut you into 8 pieces. As the pirate leader said that, he waved the huge magnet punch again, and smashed towards the wind. Ding! Successfully absorbed the fist of Jidden, magnet-style iron sand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jidden, magnet-style iron sand and waves. You're not even afraid of my Jidden, magnet-style. Jidden, magnet-style ninja was taken aback when he saw that his magnetic sand punch was actually absorbed by Kazama. Originally, he thought that his Jidden, magnet-style was so powerful that Kazama couldn't hold it, but he was slapped in the face by the speed of light. Is this the so-called Jidden, magnet-style? No big deal. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that Fengjian not only made himself slumped, he even dared to humiliate himself. This Jidden, magnet-style ninja was immediately enraged and attacked Kazama again. I will not only piss you off, but also blow you up, Jidden, magnet-style iron sand waves. Kazama raised his hand slightly, and a wave of sand and iron immediately blocked the Jidden, magnet-style ninja's attack, and buried it in the layers of iron sand. Humph! As expected of Konoha's ninja, he has 2 strokes. Hand seal with both hands and floated in midair. Chapter 216 Get Light Escape Snatch the pirate ship. Flying ninja, it seems that you are the real pirate leader. Yes, the 2 of them are just my entourage. If you think that if you defeat the 2 of them, you will be able to ride on our pirates' necks and shit, that is a big mistake. Today, I will teach you how to be a human being. The sun is shining. Quote. With this real pirate leader shot. The ordinary sunlight in the sky directly merged into a light Jinchuriki column. In an instant, the cabin below was penetrated, and then the seawater was completely penetrated by it. As expected of a pirate leader, he still uses sunlight as a means of attack. Kazama looked at it without fear and rejoicing, because no matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, he would absorb it as much as possible. Moreover, seeing the strength of this light escape from the wind, it is natural to use it for oneself. As long as there is sunshine, I can unleash endless attacks, and then I'm going to roast all of you Konoha ninjas. Be careful in the wind. At this time, Guy, Yamato, and Naruto also saw the unusualness of this light escape, so they immediately shouted into the wind. Be careful now, it's too late. At this moment, 4 rays of light, Jinchuriki column, appeared in sequence from the front, back, left, and right of the wind room. Xiaoza Mao, your strength is really awesome. It's a pity that you have met me now, and no one in this world can survive in my light escape. Seeing that Kazama was successfully submerged by his own light, the pirate leader immediately burst into laughter. But he was just halfway through laughing when he stopped abruptly. It turned out that after the light escape dissipated, the wind room was not only fine, but even cast a more powerful light escape. Ding! Absorbed the light and the sun shines successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the light and the sun to kill. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Seeing the light dun that Fengjian is using at this moment, it is actually more powerful than the light dun that he has been practicing for decades. The pirate leader slumped to the ground in fright. And at this time, with the appearance of the sun in the wind, the pirates in the entire cabin were burned to charred corpses. Only the pirate leader and his 2 followers remained. Because Kazama still needs to get the whereabouts of the treasures in the Summer Star clan from their mouths. The 3 of you are still alive. It doesn't mean you have the ability, but I have left you a dog for the time being. If you don't want to be tortured to death by me, answer my question honestly. Understood. We all understand, little brother. Oh no, big brother. All our gold silver jewelry is yours, you can take it. At this time, the 3 so-called pirate leaders had been completely frightened by Kazami's formidable strength, and they no longer dared to pretend to be in front of Kazami. Don't give it to me. Where is the treasure of the Xingyan family that you robbed back then? Here. The pirate leader took off the pendant from his neck as he spoke. At this time, Feng Dian came over to take a look, only to find that the necklace contained an extraterrestrial meteorite. And this extraterrestrial meteorite also emits this extremely powerful chakra. The fallen heart flame that follows the trend has the same effect. It seems that this meteorite can also speed up the cultivation of the human body. No wonder these three pirate leaders are so powerful. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately handed this thing to Sha Xing, asking him to confirm the authenticity. It's true. This is the treasure of our Xingyan family. Seeing that Fengjian really found this thing for himself, Sha Sha was moved to tears, and kept thanking Fengjian. It's not worth the effort. Little brother Kazama, I will never forget your great kindness and virtue in my whole life. Then you rest well, and I will paddle and set sail for you. No. Kazama said, and brought all the sailors in his ship to the huge pirate ship. Why are we still in a small boat when we have a big boat? Yes, how did we forget about this? The speed of the pirate ship is very fast. Everyone laughed at this moment. In the past, pirates robbed their ships, and now they can finally understand what it is like to snatch pirate ships. Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Then Fengjian turned the three pirate leaders into fire slaves. And absorbed them into their own different space, so that they can be used in the future. Guy, Yamato, and Naruto were naturally even more shocked to see that Kazama would do this. With the rapid progress of this pirate ship, it didn't take long to arrive at the destination Paradise Island. But at this time, Kazama and the others were about to land when they suddenly saw a huge rhino appearing on the island, whistling towards him and the others. Chapter 217 Shock Killer Bee. Lord Killer Bee, what are you doing? Kumogakure Ninja Motorcycle in Paradise Island was surprised to see Killer Bee actually let the animals on the island attack Kazama. Sir Killer Bee, we are allies with Konoha now, and that Sanada Kazama is your savior. How can you let the animals on the island attack them? Don't be nervous Motoi, bastard. Killer Bee started his signature rap right away. I heard Lord Hokage say that Kazama saved me in my two berserkers, but unfortunately I was in a coma during the berserker, so I didn't see Kazama's ability at all. Since this time he took the initiative to come at this point, I naturally want to try his ability. You all come together. I want to see how powerful this wind room is. With Killer Bee's order, the many giant beasts on the island are lions, tigers, brown bears, and so on. All of them also killed the others in the past. Killer Bee, Kazama is capable of suppressing the Berserk Yutai twice. With his strength, how could the animals on this island be his opponents? You are doing nothing more than that. Wrong. I don't believe he can be so powerful as a kid. If there is really something wrong in the wind room, what should we do? Don't worry, I'll be able to summon these beasts by myself, and won't put Kazuma's life in danger, and in this way, I'll give Kazama a blow, so that he won't dare to underestimate my Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. Killer Bee finished speaking, he suddenly saw those giant beasts rushing towards the wind, and they all flew back one by one. How is this possible? To see hundreds of giant beasts being defeated in such a way. Not to mention Motoi, even Killer Bee was dumbfounded, and even Rap became stuttering. Killer Bee, this is how you welcome us. At this time, Kazama came to Killer Bee first. Then Naruto, Guy, and Yamato followed behind. You bastard, why let the beast attack us as soon as we meet? Naruto didn't know that Killer Bee was the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force who wanted to help him control the tailed beast this time. So after hearing Kazama questioning Killer Bee, he immediately yelled at Killer Bee. Ow! At this moment, the giant rhino that had been blown away by Fengjian seemed to be going crazy and charged towards Fengjian again. Oops! When Killer Bee saw it, he was about to turn into a tailed beast, ready to block the rhino's attack. But at this time, Fengji raised one hand and grabbed the huge horn of the rhino and lifted it into the air. You. When Killer Bee saw with his own eyes that Kazama had such a powerful force, he once again turned from a rap master into a stuttering uncle. Because even Killer Bee has to rely on the power of the 8 tails to suppress the beasts on this island. But now Kazama can easily slaughter the beasts on this island with his own strength alone. That's why he and Hokage together can't do it. But this is easy for Kazama, who has super strange power. In this way, Kazama still showed mercy and did not display his more powerful Susanoo. Otherwise, the entire Paradise Island will be razed to the ground by him. I'm so sorry, Kazama-sama. At this time, Motoi immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Lord Killer Bee, he is just joking with you, not really wanting to do something to you, so I hope you don't take offense, Lord Kazama. Hearing Motoi's words, Kazama naturally stopped investigating. Because he also knows that Killer Bee is not a bad person, just a person who does things according to his preferences. Moreover, Kazama now has to use the strength of Killer Bee to help Naruto fully master Kyuubi, Nine Tails power. Naturally, I am too lazy to care about Killer Bee. But what the wind didn't expect was that he didn't care about Killer Bee, but Killer Bee began to care about him instead. 218th Palm Hanging Killer Bee. Little devil, are you the Sanada Kazama who helped suppress Yao twice? What do you say? Hearing Killer Bee's question, Kazama immediately said angrily. I'm sorry, Kazama-sama, because when the Eight Tails ran away, Killer Bee-sama was already in a coma, so he didn't really see you make a move, so he was curious about you. Shut up, bastard. Before Motoi could finish speaking, Killer Bee interrupted him again with a rap. My dignified Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column power, how could I be rescued by a kid like you? And it's only twice, I don't believe you have such a strong strength, I want to duel you. If other people said these words, I am afraid that they would have been bruised and swollen by the wind. But now hearing Killer Bee say these words in a rapping way, the wind suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. I came here to let you train Naruto, not to let you train me. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't agree to duel me, then I won't train Naruto. What? You rap uncle, your personality is too strange. After Naruto heard it, he immediately went forward to reason with Killer Bee, but Kazama stopped him with a smile. Looks like you won't be able to train Naruto with peace of mind if I don't stick your clothes on. That's right, Mina, Yalu. Okay, since that's the case, then let the horses come over. Seeing that Kazama was willing to duel him, Killer Bee immediately danced with joy. Little devil, see how I beat you, my dignified Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column power, how could I be suppressed by you? Yao, lend me your power. Killer Bee said and came to the spiritual world of Yao. Hey, Killer Bee, this kid called Kazama is probably the one who suppressed me twice. Although I was a little confused after the rampage, I still have some impressions of his appearance. Stop talking nonsense. What is the strength of this kid in the wind? We will try to find out next. Are you willing to become the defeated general of a kid? You bastard, well, to be honest I don't want to be suppressed by a kid. Yatai Niyugi said and merged with Killer Bee, and exerted the power of Yatai's body. Little devil, it's too late to regret it now. Damn, this Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force really likes to mess around. Yamato, Guy, and Naruto all became nervous when they saw the main body of the Eight Tails appearing. Although they knew that Kazama was powerful, they had never seen Kazama's fight against Yahweh. So I don't believe that Kazama really has the strength to defeat the Eight Tails. I never knew what regret was. Good boy, your mouth is quite tough, take it, Mina. Come out, eight-tailed bull ghost. Just when the eight-tailed Killer Bee was about to attack, Kazama also immediately exerted his eight-tailed power and turned into another eight-tailed bull ghost. I rely on. At this moment, Motoi, Yamato, Guy, and Naruto below all said the word, I rely on me, in unison. Because they never thought that the wind could have this ability. Mina quack. As Kazama's opponent at the moment, Killer Bee with Eight Tails was shocked again and stumbled. Now is not the time for stammering. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, Kazama defeated Killer Bee's Yahweh. Damn it, the power of the Eight Tails that this kid in Kazama has made me even stronger. At this moment, even the eight-tailed bull ghost in Killer Bee couldn't help being surprised. Tailed Beast Bomb. The panicked Killer Bee heard what Yao said in the body, and forgot that he was now competing with Hefeng, not a battle of life and death. So he opened his mouth and immediately cast Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee, you're crazy. The Motoi below couldn't help shouting when he saw it. And when Killer Bee slowed down and wanted to take back the Tailed Beast Bomb, it was too late. Because the Tailed Beast Bomb had already attacked the 8-tailed bull demon that had changed in the wind. Everyone, hurry up and escape. Ran over to Naruto, Yamato, Guy and others. And just when everyone thought Kazama would be killed by Tailed Beast Bomb of Yao, but suddenly found that Tailed Beast Bomb did not explode immediately. So everyone looked up suspiciously, and the scene in front of them immediately surprised them even more. Chapter 219 Beat Killer Bee. It turned out that Kazama used to be an 8-tailed cow ghost, but now it has become a QB, 9-tails demon fox. And hit Killer Bee's Tailed Beast Bomb directly. Damn it. Didn't you say Naruto is QB, 9-tails, Jinchuriki, column force? Why can Kazama also become QB, 9-tails? Motoi immediately asked Yamato and Guy in surprise. But at this time, the two of them were just as shocked as Motoi. They also don't know why Kazama has the power of QB, 9-tails. Naruto, did you know? At this time, the three of Yamato looked at Naruto at the same time. Stunned by the battle between Kazama and Killer Bee. Looks like he doesn't know either. Yamato and the others could only sigh helplessly. The battle between Kazama and Killer Bee again. Kazama originally had the power to completely suppress the 8-tails, but now it has transformed into a QB, 9-tails demon fox, which is naturally a higher level of strength. Therefore, in a few breaths, the 8-tailed bull ghost transformed by Killer Bee was beaten with a bruised face. Killer Bee, who were still arrogant before. At this moment, under Fengyan's subordinates, there is nothing but embarrassment to avoid, and even the courage to fight back is gone. Killer Bee, you idiot, hurry up and beg Fengyan for mercy, let him fight like this, and I will die. Killer Bee had long wanted to throw in the towel, but he kept holding on because of his face. But now that he has lost face when he sees 8-tails, then his face is useless. So Killer Bee hurriedly took back the body of the 8-tails, and began to apologize to the wind. Sure enough, it's a hero coming out of a young man. I'm willing to bow down to the next one. Killer Bee will voluntarily admit defeat. Hearing Killer Bee's words, Motoi was taken aback. Because even in the battle with Hokage, Killer Bee never conceded defeat. But now after only a few rounds, Killer Bee voluntarily conceded defeat. Motoi had to admire Kazama's strength. Because in this world, except Kazama, no one can make Killer Bee voluntarily admit defeat. As Kazama returned to its original appearance, Yamato and the others recovered from their shock. So he immediately came to the side of the wind, and asked the wind at all times. Kazama, how can you have the powers of Yatai and QB, 9-tails, at the same time? Seeing the curious eyes of Yamato and the others, Kazama immediately laughed. Although Kazama is a companion with Yamato and others, he will not reveal the abilities of his own system. He will not admit that he really has mastered the power of Yahweh and QB, 9-tails. This is just an ordinary transformation technique, not the real power of the tailed beast. Our top priority is to let Naruto learn how to control QB, 9-tails, as soon as possible. Oh, that's fine. Seeing that Fengyan was reluctant to say more, it was naturally inconvenient for everyone to ask more. After all, what kind of ability Kazama possesses is his own secret. If you want to learn how to control a tailed beast, you must first pass the trial of a real waterfall. As Killer Bee said, he took Kazama and the others to a waterfall. If you can't eliminate the darkness in your heart, even if you can control the tailed beast in the future, you will eventually be attacked by the tailed beast. Okay, I see. As Naruto said that, he sat on a stone opposite the waterfall and began to hold his breath. As long as you can successfully wake up next, then you have the qualification to control the tailed beast. Killer Bee laughed inwardly when he said this. Chapter 220 Slap Killer Bee. Because if you want to eliminate the darkness in your heart, you can't do it overnight. It can take a few months as fast as you can, and a few years later. Killer Bee thought that as long as Naruto couldn't wake up for a long time, Kazama and the others would definitely be anxious. At that time, I have to ask myself, so that Killer Bee can take the opportunity to find a little face in the wind. Killer Bee, you're a very insidious fellow. Yao knew what Killer Bee was thinking, so he immediately laughed and scolded him. Haha, that's of course, no matter what, I'm also a dignified Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. I was defeated by Kazama just now and lost face. I must find it in Kazama. This real waterfall is only my experience, however, only I can help Naruto eliminate the darkness in his heart. Just wait and watch the show. Just when Killer Bee was laughing, Naruto in the real waterfall was already sweating profusely and trembling all over. After seeing it in the wind, it is not good to secretly say, because this is obviously a symptom of going crazy. If it goes on like this for a long time, I am afraid that Naruto will die before he learns how to control the tailed beast. Killer Bee, what's going on with Naruto? At this time, Yamato also saw that Naruto was wrong. This is Naruto fighting against his own demons, and if he wins, he will be able to wake up successfully. And what if it fails? That would be. Killer Bee said this with a pretentious sigh. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yamato immediately wanted to wake Naruto, but was stopped by Killer Bee. I advise you not to act rashly. Not only will you not help Naruto, but it will accelerate his failure. Then what do you say? Seeing Yamato take the bait, Killer Bee immediately laughed proudly. If I want to help Naruto now, I can only enter his spiritual world with the power of my fellow Jinchuriki column, and help him defeat his inner demon together. Then why don't you act quickly? Hearing Yamato's urging, Killer Bee pretended to shake his head again. Entering the spiritual world requires a lot of chakra, so let me rest for a day, and then I will help Naruto. How can that be done? If something goes wrong with Naruto next, we can't afford it. I hope you will save Naruto because we Konoha and you Kumogakur are allies. Yeah, please. Hearing Yamato Guy, please, Killer Bee immediately looked at Kazama again proudly. Obviously waiting for Kazama to come and beg him. Isn't it just to help Naruto eradicate the demons? I can do it too. As Fengjian said, he was ready to cast Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Because Qinglian Earth Heart Fire can make people calm down and get rid of the symptoms of ecstasy. What? Just you? Hearing Kazama's words, Killer Bee immediately burst out laughing. Little brother Kazama, I know you are powerful, but to eradicate inner demons, it's not just about being strong, you must also be a human being Jinchuriki column force, so you can enter the spiritual world of human Jinchuriki column force. Naruto's spiritual world can't be entered, how can we help? Just as Killer Bee was talking, he suddenly saw a wisp of jade green flames appear on Fengjian's hand. Then the flame entered Naruto's body. Are you planning to use Kaden fire style to burn Naruto to death, haha? Killer Bee didn't know the wonders of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, so he laughed again in the wind. Hokage get burning art at the start, chapter 221 to 240. Chapter 221 Kyubi, Nine Tails the Demon Fox itself. But at the same time as he laughed, the unconscious Naruto had successfully woken up. Damn it. This. Seeing Naruto's successful awakening, Killer Bee was shocked and stepped back, his face full of disbelief. Naruto, you finally woke up. How are you feeling now? Yamato and Guy immediately ran to Naruto happily after seeing it. Thank you for Nie's concern, I have completely defeated the demon. Really? Great. Impossible. It's impossible. Just when Yamato and Guy were happy for Naruto's victory over the demons, Killer Bee immediately questioned. After all, it took him several months to defeat the demon. But now Naruto defeated the demon in just a few minutes and successfully woke up. Of course, 10,000 people didn't believe it. Naruto, since Killer Bee doesn't believe it, then tell the big guys about your process of defeating your inner demon. Seeing Killer Bee's shocked expression, Kazama immediately laughed. No problem. In fact, at the beginning, I was really not the opponent of my inner demon, because he was indeed too powerful, but just when I was about to be swallowed by it, I suddenly saw a ray of green flame, which helped me to destroy myself. My inner demon turned into nothingness, and I woke up immediately. This. After hearing Naruto's narration, Killer Bee believed that the magical flame just now in Kazama indeed had the effect of eradicating demons. This instantly made Killer Bee admire Kazama for his 5-body throw. That, little brother Fengjan, just now I was blind, so I underestimated you. You have a lot of knowledge, so don't have the same knowledge as me. Killer Bee hurriedly apologized incessantly. As long as you can help the power of Naruto Master Kyuubi, Nine Tails, as soon as possible, I can forgive you, otherwise. Kazama touched his fist as he spoke, causing the Killer Bee to back away in fright. No problem, it's up to me next. Killer Bee hurriedly told Naruto the key to controlling the tailed beast. Then he entered the spiritual world of Naruto, faced Kyuubi, Nine Tails, with him, and began to compete for Kyuubi, Nine Tails, chakra. Kazama knew that Naruto was going to run wild next. Therefore, Yamato, Guy, and Motoi were immediately supported so that they could not restrain Naruto in time. Then he summoned the Jinglian demon Venerable. You immediately enter Naruto's spiritual world, anger Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and force Kyuubi, Nine Tails, to go completely berserk. Understood. Jinglian Yaozen immediately turned into a ray of flame and entered Naruto's body. Because Kazama couldn't enter Naruto's spiritual world, he could only rely on the strength of Jinglian Yaozen. Sorry Naruto, you will be completely dominated by the Kyuubi, Nine Tails fox next, but don't worry, as long as I absorb the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, I will help you completely master Kyuubi, Nine Tails, the power of the demon fox. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, Naruto, who was practicing with Killer Bee, ran away instantly. The huge Kyuubi, Nine Tails, demon fox body also appeared immediately. Haha, Uncle Ben finally came out. Oops. Killer Bee didn't know this was Kazama's plan, so he immediately transformed into the 8 tails to suppress Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Before he could act, he was knocked to the ground by the demon fox of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. A rubbish 8 tails dare to challenge me, just damn it. Master, the task was successfully completed. At this time, Jinglian Yaozen also reappeared beside Fengjan. Just now, you bastard attacked me the hardest. I was worried that I couldn't find you, but you actually showed up. Seeing the appearance of Jinglian Yaozen, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, demon fox can be described as a murderous atmosphere. Chapter 222 Open 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Very well, you go back first. As ordered. So you are the master of this guy. I saw the Jinglian Yaozen turned into a flame and escaped into the body of the wind. The Kyuubi, Nine Tails, fox immediately understood that all this was at the direction of Kazami. Yes, it seems that you are quite clever, stupid fox. I'm mad at me, if I don't cut you into 8 pieces, I'm not Kurama. Hearing Kazama's ridicule, the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, demon fox immediately became furious and immediately charged towards Kazama. Then you really can't be a Kurama next time. Kamui. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to pull the Kyuubi, Nine Tails demon fox into his own different space. Because his next fight with Kyuubi, Nine Tails, will be devastating. If you don't pull yourself and Kyuubi, Nine Tails, into Kamui's space, I'm afraid this paradise island will be razed to the ground in an instant. Little Misty, I didn't expect you to be able to use space techniques, but even so, you can't escape death. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, immediately launched a series of attacks into the wind. And Kazama didn't show weakness, and even used the full-body Susanoo to block all the attacks of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. HMPH, I can't think of anyone other than Madara who can cast a full-body Susanoo. Seeing this golden giant in the wind, even the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, demon fox couldn't help but be taken aback. Madara's full-body Susanoo, is it qualified to be compared with me? Kazama immediately showed the Susanoo double swords, grass pheasant sword, shark muscle, Yushu ice mirror and burning sky bow in the hands of the complete body Susanoo. With the power of these 6 artifacts, Kazama defeated the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails demon fox in a row. I'm going to kill you, little bastard. At this point, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was completely provoked, and immediately cast Tailed Beast Bomb into the wind. Good come. Was overjoyed after seeing it, and hurriedly rushed towards the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. Ding! Absorbed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Tailed Beast Bomb successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of 10 tails and transforming into the body of 10 tails. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Congratulations on obtaining the technique of heavenly hand power. This technique allows the host to instantly reach the place where the eyes can reach when the 6 Tomo Rinnegans are turned on. It can make the person or thing within the line of sight change positions at will. Not only can attack instantly, the enemy can also avoid the enemy's attack. It seems that this technique is an upgraded version of Horaishin, and it can also teleport without any markers. Not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd ranked Strange Fire. Nothingness swallows the flame. This fire is the thing that swallows the sky and devours the earth, and has the ability to swallow all things. To be able to devour everything, this is too heaven-defying. Just when Kazama was excited about his newly acquired void-swallowing flame, as well as the power of the 6 Tomo Rinnegan and 10 tails, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, opposite was stunned by the wind. Because he just saw his tailed beast bomb in the wind with his own eyes. But Fengjian is still alive now, even unscathed. This made the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, fox feel incredible. From the time of the 6 paths immortals to the present, I have never seen anyone who can resist my tailed beast bomb. What is the origin of this kid called Kazama? Just as Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, the demon fox was thinking in secret, Kazama looked at him again. Didn't you say you're going to cut me into pieces? But I'm still alive, why is that? Seeing Kagami laughing at himself again, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was furious and burst into rage. Chapter 223 Gain the Power of 10 Tails. Little Misty, although I don't know how you evaded my tailed beast bomb just now, you can't dodge this next move, tailed beast bomb combo. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, opened his mouth wide, and all those dozens of tailed beast bombs were killed in the wind. Humph. If it's on an ordinary person, it's inevitable, but I'm not an ordinary person. Kazama said and immediately cast his newly acquired 6 Tomo Rinnegan. This is... Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was startled again when he saw Kazama's current eyes. Because Kazama's eyes are now only 3 Tomo from the 9 Tomo Sharingan of the 6 Paths Immortal. For creatures like the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, demon fox, he knew exactly what kind of power Kazama's eyes now possess. And at the same time that Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, fox was shocked by Kazama's eyes. Kazama has already performed the heavenly hand power technique, swapping himself and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, with each other. At this point, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, didn't know what was going on. Those dozens of tailed beast bombs all hit him, and the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, hit was riddled with holes. Thankfully Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, has great healing powers. Otherwise, these dozen-tailed beast bombs are enough to send Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, to the west. As expected of the ability of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, it is really powerful, really awesome. Seeing that he had made Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, like this without any effort, Fengjian was overjoyed. Because he wanted to convince Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, to tame him, so that Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, could help Naruto improve his strength. You bastard. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, is an extremely stubborn guy, even if he sees that he is no match for the wind. But he still did not give in, but once again gathered chakra and prepared to kill towards the wind. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, I don't have time to play with you. You have lived in Naruto's body for so long, and you haven't paid your rent yet. Now you should help Naruto and let him borrow your strength. Don't give me nonsense. My dignified Uncle Kyubi, Ninetails, how can you point fingers in front of me? Seeing that Kyubi, Ninetails, not only refused to accept himself, but even killed him again, Feng Jian laughed instead of being angry. Exactly, I will use you to try my nothingness swallowing inflammation. With a single hand in the wind, a black monster formed from nothingness and swallowing flames appeared out of thin air. The size of Kyubi, Ninetails, is already big enough, but the monster formed by the void swallowing flames in the wind is several times bigger than Kyubi, Ninetails. Kyubi, Ninetails, was taken aback when he saw that the monster summoned by Kazama was more powerful than himself. So he had to run away immediately. But who knew that nothingness would swallow Kyubi, Ninetails, in one bite? Are you satisfied? Hearing the words of the wind, he saw his body that was about to be completely swallowed by the Wuyan Yanyan. Kyubi, Ninetails, who has always been fearless, could not help but feel a little bit of fear. But he still did not want to surrender to the wind. I am part of the 10 tails, even if I surrender, I only surrender to the 10 tails. Okay, you said it yourself, I'll convince you today, come out 10 tails. What? Hearing Kazama's words, he saw that Kazama had actually become the body of 10 tails. Kyubi, Ninetails, froze in shock. He originally just wanted to find an excuse not to surrender to Kazama. After all, in his cognition, only the 6 Paths Immortals possess the power of 10 tails. But he didn't expect Kazama to have the power of 10 tails, and now he just can't accept it. Chapter 224 Get Void Swallowing. Have you taken it now? I got it, I got it. Kyubi, Ninetails, could only lower his head when he saw Kazami's terrifying power. Okay, then I need you to help Naruto well, lend your strength to Naruto, and in return, I can kill your enemy. My enemy? Do you know who my enemy is? Hearing Kazama's words, Kyubi, Ninetails, was immediately taken aback. Uchiha Madara, he used Mangekyo Sharingan to control you, forced you to help him fight, and made you his psychic beast, am I right? Seeing that Fengjian is not only terrifying in strength, but even knows his past clearly. Kyubi, Ninetails, immediately fell in admiration. He originally thought that Kazama was the same as Uchiha Madara, who used himself as a weapon. But he never thought that Fengjian still wanted to avenge himself. At this time, even Kyubi, Ninetails, whose heart is like stone, felt a sense of gratitude towards Kazama. Don't worry, Kurama, said nothing, since I promised you to help Naruto, I will definitely be fully assisted Naruto in the future. Hearing what Kyubi, Ninetails, said, Kazama immediately nodded in satisfaction. At this time Kurama suddenly remembered something. I remember that Uchiha Madara was already dead, how can you help me get revenge? Kyubi, Ninetails, suddenly felt that he had been fooled by the wind. Uchiha Madara will be resurrected soon. What? Is this true? Hearing Kazama's words, Kyubi, Ninetails, was shocked. Of course, that's why I said that I want to help you get revenge. Don't worry, since you are saying no to 2, then I will naturally say no to 2. Good. Kyubi, Ninetails, said and re-entered Naruto's body. Then Kazama used the power of Kamui again to bring himself and Naruto back to Paradise Island. At this time, Yamato, Guy and Killer Bee are constantly looking for the whereabouts of Naruto Hefeng. When they saw Kazama and Naruto who suddenly appeared, they jumped a lot. I said where did you two go? I thought you were swallowed by Kyubi, Ninetails. Killer Bee just saw Kyubi, Ninetails, go berserk, so when he wakes up, he finds Naruto Hefeng missing. Naturally, they thought that the two of them were swallowed by Kyubi, Ninetails. Don't worry, now not only have we not been swallowed by Kyubi, Ninetails, but Naruto has successfully obtained the power of Kyubi, Ninetails. What? Is this true? Excellent. Hearing Kazama's words, Guy and Yamato were naturally overjoyed. Because their mission this time is to let Naruto succeed in the power of Master Kyubi, Ninetails. They thought it would take a long time, but they never thought it would be done so quickly. How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. And when Killer Bee heard Kazama's words, he immediately shook his head into a rattle. I said, Killer Bee, why are you always contradicting Konoha's ninjas? At this time, together with the motorcycles of Kumogakure village, they all complained to Killer Bee. I'm not against you, it's just that I haven't helped Naruto take chakra from Kyuubi, Ninetales. How could he have Kyuubi, Ninetales power again? Just as Killer Bee was talking, Naruto, who had been in a coma, woke up. Naruto, do you have the power of Master Kyuubi, Ninetales? Killer Bee hurriedly asked Naruto. What Kyuubi, Ninetales power? I don't know. Because of Kyuubi's, Ninetales, runaway just now, Naruto has suffered short-term memory loss. Look, I'm right, without my help, Naruto would not be able to obtain the power of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Killer Bee was instantly complacent. Because if Naruto really learned to control the power of Kyuubi, Ninetales, himself, then Killer Bee would feel useless. Naruto, try to extract the chakra of Kyuubi, Ninetales, now. Oh, good. Hearing Kazama's words, Naruto hurriedly communicated with Kyuubi, Ninetales, in his body. Then Kyuubi, Ninetales, put all his power on Naruto. I saw that Naruto directly crossed the Kyuubi, Ninetales, chakra mode and advanced to the more powerful Kurama mode. At this time, except for the wind, everyone present was shocked. Killer Bee, in particular, slumped to the ground in shock. Chapter 225. Prepare to absorb Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's even more powerful than the fusion between me and Yao. But how did he do it? Looking at Naruto's Kurama mode at this time, Killer Bee was secretly shocked. Others may not know what this Kurama mode means. But for Killer Bee, who is also a Jinchuriki, column force, he knows this Kurama model very well. This is the highest level of fusion of human Jinchuriki, column power and tailed beast. You must know that the fusion between him and the eight-tailed bull ghost took decades to achieve success. But now Naruto and his cultivation time only half a day. Killer Bee not be shocked to have achieved this level of integration. It stands to reason that this kid Naruto is very dull, and Kyuubi, Ninetales, has a very irascible temper. The two of them should not be able to integrate to this extent, but now they are integrated seamlessly. If there is no medium in the middle, there is no way at all. It may be successful, who helped Naruto and Kyuubi, Ninetales, merge successfully. Quote. Just when Killer Bee was thinking like this, he suddenly saw the smiling wind room, and he suddenly realized. Since Kazama was the first to know of the successful fusion of Naruto and Kyuubi, Ninetales, it must be him who facilitated the fusion of Naruto and Kyuubi, Ninetales. Ah, but since he has this ability, why did he come all the way to me to help Naruto master Kyuubi, Ninetales? This kid is really unpredictable. Killer Bee got more and more headaches, and finally stopped thinking about it, because he couldn't think of it even if he wanted to break his scalp. Fantastic, it turns out that this is the power after fusion with Kyuubi, Ninetales. At this time, Naruto, who turned into Kurama mode, jumped up and immediately cast Kyuubi, Ninetales' chakra body. It shocked Yamato and the others, and even scared the animals on the island to run around. Kyuubi, Ninetales, thank you for helping me. Naruto immediately said happily to Kyuubi, Ninetales, in his body. Don't get me wrong, kid, if it wasn't for the wind, I wouldn't let you borrow my power. What? The wind room? Hearing the words of Kyuubi, Ninetales, Naruto knew that the reason why he could obtain the power of Kyuubi, Ninetales, so easily was because of Kazama's help. And listening to the voice of Kyuubi, Ninetales, it seems that he is still in awe of Kazama. This naturally made Naruto even more grateful and admired for Kazama. Kase, thank you so much. At this time, Naruto immediately put away the Kyuubi, Ninetales chakra, and said happily to the wind. Kyuubi, Ninetales told me just now that you asked him to help me, thank you very much. What? Kazama can command Kyuubi, Ninetales. Hearing Naruto's thanks to Kazama, Yamato, Guy, and Killer Bee were all surprised. Especially Killer Bee. He has always believed that there is only the power of the master-tailed beast that he can perfect. But now that he saw the appearance of the wind, he knew that it was someone outside. Kazama not only controls the power of the tailed beast and his own Grand Master, but can even make the tailed beast obey him. This is something Killer Bee will never be able to do. With the power of Naruto Master Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Kazama also successfully absorbed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails' chakra and obtained the power of Ten-Tails. As well as the new alien fire, and the Rinnegan of the 6 Tomo. Next, Kazama will prepare to absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Because only by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kazama can open the 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. So Kazama immediately called Obito while everyone was resting. Chapter 226 The Ninja War begins. His Mokudan wood-style avatar to Obito. There is half the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, in it. As long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbs Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Black Zetsu will find the Nine-Tails he captured beasts only have half of the chakra, and the action of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya will also be slow. Then you will take the opportunity to confuse Black Zetsu, let him use his body to fuse with the tailed beast chakra, and then resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Understood. Obito immediately brought the Mokudan, wood-style clone of Kazama back to Akatsuki. Obito, you are more capable than I thought. At this time, Black Zetsu didn't know that he had been caught in Kazama's plan. So after seeing the Mokudan, wood-style clone in Obito's hands, I thought it was the real Naruto. So he immediately burst into laughter. Next, as long as Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbs Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, the Ten-Tails can be resurrected successfully, and then Mother Kagaya can regain control of the entire ninja world. When the time comes, I will make you cramp and skin you, making your life worse than death, haha. But when Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, absorbed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails' chakra, didn't turn into Ten-Tails as Black Zetsu expected. Rather, it still maintains the appearance of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and stands there. How is this possible? Seeing that his Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, obviously absorbed the power of the nine-tailed beast, but still did not become Ten-Tails. Black Zetsu was immediately puzzled and hurried to investigate the chakra inside Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. It didn't matter that this probe, he suddenly vomited old blood with anger. It was because he discovered that in his Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, although there were nine-tailed beast chakras, they were only half. It is definitely impossible to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya anymore. What the hell is going on here? Why are all the tailed beasts you brought back with only half chakra? Black Zetsu immediately yelled at Obito and other Akatsuki members. At this time, Obito and others said to Black Zetsu according to the plan, when I captured Kyuubi, Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki column force, I was blocked by the wind, and later he snatched it in Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. I don't know if it has anything to do with him. When you said that, I also remembered. At this time, Deidara, Sasori, Ghost Shark and others also immediately agreed. Kazama was also present when we captured the tailed beast. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that this kid from Kazama is the devil. What? Oh, you little bastard in the wind, you dare to play with me. If I don't kill you this time, I will never be a human being. Seeing that Black Zetsu was about to collapse, Obito and the others immediately laughed secretly in their hearts. Because that's what Kazama gave them, to make Black Zetsu take aim at Kazama. This way, Black Zetsu will do whatever it takes to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya in order to kill Kazuma. Although Kazama is hateful, his strength has far surpassed us. If you want to defeat Kazama, you can only use the power of Ten-Tails. Yeah, now we must find a way to revive Ten-Tails as soon as possible. At this time, Obito and the others immediately began to use provocative tactics on Black Zetsu. Want it to immediately merge with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to resurrect the Ten-Tails, aka Otsutsuki Kagaya. But Obito and others underestimated Black Zetsu's stubbornness. At this time, Black Zetsu simply did not accept the proposal of Obito and others. Instead, tens of thousands of white Zetsu were immediately summoned from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Chapter 227 The Army of White Zetsu and the Army of Impure World Reincarnation. This little brat in the wind is too deceiving, and dares to hide all the tailed beasts behind my back. Well, if that's the case, then I will turn the entire ninja world upside down. I don't believe that there is no trace of the tailed beasts. Are you going to fight the entire ninja world? Hearing Black Zetsu's words and seeing Black Zetsu's actions at this time, Obito and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Because what Black Zetsu is doing now is far beyond their and Kazama's expectations. Yes, I'm going to fight the entire ninja world. But with these hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu, we can't even shake the 5 major countries, let alone deal with the entire ninja world. Obito hurriedly stopped after seeing it. Because Kagaya's order to him is to make Black Zetsu resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible. Now that things have developed in the other direction, Obito is naturally anxious. Obito, you underestimate me too. Do you think I really only have these white Zetsu? Kabuto. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto appeared beside Black Zetsu. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto has completely mastered the sage art of Raichi Cave. The chakra emanating from his body made even Obito on the side a little surprised. Kabuto, let them all see your work. No problem. Yakushi Kabuto sneered and adjusted his glasses. At this time, the results of my many years of research, please appreciate it, Impure World Reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, an army of hundreds of thousands of Impure World Reincarnation ninjas appeared here. This is... Seeing these armies of dead people, Obito was once again taken aback. This is the ninja who died in the wars of the past. Although their strength is not top-notch, but with the use of hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu, that is the power to destroy the dead. How? Now our number has far exceeded the army of the 5 major countries. But even so, we can't destroy the entire ninja world. Obito also wants to continue to persuade Black Zetsu to give up starting the war. Don't worry, I still have cage-level masters from all over the world, as well as even more powerful ace. Yakushi Kabuto said and sneered again. Besides, our main purpose this time is not to destroy the ninja world, but to recover the 9-tailed beasts again. Black Zetsu has now completely listened to Kabuto's plan, and turned a deaf ear to Obito's persuasion. Then we'll start with Konoha, and then use it to defeat the ninja villages of the 5 major countries. At that time, I don't believe that the tailed beasts still have hiding places, haha. This time, I will not only successfully recover the tailed beast, but also dismantle the wind room into 8 pieces, smashing the bones into ashes. What? Black Zetsu actually united with Yakushi Kabuto and is ready to fight the entire ninja world. Taking advantage of Black Zetsu's inattention, Obito hurriedly told Kazama the news. At this time, Kazama just returned to Konoha. Black Zetsu, this bastard is really stubborn. Instead of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya, he actually wants to fight the entire ninja world. Learning of Black Zetsu's actions, Kazama laughed in anger. It's all because of the incompetence of my subordinates. That's why Black Zetsu didn't act according to our plan. Please forgive me, Lord Kazama. Hearing Obito's words, Kazama immediately waved his hand with a smile. It doesn't matter, since this guy Black Zetsu doesn't give up and insists on catching the tailed beast alive, then I will force him into a corner and make him have to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya himself. At this moment, Kazama suddenly felt that many chakras appeared outside Konoha. Chapter 228 Are you floating or I can't hold the knife? So hurriedly displayed his pair of 6-tomo Rinnegan. With the improvement of Rinnegan's ability, Kazami can now see farther. Is this the army of the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation? Seeing that Black Zetsu was moving so quickly, Kazama immediately laughed secretly. Okay Black Zetsu, since you can't wait to taste failure, then I'll do it for you. Kazuma-sama, are we going to turn against Black Zetsu now? No. Feng Jian rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. You guys keep lurking next to Black Zetsu, and when the time comes, I will let you attack Black Zetsu. As ordered. Obito said and disappeared. Since he couldn't dare to turn his face on Black Zetsu now, he naturally had to hurry back to Black Zetsu's side. And the reason why Kazama didn't let Obito and the others turn their backs right now. It was because he wanted to let Obito and the others attack him when Black Zetsu was at his best. At that point, Black Zetsu will have a taste of despair. In this way, he will immediately resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At this time, Konoha's guards also discovered the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army led by Black Zetsu. And at this time, not only Konoha, but Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure villages were all attacked by the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army. Because the attack was too sudden, it directly hit the ninja village of the 5 countries by surprise. The Konoha side is led by Black Zetsu himself. The strongest of the many White Zetsu armies and Impure World Reincarnation armies. Because Black Zetsu knows that Kazama is not easy to deal with, and he also wants to use his current strength to defeat Kazama, so as to express the evil in his heart. Konoha bastards, if you know each other, hand over the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails kid to me, or I will raise your Konoha to the ground today. At this time, Black Zetsu was like the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and his army had completely destroyed the defense of Konoha. Hokage Tsunade saw this overwhelming enemy, and she immediately took a few steps back in shock. Even the so-called Sannin, she is now trembling with fear by the White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army led by Black Zetsu. Damn, hurry up and inform the allies and let them send troops to support. Not good, Tsunade-sama. At this time, before Tsunade finished speaking, Shizune rushed over in a panic. The villages of Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure allied with us were also attacked, and now they are asking us to send troops to support them. What? How could this be? Where did the enemy come from so many people to attack our 5 major countries at the same time? Master Tsunade, there are too many enemies, dozens of times more than our Konoha, what should we do next? Where's Kazama? Hurry up and inform Kazama. Seeing Konoha in crisis again, Tsunade can only pin his hopes on Kazama. Kazama led Naruto to practice in the Land of Thunder, and it seems that he hasn't come back yet. Why don't you see the figure of this kid Kazama every time it's critical? Sir Tsunade's words are too bad, what critical moment did I not show up? Just when Tsunade and the others were at a loss, Kazama immediately appeared in front of her. You bastard! Seeing Kazama finally appear, Tsunade was naturally overjoyed. Chapter 229 One person hangs 100,000 Impure World Reincarnation. The enemy's army consists of 2 sides, one is the White Zetsu who attacked our Konoha before, and the other is the Impure World Reincarnation army under Yakushi Kabuto. Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade couldn't help being surprised. Because Impure World Reincarnation is the forbidden technique developed by the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. Tsunade is very knowledgeable about this technique. White Zetsu is good to say, but I heard that this Impure World Reincarnation person has an immortal body, and he has infinite chakra, which is difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I am here, don't be afraid. Seeing that Taishan collapsed in the wind without changing his face, Tsunade's heart immediately dropped. Although in her eyes Fengjian is just a teenager. Tsunade felt that he was becoming more and more dependent on Kazama. Because Fengjian can always turn danger into safety at extremely dangerous moments. What shall we do next? Easy. Immediately order all the Konoha ninjas to retreat. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade was taken aback. I said, Fangjan, are you sleepy? We in Konoha are not enough, and you asked all of us to retreat. As long as we retreat here, the enemy will surely raze our entire Konoha to the ground. Don't worry, I have my own way to protect Konoha. Your top priority now is to order the Konoha ninja to retreat immediately, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. Okay. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade couldn't understand, but she could only take pictures. After all, Kazama saved Konoha twice, and he could never be wrong. Humph, you know you're not my opponent, so have you given up your resistance? Black Zetsu, who was commanding the army and fighting against Konoha at this time. Seeing that Konoha actually retreated, he laughed out loud. And now Kazama wants to let Konoha's ninja army retreat. It is because he will use his Juyujin ancestral fire to summon the 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals. If the Konoha ninja does not retreat at that time, it will definitely hurt the Konoha ninja accidentally. Black Zetsu, long time no see. You bastard in the wind, bastard. Seeing Kazama appear, Black Zetsu suddenly became furious. Because Kazama used his own power to defeat his plan to recover the tailed beast. As a result, the tailed beasts he recycles are half-finished products. How can he not be angry? Black Zetsu, it seems that I abused you too lightly. You dare to scold me as soon as you meet me. Don't talk nonsense to me, the little hair in the wind. I am not what I used to be. Open your dog's eyes and look at the army under my command. Don't say it's you, even the whole ninja world is not mine. Opponent, if you want Konoha to survive, then hand over all those tailed beasts you hid, and are cutting off both arms and legs. I might consider sparing Konoha. Quote. Then you don't have to think about it, because I don't know how to marry a tailed beast, and I will never do it if I cut off my arms and legs. Well, you little bastard, you really can't see the coffin without tears. Do you really think that with your own strength, you can stop my White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army? Why not? Your army is nothing but ants in my opinion. Haha, laughing at me too, you little bastard can speak big words. Well, today I want to see how you deal with my army. I will turn you into a jerk today. Seeing Black Zetsu's army attacking again, Tsunade, who was watching the battle from behind, was also terrified. Chapter 230 Your men have surrendered to me. Although she knew Kazejian's strength was high, she still couldn't believe that Kazejian alone could stop the opponent's army of hundreds of thousands. And more than half of the opponent's army is the immortal Impure World Reincarnation Ninja. Humph, Tsunade, how did you become a Hokage? At this time, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu, the former high-level advisors of Konoha, immediately came here and scolded Tsunade. Aren't you two going to guard the Konoha gate? What are you doing here? Now that the battle is going on, Tsunade is too lazy to pay attention to these two. Nonsense, the enemy is about to tear down Konoha. What gates are we looking at? You are a dignified Hokage, and you actually listened to the attention of this little brat in the trade winds, and withdrew all our Konoha ninjas. Didn't you just surrender Konoha to the enemy? Don't give me nonsense, I believe that the wind room can stop the enemy's army. Hehe, Fangjan alone can stop the enemy's army of hundreds of thousands. Lie to the ghost. If the wind room can stop the enemy's army, I, Homura Mitokado, will swim in the septic tank and butterfly. I also swim with Kaharu. Then you are all set to swim today. What? Hearing Tsunade's words, both Kaharu and Homura Mitokado immediately looked towards the battlefield ahead. It turned out that the wind room, who was fighting alone just now, actually attracted 100,000 troops out of thin air. He literally fought evenly with the army under Black Zetsu. When Kaharu and Homura Mitokado saw the face of Kazama's army, they slumped to the ground in shock. Because at this time, the 100,000 troops under Feng Shi's command are all skeleton-like yin soldiers and yin generals. You actually possess such abilities. Don't say it was Kaharu and Homura Mitokado who were surprised at this point. Even Black Zetsu, who was fighting with the wind, was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he could use the hundreds of thousands of troops under his command to hang the wind. But who would have known that Kozegian still had the more powerful 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals? A few face-to-face moments passed. These were the menacing White Zetsu army and the Impure World Reincarnation army just now. The 100,000 yin soldiers and yin generals who were summoned by the wind were playing crap. How is this possible? Seeing that his White Zetsu army and Impure World Reincarnation army were so vulnerable in front of Kazama, Black Zetsu felt a burning pain in his face. Because before, he was so full of energy that he wanted to slap Fengjian in the face and regain the face he had lost in the past. But now, not only did he not get his face back, but he was slapped by the speed of light in the wind. How this doesn't annoy Black Zetsu. At this moment, the enraged Black Zetsu immediately summoned Deidara, Sasori, Oni, and Obito here. Xiaozamao in the wind, don't be too happy. Although my army was defeated by your 100,000 yin soldiers, all of our Akatsuki members are worth 100,000 soldiers. Aren't you very cool? Okay. Today I will show you the strength of our Akatsuki. All of you will go up together. It is bound to smash the wind to pieces, and raise Konoha to the ground for me. These men of yours are really awesome, but they won't help you now. Seeing that Black Zetsu had summoned Obito and the others who had long since surrendered to him, Kazama immediately burst out laughing. Don't pretend to force me. These people are my subordinates. If I tell them to go east, they won't dare to go west. Come on. Seeing that he had given an order, but Obito and the others still did not act, Black Zetsu was immediately shocked and angry. Akatsuki members are very good, far from the ordinary ninja army. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu, who were butterfly swimming in the septic tank, laughed again in the wind. Chapter 231 Crazy Face People. Tsunade, I advise you to hurry up and prepare a coffin for Kazama, because he will be killed by the Akatsuki members soon, haha. Seeing Homura Mitokado and Kaharu dare to shake the hearts of the army, Tsunade was instantly furious and dragged them over. You two have already lost the bet before, but now you still dare to look down on Fengjian. What is your intention? Don't care what our intentions are. In short, we just look down on Fengjian. How can we not be convinced? If you're not convinced, let Kazama defeat Akatsuki led by Black Zetsu. If Kazama can defeat the entire Akatsuki this time, I, Homura Mitokado, will live in this cesspool from now on. I live too. Kaharu hurriedly agreed. But if Kazama is defeated by the enemy this time, then you have to put the two of us back at the top of Konoha. Kaharu and Homura Mitokado let out the wickedness in their hearts in order to continue their high jobs and also to suppress Kazama. Tsunade whenever he had the chance. Then Uni will live in the cesspool forever. What? At this time, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado, who were betting with Tsunade, suddenly heard a sneer from Kazama in front of them. In front of Kazama, who possesses super sensibility, he naturally heard the taunting of Kaharu and Homura Mitokado just now. Little miscellaneous hair, you dare to be half-hearted during the war, I think you are tired of living. After Black Zetsu said that, he instructed Obito and the others to take action against Kazama again. But Obito and the others remained motionless, because they were all waiting for the signal from the wind. Everyone, you can now slap Black Zetsu in the face. What? Hearing Kazama's sudden words, Black Zetsu was greatly puzzled. What was going on? He saw Obito and the others beside him all attacking him. Kaden, Fire Style, Flurry. C4 Garuda. Red Secret Skills 100 Machines Exercise. Sweden, Water Style, Shark. But in a split second, Obito, Deidara, Sasori, and Oni Shark beat Black Zetsu into a losing streak. Faced with this sudden change, don't say that Black Zetsu didn't expect it. Even Tsunade, Homura Mitokado and others in the back felt incredible. They never thought that Akatsuki's members would obey Kazama's orders. You bastards, how dare you betray me? At this moment, Black Zetsu was furious. I have already planted my cells on them. why can you still control them? Black Zetsu knows that Kazama has the strongest demonic illusion Kotoamatsukami and can control others without knowing it. But Black Zetsu also knows that Kazama's Kotoamatsukami doesn't work for him, nor for those with his own cells. Why he is deeply shocked to see Obito and others betray him now. Because Deidara, Sasori, and Oni have already hit my Kotoamatsukami. I let them stay in Akatsuki just to get your information. Seeing that his Akatsuki members had already become Kazama's subordinates, Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that Fengjian was not only powerful, but even the city was so deep. What about Obito? I remember that Obito was planted with cells by me before he saw you. Why would he let you drive him? Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why even Obito would be Kazama's subordinate. Chapter 232 Prepare to slaughter the cage level of all dynasties. Because my Kotoamatsukami control has been enhanced to the extreme, even those who have your cells will be easily controlled by me. Things will no longer be hidden in the wind. After all, the Ninja World War has begun, in order to force Black Zetsu to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible for himself to absorb. Of course Kazama will show all his cards. Hearing what Kazama said, Black Zetsu suddenly felt as weak as an ant in front of Kazama. Had never felt since he had lived in Eternal. At this time, facing the crazy attacks from Obito and the others, Black Zetsu tried his best to dodge, but he was still torn apart. However, with its special body structure, Black Zetsu recovered in a few moments. Humph. Kazama, do you think you can see me beheaded with these traitors? Delusional. I never thought about killing you, I just wanted to torture you. You bastard. Now, Black Zetsu knows that he can't get anything cheap in Kazami's hands. So he immediately led the defeated generals under his command to flee in a hurry. Don't be too happy, Xiaozamao in the wind, although I can't help the country of fire where you are, the other 4 countries will not have such good luck, haha. Hearing Black Zetsu's threat before leaving, Kazama laughed instead of anger. Because Kazama is deliberately letting Black Zetsu escape, and then destroying all his actions step by step. This will force Black Zetsu into having to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya with that half of the 9-tailed chakra. Deidara, Sasori, Ghost Shark. As Kazama spoke, Kakuzu and Hidan were summoned from the Kamui space. These two were also from Yakushi Kabuto and Pure World Reincarnation before, but now they are also controlled by Kazama. Subordinates are here. You guys go to the ninja villages of the 4 countries of wind, thunder, earth, and water to support them. Although Kazama deliberately let Black Zetsu escape, he couldn't really let Black Zetsu kill innocent people. And because Obito can move quickly because of space art, Kazama asked him to monitor the movements of Black Zetsu's army. As soon as you see a cage-level Impure World Reincarnation appearing, let me know right away. Kazama knew that Yakushi Kabuto had cage-level masters of all dynasties, as well as Ace Impure World Reincarnation like Uchiha Madara. Although Yakushi Kabuto has not summoned them yet. But as the war situation goes, it won't be long before Yakushi Kabuto will have these people in the fight. At that time, the current 5 shadows will definitely not be their opponents, so Kazama has to take action. In fact, Kazama has long wanted to compete with cage-level masters from various countries and Uchiha Madara. Because at that time, the wind will be able to absorb their abilities. With Obito and others leaving, Tsunade in the back was stunned by Kazama's series of operations. Tsunade had always been worried that Kazama was not a match for Black Zetsu and Akatsuki members. After all, the strength of these people is too great, even as Hokage himself, it is difficult to compete with them. But now Kazama can actually move a knife and a shot, which makes the members of Akatsuki turn their backs. Not only repel the Black Zetsu army, but also resolve the crisis in Konoha. Tsunade was completely convinced by Kazama's feats at this point. When Kaharu and Homura Mitokado saw that they had lost the bet again, they immediately wanted to take the opportunity to escape. But who knew that after only a few steps, Tsunade stopped him. Chapter 233 Travel to 5 countries in 1 second. Ni, is it time for you to keep your promise? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, the Anbu ninja beside him threw Homura Mitokado and Kaharu directly into the cesspool. Because this will be the home of Homura Mitokado and Kaharu from now on. Yo, Ni's new home is nice. Sneered at Homura Mitokado and Kaharu as soon as he came to where Tsunade and the others were. At this time, when the two saw Fengjan appearing, they hurriedly knelt down at Fengjan and begged for mercy. Because they knew that in Konoha now, talking in the wind was better than Tsunade. But they didn't know that Fengjan had long hated them both. Shaking the hearts of the army is a killing without mercy. If it weren't for the fact that the two of you are old and you have done credit to Konoha, I would have torn your corpses into tens of thousands of pieces, and let me spare you, delusional, take me down. Quote. Hearing Kazama's words, several Anbu ninjas around hurriedly threw Homura Mitokado and Kaharu out. Although Kazama is just a genin now, in the hearts of everyone in Konoha, Kazama's status is much higher than Hokage Tsunade. Kazama, although our Konoha crisis has been lifted now, the ninja villages of the 4 countries that are allied with us are now being attacked by the enemy's army. What should we do? Tsunade was out of ideas at this point. She could only pin her hopes on Kazama. Now you immediately pick 4 messengers, go to the 4 Kingdoms ninja village, and tell them the identity and weaknesses of the enemy, so that they can deal with it. But our 5 major countries are far apart. When the messenger feels, it is estimated that the 4 major countries have been destroyed by the enemy. Don't worry, you can find someone, I have a way to get them there in no time. What? Tsunade felt that the wind was talking big. Because the 5 countries are indeed too far apart. Although Fengjan has the ability to travel thousands of miles in a flash, other people do not have this ability. But Tsunade still found 4 ninjas, because she also wanted to see how Kazama made the 4 arrive in an instant. Fengjan, I know that you have the ability to travel thousands of miles in a flash, but these people don't have the ability to defy the sky like you. Even if you hand it over to them now, they won't be able to learn it. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kazama smiled faintly. Immediately cast the 8th Desolation Destruction Yan, causing the 4 men's back fists to appear with flame wings. This is... Tsunade was taken aback when he saw the flaming wings behind the 4. Because when Kazama took Shino to look for the little fragrant worm, he used this flame to travel thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Fengjan, you really opened my eyes. I never imagined that your flame wings could actually be applied to others. Of course, although this is not as fast as when I cast it myself, I can reach the 4 Kingdoms ninja village in no time. Weaknesses of White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation to the 4 of them. Immediately cast a spell and let the 4 of them rush towards the 4 countries. But we still don't have enough manpower. Tsunade started groaning again. After all, the enemy has an advantage in number. Now we must join forces with the help of other forces in the ninja world, by the way. Tsunade said and immediately looked at Kazama. I remember that you had a good relationship with Otogakure village before. And Otogakure village has 4 people with Jinchuriki, column power, so powerful. Can you persuade the leader of Otogakure village to lead the village ninjas to help our 5 kingdoms? Tsunade is not clear until now that Kazama is the real leader of Otogakure village. Chapter 234 Yurin Tsunade. This is... Kazama immediately laughed when he heard Tsunade's words. Had already sent a signal to Otogakure village when he defeated Black Zetsu just now. Let Orochimaru lead the main force of Otogakure village to gather at Konoha. To Lord Hokage, a group of ninjas calling themselves Otogakure village came to our Konoha. What? I just wanted to ask Otogakure village to help, but they have already arrived. This is really what I want, please come quickly. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru. And just as Tsunade was about to thank Otogakure for coming to support Konoha. Suddenly seeing that Orochimaru was in the lead, Tsunade was terrified. She thought Orochimaru wanted to take the opportunity to destroy Konoha, so she immediately ordered her men to prepare to attack Orochimaru. Tsunade, this time, I was ordered by the chief of our Otogakur village to support you Konoha. How could you be treating guests like this? Are you a ninja of Otogakur village? Or are you ordered by the chief of your Otogakur village? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised. Because she knew that Orochimaru dreamed of destroying Konoha, but now he came to help Konoha. And according to Orochimaru, he is not the leader of Otogakur village. Tsunade had a hard time believing that there was anyone in the world who could manage Orochimaru. Who is the chief of your Otogakur village? At this time Tsunade was even more curious about the leader of Otogakur village. Tsunade, should I call you smart or stupid? Orochimaru laughed immediately. Our Otogakur village chief saved you Konoha 3 times in a row, and you don't even know who he is. Save Konoha 3 times in a row. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade stepped back in shock. He looked to the side of the wind who was smiling at her. Kazama was the only one who saved Konoha 3 times in a row. Tsunade never thought that the ninja in his village was actually the leader of the powerful Otogakur village. Fangjan, you really are. At this moment, Tsunade was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. That's right, I'm the leader of Otogakur village. There was a reason for this, so I didn't explain the situation to you. Please don't take offense, Tsunade-sama. How dare I? Hearing Kazama's joke, Tsunade felt a little speechless. I know Orochimaru has some grudges with you and Jiraiya, but that's all in the past. Now he's a ninja in my Otogakur village, and he's here to help Konoha, so I hope you can put aside your previous hatred and cooperate with each other. Well, since you said so, I naturally have no opinion. Let's not talk about Kazama's face, let's just say that Orochimaru is now here to help Konoha's friendship. Tsunade had to let go of his old grudge. Kazama, are you really the chief of Otogakur village? Even after hearing Kazama's admission, Tsunade still couldn't believe it. What kind of tactics did you Otogakur use to recruit 4 people, Jinchuriki column force? I remember that these people Jinchuriki column force used to be from other villages. Tsunade is very interested in Kazama's methods of attracting talent. We'll talk about this later. And our Otogakur village is not a 4-person Jinchuriki column force, but a 5-person Jinchuriki column force. Because at the end of the Budo tournament, Jinchuriki column force from Nanao had already joined Otogakur village. What? Hearing this big news, Tsunade suddenly had the urge to join Otogakur village as well. Chapter 235 Prepare to snatch the golden horn silver horn ninja tool. Because the Otogakur village in the wind is indeed too awesome, too powerful. Stop talking and get back to business. Since Black Zetsu dares to declare war on our entire ninja world, then our Otogakur village can't sit idly by. Kazama said that. He applied the 8 destruction flames to the ninjas from his Otogakur village. Them to Kurigakur, Sunagakur, Iwagakur, and Kumogakur villages to defend against Black Zetsu's intrusion. Looking at these extraordinary ninjas in Otogakur village, let alone Tsunade, the whole Konoha ninjas are the envy of them. Because the strength displayed by Otogakur village now far exceeds that of the 5 major countries. Lord Kazama. At this moment, Obito immediately appeared from a space Uzumaki and came to Kazama and others. This is your subordinate too. Since Obito now covers his face with a mask, Tsunade doesn't know his true identity. She was amazed just to see that Obito could perform space ninjutsu. Not bad. Kazama said and looked at Obito again. What's wrong? Could someone from Cage Level Impure World Reincarnation appear? Cage Level Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing Kazama's words, Tsunade and the others were shocked. They thought that the enemies of the Impure World Reincarnation were all ordinary ninjas. Hearing what Kazama said today, it seems that there are still cage-level masters hiding in it. If so, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Yes, the Golden Horn of Kumogakure village has been attacked by impure world reincarnation. Once these two appeared, they thwarted the defenses of Kumogakure village, and even Reikage was beaten and retreated by these two. Golden Corner, Silver Corner. Hearing what Obito said, everyone exclaimed at the moment. Because the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are the most notorious duo in the history of the ninja world. It was the two of them who staged the coup d'état at a ceremony in which the villages of Konoha and Kumogakure were allied. Killed the second-generation Reikage and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Okay, if that's the case, then I have to go meet them, Kazama said, and prepared to use the Kamui space technique to go to Kumogakure village. Tsunade hurriedly stopped him at this time. In the wind, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are very powerful. Even the second-generation Hokage died at their hands, and I heard that the ninja tools of the two of them were left by the Six Paths Immortals, which is not good. To deal with it, do you really want to risk yourself? Seeing that Kazama was about to head to Kumogakure village, Tsunade felt a little reluctant and worried. After all, we are allies with Kumogakure village. I can't wait to die. Besides, since the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn killed the second-generation Hokage, they are our enemies of Konoha. This revenge is settled. But, just when Tsunade was about to say something else, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded at her. Don't worry, no one in this world can kill me, Kazama said and went to Kumogakure village with Obito. In fact, the reason why Kazama wanted to take action against the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn this time. Not just to avenge the second Hokage and thwart Black Zetsu's conspiracy. More importantly, Kazama wants to take the opportunity to capture the Golden Horn Silver Horn ninja tool. That is, the golden rope, the purple gold gourd, the sword and the 7-star fan. These 4 ninja tools are all left by the Six Paths Immortal, and their power is extremely powerful. Two brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were able to kill the second-generation Reikage and the second-generation Hokage at the beginning, relying on the power of these 4 ninja tools. Although the wind is now very strong. But Kazama's creed is that there is no strongest, only stronger. As expected of the Golden Horn, Silver Horn called the 2 rays of light in the cloud. Chapter 236, Let You Pretend. At this time in Kumogakure village, the 4th generation of Reikage has been fighting with Silver Horn, the Golden Horn of Impure World Reincarnation, for a long time. Although Impure World Reincarnation made the Golden Horn Silver Corner unable to play the strength before birth. On Impure World Reincarnation's infinite chakra and immortal body, it also made up for the lack of combat power of the two. Therefore, even if he is as strong as the 4th generation Reikage, he will inevitably be defeated by the 2 brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Humph. Today's Kumogakure village has really gone downhill, and it makes you a rubbish Reikage. Seeing that the 4th generation of Reikage was not the opponent of the 2 of them, the Golden Horn Silver Corner immediately laughed at him. Damn. Damn your mother. The 4th generation of Reikage was about to fight back, but he was knocked to the ground by the Golden Horn hammer that suddenly rushed over. Black man, this time you are dead. Jin Zhao shook the golden rope wrapped around his arm as he spoke. Afterwards, Silver Horn cut off the spirit of words that escaped from Reikage of the 4th generation with the spirit-slaying sword. Oops. Seeing that he was hit by the golden rope and the sword, the 4th Reikage secretly thought that it was not good. Although he has not touched the Golden Horn Silver Horn before. But as Reikage, he is very clear about the role of the ninja tools held by these 2. The golden rope can make people show the words that are often spoken, that is, the spirit of words. The spirit-slaying sword can sever and curse the enemy's word spirit. As long as the enemy speaks the words that appear frequently in the future, he will be sucked in by the purple gold gourd, and he will not be able to come out for eternity. The Golden Horn Silver Horn relied on the golden rope, the spirit-slaying sword and the purple gold gourd, but it killed many powerful enemies. At this time, the 4th generation of Reikage knew that he couldn't say anything after that. So he decided to keep silent, and then attacked the two of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn again. But what Hokage didn't expect was that now he didn't say anything, but he was still sucked in by Zijin gourd. How is this possible? Seeing his body being sucked into the gourd, the fourth generation Hokage couldn't help but ask his last question. Humph, even if you don't say anything, as long as a certain amount of time passes, you will still be sucked in by the Zijin gourd. Silence is golden, but silence can sometimes kill people, haha. Seeing that the two of them easily solve the fourth generation Hokage, the Golden Horn Silver Corner immediately burst into laughter. But I think silence is the best way to deal with the enemy. Who? Just when the Golden Horn and Silver Horn two people laughed wildly, Kazama immediately appeared in front of the two of them. Humph, here comes another one who doesn't know whether to live or die. Seeing the appearance of the wind, the two people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn sneered again. Because no matter who it is, the two brothers will not take it seriously. Xiaozamao, your forehead seems to be a Konoha ninja. Didn't your current Hokage in Konoha tell you that the second generation Hokage died at the hands of our two brothers? Neither of you Hokage is our opponent, you little boy. How dare you get in our way? Because you killed the second generation Hokage, that's why I want to seek revenge for you. Ha ha. Hearing Kazama's words, the two brothers from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn could be said to be laughing back and forth. Little Misty, don't think that you can act in front of us if you know space ninjutsu. As the Golden Horn roared, the golden rope on its arm immediately wrapped around the wind. Then the Silver Horn used the spirit-slaying sword to cut off Kazama's word spirit and successfully cursed it. Chapter 237 Hanging the Golden Horn. But at this time, the wind did not show any panic. Because he deliberately let the Golden Horn Silver Horn suck himself in. Otherwise, how could he rescue the fourth Hokage in the gourd? It really is the art of space. Being absorbed into the wind room inside the purple gold gourd, he immediately saw that this gourd was a different space. No wonder ninjas can't get out after being absorbed in, but unfortunately it's useless to me. Because for the wind room that owns Kamui, this purple gold gourd is no different from the neighbor's back garden. He can cast Kamui to get out of here at any time. Golden Horn, the current ninjas are too easy to deal with, they are just a bunch of garbage. It's not simple, but they are rubbish in the first place. Haha, I rely on it. It also hinders the two brothers from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn when they feel that they are invincible. Suddenly, he was hit by a powerful shockwave and rolled and crawled. How about me? Does my Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign suit your taste? You actually. Looking at the dead and resurrected wind room, the two people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner were immediately stunned. They have never seen anyone come out of their purple gold gourd. Hokage who had been sucked into the gourd earlier. Xiaozamao, your luck is really good, you have rescued Hokage. Golden-footed Silver Brothers said viciously immediately. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that I deliberately entered your purple gold gourd so that the fourth generation of Hokage can be rescued. Bastard, how dare you underestimate us? Seeing that Fengjian didn't take his purple gold gourd seriously, the Golden Horn, the Silver Horn, was immediately furious. Killed the past towards Kazama and Hokage respectively. Hokage is now sluggish due to his previous injuries. Seeing that Silver's corner was already coming towards him, Hokage couldn't move. Little miscellaneous hair, take care of yourself first. At this time, Jin Zhao saw that Kazama didn't pay attention to himself, but looked at Hokage who was on the side, which immediately made him angry. Directly waving the 7-star fan, the rushing room unleashed 5 attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth at one time. Then I'll have a good time with you guys. Kazama said that he immediately turned on the 6-Tomo Rinnegan, and used the power of the sky. An instant, the corner of Silver, who was attacking the fourth Hokage, switched places with himself. At this time, the Silver Corner had not yet reacted to what was going on, and was knocked to the ground by the attack of the 7 stars fan. How is this possible? Seeing that his attack was clearly aimed at the wind, it suddenly hit Silver's corner. Golden Horn couldn't help but be surprised. Kazama opposite him, he didn't know when he appeared beside Hokage. Golden Horn suddenly felt that this person was unusual. Swapping positions. There is still such a ninjutsu in this world. At this time, the Golden Horn also saw the clue of this technique. But because he had never seen or heard of this technique before, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Now is not the time for half-heartedness. Just when Golden Horn was surprised by Kazami's abilities. Kazama has used his heavenly hands again, and he came to the back of the Golden Horn in an instant. He cut off both of his arms directly, and took advantage of the situation to capture his Kixing and the golden rope. I accept your ninja tools rudely. Humph. Kid, don't get too complacent. Seeing the 7-star fan and the golden rope in Funyun's hands, Jin Zhao sneered again. Chapter 238 Hanging the Golden Corner Silver Corner. This is the ninja tool of the 6 Paths Immortal. Although it is powerful, it also needs to consume a lot of chakra. Except for our 2 brothers, no one can use it. Just as Jin Zhao was speaking, Kazama immediately used the 7-star fan to send out 5 attacks of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The Golden Horn and the newly restored Silver Horn were once again wiped out. Didn't you say no one else can use it? Why can't I? You bastard. Seeing that even the 7-star fan can be easily used in the wind room, the 2 people from the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn felt unbelievable. Little devil, you are really beyond our expectations, but with your strength, you can only use it once. I don't believe you can continue to use it. The Golden Horn and Silver Corner, Kazama waved the 7-star fan to them continuously. Destroyed the 2 of them dozens of times. Seeing that Kazama could actually use the 7-star fan continuously, the 2 of Golden Horn and Silver Horn were dumbfounded. Because even they themselves can't do it continuously. After all, the chakra needed by this 7-star fan is very huge. Forgot to tell you, I'm infinite chakra. Just as the wind was talking, he had already used his heavenly hand to come behind Silver's corner. Silver Corner, be careful. Although the Golden Horn shouted with all his might, the wind room was indeed too fast after using the heavenly hand's strength. Almost in the blink of an eye, Silverhorn also had his arms cut off by the wind. The spirit-slaying sword and purple gold gourd from Silver's corner naturally fell into Kazama's hands. Seeing that the 6 Paths Immortal's 4 major ninja tools were all in hand, Kazama didn't bother to spend any more time with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. So he directly used the gold slashing rope and the spirit-slaying sword to absorb the Silver Horn into the purple gold gourd. It's your turn next. Fengjian said and looked at the Golden Horn. Are you voluntarily sucked into the gourd by me, or let me beat you to death and send you in? Hearing Kazama's ridicule, he saw that Kazama actually sucked his younger brother Silver's horn into the gourd. The Golden Horn was immediately furious. The appearance of his body immediately showed Yuhi's tailed beast suit. Be careful in the wind, Golden Horn has eaten Kyubi, 9 tails meat, and he also uses Kyubi, 9 tails chakra. Hokage on the side hurriedly shouted into the wind. But he forgot that Fengjian wasn't even afraid of the real Kyubi, 9 tails, so how could he be afraid of the half-finished product, the Golden Horn? Now that the chakra of Kyubi, 9 tails, has covered my whole body, the golden rope can't touch my body, so it can't work on me. It wants to suck me into the gourd and dream. With the roar of the Golden Horn, its tailed beast-like body immediately attacked the wind. Little Misty, I'm going to smash your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces and make you pay for killing Silverhorn. Want to kill me, in the next life? Facing the full blow of the Golden Horn-tailed beast, Kazami blocked him with one hand. You still possess such terrifying powers. Feeling the power of the wind at the moment, Jin Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. It's not just the magic power, my magic has already covered everything, the hungry ghost smiled coldly and devoured all the Kyubi, 9 tails, chakras of the Golden Horn. Then, before Jin Zhao could react, he was bound by the wind with a gold rope. Then he was cut off by the spirit-slaying sword, and finally was sucked in by the Zijin gourd. Seeing Kazama so easily defeated the golden horn silver horn, Reikage suddenly felt that compared to Hefeng, he was a useless person. This little brat in the wind is really amazing. Even the two brothers from the golden horn and the silver horn are not his opponents. Yakushi Kabuto sneered immediately. Chapter 239 Ready to hang 3 generations of Reikage. Well, in that case, I'll see how good you can be, impure world reincarnation. With the hand seal of Yakushi Kabuto, the 4th generation of Kazekage, the 3rd generation of Reikage, the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 2nd generation of Mizukage immediately appeared on the battlefield. Little miscellaneous hair in the wind, I'll see how you deal with it now, haha. With the appearance of these cage-level masters, the situation on the battlefield immediately turned into a one-sided situation. That is, the combined ninja army was completely suppressed by these cage-level impure world reincarnation masters. Akatsuki and Otogakur village, who were able to stand the upper hand at the beginning, were beaten and retreated. After all, these few were real cage-level masters, and their strength is much higher than that of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Lord Kazama, it's not good. After hearing the news, Obito hurried to Kazama. In the battleground of the combined ninja army in the middle, the 2nd generation of Mizukage, the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation of Reikage and the 4th generation of Kazekage appeared one after another. Damn it. The enemy is really despicable, and it actually uses the cage-level masters of our villages in the past as weapons. The 4th generation Reikage on the side was furious when he heard it. I'll go to support now. Kazama knew that none of the ninja combined army in the middle could compete with these cage-level masters. Therefore, he must immediately go to support, otherwise it will cause a large number of deaths of the ninja combined army. Brother Kazama, these resurrected cage-level ninjas are extremely powerful. It's hard for you to deal with it alone, so let me go with you. Hearing the request of the 4th generation of Reikage, and seeing that the enemy in Kumogakur village was running out, Kazama immediately nodded. Kazama and the 4th generation Reikage arrived. The first to encounter was the 3rd generation Reikage. Father. He knew that his father was brought out by impure world reincarnation and was his enemy. The 4th generation Reikage was still a little excited at this time. Boy, you have grown a lot. Humph. Now is not the time for you to reminisce. At this time, before the 3rd Reikage finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto controlled his body and killed the 4th Reikage and Kazama. Now my body is out of control, don't be careless. Cast the armor of Raiden Thunder style has increased the speed to the ultimate, which is almost the same as the technique of Hiraishin. Fortunately, Kazama had 6 Tomo Rinnegan's, so he could see his attack route and evade it successfully. But the 4 generations of Reikage on the side did not have such good luck. So now, in a face-to-face effort, the 3rd generation Reikage was knocked upside down and flew out. I am sorry Fengjan, I wanted to help you, but I still drag you down. The 4th generation Reikage was very annoyed after he fell to the ground. It doesn't matter, then you can rest well and let me meet your 3 generations of Reikage. HMPH, little stray. Kazama, who rushed Yakushi Kabuto again, sneered. Kill the 4th Reikage first, and then come to deal with you. After all, he likes to pick up soft persimmons the most. Therefore, he immediately ordered the 3rd generation Reikage to kill the seriously injured 4th generation Reikage. Infernal thrusts are all 4. Is this the end? The 4th generation of Reikage knows his father's trump card very well. Anyone hit by this technique will surely die. So the 4th generation of Reikage could only close his eyes in despair. But the next moment he didn't feel any pain coming from his body. Chapter 240 Hanging 3 Generations of Reikage. Immediately, he opened his eyes, only to realize that he had come behind the forehead of the 3rd generation of Reikage at some point. And where he was standing, the figure of Kazama appeared. Seeing Kazama save himself again, the fourth generation Reikage was moved to tears. But the next moment he immediately became worried for the wind. Because at this time, the 3 generations of Reikage's stabs from hell had already hit Kazama's body. Although the 4th generation of Reikage knew that Kazama's defense was strong. But he also knew that his father's stab from hell was even more powerful. Haha, Fangjan, you are courting death yourself. Yakushi Kabuto originally wanted to solve the 4th generation of Reikage first. But he didn't expect Kazama and the 4th Reikage to switch places. Although he didn't know how Kazama did it, he didn't care at all. Because he hated Fangjan to the bone for a long time, and wished to kill Fangjan earlier, so that he could get rid of the evil in his heart. What? But just when Yakushi Kabuto thought that Kazama would die at the hands of the 3rd generation of Reikage. However, it was discovered that Kazama actually absorbed all the attacks of the 3 generations of Reikage into the body. Ding! Absorbing 4 stabs from hell successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting 3 stabs from hell. Try this technique of mine, 3 of hell's thrusts. Hearing Kazami's words, he saw the trick Kazami was using now. Reikage, the 4th Reikage, and the hidden Yakushi Kabuto were all taken aback. At this time, Feng Shi's body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and it instantly knocked the 3rd generation Reikage hundreds of meters away. My God! Seeing that his father was beaten upside down by the wind, Reikage of the 4th generation was stunned. Because the 3 generations of Reikage are known for their physical strength. At the beginning, by his own strength, he resisted the enemy's army of tens of thousands. Now he was defeated by Kazama with one move. How could this not surprise the 4th generation of Reikage? You, a Konoha ninja, can actually use my unique skills, which is really surprising to me. Although the 3 generations of Reikage were knocked into the air by Kazama, they were then controlled by Yakushi Kabuto again and came to Kazama again. Although the 3rd generation of Reikage's body is now out of control, his mind is still his own. Therefore, seeing Kazama actually use a 3-handed skill that was even more powerful than his own 4-handed skill. 3 generations of Reikage are naturally amazed. It's been said that now is not the time for you to gossip. Seeing that the 3 generations of Reikage failed to kill Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto was immediately furious. So he once again commanded the 3 generation Reikage, making him perform the more powerful second book. Be careful. 3rd generation of Reikage was about to warn Kazama, but at this time his attack had hit Kazama's body. Haha, little bastard. Don't think that you are very powerful if you block the 4-handed hand. The 3rd generation Reikage's hell thrust can increase its power as the number of fingers decreases. Just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to laugh wildly, he suddenly froze in place. Because he found that the second book of the 3 generations of Reikage at this time did not cause any damage to Kazama. What the hell is going on here? Is this little bastard in the wind still a human being? How can he even absorb such a powerful second book? Yakushi Kabuto is scratching his head in a hurry at this moment. Ding! Absorbing hell and protruding 2 books is a success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hell's Thorn 1 book. Hokage get burning art at the start. Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241 Get Hell Dash. Little brother, you really amaze me. Seeing that Kazama was hit by his second hand, he was still safe and sound. 3 generations of Reikage could not help but admire it. But if you want to beat me, ordinary attacks won't work unless you use the skill, but that's impossible, because even my son Reikage, the 4th generation, couldn't learn this technique. Hell stand out from one hand. What? 3rd generation of Reikage finished speaking. He saw Kazama hit the chakra of his whole body on his index finger. You've actually mastered even 1 book. 3rd generation of Reikage was dumbfounded at the moment. And the 4th generation of Reikage in the back has been paralyzed by Kazama's move. Because he has been cultivating for decades, and so far there is no master who can master it. But the wind can actually display it so easily. Although the fourth generation Reikage had long known that the wind was unusual, he couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. Offended. Boom. With Kazama's shot, that has 3 generations of Reikage that can rival the body of a tailed beast. It was directly pierced by a hand in the wind. As expected of a master who is known as the strongest spear, it's really amazing. Seeing Kazama winning, the 4th generation of Reikage finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he was stunned again. Reikage, which was originally smashed into 2 parts by the wind, has actually recovered. Haha, Impure World Reincarnation. Ninja is immortal, no matter how strong you are, you can't kill him. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he passed the 3 generations of Reikage and looked towards the wind. He wanted to see the annoyed look on the wind. But to his surprise, Feng Jian didn't have any annoyed expression on his face at the moment, instead he gradually showed a smile. Xiao Mao, you dare to laugh when you are about to die. Today I will not kill you, but I will consume you. My Impure World Reincarnation ninjas are endless. I see how long you can last, what? But just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to control the 3 generations of Reikage and attacked Kazama again. But suddenly found that the 3 generations of Reikage actually out of his control. How is this possible? My Impure World Reincarnation technique is already perfect, and I shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly ordered the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage to bring back the 3rd generation Reikage. Ready to replant the talisman for the 3rd generation of Reikage. But he didn't know that the reason why the 3rd generation of Reikage was out of his control was not that something went wrong with his Impure World Reincarnation technique. It was Kazama who controlled 3 generations of Reikage with Koto Amatsukami. The reason why Kazama didn't use Koto Amatsukami in the first place. It was because Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the abilities of the 3 generations of Reikage. He has to wait for himself to obtain the strongest killer of the 3 generations of Reikage, and then control the 3 generations of Reikage as his own. And Yakushi Kabuto though know that Kazama will be Koto Amatsukami. But he always thought that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama could end control his Impure World Reincarnation. Because Yakushi Kabuto has transplanted black Zetsu cells into his Impure World Reincarnation ninja. He thought that he would be able to withstand the Koto Amatsukami in the wind. He didn't know that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama had already been able to control people with black Zetsu cells. And Black Zetsu himself did not inform Yakushi Kabuto of this information. Because Black Zetsu wants to use Yakushi Kabuto's Impure World Reincarnation army to buy himself time to capture the tailed beast. Another powerful enemy is coming. Chapter 242 Ready to hang the 3 shadows. Kazama's side just used Koto Amatsukami to control 3 generations of Reikage. There, Yakushi Kabuto controlled the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage, and killed them here. What? And a strong enemy. Hearing Kazama's words, the 4th generation Reikage on the side was taken aback again. How can this be good? Now we haven't even defeated the 3 generations of Reikage, but now we have another powerful enemy. At this time, the 4th generation Reikage was in a hurry like an ant on the hot pot, turning back and forth. Don't worry, the 3 generations of Reikage will no longer attack us. What? Really? Hearing Kazama's words, the 3rd and 4th generations of Reikage asked in unison. I have cast Koto Amatsukami on you just now, and now you can move freely and will no longer be controlled by the enemy. Brother Kazama, you are really amazing. 3rd generation of Reikage immediately gave a thumbs up to the wind. I originally thought that the only way to release Impure World Reincarnation was sealing, but now you can directly free me from the control of the Impure World Reincarnation caster. You really amaze me. Just when the 3 generations of Reikage kept thanking the wind. Generation Mizukage, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and the 4th generation Kazekage also rushed here immediately. You guys were actually reincarnation by Impure World. After seeing these people appear, the 3 generations of Reikage were surprised. Nonsense, otherwise how could we be resurrected? I heard that you got rid of impure world reincarnation just now, so hurry up and help us and let us get rid of impure world reincarnation too. This one. After hearing these 3 people's words, the 3rd generation Reikage immediately shook his head with a wry smile. Getting rid of impure world reincarnation is not my own ability, but this little brother Kazama helped me. What? At first, the 3 of them didn't pay attention to Kazama at all. Now I heard that Kazama actually has a way to cancel the impure world reincarnation. Therefore, they also rushed to Kazama to request, hoping to release the impure world reincarnation of themselves and others. But before Fengji spoke, the 3 suddenly attacked him. Small hair in the wind, suffer to death. Yakushi Kabuto controlled the 3 men to attack the wind, and cursed at the wind. Originally, I wanted to take away the 3rd generation Reikage, but I really couldn't swallow the bad breath in my heart. You can deal with a 3rd generation Reikage, but I don't believe you can deal with the 2nd generation Tsuchikage at the same time. The 2nd generation of Mizukage and the 4th generation of Kazekage, haha. Quote. Dangerous and explosive. At this time, the 2nd generation Mizukage took the lead in attacking Kazama. Then a huge clone immediately appeared in front of everyone. Not good. This technique is the killer of the 2nd generation Mizukage. It contains extremely powerful steam, which can explode in an infinite loop. Even I can't resist it. 3rd generation of Reikage was surprised when he saw it, and hurriedly urged Kazama to avoid the edge for a while. But at this moment, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and the 4th generation Kazekage also cast their respective trump cards on Kazama. Jinten particle style, metaverse peeling technique. Jiten magnet style, sans waves. Quote. Generation Reikage and the 4th generation Reikage saw that the secret path was not good, so they immediately rushed in to help Kazama. But who knew that the attack power of these 3 people was too powerful? Generation Reikage and the 4th generation Reikage were not even close, but Yue and Gen flew upside down. At this time, the attacks of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage had all hit Kazama. Oops. Now even the gods can't resist. 3rd generation Reikage, he shook his head helplessly. Chapter 243 Hanging 3 Shadows. Father, don't worry. He will be fine in the wind. Words of his son, the 4th generation Reikage. The 3rd generation Reikage smiled wryly again. I know Kazama is very powerful, but you don't know how terrifying the strength of these 3 cage level masters in the past, and now they are fighting together again, let alone Kazama. Even the first Hokage came and blocked it. No. 3rd generation of Reikage finished speaking. He suddenly saw the figure of Kazama appearing in the center of the attack. At this time, the wind room was not only unscathed, but did not even move a step. Oh my god, is Kazama still a human being? In the face of the siege of the 3 cage level masters, he was able to survive the siege. At this moment, even the 3 generation Reikage, who has always been stable, was stunned by Kazama's current performance and took a few steps back. Father, to be precise, Kazama is not a human being, but a god. Seeing that Kazama was still alive, the 4th generation Reikage nodded in relief immediately. Because he knew that no one in the world could kill Kazama. Ding! Successfully absorbed Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. Because before Kazama and Jinten particle style, who absorbed 3 generations of Tsuchikage, he obtained the mirror split detachment of the primitive world technique. So now the Jinten particle style he got has been doubled up. Ding! I succeeded in absorbing the dangerous power technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the multiple dangerous art, which can be divided into multiple dangerous clones according to the host's chakra. Ding! Absorbing Jiten magnet style sand gold waves successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jitten Magnet Style Great Waves. Hey, there are so many spells now that I don't even know which one to use. The wind couldn't help laughing at the thought of this. You can't even kill you like this. Yakushi Kabuto saw that Kazama had clearly suffered the combined blow of the three shadows, but he was still safe and sound, and he was dumbfounded. So much so that Impure World Reincarnation's control has been weakened a lot. The second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the fourth generation Kazekage then regained their consciousness. Yakushi Kabuto turned pale in horror, and hurriedly controlled the bodies of these three people again and killed them in the wind. Be careful, our bodies are out of control right now. The three of them also knew that Kazama was a friend rather than an enemy, so they hurriedly urged Kazama to avoid. Offended three people, Kazama said, and then he used his heavenly hand to disappear from the place, and then he came to the periphery of the three. Jitten Particle Style Double Mirror Split Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. What? You still use my Jitten Particle Style? Seeing Kazama perform this technique, the second generation Tsuchikage was immediately taken aback. What surprised him even more was that this Jitten Particle Style in the wind was even more powerful than his own Jitten Particle Style. At this time, I saw the four directions of the east, west, northwest, and Jitten Particle Style Light Jinchuriki column appeared at the same time. An instant, the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage and the fourth generation Kazekage were turned into nothingness. Damn it, Kazama still has Jitten Particle Style. Third generation of Reikage was also taken aback when he saw it, and the body that had just stood up was stunned and slumped to the ground again. It's more than Jitten Particle Style. The Kazama Society's art can be described as Shinra Bansho, all creation father, just watch it. Four generations of Reikage said and laughed. Tsuchikage, your Jitten Particle Style is so rubbish that even little devils can use it now, but mine is different. No one can use it except me. The revived second generation Mizukage immediately laughed at Tsuchikage beside him. But he just laughed halfway, but he was directly held back by the technique that Fengjian performed at the moment. Chapter 244 Phase 3 Shadows. Multiple vaporization techniques. Dozens of avatars immediately surrounded the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the fourth generation Kazekage. You kid is a monster, it must be a monster, anyway, you are definitely not human. Second generation Mizukage could not help but let out bursts of exclamations. Afterwards, these dozens of avatars of steaming danger and violent power once again blew these three into nothingness. This is because Kazami was worried that it would affect everyone on the battlefield, so he showed mercy. Otherwise, Fengjian will be able to display thousands of avatars in one breath. This kid is simply a monster. He can even use the second generation Mizukage's secret techniques, and his power is even stronger than when the second generation Mizukage uses it. The third generation of Reikage, who was not far away, was directly collapsed to the ground by Kazama this time, and he couldn't even sit up. Senior Ni, although your skills are powerful, it's not difficult to copy them. After all, the other party has Mangekyo Sharingan, but he can't copy my skills. The resurrected fourth generation Kazekage immediately laughed at the second generation Tsuchikage and second generation Mizukage. Because Jitten Magnet Style Gold Dust is a secret technique handed down by Kazekage in all dynasties, it is extremely difficult. So the fourth generation of Kazekage thought that no matter how good Kazama was, he would not be able to copy his own ninjutsu. Jitten Magnet Style, the art of stormy seas. The four generations of Kazekage were finished. Kazekage displayed a Jitten Magnet Style that was stronger than the sand gold waves. If the Jitten Magnet Style of the fourth generation of Kazekage just now is a wave, then this Jitten Magnet Style in the wind today has set off a tsunami. Haha, I said the fourth generation of Kazekage, is it bad to be slapped in the face by the speed of light? Seeing himself and others being submerged by the stormy gold dust in the wind. Generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage also immediately laughed at the fourth generation Kazekage. Damn, this little Harry in the wind really has two strokes. I finally saw these past cage level ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation. Now that he was completely beaten by Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto was furious and immediately yelled at Kazama through Impure World Reincarnation. You bloody little bastard, sooner or later, I will tear you to 10,000 pieces and smash your bones into ashes. Yakushi Kabuto, you are so sinister and vicious, and you are yelling at me through Impure World Reincarnation. Kazama originally wanted to save Yakushi Kabuto for the last time. Now I heard that Yakushi Kabuto dared to scold him repeatedly. Kazama immediately decided to find his hiding place and kill him completely. Xiaozamao in the wind, I just want to scold you, why are you not convinced? Well, then I will make you have to be convinced today. Kazama-kun. At this time, Kazama suddenly heard Sakura's cry from the mouth of Impure World Reincarnation's ninja. This can suddenly make Feng Jian's heart startled, and the secret is not good. Could it be that Yakushi Kabuto kidnapped Sakura? It shouldn't be. Just as Kazama thought this, Yakushi Kabuto burst out laughing at Kazama again through Impure World Reincarnation. How about the little girl in the wind? Did you hear your little girlfriend's cry? Now I'm going to make Sakura's life worse than death. Let's see if you dare to continue to oppose me. Yakushi Kabuto, don't give me this set. Do you think I'll be fooled by pretending to be the voice of Sakura? Even the students of the ninja school know how to change the voice, so you still want to fool me, dream about you. Although Kazama said so, he was still very nervous. Because he is also not sure if Yakushi Kabuto really took Sakura. So he can only use this method to test Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto didn't speak at this time, but Obito appeared in front of him. It's not good, Kazama-sama, there is news from Konoha that Haruno Sakura is being held hostage by the enemy. Chapter 245 Sakura is defiled by Yakushi Kabuto. What? Yakushi Kabuto, this bastard. Hearing Obito's words, Kazama was convinced that Sakura was really captured by Yakushi Kabuto, which immediately made him furious. Although Sakura is not his girlfriend, and he has never had sex with Sakura, Sakura is Kazama's companion no matter what. In the wind, no matter what, you can't see death without help. Haha, Xiaozamao, do you believe me now? By the way, this Sakura is really pretty, especially the beautiful legs wrapped in leggings. I am really excited, Fengjian, since you don't know how to pity Shangshiyu, then I'm welcome, haha. Bastard, how dare you? Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Kazama was furious. Nonsense, I just dare, I see what you can do to me. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he once again controlled the fourth generation Kazekage, the second generation Mizukage, and the second generation Tsuchikage to kill the Kazama. Xiaozamao in the wind, I have blocked the sight of these three people. You can't use Koto Amatsukami to control them, and they will never die for you. If you want to get rid of them and find me, dream about you. Yakushi Kabuto started laughing wildly. He was half ridiculous, but found that these three people had also gotten out of his control. Impossible. Yakushi Kabuto slumped to the ground in shock. I have clearly blocked the sight of these three people just now. It stands to reason that Koto Amatsukami of Kazama should not be able to control them, but why are these three people getting rid of my control? Is there something wrong with my technique? At this time, Yakushi Kabuto was puzzled. It turns out that Kazama has long since possessed the ninjutsu technique that can take control of Impure World Reincarnation. When Yakushi Kabuto first cast Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect Hidan and Kakuzu, Kazama used the Impure World Reincarnation technique to gain control of the two. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto thought that his Impure World Reincarnation technique was not perfect enough, and everything lost control. He didn't know that no matter how awesome and powerful his Impure World Reincarnation was, as long as it hit the wind, it would be useless. And the reason why Kazama didn't use this technique directly at first It was because Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to obtain the unique trick of the second-generation Tsuchikage, the second-generation Mizukage and the fourth-generation Kazekage. Now that Kazama has obtained the trick of the three of them, and Sakura is being held hostage by Yakushi Kabuto, Kazama will naturally not be dealing with Yakushi Kabuto. At this time, the wind immediately gave orders to the second-generation Tsuchikage, the second-generation Mizukage, the fourth-generation Kazekage, and the third-generation Reikage beside him. That is to let them help the combined ninja army resist the enemy's attack. And Kazama rushed towards the place where Yakushi Kabuto was. Although Yakushi Kabuto hides very secretly. But when Kazama came into contact with the cage-level Impure World Reincarnation ninjas just now, he already felt the source of chakra from them. That's another role for 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Just that Kazama wanted to leave Yakushi Kabuto at the end to deal with it. Now that Yakushi Kabuto can't wait to court death, Kazama can only fulfill him. What are you doing? Let me go. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto, who was in a hurry, immediately stretched out his hands to Sakura. Little bitch, your companion Fengjan has ruined my good deeds many times, so I can only vent my anger on you. But don't worry, I will definitely make you want to die, haha. Although Sakura tried his best to dodge, he was still held tightly in his arms by Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 246 Rescue Sakura slings Yakushi Kabuto. Fengjan will definitely not spare you, just wait to die. Seeing that she had no hope of escaping, Sakura immediately cursed at Yakushi Kabuto. Haha. Little bitch, you really think Fengjan is a god from heaven? Let's not say whether he can find my hidden place. Even if he can find it, he won't be able to break through my barrier for 10 days and a half. Wait for him. When I came here, I was already done, and you still want to kill me, just dream. Snapped. At this time, before Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. The Wind Room. Kazama-kun. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kazama, Yakushi Kabuto and Sakura completely formed two stark contrasts. Yakushi Kabuto was overwhelmed with horror, while Sakura was overjoyed. Impossible. It's impossible. Seeing that Kazama really found his place, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't believe it. This place is thousands of miles away from the battlefield of the Ninja Union Army. How did you get here so quickly? And I set up a multi-layer barrier on the periphery, and you were able to break through it in an instant. How did you do it? It's impossible. Kazama ignored Yakushi Kabuto's piercing roar. Instead, he turned his head to look at Sakura. Sakura, leave first, and when I deal with Yakushi Kabuto, I'll bring you back to Konoha. Haha, think beautifully. Before Sakura could speak, Yakushi Kabuto sneered at the Wind Room again. Let me tell you, little Misty, although I don't know how you got in, it won't be so easy for you to go out again. Yakushi Kabuto said and immediately hand-sealed with both hands, and arranged several enchantments around the periphery. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's move, Kazama felt good. Laughing because in front of him with the space technique, no matter how many enchantments are arranged, it is useless. Then Kazama immediately cast Kamui, temporarily pulling Sakura into a different dimension. Space ninjutsu. No wonder you broke through my barrier. Seeing Kazama successfully taking Sakura away, and feeling that he was slapped in the face by the speed of light again, Yakushi Kabuto was immediately annoyed. But the next moment, he suddenly sneered. You can still laugh when you're dying. Small hair in the wind, I advise you not to be too complacent. Do you really think I'm still the original Yakushi Kabuto? With Yakushi Kabuto's angry shout, the powerful chakra immediately burst out from within. The original human body has turned into a snake body at this moment. I am now a master of sage art that even Orochimaru-sama can't learn. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he pulled the hat off his head and covered his eyes. Want to use this to fend off my Kotoamatsukami? It's really insidious. Fengjan smiled coldly after seeing it, and didn't care. Because Kazama didn't plan to use Koto Amatsukami against Yakushi Kabuto in the first place. He felt that it was too cheap for Yakushi Kabuto. The best way to deal with Yakushi Kabuto was to hang and beat him to death. Sage Art. Well, I've never absorbed Sage Art, come on. What did you say? You still want to absorb Sage Art, which makes me laugh. Today I will show you the power of Sage Art. Senpo, Sage Art White Shock. As Yakushi Kabuto performed this technique, the air in this area immediately created a strong friction. This in turn caused the resonance of the bones in the wind. At this time, even Kazama, who had absolute defense, felt a heart-piercing pain. Is this Sage Art? It's amazing. Hearing Kazama's sigh, Yakushi Kabuto was very proud. Chapter 247 Absorbed Sage Art. What about the little sage? Have you seen the power of my Sage Art? I tell you, even the Rinnegan of Pain 6 Pabs can't absorb my Sage Art. You are the little slut Mangekyo Sharingan who wants to absorb my Sage Art. Sage Art, dream about you. Seeing Kazama's body trembling with pain, Yakushi Kabuto immediately burst into laughter. You're right, Rinnegan can't absorb Sage Art, but I don't use Rinnegan to absorb it, and my eyes are not ordinary Rinnegan. Kazama probed with one hand and immediately used the system in his body to absorb all the Sage Art into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Senpo, Sage Art White Excitement Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Senpo, Sage Art Heavenly Excitement Technique. This technique is an enhanced version of the White Excitement Technique. Except for the caster, all forms of enemies will be affected by this technique. Shake into nothingness. You. Seeing that Kazama really absorbed his Sage Art, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but exclaimed. I've always been honest in being a person in the wind. When I said I absorbed your Sage Art, I must absorb your Sage Art, and not only did I absorb your Sage Art, I also prepared a generous gift for you, Senpo, Sage Art of Heavenly Excitement. With the display of the Sage Art in the wind, a resonant force stronger than the White Excitement Technique shook the entire cave into ruins in an instant. Humph! I've never heard of any rubbish magic. As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he prepared to use his liquefied body to resist this resonant force. But he did not expect that this heavenly technique of the wind today, even if his body is liquefied, it is difficult for him to resist. At this moment, the immortal body of Yakushi Kabuto has begun to slowly dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is because Yakushi Kabuto can resist a little because he has learned Senpo, Sage Art. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary person, he would have been shaken into nothingness. How is this possible? My body is already liquefied, why can't I avoid the power of this resonance? Looking at his body that was gradually blurring, Yakushi Kabuto was so shocked that he was sweating profusely, and he had no resistance at all. And just when Yakushi Kabuto thought he would die this time. However, he suddenly discovered that this heavenly technique of the wind had disappeared in the middle of it. It turned out that Kazama deliberately left Yakushi Kabuto alive. Because Kazama knew that Yakushi Kabuto and other Sage Art were not displayed. So Kazama wanted to take the opportunity to absorb some of Yakushi Kabuto's Sage Art. After all, the power of this Sage Art is indeed too heaven-defying. Xiaozha Mao, it seems that your strength is not enough. If you insist on it, maybe I will really be killed by you. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto did not know that Kazama deliberately saved his life. He thought that Fengjian was not strong enough to kill himself, so he laughed at Fengjian again. When Kazama saw Yakushi Kabuto's mysterious self-confidence, he was dumbfounded. Yes, I really can't kill you, but I don't think you can kill me, and your Sage Art is too rubbish. Are there any other moves? If there are any, use them as soon as possible. Bastard! How dare you underestimate me when I die? If I don't kill you today, I'll swear I'm not a human being. Yakushi Kabuto didn't know it was Kazama's Sage Art, so he cast another Sage Art again. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. At this moment, the surrounding gravel had all turned into spikes, heading towards the wind. Chapter 248 Control Yakushi Kabuto. Moreover, these stones seem to have produced spiritual intelligence, capable of attacking and defending. Seeing Kazama retreating again and again, Yakushi Kabuto regained his confidence again, thinking that he would be able to successfully kill Kazama this time. Xiaoza Mao, my inorganic reincarnation can give life to inanimate inorganic things and control them, and each speed is as fast as lightning. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide for a lifetime. You can get tired even if you don't kill it. Damn you bastard. No way, this sage art is really awesome, but I still have to inform you that you failed again. Kazama, who had been dodging attacks at this time, immediately greeted them. Ding! Absorbing Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Senpo, Sage Art out of nothing. It can be turned into existence and controlled to attack the enemy. Senpo, Sage Art out of nothing. With the use of the Kazama technique, rocks appeared in places where there were no rocks. Not only blocked Yakushi Kabuto's next attack, but also launched a counterattack against Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the dark. You really have two strokes, Xiaoza Mao. It's a pity that you can't catch me no matter how good you are. It's more than two, I still have three. Kazama said, and then cast the flame of life again, surrounding all these inorganic reincarnated things. Because the flames of life in the wind can not only give life to inanimate things. Yakushi Kabuto can be easily found. With the combination of Yan of life and Senpo, Sage Art out of nothing. The power of the rocks controlled by the wind here is naturally greater, and each has a strength that is not weaker than Jonin. A few face-to-face efforts, they found Yakushi Kabuto's hiding place and brought him to Kazama. This. Yakushi Kabuto, who was still eloquent with Kiba just now, has become stunned because of excessive fright. I have already mastered the power of nature and integrated my chakra into the surrounding environment. Why can you still find my existence? Because my soul can not only give life to inorganic things, but also give them the same senses as humans, so it is easy to find your hiding art. Why even though I have mastered so many forbidden technique and sage art, I still can't kill you. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto has completely fallen into despair. Because evil is invincible, people like you manipulate the dead at will, let them fight desperately with their former companions, teachers, and students, and let their remaining fetters disappear. People like you will never succeed. The best end for such a person is to die without a place to be buried. You don't have to give words in the wind. Yes, I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'm a loser. Don't you know, the last ace in my hand, Uchiha Madara, has already beaten the 5 shadows all over the body at this moment. If the 5 shadows all fail, will your so-called 5 kingdoms still survive? As Yakushi Kabuto said that, he pulled out his eyes again. Now that I'm blind, your Koto Amatsukami doesn't work anymore. Even if you kill me, impure world reincarnation will not be lifted, haha. Yakushi Kabuto started laughing wildly again. It's not just Koto Amatsukami that wants to control you. What? Hearing Kazama's words, Yakushi Kabuto, who was laughing, suddenly became sluggish. Chapter 249 Against Uchiha Madara. Because the wind has injected a ray of pure lotus demon fire into Yakushi Kabuto's body. Those who are burnt by the Jinglian demon fire will become fire slaves, and let me drive them. Although you have no self-consciousness, I still want to tell you that you have failed. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto with a dull expression, Kazama immediately gave him the order to lift the impure world reincarnation. And then completely turned him into nothingness. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, he immediately rushed towards the battlefield of the ninja combined army. Because although the impure world reincarnation art has been lifted, Uchiha Madara is an exception. Kazama is really the savior of our entire ninja world. Seeing that impure world reincarnation had returned to the Pure Land, Tsunade immediately sighed. Because she had already learned from the 4th generation Raikage that Kazama went to the place where the impure world reincarnation caster Yakushi Kabuto was. And now that impure world reincarnation is lifted, it must be Kazama who defeated Yakushi Kabuto. At this time, the five shadows including Tsunade once again looked at Uchiha Madara, which was gradually dissipating in the sky. In the battle just now, the five of them had been completely suppressed with Uchiha Madara. Now that the technique of impure world reincarnation is lifted, Madara is about to disappear, and the five shadows let out a sigh of relief. Madara, your strength is indeed very strong. Even our five shadows union is no match for you, but now there is someone stronger than you in our ninja union army, so you are sure to lose. Humph. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered. It's just to defeat the caster of impure world reincarnation. It's worth your boasting. You five shadows are really frogs in the well. Madara said and started hand seal with both hands. I tell you, there is no one in this world that can rival me, impure world reincarnation. With the completion of the Uchiha Madara hand seal, the body that had dissipated was restored again. Impure world reincarnation has only one risk, that is, if the reincarnated person knows the hand seal step of this technique, they can get rid of this technique completely. Kaiden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara immediately cast a powerful Kaiden Fire Style, killing the five shadows and the combined ninja army behind them. Suiten Water Style. Quote. Terumi May hurriedly cast a Suiten Water Style resistance after seeing it. Due to her previous battle with Uchiha Madara, she is now insufficient in chakra, and her Suiten Water Style performance also failed immediately. Damn. Seeing that Terumi May can no longer resist with Suiten Water Style, Tsunade and others are also very anxious. Because there is not much chakra left in their bodies at this time. If it's normal Kaiden Fire Style, maybe they can dodge. Now Uchiha Madara's Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is too big. They have already surrounded them with five shadows. Is this the end? At this moment, even a ninja with such a powerful strength as five shadows could not help but let out a helpless sigh. And just when everyone thought that they would definitely die this time. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation of Uchiha Madara, and absorbed the powerful Kaiden Fire Style. Ding! Successfully absorbed the S-rank Kaiden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super S-rank Kaiden Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction. I can't believe that there are still people in the ninja combined army who can absorb ninjutsu. Seeing that his Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation was absorbed by all the people who came, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be surprised. The Wind Room. Chapter 250 Hang Uchiha Madara. At this time, Tsunade and the others saw that Kazama appeared and saved their lives, and they were all grateful. Thank you Fangjan, if it weren't for you, we might have been really. Terumi May, Onoki, Gaara and others are all thanking the wind constantly at this moment. You are welcome, since we are a joint ninja army, we should help each other and fight the enemy together. Humph. Thought you could dance after absorbing my Kaiden Fire Style. Seeing Wying and others thank Kazama, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered. But he didn't know that the garbage in his mouth was to foil the Black Zetsu conspiracy and subdue his subordinates Obito and Nagato. Think you can survive by dodging my Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, Delusion, Kaiden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. At this time, Uchiha Madara once again used Kaiden Fire Style. But instead of dealing with the five shadows, he killed the path towards the wind alone. Although Uchiha Madara didn't take Kazama seriously at first. But he thought that since Kazama could absorb ninjutsu, he must be a tricky ninja. If you want to kill the five shadows smoothly and control the ninja world, you can only kill Kazama first. Be careful Kazami, Madara's Kaiden Fire Style is amazing. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to kill Kazama, Tsunade and the others were very anxious. But the wind was extremely relaxed at the moment. Good job. Just in time to try my new technique, Kaiden Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction. With the use of Kazama's technique, a huge fireball immediately destroyed all the 4 fire dragons that were on the way. Uchiha Madara with unabated power. I can still use my Kaiden, fire-style, mysticism. Once again taken aback when he saw Kazama's arrogant fire-extinguishing arrows now. Just as he was about to get out of the way, who knew that Kazama had already used the telekinesis technique to come behind him. It's not over yet, Kaiden fire-style goes out of his way. At this time, 2 huge fireballs before and after had blocked Uchiha Madara's retreat. Then it turned into a sea of fire, completely submerging Uchiha Madara. Did you win? Seeing that Uchiha Madara was submerged in the sea of fire, Tsunade and the other 5 shadows were naturally overjoyed. But when I was half happy, I found that a blue skeleton actually appeared in the sea of fire. Susanoo. Seeing the blue skeleton in front of Madara, Kazami did not reveal the slightest surprise. Because his Susanoo is stronger than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Not only do you know how to use my skills, but you even know Susanoo. Boy, you really impress me, but unfortunately you are still not qualified to dance in front of me, fully embody Susanoo. Then a huge blue giant appeared in front of everyone. Not to mention the ninja allied army at this moment, even the 5 shadows including Tsunade were stunned by Madara, the complete Susanoo. And what scares them even more is that Madara didn't use this technique when she fought against them before, but she had already defeated their practice. And if Madara used this technique from the beginning, I am afraid that their 5 shadows and the combined army of ninjas would be killed in an instant. Boy, this is the forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, a complete Susanoo that will inevitably die if you watch it once, and now I will send you and Wine to the west together. As soon as Madara finished speaking, 3 daggers appeared in Susanoo's hands at the same time, slashing at the top of everyone's heads. Chapter 251 Crazy Hanging Uchiha Madara. It's really over now, I can't believe Madara still has this ability. Tsunade and the others closed their eyes again in despair after seeing it. But at this moment, a larger golden giant suddenly appeared in front of them. Not only blocked the attack for them, but even knocked Madara's full-body Susanoo to the ground. Can I dance now? Seeing that Kazama saved his and others' lives again, Tsunade and the others' gratitude to Kazama at this moment is beyond words. Master Tsunade, you 5 shadows will immediately lead the ninja combined army to retreat to the rear, so as not to be affected by the battle between me and Uchiha Madara. Oh, good. Originally, I wanted to watch the 5 shadows of Kazama and Uchiha Madara fighting up close. At this time, upon hearing Kazama's words, he hurriedly led a large number of ninja combined forces to retreat. Because they and others not only can't help here, they will even cause chaos in the wind. You can actually cast a full-body Susanoo. Seeing this golden giant in Kazama, Uchiha Madara immediately exclaimed. He thought that only himself in this world could open the full-body Susanoo. But he didn't expect that a little-known ninja like Kazama could actually activate the full-body Susanoo. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Seeing Susanoo in the wind and the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara immediately wanted to win Kazama and make Kazama allegiance to herself. But the next words in the wind made him furious. I'm not the Uchiha clan, but the Sanada clan. What? The rubbish of the Sanada clan can actually possess the pupil technique of our Uchiha clan, and even open the full-body Susanoo, anger me too. With a furious roar from Uchiha Madara, he once again controlled his entire body, Susanoo, and charged towards the wind. To remind you, my Sanada clan is not garbage, and I am not a complete Susanoo, but a god-level Susanoo. You dare to call yourself a god at a young age. If you are a god, then I am a godslayer, Tomo, Bakujong. Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo immediately unleashed the strongest attack, 8-foot Joan Tomo. This technique is unstoppable, suffer to death. It's a coincidence, I can just stop it. Kazama said, and Matsuri brought out the Yushu Ice Mirror, one of the 6 artifacts. These dozens of 8-foot Joan Tomo bounced back. Not only can I stop it, but I can also return it to you intact. What? How is this possible? Seeing that the wind rune really blocked his 8-footed Joan Tomo, and he bounced it back the same way. Madara was taken aback and hurriedly used the Utengu armor on her full body Susanoo to resist. Little Moss, the Utengu armor on my Susanoo is indestructible. If you want to beat me, dream about it. Just when Uchiha Madara Wangpo was selling melons and boasting, Susanoo in Kazama, the shark muscle, has already arrived with a bang. In an instant, the black licking dog armor was completely absorbed. This is my other artifact, the shark muscle, with the power to devour chakra. Damn. Seeing that this god-level Susanoo of Kazama is indeed much stronger than her own complete body Susanoo, Madara immediately cursed. Susanoo, who was the complete body, and escaped to a distance of 100 meters. Chapter 252 Absorb Madara's trick. You little bastard, don't think that if you have an artifact, you can act in front of me. My full body Susanoo already has the ability to fly, let's see what you can do. But just when Madara thought she could dodge the attack of the wind, but suddenly it was directly penetrated by the endlessly extending grass pheasant sword in the wind. This is the magical grass pheasant sword. No matter where you escape, you can continue to follow it indefinitely. I'm mad at me too. Seeing that he was being suppressed by Kazama many times, Uchiha Madara immediately became angry. You're angry now. Are you going to be pissed off next? Sword of Susanoo. At this moment, before Madara could react, the two huge Susanoo swords of Kazama came crashing down. An instant, Madara's complete body, Susanoo, was chopped into pieces. Next is the last divine weapon, the Burning Sky Bow. With the use of the Burning Heaven Bow in Susanoo's hand, the place instantly became a sea of fire. It is simply more powerful than the arrogant fire and arrow extinguishing force that Kazami had cast before. Once again, Madara was drowned into the sea of fire. Madara, you haven't answered my previous question, am I eligible to dance now? Kazama knew that Madara would not die so easily, so he immediately laughed at him. Because Kazama's purpose now is to force out all Madara's ninjutsu, and then take the opportunity to absorb it. Otherwise, Kazama would have cast Koto Amatsukami long ago, or the pure lotus demon fire would have turned Madara into his own fire slave. Little Misty, you are never qualified to dance in front of me. Fenshin bow in the wind were absorbed into the body by Uchiha Madara at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaozamao, don't think that only you can absorb ninjutsu, today I will let you experience the power of Rinnegan. Have you absorbed my attack with the Hungry Ghost Way? With Rinnegan's pupil technique. Rinnegan is really good, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me, because I already have the ability that Rinnegan can't absorb. Bullshit, nonsense. Seeing that Kazama dared to underestimate her Rinnegan, Madara was immediately furious, and immediately cursed at Kazama. Xiaozamao, you are not too young to look at your age. There is no ability in this world that Rinnegan can't absorb. Void swallowing inflammation. Before Uchiha Madara could finish speaking, Kazama cast the second-ranked strange fire to kill him. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a little frightened at the moment when he saw the troll turned into nothingness. Humph, isn't it just a black flame? I don't believe it can't be absorbed. Madara said, and once again cast Hungry Ghost Path to prepare to absorb. It's a pity that the power of the void-swallowing flame has already exceeded the absorption range of Rinnegan. A face-to-face effort. Devoured Madara's body. If not, Madara has the body of impure world reincarnation. Can be restored again. I'm afraid he will die at this moment. Asshole. I'll never be a man until I kill you. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has been beaten by Kazama and lost his mind, and directly used his trump card. I saw Madara's Susanoo and himself tied two different imprints at the same time. At this time, the originally bright sky suddenly became cloudy. The ninja allied army and the five shadows in the distance looked up and slumped to the ground in fright, and they all laughed bitterly. Chapter 253 scared Uchiha Madara. Because at this time, a huge meteorite had already appeared above their heads. Its breadth is simply unavoidable. Xiao Mao, did you see it? This is the real power of God. Today next year will be the Matsuri day of your combined ninja army, haha. Just when Madara was laughing wildly, the third-generation Tsuchikajinoki in the distance flew directly to resist the meteorite that fell from the sky. Ultralight rock art. Yoden, lava style, melting magic. The hand of sand. Then the 5 shadows successively performed their own secret techniques, which barely blocked the huge meteorite. Humph. A group of ants, they dare to resist when they die. Uchiha laughed at them immediately after seeing it. They are not ants, but people who have regained their confidence. Haha, laugh at me too. Hearing Kazama's words, Uchiha Madara smiled and leaned forward. You said they regained their confidence, then I want to ask those of you who regained their confidence, how are you going to block the second meteorite? Just as Uchiha Madara was talking, the second huge meteorite fell from the sky. Of course I'm here to stop it. As soon as Fengyan's voice fell, his body came under the meteorite. Is it the technique of instant body? Or is it the technique of space? Seeing the speed of Kazama so fast, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but stunned. It's a pity that no matter what technique you use or how fast you are, you will die this time. Seeing Kazama's vain attempt to help the combined ninja army resist the 2 meteorites that fell from the sky, Uchiha Madara laughed at Kazama's stupidity. Brother Kazama, we are holding you back. Tsuchikage, who was the first to withstand the meteorite, had already been crushed with blood. Originally, he and the other 4 shadows wanted to block the meteorite with the power of themselves and others, so that Kazama could deal with Uchiha Madara at ease. But now seeing himself and others so ineffective, causing the wind to run from both sides, the 5 shadows all secretly hate themselves for being too useless. As I said, since we are companions, then we will naturally have to face difficulties together, and we are unparalleled. With his own super strange power, Kazama directly lifted the 2 huge meteorites into the air again. It's useless, no matter how you lift it, they will still fall. And if you choose to smash the meteorite, the ninja combined army below will also be smashed into blood, haha. Uchiha Madara in the distance laughed as she spoke. What? But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his 2 huge meteorites were absorbed into his body by the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. How the hell is this possible? Even Rinnegan can't absorb such a level of ninjutsu, how on earth did this little bastard do it? Has always been stable as an old dog, couldn't help but be shocked at the strength displayed by Kazama at this moment. Ding! The technique of absorbing Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the gods. With a single finger in the wind. Head of Uchiha Madara, who was shocked by Kazama's strength. Bigger than Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, appeared. You monster, what kind of magic did you use? Uchiha Madara hurriedly used his full-body Susanoo after seeing this, which blocked the huge meteorite. Although Madara is now the body of the impure world reincarnation, it is immortal and can be restored even if it is crushed by a meteorite. Chapter 254 I'm not human, I am God. But he was worried that Kazama would take the opportunity to seal himself, so he chose to use Susanoo to resist the meteorite. This technique is called God's Power Meteorite Falling from the Sky. Little Misty, I don't care what kind of God power or fart power you have. In short, under my Susanoo, resisting this kind of technique is completely effortless. Hearing Madara's arrogant words, Kazama immediately burst into laughter. Madara, I know that you are very capable. Since that's the case, let me ask you a question. How will you resist the next second meteorite? What? You? Just when Uchiha Madara was shocked by Kazama's words. The second, larger meteorite had already fallen. Now the first meteorite in the wind is several times larger than the previous Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. The second meteorite that has fallen today is even bigger than the first. At this time, the meteorite from the wind and the Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, that Madara cast before, are completely two levels. If the Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, cast by Madara is a meteorite on the planet, the power of the gods in the wind is the entire planet. Oh my god! How powerful is Kazama? This is clearly not a ninjutsu that humans can accomplish. The five shadows watching the battle from a distance and the numerous ninja allied forces. Seeing the two huge meteorites in the wind today, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Tsunade, you Konohas are such a genius. No, he's not a genius. Tsunade said and shook his head. Quote. He is a god. Boom. As the two huge meteorites fell, Madara's complete body, Susanoo, was instantly crushed into nothingness. Even Uchiha Madara himself was completely submerged by the meteorite. Madara, let me help you. Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in the dark, immediately injected all the power of the nine-tailed beasts absorbed by Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, into Madara's body. Although it's only half of the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, it's enough to make you become a 10 tails person Jinchuriki, column power, and then get the 6 paths fairy power. As soon as Black Zetsu's voice fell, Madara, who was restrained by the meteorite, immediately felt that her whole body was full of power. Then in an instant, it penetrated the meteorite and came to the crowd again. And Tsunade and other five shadows originally thought that Kazama had completely killed Madara this time, and wanted to rush over to celebrate for Kazama. But who knew that he and others had not yet acted, and Madara appeared in front of them in a new form. At this time, Madara only gained half the power of the nine-tailed beasts. But with the help of Black Zetsu, he has forcibly obtained the power of the 6 paths fairy. Madara at this time turned white from head to toe. With the appearance of 6 pitch-black Gudodama, truth-seeking balls, Madara's body also floated in the air, like a god. The 5 shadows and the combined ninja army were all shocked. They thought Kazama could kill Madara. Never thought that Madara is not only not dead, but her strength is actually stronger than before. Is this the power of the 6 paths immortals? Sure enough. Madara, who was revived, laughed wildly when she saw the changes in her body. At this time, the wind below did not show any fear like the 5 shadows, but was extremely excited. Because Kazama knew that since Black Zetsu made Madara a 10 tails person Jinchuriki column force, that means it won't be long before Black Zetsu will resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya through Madara's body. At that time, he can finally absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Open 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan 2. Little Stray Hair, Die. Who became the 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, became arrogant again. Chapter 255 6 Paths Madara Advent. Then, with one hand, the Gudodama truth-seeking ball behind him transformed into spikes and penetrated Kazama's body, pinning Kazama to the ground. The speed is simply staggering. Haha, what's wrong with you? Didn't you think of it? You think you can kill me with a mortal like you? I tell you, I, Uchiha Madara, are the real gods, and now the Gudodama truth-seeking ball, who nails you, it is the Kekkei Mora created by the 6 paths immortals that surpasses Kekkei Genkei and the blood successor elimination. Only by obtaining 6 paths sage art can you have this kind of power, and those who do not have 6 paths sage art will die if you touch it. It won't last long. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the 5 shadows and the ninja allied forces and others in the rear were suddenly shocked. And now that things have reversed so quickly, they have not reacted at all to what is going on. It was Kazama who had won just now, but at this moment, he was knocked to the ground by the revived Uchiha Madara. Kazama was pinned to the ground by Uchiha Madara's Gudodama truth-seeking ball. But this does not mean that he has lost the ability to act. It does not mean that he was simply defeated by Uchiha Madara. Because Kazama gained the power of 10 tails, he has already mastered 6 paths sage art. These Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, can't hurt him at all. And not only can it not hurt, but it can even be absorbed by the wind. And Kazama is now deliberately pretending to be invincible, and is nailed to the ground by Uchiha Madara. Because Kazama knew that Black Zetsu would definitely confuse Uchiha Madara to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi next. Then let the person in Infinite Tsukuyomi be absorbed by the Divine Tree Chakra. At that time, Black Zetsu can seriously resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. And as long as Datongmu Kagaya is resurrected, Kazama can successfully absorb the power of the Otsutsuki clan. So Kazama is now deliberately pretending to be dead. Otherwise, if Kazama continues to beat that Uchiha Madara to the point of bruising her nose and face, then Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara must have no way to carry out the next task. I'm sorry everyone. At this time, Kazama's heart immediately faced the 5 shadows and the numerous ninja allied forces with a wry smile. In order to gain the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, I can only pretend to be invincible now, and let you temporarily be in Infinite Tsukuyomi, but you can rest assured that as long as Otsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected, I can immediately release your bondage. At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't know that Kazama was deliberately pretending to be invincible. So he immediately came to the front of the wind again, and kept laughing at the wind. How's it going? Xiao Zhao Mao in the wind, aren't you fucking awesome, aren't you? Come and hit me. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he kept punching and kicking the wind that was pinned to the ground. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was so arrogant, Kazama immediately felt annoyed in his heart. However, in order to complete his next mission, Kazama can only temporarily ignore this Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara ignored him when he saw Kazama. I thought Fengjian was afraid of him, but he was even more interested. So he again focused on Kazama and launched a ruthless attack. Because Uchiha Madara claims to be the strongest person in the ninja world. But he was of course very annoyed when he was directly beaten up by the wind, and of course he wanted to regain face. And this time that Black Zetsu saw Uchiha Madara just kept attacking Kazama, but did not immediately cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 256 Let 6 Paths Madara act first. So he hurriedly came to Uchiha Madara with a smile on his face again. I said Uchiha Madara, now you don't have to attack this little rascal Kazama anymore, we don't need to care about him at all, as long as we can cast Infinite Tsukuyomi and let everyone fall for our demonic illusion, then can't we control the entire ninja world? For controlling the entire ninja world, what is a mere little hair in the wind? Well, you're absolutely right. At this time, Uchiha Madara immediately cast 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan, mapping Infinite Tsukuyomi to the moon. At this time, the 5 shadows and the ninja allied army did not know that Kazama was deliberately defeated. So once you see Uchiha Madara resurrected again, everyone immediately used their best efforts to kill Uchiha Madara. But now Uchiha Madara has obtained the power of the 6 Paths Fairy. Therefore, in the face of this crowd's attack, Uchiha Madara was not afraid at all. A few face-to-face kung fu, and the crowd was defeated and retreated. At this time, Feng Xian was shocked when he saw the countless casualties among the people. Because Kazama's initial plan was not to let everyone fight with that Uchiha Madara. Instead, let everyone stop with Infinite Tsukuyomi in their hands. Then after Kazama gained the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he rescued everyone from that Infinite Tsukuyomi. If everyone keeps attacking Uchiha Madara now, wouldn't that make everyone die in vain? So Kazama immediately cast a Mokuten, wood-style clone while Uchiha Madara was not paying attention. Then the clone came to Tsunade, which surprised Tsunade. At this time, Kazama hurriedly said to Tsunade, I said Tsunade-sama, you should unite the ninja allied army now, and let them stop fighting against Uchiha Madara. Oh, why is that? And I said little brother Kazama, weren't you nailed to the ground by that Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, just now? Why are you resurrected now? As of now, I don't have time to give you a detailed explanation. In short, no matter what Uchiha Madara does next, don't stop it. I will definitely have a way to resuscitate you, and I will definitely have a way to kill this Uchiha Madara. Well, in that case, I can only listen to what you have to say. Although Tsunade has 10,000 mysteries in her heart, she trusts Kazama very much. It was naturally what the wind said, and she believed it. So Tsunade immediately explained the situation to the other four shadows. At this time, Seiying was also confused and puzzled. But they have no better way now. Besides, they didn't want their combined ninja army to be beheaded by that Uchiha Madara in vain. So everyone quickly retreated back. At this time, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly when he saw that everyone did not dare to fight against him again. It's a pity that he didn't know that everyone was already preparing for a gorgeous counterattack. Then when Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, everyone's momentary effort was shrouded in this infinite Tsukuyomi, and they fell asleep in their own dreams. Then it was wrapped up by the divine tree again. HMPH, you bastards, it won't be long before you become that serious white Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, laughed wildly when he saw the 5 shadows of infinite Tsukuyomi and the many ninja alliances in his body. Chapter 257 Otsutsuki Kagaya Advent. As Black Zetsu said, infinite Tsukuyomi in the body of everyone for a long time. Then after a few years, it will really become White Zetsu. But now that there is wind, he will not succeed in Black Zetsu's trick. At this time, although it is said that everyone has hit the serious infinite Tsukuyomi. But this infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't work for Kazama. Because Kazama now has 6 Tomo Rinnegan's. So this infinite Tsukuyomi is useless to Black Zetsu at all. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that this divine tree had already included everyone and absorbed a lot of chakra. Immediately, he was overjoyed, so he immediately pretended to come to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, he said with a smile on his face, I said Uchiha Madara. Now that you have relieved infinite Tsukuyomi, then you can absorb this divine tree. As long as you absorb this divine tree, then you can have transcendence. 6 paths sage powers. Really? Hehe, of course, I, Black Zetsu, are the product of your will, how could I lie to you? Okay, no problem. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. Don't worry, as long as I have the power beyond the 6 paths immortal, then I will definitely reward you heavily. Thank you, Master. Seeing that Uchiha Madara's death was imminent, but he still dared to act in front of him, Black Zetsu immediately laughed secretly. At this time, Uchiha Madara's face-to-face effort immediately devoured the entire divine tree into his body. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that all the chakras in his body were out of control. This immediately shocked Uchiha Madara. So this Uchiha Madara hurriedly asked the General Black Zetsu. What the hell is going on now? Why is my chakra uncontrollable? Is it? He heard Uchiha Madara's question. Black Zetsu probed with one hand and immediately penetrated all of Uchiha Madara's body. This immediately shocked Uchiha Madara. So he yelled at Black Zetsu with anger on his face. You bastard, you are the product of my will, you are my servant, why the hell are you attacking me? Stop giving me nonsense, what are you worthy of making me the product of your will? I am the product of that Otsutsuki Kagaya's consciousness. At this time, before Uchiha Madara could react, Heiju scattered his body again. All the chakras in his body were disturbed. Long for a huge white object to wrap Uchiha Madara firmly. Then Uchiha Madara's body at this time has completely become the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Black Zetsu was overjoyed when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appear. Immediately, he knelt down in front of Datongmu Kagaya. Mother, after so many Eternals, I have finally resurrected you. Well, you did very well. At this time, Kagaya Datongmu saw that everyone had hit his infinite Tsukuyomi. And they were all wrapped in the divine tree, so naturally they nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, a figure flashed by suddenly. In one face-to-face, Black Zetsu was cut in two. Because of the people's movements, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who owns Byakugan and 9 Tomo's Samsara Sharingan, didn't know what was going on. Chapter 258 Hanging Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for that Black Zetsu, even more did not respond. At this time, Black Zetsu just wanted to heal his body again, but found that his body couldn't recover no matter what. This immediately shocked the Black Zetsu. At this time, the Black Lord fixed his eyes on the man who was attacking him. Immediately scared, he took a few steps back. It turned out that this person was the Wind Rune from the dead. What? How is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. At this time, although the Black Zetsu was cut in two, it was a product of will. Therefore, he did not die seriously, but looked at the wind with a terrified face. Seeing Black Zetsu slump to the ground in fright, Kazami immediately burst out laughing at him. I told you Black Zetsu, just with you and Uchiha Madara, do you really think you can kill me? It's delusional. What? Annoy me too. Black Zetsu saw that Kazama was not only resurrected now, but even dared to curse at himself, which immediately made him angry. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya heard Kagaya's words, and immediately looked up and down at Kazama. It was found that as Kazama said, there is indeed no scar on his body now. This was a big surprise to Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Black Zetsu asked Kazama again with a shocked face, how is this possible? I remember seeing you being pinned to the ground by the Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, of Uchiha Madara. If you really I'm not afraid of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, why didn't you fight back then? Then why are you going through it now? He, that's because I'm here to bring you back to life Otsutsuki Kagaya, so I can catch you all. What? I'm dying of laughter. At this time, when Black Zetsu heard that Kazama wanted to fight against Kagaya, he immediately started laughing wildly again. Let me tell you Kagaya, my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is the god who created the ninja world. She is the master of the ninja world and the source of all ninjutsu. What are you, you little bastard? Can you beat it? Let me tell you, you are just delusional. I don't need you to say more if it's wishful thinking, but it depends on what I do. As soon as Kazama's voice fell, 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball escaped from his body, hitting Black Zetsu's body all over the place. Although Black Zetsu is not dead yet, he is now completely incapacitated. What? You actually have the power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Datonki Kagaya saw that Kagaya had a few face-to-face efforts, and he was able to knock Black Zetsu, the product of his will, to the ground. Immediately, he was surprised by the wind. Of course, because I can absorb all attacks. As Kazama said, the Gudodama truth-seeking ball that 6 Paths Madara cast on him earlier absorbed Gudodama truth-seeking ball into his body while Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected. So Kazama also gained the power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya heard that Kagaya said that he could absorb all the attacks, and immediately sneered. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya is a god from the sky, she looks down on earth people at all. She also never thought that a small hair like Kazama could get rid of her infinite Tsukuyomi. It can even knock the product of its own will to the ground. Therefore, when he saw Fengjian dare to fight against him, he immediately became furious. Chapter 259 Scared Otsutsuki Kagaya. Immediately after that, he cast the Heavenly Imperial Palace and pulled Kazama to the Magma World. Seeing that he entered the Magma World, Fengjian immediately laughed instead of angry. Because he now has the power of absolute defense, no attack can hurt him in the slightest. Kid, didn't you say that you would absorb all attacks? My Magma World has endless lava flames. Today I will see how you absorb it. Okay, no problem. Hearing Datongmu Kagaya's mockery, Kagaya sneered immediately. Then he used his burning juice system to continuously absorb the magma in this space into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of magma, Congratulations to the host who has obtained the power to control magma and can manipulate magma at will. Hearing the system's words, Feng Jian was immediately overjoyed. And at this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama was really not afraid of his own magma. He even absorbed the magma from his own space into his body continuously. This immediately shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya in his heart. And this is to wait for that Otsutsuki Kagaya to react to what happened, and Kagaya immediately manipulated the magma to kill her. Can actually manipulate my magic within my space. Seeing Kagaya's move, Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback again. He hurriedly cast the Heaven's Imperial Palace again, and brought the wind to the world of ice and snow. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know Kagaya had the ability to absorb attacks and use them. She also thought that Kazama could manipulate the magma itself. So I thought that water and fire can overcome each other. Since Fengjian is like a duck to water in his own magma world, it will definitely be useless in his own ice and snow world. Little devil, don't think it's awesome to be able to manipulate magma. Since ancient times, water and fire are mutually exclusive, how can I freeze you into an ice sculpture next? As Otsutsuki Kagaya said that, he used the power of ice again to kill Chao Kagaya. Ding! The technique of absorbing ice is successful. Congratulations on getting the power to manipulate ice. It's a coincidence that I can manipulate not only magma, but also ice. What? How is this possible? Seeing the ice that was originally attacking Kazami, at this moment, Kazami was instructing him to kill him. Otsutsuki Kagaya was surprised again, because the space within the Imperial Palace was all her own. But now his weak feet are being used by Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya has never seen a ninja as tricky as Zhejiang Kagaya. Since lava and ice can't help you, then I'll show you a more terrifying space. A few breaths, Otsutsuki Kagaya was brought back to the super-gravity space. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya Hefeng was instantly sucked to the ground, and even the basic chakra could not be refined smoothly. Is this the supergravity world? It's really amazing. Seeing that there are not only many spatial abilities in the Imperial Palace of Heaven, but also each has its own purpose, Fengjian can be said to be overjoyed. Because Kazama knew that the next thing he needed to do was absorb the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya's blood. You will be able to successfully open the 9-Tomo Samsara Sharingan. At that time, he will also be able to obtain the power of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Little devil, you can't even lift your body now, I see how you fight with me. But aren't you also suppressed by this supergravity space? Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya was being crushed and unable to move at the moment, Kagaya immediately laughed at her. Chapter 260 Crazy Hanging Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yes, I am indeed suppressed by this supergravity space, but this is my space after all. I know how to use the power of this space better than you. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, a number of spikes emerged from the ground of its supergravity space, attacking the wind. Little devil, you must die this time. Ding! Absorb the technique of supergravity space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of manipulating supergravity space. Hehe, Otsutsuki Kagaya, your space is really tricky, but unfortunately it's still useless for me. What? You? Seeing that Kazama is still absorbing his own attack, and his body is still intact. At this moment, even the god of creation, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was extremely shocked. Because even she can't have Master's abilities like Kazama. Your supergravity space is just ordinary pressure. Now I'll show you what 100-fold pressure is. At it with one hand at this time, and the pressure in the supergravity space was greater than the previous pressure, and it directly pressed Otsutsuki Kagaya to the ground. And Kazama took advantage of the situation to relieve the pressure on his side and flew straight away. Boy, you really amaze me. Not only can you absorb attacks, but you can even manipulate my space. Exceeded the prize. If you have any other tricks to press the bottom of the box, hurry up, or I will seal you up. You little bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Seeing Kagaya actually dared to laugh at himself, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly became angry. All killing ash bones. At this time, a gray bone appeared on the Otsutsuki Kagaya's hand. This is my nirvana. If you touch it, you will die. There are very few people who can force me to use this move. You are still the first person on this planet. Even if you die, you will not be wronged. As Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke, a gray bone spur that appeared in his palm hit Kagaya. Similar move to Kimimaro, Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, but the power between the two is different. Feeling the power of all killing ash bones, Fungjien laughed instead of anger. Because he was waiting for this moment. Only when Otsutsuki Kagaya casts the art of his own blood can Kagaya take advantage of the situation to absorb and gain the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Then open the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. And now this time has finally arrived, because Fengjian has already heard the sound of the system. Ding! Successful absorption of all killing ash bones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super all killing ash bones. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Congratulations to the host for opening the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite Tsukuyomi. And congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first-ranked Yuo Emperor Yan. This kind of different fire is very dangerous, please use it with caution. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Hearing the system prompt Fengjian, I suddenly felt a little puzzled. And just when Kazami was confused, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was opposite, froze in place. Because she never thought that Kazama could even absorb his own nirvana, all killing ash bones. This completely refreshed Otsutsuki Kagaya's worldview. Otsutsuki Kagaya just thought Kagaya was a little tricky at first, but now she feels that Kagaya is not tricky, but rather scary. Can make even the god of creation, Otsutsuki Kagaya, fear. Hokage get burning art at the start, chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 become 10 tails again. Who the hell are you? Could it be that you are also a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Kagaya resisted the shock in his heart and hurriedly asked Kagaya. Hehe, I'm not from the Otsutsuki clan, but from the Sanada clan. What is the Sanada clan? Garbage. I have never heard of it. Since you are not from the Otsutsuki Kagaya clan, but you dare to possess the power of our Otsutsuki clan, I am really angry. Today I will give my life to kill you completely. Behead. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice fell, he immediately re-attacked at Kagaya again. Pity that Otsutsuki Kagaya is no match for Kagaya at all now. Not to mention that Kazama now gets the same 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Even if Kazama has not previously reincarnated 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. His 6-tomo reincarnation Sharingan alone is enough to hang Otsutsuki Kagaya. Because Kazama can absorb and become immune to all attacks. In addition, Fengjian also has the ability to transform objects at will, such as the heavenly hand power. Therefore, Kagaya is now a face-to-face kung fu, waiting for that Otsutsuki Kagaya to react to what happened. Immediately, he and Otsutsuki Kagaya switched places. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was knocked to the ground by her own attack. And that's when Kazama thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya would be killed by this attack of her own. Otsutsuki Kagaya had been pierced by now actually healed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. This suddenly shocked the wind in the heart. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately sneered in the wind. Little devil, let me tell you, although your current strength is indeed far beyond my imagination, but I am not the one who can be slaughtered by you. Now I am the source of the power of the ninja world, and the power of the god tree. The fists are all in my body. In your words, I am the 10-man Jinchuriki column force, so my healing level is also very awesome, very powerful, so even if you smash my corpse into pieces one to one, you can't kill them either. Really? Then I really want to see how awesome and powerful you are. That Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to act in front of him, Kagaya immediately prepared to attack her again. Do you really think I'm going to capture you, little bastard? At this time, that Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama couldn't kill him, but he still dared to attack him. Immediately, his heart burst into anger, and he was furious. Although she knew that Kazama couldn't kill herself, he couldn't let Kazama be arrogant in front of him either. So this Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately shouted angrily, and even became the 10 main body. After seeing the wind, he was not afraid at all, and immediately transformed into 10 main bodies. What? How is this possible? At this time, when Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Kagaya, he turned into a 10 tails exactly like him. This really shocked her even more. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that the 10 tails were the incarnation of the divine tree, and there was only one divine tree in the entire earth. Why can Kazama change into 10 tails now? Although Otsutsuki Kagaya was shocked, he didn't have time to think anymore. Because the attack of the wind has already roared. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly flew to resist, and was inextricably fighting with the wind. But what Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't expect was. Chapter 262 obtained the first Fire Emperor. Now Kazama has become a 10 tails body exactly like her. But Kagaya's own power is much higher than that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. In addition, Kazama's current attacks all add extra fire damage. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, this Otsutsuki Kagaya was beaten by the wind and retreated. At this time, Kagaya saw that this Otsutsuki Kagaya was not his opponent. So he immediately used the swallowing flame, ready to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. But what Kagaya didn't expect was that Otsutsuki Kagaya was not Kagaya's opponent. But she will not be beheaded by this nothingness. Now that nothingness swallows the flames, although the big Otsutsuki Kagaya is burned all over the body. But that Otsutsuki Kagaya was still healing at a rapid rate. This suddenly made the wind in the heart feel outraged. Because in the face of an opponent who can't be killed no matter what, it's a big headache for everyone. Realized how others felt about him on this Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Fengji suddenly thought, I just won the first ranked Emperor Yan of different fire. Since the second ranked Void Swallowing Yan can't kill Otsutsuki Kagaya, then I will simply try the power of Emperor Yan. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately cast Yan towards that Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, as soon as the wind just cast Yan, he suddenly remembered the previous warning to him from the system. It is said that Emperor Yan is very dangerous, making it difficult to use it easily. But Fengjian has now used Yan, so it is too late to take it back. Just when Fengjian was thinking about where the danger of this Emperor Yan was. Suddenly, I saw that Emperor Yan not only did not attack that Otsutsuki Kagaya, but also knocked himself to the ground with one palm. This suddenly made Na Fengjian feel shocked and angry. And this is what happened without waiting for the wind to react. This Emperor Yan took a few face-to-face efforts, and all the 22 different fires in Fengyan's body were completely absorbed. This suddenly scared the cold sweat out of the wind. At this time, the Fenju system also rushed into the wind and said, Please be careful, host, this Emperor Yan devoured all the strange fires in the past, so it became the #1 existence, so as long as this Emperor Yan appears now, he will definitely continue to devour the alien fire. What? I am the master of Yan, doesn't he understand my orders? Please don't be impatient, host, although you are the master of this Emperor Yan, but because this Emperor Yan is too powerful, and his intelligence is also extremely superb, so if you can't subdue it, then you can't be righteous. The classics have regained the 23 different fires that you should have possessed. What? I'm angry too. Hearing the system's words, and seeing that this Emperor Yan is really so arrogant and domineering, Feng Jian's heart was furious, and he was furious. At this time, Yan had turned into a young man, and then he sneered at Fengjian. What the hell are you? You dare to call me out? Let me tell you, I am not comparable to your Yuhi Lotus Karma Fire and Jinglian Yaozan, now I can turn you into a jerk with a wave of my hand. It's in ashes, so you better fucking watch out for me. Be careful of your mother, don't give me nonsense. Seeing that he had gone through a lot of hard work, he summoned the first Yuo Emperor Yan. Chapter 263 Emperor Yan's Rebellion. But this Emperor Yan actually dared to threaten himself, and the wind immediately burst into a rage. With a face-to-face effort, he immediately killed the Emperor Yan. At this time, Yan originally wanted to keep Feng Yan's life, and then turned Fengjian into his own fire slave, and let himself be driven. After all, Yan was in Feng Yan's body, but he felt his super awesome strength. But he never expected that now Fengjian is actually toasting and not eating and drinking, and he dares to pretend in front of him. Therefore, this Emperor Yan was immediately furious in his heart, and he was furious. So this Emperor Yan immediately launched an attack on the wind, and it didn't take long for the fight to be indistinguishable from the wind. Although it is said that there is no trace of strange fire in Feng Yan's body now, there is still a burning art system in Feng Yan's body. He can also absorb attacks constantly. Therefore, although this Emperor Yan was awesome and powerful, all his attacks were absorbed into the body by the wind. However, although Kozejian could absorb the attack, he was not killed by Yan. But because Kazama doesn't have the super lethal ninjutsu like Yoshiki. Just relying on ordinary ninjutsu can't help this Emperor Yan, so Kazama can't conquer Emperor Yan either. At this time, when Emperor Yan saw that Fengjian was so difficult to deal with, he was immediately furious, and he was furious. In just a few face-to-face efforts, the current world of the Heavenly Imperial Palace in Kozejian was burnt into nothingness. At this time, seeing the blazing flames that filled the sky, the Fenju system in Feng Jian's body was able to absorb it. However, due to the constant stream of different fires displayed by Yan, Fengjian immediately felt the fiery existence. Because now his body is no longer protected by the strongest defense volcanic stone flame, so Kazama is also seriously injured now. In addition, in his body, there is no help of the repairing fires such as the flames of the living beings, the fallen heart flames, and the 3000 flames. Therefore, the wind suddenly felt an aura of death. At this time, Datongmu Kagaya on the other side also felt this fear of death. Originally, she had thought that Fengjian was powerful enough. But she never expected that the Emperor Yan created by Fengjian was actually more powerful than Fengjian. At this time, Kagaya, who was trying to defeat Emperor Yan, saw a group of sluggish Otsutsuki Kagaya. So Kazami had an idea and hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya. I said Otsutsuki Kagaya, if you want to continue to live now, then the two of us can only attack this Emperor Yan together, otherwise we may really die. Hearing Kagaya's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a little repulsive in her heart, and didn't want to join forces with Kagaya. But this Otsutsuki Kagaya also knows if he does not join forces with the wind, then he may really be killed by Yan now. He was finally resurrected after thousands of years. Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally did not want to fail. So this Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately joined Kagaya and attacked this Emperor Yan again. At this time, when Nadi Yan saw this Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to join forces to deal with him. It immediately made him even more annoyed. Xiaozamao in the wind, want to beat me, dream about you. Yan would not allow Fengjian to act in front of him. So he immediately tried his best to kill Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya completely. And right now. Chapter 264 Hangdian. Kazama immediately combined with that Otsutsuki Kagaya to cast the power of 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. After a few face-to-face efforts, the Emperor Yan was once again pulled into the different dimension. And after Yanlai was in this different dimension, his power was naturally weakened. Then Kazama used the 6-path sealed Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that Otsutsuki Kagaya cast at the same time again. After a few face-to-face efforts, this Emperor Yan was completely sealed. After that, the wind immediately pulled out the power of Emperor Yan's source and reabsorbed it into his body. As Emperor Yan was successfully absorbed by Kozejian, Kozejian's current overall strength has also undergone a qualitative leap. Sharingan in the reincarnation of the wind has also been greatly improved. At this time, Kazama looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya subconsciously. Black Zetsu was found in her body, which surprised Kazama. Then he secretly said, "There's no reason, I remember that Black Zetsu is the product of Kagaya Tatsutsuki's will. Why does that Otsutsuki Kagaya have the seal of Black Zetsu in his body now?" Thinking of this, Kazama immediately looked at the seal again. Then he used his own 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan to read out the contents of this seal. It turns out that this Black Zetsu is not the product of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, but the dark side of Datangmu Kagaya. Because this Otsutsuki Kagaya suffered from the rebellion of the people, she has a dark side. So now she has been controlled by her dark side, Black Zetsu. No wonder Otsutsuki Kagaya wants to kill everyone now. Thinking of this, Kagaya immediately decided to help Otsutsuki Kagaya get rid of the shackles of Black Zetsu and let his good side reappear. Otherwise, this Otsutsuki Kagaya will be killed by that Black Zetsu. Thinking of this, Kagaya's face-to-face kung fu cast a different flame, and escaped into the heart of Otsutsuki Kagaya. And at this time, that Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know what to do, and when he saw Kazuma actually shot at him again, he was shocked. So even pointed at Funyun's nose and scolded. "I said, you little bastard, you clearly said before that you want to reconcile with me, and you want to unite with me, why are you attacking me now? You misunderstood, now I'm not trying to move you, I just want to eliminate the dark side of your body." Hearing Kagaya's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately puzzled. At this time, the body of Black Zetsu that has been hidden in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. As soon as he saw Fengjun actually discovered his existence, he immediately became angry and furious. Directly regained control of Otsutsuki Kagaya and roared towards the wind. And Kagaya thought that even Otsutsuki Kagaya himself was no match for him. Now controlled by Black Zetsu, can't beat himself even more. But that Kazama whispered about Black Zetsu's strength from a distance, and now that Black Zetsu has controlled Otsutsuki Kagaya, his strength is stronger than ever. After a few face-to-face efforts, the wind was defeated in a row. This suddenly shocked the wind room. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was controlled by Black Zetsu, sneered at the wind again. "Hee, you little bastard, you really surprised me. You actually thwarted my plan one after another. Okay, I didn't want to attack you myself, but you fucking if you are courting death like this, then don't blame me. I tell you that I will teach you to cramp and skin, smash bones and ashes, so that you can't survive and die." Chapter 265 Revived Black Zetsu. This time due to Black Zetsu regained control of Otsutsuki Kagaya. So his power and that of Otsutsuki Kagaya were also refused. After a few face-to-face efforts, the wind was defeated in a row. At this time, as soon as Kazama saw Kazama's defeat, he thought that Kazama was not his opponent. Immediately, he started to pretend again, and while attacking Kazama, he pointed at Kazama's nose and cursed again. "I said, you little bastard, you are basically heaven now. There is a way, you don't go, there is no way to hell, you come here, I have spared your life many times before, but you fucking don't give me face, actually dare to act in front of me, it really irritates me." Clap clap clap. That's when Black Zetsu kept yelling at the wind. There were 3 slaps in the wind, and Black Zetsu was knocked to the ground immediately. This sudden change suddenly shocked Black Zetsu. Originally, he thought that he was already united with that Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it was impossible for him to defeat this wind room. Why is this wind room still able to knock itself to the ground? At this time, Black Zetsu was extremely suspicious. A few face-to-face kung fu in the wind immediately showed a more magical flame. That Black Zetsu around firmly. At this time, Black Zetsu was shocked when he saw that Kazama's power was still stronger than himself, or stronger than himself. At this time, Kazama immediately sneered and said to him, "Black Zetsu, let me tell you, what I said in Kazama is also a strong man, do you really think you can kill me?" "What? Can't I kill you? As soon as he saw Kazuma actually dared to pretend to force Black Zetsu in front of him, he immediately became furious and violent. But even if Kazama regenerates his anger, he is no match for Black Zetsu. Because Kazama has now obtained the first-ranked Yiwo Emperor Yan. Yan's attack power is very powerful, very powerful. Now, after a few face-to-face encounters, Kagaya, who controlled the Black Zetsu, was once again bruised, and he was defeated in a row. What? How is this possible? Now I control the god of the ninja world. Why is your strength still so awesome, so powerful? At this moment, Black Zetsu was stunned and dumbfounded. At this time, Nakazama couldn't help sneering when he saw Black Zetsu being slapped in the face again. I tell you, Black Zetsu, since ancient times, the evil has not suppressed the righteous. Although the Otsutsuki Kagaya you control is very powerful, the Otsutsuki Kagaya itself is a righteous person. How can an evil person like you be controlled again and again? What about him? So now I advise you to capture immediately, if you can capture it, or maybe I can let you die a little more happily, but if you don't want to capture it, then I can only smash you into pieces and smash your bones. Grayed out. Ha ha ha, it really makes me laugh. At this time, when Black Zetsu heard Kazama's words, not only was he not afraid, but he laughed wildly again. I said, Black Zetsu, now that you are dying, how dare you laugh wildly? Yes, I just want to laugh wildly. I tell you, Fengjan, don't think that now you beat me to a bruise and a losing streak. I will really be afraid of you. I tell you, although I am not you my opponent, but you can't kill me either. Chapter 266 Hang Dian. Oh, why is that? Seeing Black Zetsu so confident, Kazama was ready to punch him in the face again. Have you forgotten? I am the dark side of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Like this product of my will, how could you kill me? Dian. At this time, before Black Zetsu finished speaking, Kazama once again used his top-ranked Yiwo Emperor Flame to kill Black Zetsu. Let me tell you, Fengjan, I already told you, your Emperor Yan can't hurt me at all. What? How is this possible? Just when Black Zetsu was pretending, he suddenly discovered that this Emperor Yan actually separated himself from Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. Then he surrounded himself again. At this time, Black Zetsu had already seen his body, dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. I said, Black Zetsu, your brain is really not bright, have you forgotten? My Jinglian demon fire was able to beat you to the death before, but I deliberately left you a dog at that time, could it be? Do you really think I'm not your match? What? You deliberately saved my life, how is that possible? Hearing Kazama's words, Black Zetsu finally remembered the time when he was recovering Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power. It was indeed the pure lotus demon fire cast by the wind that slapped himself with a bruised face. Originally, Black Zetsu thought that he might be dying soon. But then he found himself alive again. Therefore, he thought that the pure lotus demon fire in the wind could not hurt him. But she never expected that it wasn't the pure lotus demon fire in the wind that couldn't hurt him. But it was still useful to keep him in the wind at that time, so he didn't kill him. Now, since Emperor Yan is even more powerful than the Jinglian demon fire, it is even more powerful and powerful. Naturally, it was easy to kill this Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu saw that he was not Kazama's opponent, so he immediately prepared to run away again. It's a pity that a few face-to-face efforts were completely burned into nothingness by the Emperor Yan who followed closely behind. And at this moment, Kazama immediately came to Otsutsuki Teru. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya was previously controlled by this Black Zetsu, but now Otsutsuki Kagaya also remembered what he had experienced before. Seeing that he had done so many wrong things under the control of Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also full of grief and indignation. Now, as soon as he saw Kazama rescued himself, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately thanked Kagaya continuously. At this time, Fengji hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. I said, Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are the god of ninjutsu, so you don't have to thank me so much. Speaking of which, without you, we people on Earth would not be able to master ninjutsu. You mustn't say that. Boasting about himself like this, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately waved his hand in embarrassment. It's all my fault that I originally wanted to benefit the people of the Earth, but I didn't expect that I was controlled by this too, that is, my own dark side, which caused life to be ruined. Hee hee, you two bastard men and women, now that you are dying, you still dare to kiss me and me here. Just when Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya were talking, who had been sealed by the Six Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, actually rushed out again. This suddenly shocked Nakazama's heart, and also shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that the 6 paths she had previously performed with the wind were extremely powerful. But why is a face-to-face kung fu still broken by this Emperor Yan? At this time, according to the wind, he was still at a loss, and then he secretly said, "Impossible, I have already drawn out the power of Emperor Yan's source, why is this Emperor Yan still able to resurrect now?" At this time, before Fengjian opened his mouth to ask, Dian immediately sneered at him. "I'm telling you, the little hairs in the wind, don't think that you can pull out my strength, you can be awesome in front of me, have you forgotten? Everything has a positive and negative side, what you draw is just my light. The dark side of me has now been revived, and not only has I resurrected, but I even use the power of 22 different types of fire, and now you have only drawn one type of fire from my body, how can you fight me? Now I have to smash your body into tens of thousands of pieces and smash your bones into ashes to vent the hatred in my heart." End Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 267 Save Otsutsuki Kagaya. Complete Body Susanoo. Quote. At this critical moment, Kazama hurriedly displayed Susanoo. Help Otsutsuki Kagaya and himself to block the attack of the Dark Emperor Flame. That in the next moment, Susanoo, the invincible complete body of the wind, was directly penetrated by Dian's attack. Haha, let me tell you the truth, although my source power was taken away by you, but now I have fallen into darkness, so my current strength is better than before, and now I have gained 20 of your body's power. The power of the 2 different fires is already beyond God, so killing you can be said to be an easy task. Hearing the words of the Dark Emperor Yan, I saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had just gotten rid of Black Zetsu's control and became extremely weak. Kazama knew that if he wanted to completely defeat the Dark Emperor Yan, he had to get Otsutsuki Kagaya out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you protect her while fighting against the Dark Emperor Yan, mention Otsutsuki Kagaya, I am afraid that even myself will die. After all, there is no strange fire in Fengyan's body that can revive the dead and repair the injury. So Kazama now has to be careful. Kagaya, retreat first to recover, and I will deal with the enemy. Haha, laugh at me too. At this time, before Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth, the Dark Emperor Yan on the opposite side immediately laughed. Xiaozamao in the wind, do you think you are still the one with 23 kinds of strange fires before, and you dare to fight against me yourself? I tell you, today you and this Otsutsuki Kagaya must die at my hands. That's the price you paid for sealing me just now. Just when the Dark Emperor Yan was clamoring wildly, thinking that Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya would definitely die. However, he found that Kagaya actually pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya into a different space. You bastard! Had sworn that Otsutsuki Kagaya could not escape just now, saw that he had been hit in the face by the speed of light, and suddenly became angry. Little Misty, what kind of magic did you use? Because the Dark Emperor Flame does not know the space art, naturally there is no way to track the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is the ultimate time-space ninjutsu, Yomatsu Hirasaka. You can enter and exit from different dimensions anytime, anywhere. How about it? Is it bad to be slapped in the face? One of the abilities obtained by Kazama after opening the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan. Don't give me the words, tell you the little girl, you can send Otsutsuki Kagaya away, but you will never be able to leave today. As the Dark Emperor Yan said that, he cast the sky-filled flames again, sweeping towards the wind. In fact, if Kazama wanted to escape, it would be a matter of minutes. But Kazama knew that if he escaped, the Dark Emperor Yan would definitely be looking for his whereabouts. Therefore, the wind must now defeat the Dark Emperor Yan. Then take back his 22 different fires from it. Little Misty, you are dead today. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Fengjian, Dark Emperor Yan couldn't help sneering. But at this moment, Dark Emperor Yan suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had changed, and he actually came to the position where Fengjian was. And Kazama came to where he was before. How is this possible? Just when the Dark Emperor Yan felt panic, all the attacks he unleashed hit him. It turned out that Kazama used the power of the sky just now to switch the Dark Emperor Yan and himself. Chapter 268 Playing with the Dark Emperor Flame. Although it is said that there is no such thing as the second in the wind, there are 20 kinds of different fires. But Kazama can still easily hang the Dark Emperor Flame with his own double reincarnation Sharingan power. Sure enough, I still can't beat it. Seeing that the Dark Emperor Yan actually absorbed all the flames that hit him, Kazama couldn't help sighing secretly. In fact, Kazama also knew that Di Yan was the leader of the different fires, and Kaden fire style under this world wouldn't have any effect on him anymore. But Feng Jian didn't expect that even now, Di Yan's own attack can't deal with Di Yan. Little Misty, you really have two strokes, you can actually switch positions between you and me, and let my Kaden fire style hit me. More than twice, I have a lot of skills, all killing ash bones. At this moment, several gray bone spurs appeared in Feng Yan's palm, roaring towards Di Yan. This technique is the ninjutsu that Kagaya obtained by absorbing the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is also a type of Keke Mora, and it will vanish as soon as it is touched. Haha, you dare to use this kind of trash ninjutsu against me. Di Yan sneered while avoiding all killing ash bones in the wind. Little Misty, although I don't know how to use space, my speed is also very fast. If you want to hit me, dream of you. Yomatsu Hirasaka. Just when the Dark Emperor Yan laughed at the wind. Suddenly, he found that a circle of black space appeared around him. Before he could realize what was going on, he saw hundreds of gray bone spurs appearing densely in this black space. Dark Emperor Yan just wanted to dodge, but at this time, the 360 degrees around him were all surrounded by these gray bone spurs. It pierced his body in an instant. Forgot to tell you, Yomatsu Hirasaka not only allows me to move in and out of space at will, but also shortens the distance of the attack for the purpose of surprise attack. Xiaozha Mao, your skills are indeed very powerful, but they are still useless to me. What? At this time, it was finally the wind's turn to be shocked. Because of the Dark Emperor Flame hit by the all-killing ash bones, he actually recovered his body at this moment. Did I say you are stupid, you little scumbag? There are 22 kinds of different fires in my body now, including the 3,000 flames and the flames of life that can repair the body and regain new life. Do you think you can killing me will make me laugh? Asshole. Seeing that this Dark Emperor Yan actually used his 22 different fires so skillfully, Fengjian secretly said that he estimated that there was really no way to completely kill the Dark Emperor Yan. But if you can't kill the Dark Emperor Flame, how can you regain the 22 different types of flames that you have lost? Little Misty, it's up to me next. Dark Emperor Yan saw that he was being suppressed by the wind in succession, and immediately became angry. He knew that there was no longer the blessing of all kinds of strange fires in the wind room. So as long as he hits the wind will definitely die. Therefore, in one face-to-face effort, Di Yan displayed 22 different fires, all of which swept toward the wind. The wind room's retreat was surrounded by water. Xiaozha Mao, I know that you will use space ninjutsu to escape. If you have the ability, you can continue to escape, but the price of your escape will make everyone in the ninja world buried with you, haha. Asshole. Chapter 269 Different Fire Dispersion. Seeing that the Dark Emperor Yan actually dared to threaten himself with the lives of everyone in the ninja world, the wind was furious. He could only give up the idea of running away. But in the face of the 22 kinds of different fires whistling, Kazama also knows that with his current strength, he can't resist it at all. Because he now has no absolute defense against volcanic stone flames. There is no soul of resurrection life. Now this area is surrounded by 22 different types of flames. Even if I cast Izanagi to be able to resurrect, it will still be surrounded by endless flames. As for Izanami, I can't fight the Dark Emperor flame. Because he is not a human body at all. Hateful, is it really going to die here? Just when the wind was thinking about how to deal with the 22 different fires of the Dark Emperor Yan. Suddenly, I saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had entered the different space, and actually came to his side again. My chakra has been fully recovered. If I want to suppress the Dark Emperor flame, I think we can only use the power of the two of us to use Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, to seal it. Not bad. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kagaya suddenly remembered that he and Otsutsuki Kagaya used Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, together to temporarily seal the Emperor Yan. Although the Dark Emperor flame escaped later, this also shows that this Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is very effective against the Dark Emperor flame. Now, if you want to suppress the Dark Emperor flame, you only need to strengthen the power of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, again. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately nodded to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then the two of them joined hands to cast Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, again, preparing to seal the Dark Emperor flame. The Dark Emperor flame had escaped from Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth before. So this time, when I saw Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya, they dared to use this sealing technique on themselves, and they sneered immediately. I said, you two trash, you really don't have a long memory. This Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is useless to me. Wrong. This spell is not Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, but a god-level Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. What? Just when Heian Dian was surprised. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kagaya cast together has completely surrounded the Dark Emperor flame. Dark Emperor Yan just wanted to resist after seeing it, but who knew that Kazama had used Emperor Yan's source fireworks to surround the huge Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. At this time, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, has become a small sun. Dark Emperor Yan, although you have absorbed my 22 different fires, but you have lost the power of the source, and now I use your source fire to seal you. Let's see how you can escape. Damn. At this time, seeing that he was about to be completely sealed, Dark Emperor Yan was also very anxious. Then he slammed his heart, and immediately blew his body, spreading all the 22 different fires in his body to all parts of the shinobi world. Fangjan, even if I am sealed by you, don't even think about assembling the 22 different types of fire again. Seeing the Dark Emperor Yan disperse all his 22 different types of fire, the wind was not angry but happy. Because if the Dark Emperor Yan didn't do this, then Fengjian would really have no way to regain the 22 different fires. But now that the Dark Emperor flame has dispersed all these 22 different fires, the wind just happened to find them one by one and absorb them again. Dark Emperor Yan thought that he did this to destroy the plan of absorbing the different fire in the wind. Chapter 270, Retrieving the Fire. But he didn't know that doing so just happened to make a wedding dress for Kazama, and now his move is just in line with Kazama's heart. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know that Kazama could retrieve these strange fires one by one. So once I saw the Dark Emperor flames, all the 22 different fires were scattered. Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately cursed at this Dark Emperor Yan. Then he immediately came to the side of the wind. What's the matter now? This Dark Emperor flame disperses all your 22 different types of flames. This is obviously going to kill you. This Dark Emperor flame is really a bastard. Hee, don't worry, this Dark Emperor Yan's move right now is exactly what I want. What? Is this true? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately confused. You don't know, because I have obtained 22 kinds of strange fires before, so I say that I have feelings for these 22 kinds of strange fires. So it is. Otsutsuki Kagaya also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kazama was sure to find the strange fire again. After all, Kagaya helped her get rid of Black Zetsu's control before, so Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally wanted to repay Kagaya. Although these strange fires are now scattered in all corners of the ninja world, and although they may be used by other ninja masters in the future, it is not difficult for me, as long as I can find these strange fires again, or if I find these people with strange fires, I can use my ability to reabsorb them. That was really nice. Hee, you two dog men and women. Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya was happy for Kazama. Suddenly, a flame pierced through his body, knocking Otsutsuki Kagaya unconscious to the ground. Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect this sudden change, not even Kagaya. Because of the Dark Emperor Flame, who he had clearly defeated before, he thought that there should be no more enemies here. But who was the person who suddenly attacked Otsutsuki Kagaya now? At this time, Feng Shi took a closer look, and even saw a ray of flame, and this flame happened to be the appearance of the Dark Emperor Flame. Hee, the little miscellaneous hair in the wind, do you really think that I will be sealed by you so easily? Although my ability is not as good as before, but I can still devour the 22 different kinds of different fires that have been scattered. Recovery, so you little bastard just wait for me to make a comeback, and then I will crush you to ashes. Before the wind could launch an attack, the Dark Emperor Flame disappeared without a trace again. It really pissed me off. It's just that when Fengjian saw that this Dark Emperor was so difficult to deal with, he was naturally very angry. And I heard that this Dark Emperor actually wanted to find these 22 different fires and reintegrate them before him. Fengjian was shocked again, because if the time comes, the Dark Emperor Yan will really regain these 22 different fires. Then Kazama really has no confidence in defeating this Dark Emperor Yan. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately prepared to act, and immediately searched for the 22 different fires. At this time, he saw that Otsutsuki Kagaya was pierced by the Dark Emperor Flame in order to help him, and he didn't know his life or death. Couldn't bear it for a while, so he immediately brought Otsutsuki Kagaya back to his Otogakur village. Chapter 271 Ready to hang the King of the Lake. Let the medical ninja in your village heal him. At this time, with the death of Black Zetsu and the escape of Dark Emperor Yan, the Ninja World War has finally come to an end. At this time, the 5 countries and all the people in the ninja world knew the name of Kazama. They also all knew that Kazama foiled the enemy's conspiracy by himself. And defeated the enemy's army of millions, saving himself and others. So everyone complimented Chang Fengjian, and everyone regarded Fengjian as their role model. Therefore, in the face of everyone's compliments, Kazama is naturally extremely embarrassed. And Kagaya's top priority now is to bring Otsutsuki Kagaya back to life. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya had helped him deal with the Dark Emperor Flame many times before. And Otsutsuki Kagaya's own strength is also very superb, very powerful, and the god of ninja. So Kazama thought that if he could bring Otsutsuki Kagaya back to life, it would be very helpful for him to defeat the Dark Emperor Flame. But now Fengjian has lost 3,000 flames and flames of life. So in the face of Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury, he couldn't get involved at all. The end, it was with the help of many medical ninjas in Otogakur village and the Fallen Heart Flame Tower in Otogakur village. This temporarily stabilized Otsutsuki Kagaya's injury. Afterwards, Kazama asked the numerous medical ninjas to heal Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Fallen Heart Flame Tower. Because this Falling Heart Flame can make the chakra in the body constantly temper and strengthen the body. Although it cannot repair injuries seriously, it can also bring benefits to repairing injuries. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, with the help of the Fallen Heart Flame Tower and the many medical ninjas, naturally managed to escape the danger of his life. Although he hasn't fully woken up yet, Kazama let out a sigh of relief. Then Kaze suddenly thought, if I use the 3,000 flames I acquired and injected all the flames of life into the fallen heart flame pagoda, I would be able to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya seriously now, but now it's useless to think too much. After all, the most urgent task now is to quickly find the strange fire that has dissipated all over the world, so that we can reabsorb these strange fires before the Dark Emperor flames. Thinking of this, Kazama immediately displayed his super powerful perception. Start searching for this strange fire scattered all over the world. Not long after that, Fengjian really searched for the whereabouts of Xuanwangyan, the mysterious fire, in the country of the lake. Although the power of Xuanwangyan has now made Fengjian look down on it. However, Kazejian also knew that Xuanwangyan's power was small, and it was much more powerful than ordinary flames. And if you don't dare to absorb it, you might be preempted by the Dark Emperor Yan. So Kazama immediately performed the ultimate space-time ninjutsu, Yomatsu Hirasaka, and came directly to the land of the lake. But what Ling Jian did not expect was that now he has come to the land of lakes. However, this Xuanwangyan was already occupied by the prince of the country of the lake, which made the wind suddenly furious. After all, the prince of this lake country had conflicted with him before. Now this prince of the lake has actually absorbed his own strange fire, mysterious yellow flame. How could Fengjian not be angry in his heart? So he found the whereabouts of the prince of the lake with a face-to-face effort. At this time, the prince of the lake was excited because he obtained the mysterious fire, profound yellow flame. Chapter 272, Take Back the First Alien Fire. But when he saw Fengjian actually come to him, this suddenly made the prince of the lake both happy and angry. The joy is that he wants to use this Xuanwangyan to defeat Fengjian, which is a shame. The anger was that Kazejian actually entered and exited his own country of the lake without authorization, which immediately made the prince of the lake feel humiliated. So, before Fengjian could speak, the prince of the lake sneered at the wind. Hee hee, you little bastard in the wind, you really don't talk about it. Now my strength has greatly increased, and I was trying to seek revenge for you, and now you fucking took the initiative to come to me. Well, then I'm going to beat you up now. Seeing that the prince of the lake had been respectful to himself when he participated in the martial arts conference before. But now that he actually dared to absorb Xuanwangyan, he wanted to pretend to be forceful in front of him, and Fengjian naturally sneered. So he immediately attacked the prince of the lake. Seeing Kazejian killing him, the prince of the lake laughed instead of anger. Hee hee, the little girl in the wind, do you really think I'm the king of the lake from before? As soon as the prince of the lake's voice fell, Xuanwang flames immediately appeared around his body, dissolving all the attacks of the wind. Damn, is this the result of the battle with Xuanwangyan? It's really awesome, really powerful. Feeling the power of this Xuanwangyan, Feng Jian suddenly frowned. At this time, Feng Qi's fist has also been shaken out of scars. This is Kazama's fist that chakra surrounded himself earlier. Otherwise, he might have a face-to-face effort, and he would really be burned by this Xuanwangyan. Because Kazama used the strange fire to attack others before, she has never been attacked by the strange fire. Therefore, the wind can't feel the damage caused by this strange fire. But now that he was hit by the Xuanwangyan on the prince of the lake, Feng Jian could really feel the power of this Xuanwangyan. At this time, the king of the lake sneered in his heart as soon as he saw that Fengjian suffered a loss in his hands. Then he pointed at Fengyan's nose again and scolded, Hee hee, I said it before, you are not my opponent. If you are not convinced, continue to beat me, and see how I will beat you with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Crying for father and mother. Boom. Just when the prince of the lake kept shouting at the wind, Kazama directly performed the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push Levy, and a face-to-face effort immediately blasted the prince of the lake to a distance of 100 meters. At this time, the prince of the lake saw that he was actually hit by a dog in the wind. It immediately made him angry, so he rushed towards the wind again. Xiaozamao in the wind, I don't believe that I can't kill you. If you have the ability, don't use this trick to attack me. Haha, it really makes me laugh. Seeing that the Prince of the Lake actually dared to dictate what tricks he would use, Kazama sneered again. This is followed by a Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull, plus Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign. After a few face-to-face efforts, the Prince of the Lake was bruised and bruised. Prince of the Lake, do you think I'm fighting with you in the arena? What rules are you setting for me? Let me tell you, I didn't want to be a bully, but this mysterious yellow flame in your body is now mine, so I have to get it back. It's really maddening me, wanting to take away my Zanwangyan, it's a delusion. The Prince of the Lake doesn't care who this Zanwangyan belongs to. In short, since he has obtained such an awesome thing, he naturally wants to keep it for himself. So the Prince of the Lake used Xuanwangyan to kill the wind again. It's a pity that now Fengjian can't withstand Zanwangyan's attack. But he can use the Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign to avoid Zanwangyan's attack. Therefore, with a face-to-face effort, the Zanwangyan was blasted onto the Prince of the Lake. What burned the Prince of the Lake was rolling all over the ground, wailing endlessly. Then Kazama immediately took the opportunity to cast Tsukuyomi on the Prince of the Lake. The mysterious yellow flames in the body of the Prince of the Lake were stripped out again. Looking at your life, there is no great evil. Now I will spare you a dog's life temporarily. If you dare to continue to be arrogant in front of me in the future, or dare to do wrong, I will never forgive you. Tsukuyomi in his body, Kazama immediately headed for another place. Because when he was fighting against the Prince of the Lake, he had already sensed the trace of another strange fire. Chapter 273 The Whereabouts of the Second Strange Fire. And the strange fire that Fengshi is feeling now is the fallen heart flame known as a cheating device. Although it is said that the Otogakur village where Kazama is now located has the fallen heart flame tower. But the falling heart flame in there is only one of the different fires that Fengjian absorbed before. Can't play a serious role at all. Therefore, Fengjian still has to hurry up and find the source fire of this fallen heart flame. Only by finding this source of heart fire, then Kazama can strengthen his strength again. And it can also prevent the badly injured Dark Emperor flame from finding this fallen heart flame. After all, fallen heart flame can improve one's own cultivation. If it is said that the Dark Emperor Yan has found this fallen heart flame, then the wind will be mournful. After all, with the current strength of the wind, although he can hang the Dark Emperor Yan. But the wind is still not completely able to kill the Dark Emperor Yan. Because now Kazama can only let all the plans of the Dark Emperor Yan fail. Only then can Fengjian gather together 22 different kinds of different fires and completely kill the Dark Emperor flame. And now the location of the fallen heart flame that Kazama feels is the location of the Kurama clan in the Land of Fire. This Kurama family is known as the strongest demonic illusion family. It is rumored that the demonic illusion of Sharingan is not as good as this Kurama family. Just that the Kurama family is now withering, and its strength is not as good as it was in the past. At this time, Kazama came to the Kurama clan. I haven't found the whereabouts of my fallen heart flame, but I even saw 3 familiar figures. And these 3 are Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. It turns out that Sasuke has returned to Konoha since Koto Amatsukami of Kazama protected Konoha's demonic illusion. Kazama had already explained the situation to Tsunade. Therefore, Tsunade did not pursue Sasuke's betrayal of Konoha. And Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and others naturally welcome Sasuke's return. After the Ninja World War, they have also been carrying out the tasks in the village non-stop. Now that the 3 of them saw Kazama's reappearance, they were naturally even more happy, and they were overjoyed. At this time, Kakashi immediately came to Kazama, and said happily to Kazama, I said Kazama, why did you come here? Yeah, we haven't seen you for a long time, I didn't expect to meet you here. At this time, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke also immediately ran to Kazama's side, and asked at Kazama. Since you saved the entire ninja world by yourself and defeated the enemy's conspiracy last time, we have never seen you again, and we have asked Hokage Tsunade-sama many times, but Tsunade-sama didn't give us any explanation. Where the hell is your Otogakur village? We don't even have a chance to be a guest. Everyone, although you didn't have the chance to be a guest at the time, don't you have it now? The wind immediately laughed. However, Kazama did not explain to Kakashi and the others his purpose for coming to this Kurama clan. After all, the falling heart flame is too powerful, and a little carelessness can burn people into nothingness. So Kazama is not willing to let Kakashi and others take risks for him. But Kazama learned from Kakashi and the others their purpose of coming here. It turned out that Kurama Yakumo, the daughter of the Kurama clan's patriarch, suddenly ran out of control and caused unrest in the village. Chapter 274 Arrogant Kurama Clan. That's why the ninja sent by Konoha is going to subdue this Kurama Yakumo. This, Kazama Jing immediately said secretly in his heart. I have heard of the deeds of the Kurama clan before, although the demonic illusion of the Kurama clan is particularly powerful, but in the end, the demonic illusion is only able to dominate other people's incompetence. It can't cause any substantial damage to a person, so this demonic illusion is used in conjunction with his ninjutsu. But why is Kurama Yakumo's demonic illusion able to directly kill people, and even directly how about causing chaos for the entire village? Isn't that more awesome than that Sharingan's demonic illusion? Thinking of this, Kazama immediately guessed that the reason why Kurama Yakumo's demonic illusion is so awesome is that it has something to do with the Fallen Heart Flame. Because Fallen Heart Flame is known as a cheating device, it can continuously improve people's strength. If a person's personality is not firm enough, it is very likely that he will be infatuated by the powerful strength brought by the Fallen Heart Flame. So thinking of this, Kazama immediately said to Kakashi and the others, I'll tell you the truth, I'm here with the Kurama clan and I have something to do, but now that I've met you, I'm also the 7th class of Konoha. Then the 4 of us will act again. Quote. Okay, of course this is fine. Upon hearing what the wind said, Naruto took the lead and nodded happily. Of the serious Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox now that Naruto has become a master. But Naruto still admires Kazama very much in the end, and still relies on Kazama very much. He felt that as long as there was wind, all difficulties would turn into nothingness. And it's not just Naruto who thinks this way, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and others also think this way. Although it is said that the strength of these few people has been greatly increased. But they still take the lead in the wind. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll listen to you. As the captain of the 7th squad, Kakashi immediately nodded happily. Hehe, you Konohas came to Xiaozao Mao, how dare you be arrogant and domineering in our Kurama clan. At this time, Kazama and the others were preparing to discuss how to find the runaway Kurama Yakumo next. The Kurama clan immediately came to them and surrounded them firmly. At this time, Kazama used the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to take a look, and even found that the chakras of these people were very disordered. Apparently it was someone else's demonic illusion delirious. Kazama immediately understood that these people must be under the control of Kurama Yakumo. Because of the Kurama clan now, only Kurama Yakumo can control all the clan because of his powerful strength. So Kazama immediately gestured to Kakashi and the others. Although it is said that Kazama has not spoken now, but because he and Kakashi and others have fought side by side for many years. Kakashi and the others immediately understood what Kazama meant after seeing Kazama's eyes. A face-to-face kung fu immediately took Kunwu in his hands. And these Kurama clansmen, seeing Kazama and the others did not answer their words, but also put up a posture to fight against them, which made them laugh suddenly. I said that you guys are really toasting and not eating and drinking. Do you really think that you are our opponents? Chapter 275 Play Demonic Illusion I am your ancestor. Yeah, since you don't eat a toast and take a penalty drink, then let you see the power of our Kurama clan now. At this time, before Kazama could react, the ninjas of the Kurama clan immediately hand-sealed demonic illusion. The scene around Kakashi and others changed immediately. The original grass directly turned into an abyss, and there were countless monster flames under the abyss. The Naruto was so frightened that he shouted and trembled. He, the ninjas from Konoha are really rubbish. Yeah, it's too easy to deal with, a simple demonic illusion scares them into that. Just when these Kurama clansmen laughed at Naruto, Kakashi, who was wearing demonic illusion, suddenly, he saw the wind room that was still standing still. This suddenly shocked several ninjas from the Kurama clan. Demonic illusion of their Kurama clan is second to none in the ninja world and has never met an opponent. But they never expected that all three of Kakashi's three people have already hit their demonic illusion. But Kazama is so relaxed now, which is clearly a demonic illusion that doesn't grow its own. Just when the ninjas of the Kurama clan were shocked and did not react, Kazama immediately sneered at them and said, "Kurama Yakumo, I know that you are controlling them now, so I hope you can listen to my explanation. Now our Konoha ninjas are here to help you, not to you. We are enemies, so I hope you don't force us to do something with you. Don't give me this shit." With the roar of Kurama Yakumo, the ninjas under her control came to kill the Kazama again. At this time, Kazama saw that Kurama Yakumo was actually toasting and not eating and drinking, and naturally he would not be bitter to her anymore. So he directly cast his pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A face-to-face effort immediately unlocked the demonic illusion of these people. Then Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others were pulled back from demonic illusion. At this time, Kurama Yakumo, who had been using demonic illusion to control everyone in the village, seeing the fact that Kazama had a single face, he cracked his demonic illusion, which immediately shocked him. Is this the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? It's amazing. Feeling the power of Kazama's eyes, Kurama Yakumo was shocked, but she didn't feel any fear. Because Kurama Yakumo has now absorbed the fallen heart flame, it is said that she is now thinking that her temperament has changed greatly. In his eyes, no one is his opponent. As long as he is willing, she feels that anyone will be killed by her. So the Kurama Yakumo once again ordered the Kurama clan ninjas in demonic illusion, all of them to kill the wind. At this time, after Kakashi and the others woke up, they hurriedly thanked the wind. "Fangjan, I'm really sorry for you. Yeah, Kazama, if it weren't for you, maybe we would have been trapped here forever by the demonic illusion of the Kurama family." This is that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all woke up, but Naruto still collapsed to the ground and kept yelling. Obviously the deepest of all his demonic illusions. At this time, Sakura felt very ashamed after seeing it. Chapter 276 Your demonic illusion is garbage. He roared directly over, and immediately called Naruto back into demonic illusion back to reality. What's the matter? What the hell happened? After Naruto woke up, he looked left and right, and kept asking Kazama and the others. Just now I remembered that I fell into the abyss and was chased by those many monsters. Why am I alive again now? Seeing Naruto being so confused, Sakura immediately shook his head helplessly. And the wind immediately rushed to Naruto to laugh. I said, "Naruto, now you have fully mastered Kyuubi, Nine Tails Chakra, and you can still use Kurama mode, why are you still restrained by such a simple demonic illusion?" This. Hearing Kazama's question, Naruto immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, this may be because a person's head is stupid, so he is very easy to fall into demonic illusion. Indeed it is. Sasuke and Sakura immediately joked with Naruto, and Naruto felt helpless after hearing it. Everyone, now we should rush to the Kurama family's station as soon as possible to let those villagers get rid of the demonic illusion of Kurama Yakumo, otherwise our mission to save the Kurama family will fail this time. Okay, no problem. Under the leadership of that Kakashi, Kazama and the others rushed towards the Kurama clan's quarters again. But what Ling Fengjan and the others did not expect was, now, as soon as they came here, when they saw the hundreds of people from the Kurama clan, they all killed them. Then a face-to-face effort, and they all cast demonic illusion on them. At this time, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and others had taken precautions just now. So now even if they see everyone casting demonic illusion on themselves, they can resist. So Kakashi immediately rushed to the Kurama clan ninjas in demonic illusion and said, "Tell you, we are the dignified Konoha ninjas, we can't hit your demonic illusions one after another, so you should hurry up and capture them now." But just as Kakashi said that, Naruto had been hit by demonic illusion again and collapsed to the ground. This immediately embarrassed Kakashi and others, and felt like they had been slapped with a hot slap on the face. Because Kakashi originally wanted to pretend to be in front of the Kurama clan. But he didn't expect that Naruto was indeed a big idiot. "I just said that Konoha's ninjas won't hit the demonic illusion one after another, but Naruto has already rushed the demonic illusion again." At this time, the ninjas of the Kurama clan were already dominated by the demonic illusion of the Kurama Yakumo. Demonic illusion of himself and others again, he sneered. Immediately after that, they used their trump cards to kill Kakashi and the others. And Kakashi and others are here to rescue these people. So it means that I saw them attacking, but there is still no way to fight them seriously. After all, they also know that the Kurama clan is not the bad guy who is full of heinous crimes. They were only controlled by that Kurama Yakumo, so Kakashi and the others could only defend and not attack. At this time, Kurama Yakumo saw that not only was there Sharingan in the wind, but even Kakashi could use Sharingan to resist his demonic illusion, which immediately made Kurama Yakumo angry. Chapter 277 Hanging Kurama Yakumo. Therefore, Kurama Yakumo came here immediately, and personally pulled Kakashi, Sasuke and others into demonic illusion again. Although Kakashi and Sasuke's Sharingan are particularly good. Especially Sasuke has now become the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it stands to reason that he should be able to resist Kurama Yakumo demonic illusion. Since Kurama Yakumo absorbed the fallen heart flame, his current demonic illusion has reached the sky-defying existence. Therefore, with demonic illusion alone, Kakashi and others have been defeated in a row. I can't believe that even demonic illusion can hurt people's lives. You are really amazing. What? Seeing that Kakashi and Sasuke were both controlled by his demonic illusion, but Kazama was still unharmed, Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but be surprised. Impossible. The demonic illusion of my Kurama clan is very defying. Even if I have the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't resist it. You're right, your demonic illusion is really awesome, especially after absorbing the falling heart flame, but now I don't only have a demonic illusion like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazama said that. He used the Rinnegan Eye technique, knocking back all the ninjas of the Kurama clan. And Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke also immediately regained consciousness. Any demonic illusion is useless in the presence of my Rinnegan. What? You still own a Rinnegan? Seeing that the original pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the wind has now evolved into Rinnegan. Kurama Yakumo suddenly took a few steps back in shock. Although she has been confused by two, she is not afraid of life and death. Rinnegan, the leader of the three pupil techniques, she still felt the pressure in her blood. This is because Kazama knows that Kurama Yakumo is obsessed, so he is not willing to use all his strength to kill her. Otherwise, Kazama would have cast a more powerful reincarnation Sharingan, killing Kurama Yakumo in an instant. I told you Kurama Yakumo, we are here to help you, so please don't be impulsive. Stop talking nonsense. I want you ninjas from Konoha to go as far as you can. Kazama could finish speaking. Kurama Yakumo scolded him angrily. Kurama Yakumo was originally a gentle and kind little girl, but now her heart has changed greatly because she absorbed the fallen heart flame. Then he opened his mouth wide, and immediately a huge monster escaped from his mouth. This is my strongest demonic illusion that turns reality into reality. No matter how powerful you are, you will surely die this time, haha. To actually turn your demonic illusion into an entity, it's amazing. Seeing that Kurama Yakumo used demonic illusion so powerfully, Kazama was also shocked. Because even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan demonic illusion of the Kazama cannot attack with a virtual reality. Then Kazama immediately fought against the huge monster that demonic illusion turned into. At this time, it doesn't matter if there is no fight. After the battle, I found out that the huge monster created by demonic illusion is really awesome and very powerful. Not only is it not afraid of the attacks of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil. And even the attack of the strange fire can't help the monster that this demonic illusion turned into. This naturally made Kazami even more shocked, because Kazami had never fought against such a monster before. At this time, Kurama Yakumo saw Kazama being defeated by his demonic illusion monster. He sneered immediately. Chapter 278 The strong enemy comes again. Let me tell you, you see that you have Rinnegan now, and you can't be my opponent. After all, this demonic illusion monster of mine is outside the 6 paths and is not in the 5 elements, so you have used all your skills. You can't beat me either, haha. Any spell has weaknesses, and the weakness of your demonic illusion monster is demonic illusion. As long as I use a demonic illusion that is 1 level higher than it, it will work for me. What? Laugh at me too. Hearing Kazama's words, Kurama Yakumo started laughing again. This demonic illusion monster is the peak demonic illusion of our Kurama clan. Just because you still want to use demonic illusion to deal with it, dream it. What? Just when Kurama Yakumo was laughing at Kazama, Kazama had already cast Rinnegan's unique demonic illusion, directly controlling this demonic illusion monster. Afterwards, the monster not only stopped attacking Kazama, but also killed Kurama Yakumo. This immediately shocked Kurama Yakumo. She never expected Kazama to actually control her demonic illusion. And killed himself. This was something that Kurama Yakumo never dreamed of. What? How is this possible? Seeing that Kazama's current strength is so superb, Kurama Yakumo was once again taken aback. After a few face-to-face moments, Kurama Yakumo was knocked to the ground by demonic illusion controlled by Kazama. Although the demonic illusion of your Kurama clan is indeed very strong, it's a pity that you are not my opponent at all. Before that Kurama Yakumo could react, Kazama immediately exerted his system power and absorbed the demonic illusion monster of Kurama Yakumo into his body. Because Kazama has already felt the existence of his fallen heart flame from this demonic illusion monster of Kurama Yakumo. In order to regain the fallen heart flame, Kazama must absorb it into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the demonic illusion monsters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest demonic illusion of the Kurama clan, in order to change the reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fallen heart flame. Amazing! Seeing that he not only regained the fallen heart flame, but now he has obtained the strongest demonic illusion of the Kurama family. The wind is naturally very happy. Although the Rinnegan demonic illusion in the wind is also very good. However, Kazejian believed in the truth that more skills do not overwhelm the body. Only the more skills your master has, the more powerful you will become. At this time, the demonic illusion monster in Kurama Yakumo was absorbed by Kazama. Kurama Yakumo naturally regained consciousness. Now she sees that she has done so much harm to her own clan invisibly. Kurama Yakumo was naturally grief-stricken in his heart. At the same time, I am very grateful to Feng-Chi for stopping him in time. Because if it wasn't for Fengjian to get rid of the fallen heart flame that he had unintentionally absorbed in time, then he might really kill the entire Kurama clan. It's over, so don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, now it's because of the infatuation, that's why you started against your own clansmen. Now the matter here has come to an end, I think your clansmen will definitely forgive you. Seeing Kurama Yakumo's pained appearance, Kazama and the others immediately comforted her. Hee, you little bastards still have time to comfort others. At this moment, a dark shadow immediately came to Kazama and the others. Chapter 279 It's easy to hang you. Dark Emperor Flame. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, Kazama immediately sneered. Because Fengjian wanted to find the whereabouts of Dark Emperor Yan first, and completely obliterate it, so that he would not be competing with himself for the strange fire. However, since this Dark Emperor flame is not a human being, there is no chakra fluctuation on his body. Therefore, even if Kazama has super perception and reincarnation Sharingan, it is very troublesome to find. But now that the Dark Emperor flame has reappeared in front of Kazama, Kazama will naturally not let it slip away. Xiao Mao, looking at your sneer, do you think you can still kill me? Although Fengjian has not spoken yet, this Dark Emperor Yan is not a fool. He had already understood everything from the expression on the wind. However, he did not show any panic, but immediately laughed at the wind. Looks like you're sure to escape my punishment. Seeing the Dark Emperor Yan rushing towards him, Fengjian immediately prepared to attack him. But at this time, Feng Jian suddenly felt that the body of Dark Emperor Yan had a variety of strange fires again. Xiao Mao, you must know from your expression. You. Hearing the words of the Dark Emperor Yan, I saw the arrogant appearance of the Dark Emperor Yan. Only then did Fengjian know that the Dark Emperor Yan was already one step ahead of him. The strange fire scattered all over the ninja world was recovered again. I am the incarnation of Yiwo, and my perception of Yiwo is much more sensitive than yours. As long as I find the existence of Yiwo, I will immediately start to snatch it. It's not like your mother-in-law, who has the ability to instantly kill this Kurama. Yakumo, but who would have thought that he would still use his mouth to escape here? It would be extremely stupid. What? You bastard, how dare you scold big brother Kazama? Naruto on the side did not know the identity and strength of the Dark Emperor Yan at this time. He just heard Dark Emperor Yan's rude remarks in the wind, and he was furious in his heart, so he immediately prepared to shoot at Dark Emperor Yan. Hee, you little bastards, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now? Okay, if that's the case, then I'll send you to the west together. Dark Emperor Yan said, and then rushed to Fengjian and others to launch an attack. Although it is said that the Dark Emperor Yan has not completely collected all 22 different fires. Strength is naturally not as good as when Hefeng and Otsutsuki Kagaya played against each other. But even so, he now has 20 kinds of different fires. Its strength is by no means comparable to Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others. Therefore, apart from Kazama, the three Kakashi were beaten and defeated. It was Kazama who had been protecting them with Susanoo. Otherwise, with the strength of this Dark Emperor flame, I am afraid that the three of Kakashi will be completely killed in a face-to-face effort. Haha, you rubbish, I want to see how long you can last. Seeing that except for the wind, no one else is his opponent, Dark Emperor Yan can be said to be laughing wildly. Everyone, now this enemy is the incarnation of a different fire, not a human body, so we must use all our strength. Yomatsu Hirasaka at a lightning speed. Kakashi and others and the Dark Emperor Yan into the different space. Now there is only us in this space, and now you don't have to worry about affecting the Kurama clan, you can let go of your hands and feet and use your full strength. Chapter 280 I can absorb attacks infinitely. No problem. Hearing Kazama's words, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke immediately prepared to use their trump cards. After all, they have grown a lot today, and they are no longer the genins who were slaughtered by others. Haha, laugh at me too. Dark Emperor Yan saw himself being pulled into a different space by the wind, and he was still furious. Now he heard that Fengjian wanted to join forces with Kakashi and others to kill him, and he laughed immediately. I said, you little bastard in the wind, you really like whimsy, you must know that it was you who joined forces with that Otsutsuki Kagaya at the beginning, and they were not my opponents. Now you dare to fight against me with these rubbish. I die laughing, so I can inherit my strange fire. Clap clap clap. At this time, before the Dark Emperor Yan had finished speaking, Feng Jian, who had used his heavenly hand power, immediately came to the Dark Emperor Yan, and slapped him 3 times. The Dark Emperor Yan was the first to be inattentive, and even was knocked to the ground. You bastard! Seeing that he had clearly fused 20 different types of fire, he was still knocked to the ground so easily by the wind. Dark Emperor Yan can be said to be full of disbelief. I tell you, Dark Emperor Yan, you have not successfully integrated 22 different fires, so your strength is not as good as before, and I have your source power, Emperor Yan, so even if I can't kill it you can also completely hang you, and now my companions are not as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya, but they are also not to be underestimated. Quote. That's right. Just as Kazama was talking, Naruto, who had cast the Kurama mode, immediately attacked the Dark Emperor Flame. Sasuke, who opened the full-body Susanoo, as well as Kamui Kakashi and the strange power Sakura, also killed them all towards the Dark Emperor Flame. Even though the Dark Emperor Yan is extremely powerful, Kakashi and others are not what they used to be. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of them and others. Therefore, after a few face-to-face efforts, the Dark Emperor Yan was defeated in a row. I am too angry, you bastards. If my Dark Emperor Yan doesn't kill you, I will swear not to be human. At this time, the Dark Emperor Yan saw that he was beaten and retreated, and he was immediately angry. So all 20 kinds of different fires in the body were cast out. Kakashi and others who were in the limelight were completely suppressed. Damn, this Dark Emperor Flame is really powerful. Seeing that the three of them were clearly using their trump card, but they were still suppressed by the Dark Emperor Yan, Kakashi and the others couldn't help being secretly surprised. Haha, you little bastards, I don't know that you are not my opponent, and you still want to beat me, eat shit, haha. What? Just when the Dark Emperor Yan was clamoring wildly, he suddenly saw that Kazejin had absorbed all of his attacks into his body. What? How is this possible? Seeing Feng Yan's move, Dark Emperor Yan couldn't help being taken aback. Although he knew before that Kazama had the ability to absorb attacks. But he also knew that Kazama failed to absorb his own strange fire attack before. This shows that Kazama cannot absorb attacks indefinitely. But why can Fengjian absorb all the raging flames that he casts in an instant? This really surprised the Dark Emperor Yan. Impossible, I remember that you failed to absorb my strange fire attack, why can you successfully absorb it now? Hearing the question of Dark Emperor Yan, Feng Jian immediately laughed at him.